This promise, it's ours. Every morning when he wakes up, he's either sprawled in a pigsty or perched on top of a high-voltage power line. On top of that, his hearing is so razor-sharp he picks up everything within a 100-mile radius, giving him constant splitting headaches and forcing him to wear earphones just to drown out the noise. Because inside his body lives a divine beast straight from the heavenly court. Every time he passes out, the creature takes over. And that thing, it can devour anything. Whoever possesses it gains unmatched power. His very existence makes him the target of every sorcerer in the world. Getting hit by a sorcerer's attack just tickles to him. Alright, no more stalling. Let's dive in. The story's done and dusted. Admin hopes you enjoy the show. Year 26 of the Guangxi era, Nyanba County, Qinghai Province. A snowstorm blankets the sky. All that remains of the wildlife are skeletons buried beneath the snow. A group of travelers trudges through the deep snow. Suddenly, the young man at the back sinks and Hai's whole body slides down with the avalanche. Terror written across his face. With death breathing down his neck, he claws at the person ahead, screaming for help. The man he grabbed just turns around, ice cold. Let go of me, you bastard. The kid trembles, voice breaking. Please save me. Another man hauls the guy up. Without a shred of mercy, he kicks the boy square in the face, screaming, damn it. I've been searching for years, I'm this close. There's no way I'm dying in this godforsaken place. He snarls, drop dead, then drives his boot straight into the kid's face. With nothing left to hold on to, the boy plummets, despair etched into his face. In a flash, the man leading the group darts forward, his hand catches the boy's wrist mid-fall. Danzi warns him, don't move. Eventually, the two continue on their way. He trails behind the old man, babbling, Taoist master, please let me go. I've changed my mind, I don't want to die. His face desperate, he adds. Becoming immortal means nothing anymore. Right now, I just want to live. The man turns to him, who doesn't want a good life, but who actually gets one. Then he strolls leisurely through the snow, saying to him, these days, lives are worthless, people are nothing but ants beneath a boot. It's as if doomsday has already descended. If you want to shake the world and save its people so they can live in peace. The two finally catch up with the rest of the group. They stop at the edge of a cliff. Danzi steps forward and speaks, other than divine abilities, what else do we have to rely on? Before them yawns a black pit, vast as if it holds an entire universe within. A booming voice echoes through the void, Kunlun knows no heat nor cold. Galaxies fill every corner. Come grace the celestial banquetant, seek not the immortality of 10,000 ages. The crowd erupts in cheers. A man with a golden mustache shouts, holy shit, that kid who nearly died was right, thys is Kunlun, homeland of the 10,000 mountain gods. The guy beside him chimes in, wide-eyed, galaxies in broad daylight. This is insane, we've really stumbled into something supernatural. The man from before laughs too, never thought I'd see the day I'd actually become an immortal. Suddenly, bubbles rise from the pit's surface and out leaps a glowing blue whale. It flips midair, sending waves rippling wildly across the water. It vaults right over their heads, water splashing down on every one of them. Someone yells, what the fuck? The glowing droplets cascade down like a flock of luminous cranes. The whale plunges back into the abyss, but the surface erupts into a massive wave. A massive aftershock rocks the ground after the creature vanishes. The entire group stares in stunned silence. They stand frozen, souls ripped from their bodies. High above, a bird circles in the sky. Then it spreads its wings, descending. It lands on the old man's shoulder. But the man's body begins to decay. The rest follow, flesh withers to bone. The bird has no choice but to fly away. Skeletons lie scattered beneath the snow. Time passes, no one knows how long. Sunlight finally breaks through the storm. Flowers begin to bloom among the remains. One skull glows with an eerie inner light, and the flowers growing around it glow in answer. Suddenly, an arm bone pushes up from beneath the earth. The extraordinary thing, flesh, is slowly regenerating over it. The other skeletons do the same, rising one by one, reforming. Someone asks what the hell is happening. The old man answers calmly, nourishing flesh with blood, fostering new life from vital essence. Dead hand rebirth. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tears through the air from behind. One man in the group is engulfed by a crimson veil, thrashing on the ground in agony. He wails as his teeth sharpen into fangs. When the veil fades, the man has transformed into something else entirely, triggering a massive shockwave. A pillar of red and black light tears straight into the sky. Elsewhere beneath a bright moon, amid a skyline of towering buildings, a silhouette emerges. Standing by the lakeside is a girl with jet black hair that shimmers blue. Jiangzu stands there as if waiting for something, a mysterious object clutched against her. A branch snaps behind her, something rockets toward her. It's closing in fast. Jiangzu whips around, her eyes blazing through the darkness. It lunges with everything it has. It leaps, bouncing straight at her. Lightning crackles around her, Meanwhile, in a rundown, filthy apartment, wind sweeps through the window frame, sending the curtain fluttering. Sunlight spills into the room. Suddenly, from inside the nearby wardrobe, "Fuck, that hurts like hell." The door creaks open, a hand reaches out. A grimy face appears, he groans, "Must have done something awful in my past life." Jo Min-gyu climbs out of the wardrobe, glances down at his torn, filthy pants and mutters, "This dirty did I crash into a damn forest last night." He picks up his shirt and sniffs it. One whiff and he drops it, face scrunched in disgust. "That's absolutely rancid." Min-gyu laughs, tossing the shirt onto the floor. He heads for the shower, but the cursing in his ears refuses to stop. 30 years old already, can you get a damn job? You hole up in here all day drives me insane. I don't need you worrying about me. He brushes his teeth, gargles, but the yelling won't quit. "You moron, do you even know how to drive? Who are you calling a moron? You're the blind one, stop blaming everyone else." Water spurts out, but the argument rages on. "Hey, why'd you hit someone?" "So what if I did? It was just a little shove." Min-gyu throws on fresh clothes, the insults still ringing in his ears. "My head's about to split open, I can't take this shit anymore. Fuck. You gonna eat or?" He yanks the curtain. Great, no, even the cat's yelling at him. "That damn stray stealing my fish again." Min-gyu rips the curtain aside, and the flood of curses hits even harder than before. He shoves in his earphones. To block out the noise, he exhales long and helpless. Out on the street, an orange tabby dashes by with a fish clamped in its jaws. Min-gyu pedals past on his bike, sending both cat and fish into a panic. He cycles down the road, earphones blasting. "Ma ding, every morning when you wake up, don't you vaguely remember some anime?" He pedals through the crowded streets, mulling it over. Something about a protagonist who wakes up as a different person every single day. Min-gyu's face twists with disgust. He's had this problem since he was a kid, except he keeps waking up in bizarre places. Like a pig pen, the memory floods back, waking up surrounded by an entire pig family. Then there was the most dramatic stunt on top of a high-voltage power tower. To this day, he still has no clue how he got up there. Back then, Min-gyu was just a little kid, crying and screaming for someone to save him. Back to the present, he's cycling toward a minor fender bender. A man in a car is practically begging on his knees. "Hey buddy, wake up. I barely nudged you." The guy sprawled on the ground is putting on a full performance and milking it for all it's worth. "I'm injured, pay up." By the time Min-gyu rides past, the man in the car has somehow produced a baseball bat, whacking the faker while shouting, "Fine, you want compensation, here's your damn compensation." The faker panics and bolts, screaming, "Wait." Min-gyu's face stays cold. He thinks, on top of that, my hearing is freakishly sharp, I can pick up sounds within a 100-meter radius. Trust me, I've gotten it checked. He remembers the old doctor examining him and casually diagnosing him with sleepwalking and abnormally acute hearing, nothing serious. 1,000 hours of reevaluation, huh? Sleepwalking like this is gonna get me killed one day. He can only laugh bitterly at his own helplessness. Min-gyu pedals harder. The devil knows what he does when he sleepwalks. He cruises through the streets until he reaches the crowded campus gates, and the whispers grow louder with every step. In the lecture hall, even with headphones on, he can hear every single word the other students are saying. Min-gyu sits in one of the back rows. In front of him, a couple is flirting. One desk over, two girls are whispering to each other. The girl in the red dress says, "On the way to campus, I saw you talking to that gorgeous girl." "Who was she?" The other girl answers, "No idea. She came looking for someone." Red dress continues, "She was hunting down the scumbag who played her. Apparently, that same guy has been stringing along a bunch of girls at the same time." The girl next to her snickers. Min-gyu sits there hearing every single word. He thinks, irritated, "Can I get 5 minutes of peace and quiet?" They keep chattering away. He listens with a dark expression, forced to absorb every word. A guy with a gorgeous girlfriend still going out for side dishes. Beast in human skinnies, they're a scumbag like that at our school. "What's his name?" Min-gyu is twisting open a water bottle mid-sip when he catches it. The name scumbag sounds oddly familiar. Then the words Jo Min-gyu ring out and he spits out the water he just swallowed. He doubles over, coughing violently. Min-gyu snaps, yelling at the two girls. "Hey, you two up front, can you stop spreading BS? Who exactly are you calling a scumbag?" Both girls whip around and stare at him. "Who are you?" He answers bluntly, "I'm Jo Min-gyu." Upon hearing that, they immediately start whispering again. "Oh my god, he's the scumbag, creepy as even eavesdropping on us. And he's in our major too, let's go, being near him is gonna stain our reputation." Min-gyu grits his teeth, thinking, is the rumor mill really this cheap these days? He slumps into his seat and yanks his cap down over his face. Damn it, where the hell did this rumor even come from? Maybe it's just someone with the same name. Min-gyu drops his head onto the desk. A scumbag, a guy who's been single for 19 years. Where do I even find the qualifications for that? His phone buzzes with a notification. He picks it up and reads a message from an unknown number. Joe Minju, this is Lee Yunfei. I want to spar with you. Location 167 Wangshan Road. A smirk curls across his face. His eyes look like he could devour the phone whole. He thinks, you came looking for this yourself, just you wait. The setting sun dips low over an abandoned district. He looks up at the faded sign mounted. He reads it aloud, 167 Wangshan Road. Minju's whole body trembles with rage. This place has been abandoned for God knows how long. Am I getting played? He curses under his breath and kicks a chunk of wood aside. Suddenly, the sound of a coin being flipped cuts through the silence. Minju freezes. What was that? He looks up. On the rooftop of the tall building, someone is sitting there flipping a coin. Minju mutters, is that guy about to jump? Minju panics suicide. He sprints into the building. The man is still on the rooftop, tossing his coin and gazing at the sunset. Yunfei flips the coin again. It spins through the air in an arc before he snatches it clean. He grins, heads. As Yunfei happily stares at the coin in his palm and says, looks like today's luck isn't half bad. Footsteps pound up behind him. Minju bursts onto the rooftop, panting so hard he has to brace himself against the wall. Drenched in sweat, he stumbles forward and pleads, hey bro, calm down. Yunfei stands up and Minju panics even harder. He blurts out, think about your family, your mom, don't break their hearts. Life's tough, I get it, but if you die, what happens to the people you leave behind? He keeps going, think about rent, car payments, all the bills you still owe. Even if you die, those debts don't just disappear. Plus, if it's suicide, insurance won't pay out a single cent. You look older than mega kids yet. Formula, tuition, insurance, premiums, that's all real money. As he rambles on, phantom images of each item materialize in the air, corresponding to his words. Yunfei turns around and asks, what are you talking about? What? Minju stands there with a face full of question marks. Yunfei hops down from the ledge and strolls closer. He strikes a commanding pose, points straight at Minju and declares, I've been waiting. Glad you came. Minju frowns, who are you? Do we know each other? Yunfei steps forward. Allow me to introduce myself, I'm Lee Yunfei. I heard about you from a senior. You've got my attention, so I came to see you in person. Minju stares blankly. Hold on, you were telling me you weren't trying to jump. Yunfei blinks in surprise. Jump? A handsome guy like me off a rooftop, please. Minju's face falls with disappointment. He curses, damn it, you could have said so sooner. Yunfei replies coolly, you never asked. Minju huffs and turns away. Well, if this was all a misunderstanding, I'm heading out. Yunfei lunges to block him. Wait, Joe Minju, I'm not done talking. You're not going anywhere. Minju stops dead. How do you know my name? Yunfei rests his chin on his hand and speaks with a mysterious edge. I don't just know your name, I know about the power hidden inside you. Minju turns his back, speaking flatly. I don't know you, I've got somewhere to be. Yunfei shouts after him. Wait, don't go, I'm the one who called you here. Minju stops dead in his tracks, eyes wide. He whips around, jabbing a finger at Yunfei. That text was from you. Yunfei even looks proud as he owns it. That's right, it was me. Minju seethes, you actually admit it. Why the hell did you go around calling me a scumbag? What did I ever do to you? Yunfei hears this and suddenly hurls something forward. It flashes with light, slicing past Minju's face. Minju stumbles back in shock, touching the cut on his cheek. Blood seeps out, and a few strands of severed hair drift to the ground. He looks behind him. 2 enchanted nails are embedded in the floor, glowing with runic inscriptions. He barely registers the overwhelming pressure radiating off Yunfei. Yunfei holds 3 more identical nails in his hand. He says, spreading rumors, that's not my style. I called you here because I want to see the power of Tiandu. His face turns deadly serious. They say this power is unlike anything else. I want to see for myself what makes it so different. Minju breaks into a cold sweat. Tiandu, the celestial dog's power. His whole body starts trembling. Step by step he backs away. As he steps forward, Minju says, hey bro, there's gotta be some kind of misunderstanding here. I'm just an ordinary guy. I don't have any supernatural powers or whatever. Yunfei's face hardens with resolve. Light patterns actually begin to ripple around his body. He says stubbornly, only one way to find out, let's fight. Minju spins on his heel and bolts, gone in a flash. Yunfei just stands there, jaw hanging open, completely frozen. He ran. Minju sprints at full tilt, sweat pouring down his face. Is this guy insane? One wrong word and it's fists first, questions later. He tears down the stairs like he's riding a runaway horse, heart pounding, thinking, what the hell did I do to deserve this? Trouble just drops out of the sky. And now some random psycho is trying to ambush him out of nowhere. His shadow streaks down the staircase like a blur. Minju wails internally. How unlucky can one guy get? What the hell is happening today? He bolts out of the high-rise at full speed. From the rooftop above, Yunfei can spot Minju's tiny figure darting across the ground below. From the rooftop, Yunfei hurls a spike down to stop him in his tracks. Minju barely has time to glance back. His eyes widen in pure horror as he sees the spike plunging toward him. Two spikes slam into the ground at his feet. A shockwave of raw energy erupts from them, and he takes the full brunt of the blast. The lightning strike sends a shockwave rippling across the pavement. The jolt fries Minju stiff. Foam bubbles at the corners of his mouth. Through the haze of smoke, he goes face first into the pavement, a full-on kiss with the concrete. Yunfei strolls over, muttering to himself. Weird. He stares at Minju's limp body, suspicion written all over his face. How is this guy down after one hit? Did I seriously get the wrong person? Yunfei turns away, leaving Minju sprawled out on the ground with his ass in the air. He sighs. What a waste of a trip. Should have just stayed home and played games. The moment the words leave his mouth, something shifts behind him. Minju rises from the ground like a beast, awakening. His entire body radiates a terrifying surge of power. A suffocating wave of oppressive energy explodes outward. His wounds begin knitting themselves back together at a speed visible to the naked eye. A feral growl rumbles from his throat, low and guttural like a wild animal. Yunfei sees this and his face lights up with excitement. I knew it couldn't be that simple. This guy was hiding his true strength all along. He raises a hand and taunts, hey, if you're really that powerful, why not show me the real deal from the start? Minju answers with a deafening roar, then slams both hands into the ground. Yunfei's face goes cold. Can he even hear me? He steps closer, muttering to himself, don't tell me I broke his brain. Yunfei stands right in front of Minju and waves a hand back and forth. Hello, hey, did you seriously go stupid? Minju doesn't respond, Yunfei just blinks. Yunfei tries everything to snap him out of this stone statue state, flicks his forehead, pokes his ear, pinches his cheeks, but nothing works. He even pulls Minju's cheeks apart, exposing a set of razor-sharp fangs. Finally, Minju reacts. His fingers claw into the concrete beneath him. In one lightning-fast motion, Minju's hand closes around Yunfei's throat. Those blood-red eyes seem to be daring Yunfei to make a move. He bares his teeth in a grin. Yunfei shudders at the terrifying sight. Power wraps around Minju's entire frame. He lifts Yunfei clean off the ground and the surrounding chunks of rock float up with him. Yunfei is being choked so hard he's drooling. His hands claw at Minju's arm. His mind races. This strength is insane. Is this guy even human anymore? He raises his free hand and forms a mudra, silently chanting the technique's name: Wondrous Void, Divine Spirit Invocation. Thunderclap, snare, phantom flame, wind shatter. The thought. A spike rockets in from the distance. The other two embedded spikes begin to tremble. Yunfei snaps his fingers, eyes burning with anticipation. All four spikes launch at once, hurtling straight from Minju's face. They plunge deep into him and then they detonate. Seizing the opening, Yunfei leaps clear. He doubles over, coughing, hand instinctively touching the necklace around his neck. Way too close. Didn't expect him to be that brutal. The thick haze of smoke slowly clears. Minju is standing there without a scratch after the explosion. Though something does seem to itch, he casually rubs his cheek against his shoulder. Yunfei lets out a low hum, brow furrowed in thought. So this is the power of the celestial dog. Minju drops into a combat stance, and in the blink of an eye, he vanishes. Even Yunfei's eyes go wide, gone. But Minju is actually right on top of him. A vicious uppercut comes flying in. Thankfully, Yunfei manages to block it with his forearm. Good news, his chin and face are intact. Bad news, Yunfei's arm just snapped like a twig. He gets a complimentary one-way ticket skyward. Blood spills from his mouth as he's launched upward, but Minju shows no signs of stopping. He rockets into the air after Yunfei. It's only now that Yunfei thinks, okay, if this keeps up, I'm dead. Minju grins, bone chilling and unhinged. Yunfei forces a grin back through bloody lips. His hands shoot together to form a mudra, divine spirit lightning art. His body in midair flickers and glitches like a broken TV screen. Even if Minju punches clean through him, it doesn't matter. While Minju is still dealing with the glitching figure above, the spike planted on the ground below starts to glow. Yunfei instantly teleports back to the spike. He's panting hard, wiping the blood from his lips. Good thing I kept one spike planted down here. Can't afford to play around anymore. One shot to end this. Yunfei rapidly forms his mudra. Minju finally notices and turns toward him. The moment his feet touch the ground, the concrete fractures beneath him. Yunfei's eyes narrow. Wondrous void, divine spirit reborn, who dares not bow? What demon dares rise? The more excited Minjiu's expression becomes, the more Yunfei's fear mounts. He chants faster, voice spilling out in rapid bursts. When the divine dragon appears, 10,000 ghosts kneel. I now command its presence. Come forth and take form. A glowing formation array ignites beneath Minjiu's feet. A golden dragon erupts from the earth below. Yunfei watches the scene unfold, thinking, I really didn't want to use this on you, but I've got no choice left. I refuse to believe you can tank this one. Electric currents coil around Minjiu's arms, binding them. His legs are snared too. A massive golden dragon rears up before him, jaws gaping wide and lunges to devour him whole. The technique Divine Spirit, ascending dragon art engulfs Minjiu in a torrent of lightning. Smoke and dust choke the air. Yunfei says no matter how strong your power is. He surveys the devastated battlefield. There's no way you walked away from that unscathed. Yunfei lets out a demonic chuckle. Man, that was close. Almost burned myself playing with fire. Suddenly a car screeches to a halt right behind him. The door swings open and a familiar figure steps out. She walks straight past him, heading toward the person on the other side. Yunfei turns to look at her, puzzled. Without missing a beat, she says, could you leave first? That person is someone I need, he says. Yunfei watches her walk toward Minjiu and asks, you're telling me to leave? She doesn't hesitate. Yeah, you should go know while you still can. He puts on a mysterious air. I'm afraid you don't know who you're dealing with, but I suppose that's not your fault. Listen up, Yunfei introduces himself with absolute, unshakable confidence. I am a once-in-500 years genius sorcerer with overwhelming power. Men swoon, flowers bloom, I'm the one and only Li Yunfei. She stares at him in complete silence, then she turns her back and walks away. Yunfei immediately flips out. Hey, that is extremely rude. At least play along a little. A blade flashes like lightning and presses against Yunfei's throat. She warns him in a voice as cold as ice, if you get in my way, I'll kill you too. Understood. The words hang in the air. Her eyes are a clear, unmistakable warning. A vein throbs at Yunfei's temple. Yunfei is clearly furious now. He produces 3 spikes radiating killing intent. Looks like I'll have to carve my name into your skull before you remember it. I am Li Yunfei, and a voice cuts through the suffocating tension. A woman with short, chestnut brown hair addresses them both. You sorcerers, always fighting and killing, it's all you people do. She makes a request, can you maybe wait until I'm gone before you start trying to murder each other? Before anyone can answer, she's already starting the engine, her voice laced with irritation. I am a regular worker, I don't have any of your flashy divine abilities. She shifts gears, slams the accelerator, and peels out. As she drives off, she calls back, Xiao Lei, call me when you're done cleaning up. The girl beside Yunfei responds immediately, yes, Sister Zhao. He realizes something, his eyes flash with recognition. Yunfei's expression darkens. A logo appears in his mind, abstract lines forming a sun-like shape. The Little Sun Office. Yunfei furrows his brow, remembering his senior's words. Through the swirling black smoke, a silhouette sits with its chin resting on its hand. Beside it perches a crow. He knew they specialized in handling all kinds of commissions from the sorcerer community, operating independently from every other faction. But nobody dared underestimate their existence, because that person was the one who founded it. Looking at her, Yunfei lets out a silent sigh. So the girl belongs to the Little Sun Office. This just got complicated. Suddenly a voice rings in his ear, kid. Get your ass back here, now. The second he hears it, Yunfei breaks into a cold sweat. Uncle Tian. A figure stands on the rooftop, a faint glow flickering at his fingertips. He gets an earful, you little brat. Standing there with his staff and a communication talisman, the old man curses him out. You snuck off behind my back to chase Tiandu. You stirred up trouble with Little Sun Office, and if you don't drag yourself home right now, I'll break both your legs. He waves his hand, dissolving the talisman into nothing. Looking down at Yunfei below, he mutters, why do I always get stuck with the bad luck? Down below, Yunfei puts on the most pitiful face he can muster. Fine. He looks at her, resignation written all over his face. Since you're so interested in this one, I'll yield. All yours. She hears the answer she wants and sheathes her sword. Thanks for the cooperation, Yunfei asks. You're here for Tiandu too, right? She immediately brushes him off and walks away. Yunfei tries again. Hey, that guy's a tough one to crack. If you can't handle him, leave him to me. She strides straight into the thick haze of smoke and dust. She spots Hima figure half hidden within the billowing cloud. Zhou Minjiu emerges looking half feral. He lunges into an attack stanza, then freezes. Zhou Minjiu rises to his feet as gusts of wind blow the dust and debris away around him. She walks toward him decisive. We meet again. A hint of regret colors her voice. I failed to catch you last night. The memory of Zhou Minjiu lunging at her flashes back. She says, I won't let you slip away again. without another word. She draws her sword with overwhelming force. The moment she assumes her stance, everything around her begins to freeze. From grass and leaves to street signature zone of frost spreads outward, creeping toward Jo Minju. He stands alone, staring down the incoming technique. She murmurs the first form. Shattered jade, chunks of ice crash down like rain. Jo Minju's eyes go wide as he roars. The power engulfs him completely. Behind layer after layer of darkness, there's a clear blue sky. Someone keeps calling out to him. Wake up, Jo Minju, wake up already. Young Jo Minju wakes from a dream, rubbing his eyes at the shadow looming over him. The man says, rise and shine, kid. Freezing out here and you're still sneaking in naps. Get up, we're going home. He calls out, Dad. The man ruffles his hair, teasing. Still talking in your sleep. There's braised pork for dinner tonight. Jo Minju's face lights up. He grabs his father's hand and nods with a soft And so, father and son head home, carrying the other. Behind them lies a battlefield. Jo Minju says, small and guilty, I'm sorry, Dad, I didn't know what I was doing, I just ran off. His father glances back, it's fine. No matter where you run, I'll always find you. Jo Minju leans against his father's back. Really? Absolutely. A slight frown crosses his father's face. Though I can't guarantee that forever, there will come a time when I'm no longer by your side. It hits like a thunderbolt, but you just said you'd find me. Walking down the narrow trail, Jo Minju tattles, you're a liar, a big fat liar, but his father just smiles. Even if I'm gone. I still have friends, they're eccentric to put it mildly, but they'll come when you need them. His father turns around, what, you think I don't have friends? Then how come I've never seen them come visit you? Young Jo Minju scratches his cheek, innocent and confused. Did you guys get into a fight or something? Would they still come help me? His father lets out a long breath. Minju. Looking up at the sky, he says, someday you'll grow up, you can't keep relying on others forever. The image fades, only the words of warning remain, you can't expect Dad to come wake you up and find you every single time. Sooner or later, you'll have to wake yourself up and find your own way back. Home. In the present, his eyes slowly open. Jo Minju calls out Dad, just as a blade comes swinging straight at his skull. His eyes snap open in panic. Holy shit, he drops low, barely dodging the strike. She doesn't let up, spinning on her heel, she drives a kick straight into his face. Blood sprays from his mouth. Jo Minju's body goes flying while she lands with perfect grace. His back slams into a wall. He groans, face twisted in pain. She approaches, sword in hand. Jo Minju panics. Who the hell are you? Stay the hell back. His hand trembles as he points at her, voice stuttering. Help, murder, someone's trying to kill me. That's when she freezes, startled. You're back to normal. Jo Minju, indignant, get away from me. When I unleash my divine abilities, I'm seriously powerful, you know. He suddenly stops, looks down at his own hands. His face goes white as he screams. What the hell happened to me? Seeing himself transformed into something else, he panics. I've turned into a monster, she raises her sword, pointing the blade right at Jo Minju. Jo Minju, are you truly back to normal? The tip of the blade hovers an inch from his forehead. Jo Minju flinches. Hey, no matter how you look at it, you're the crazy one here, not me. Eyeing the killing intent radiating from her sword. He asks, what do you want from me? Jo Minju swallows hard, his fingers clawing at the ground beneath him. She sheathes her sword. I don't know the reason, but it seems like you've genuinely recovered. The sword and the phantom blade merge back into one. Jo Minju returns to normal. Back to normal, what the hell just happened? She turns away, urgent. Come with me, there's someone you need to meet. He bristles. Who said I'm going anywhere with you? You were literally trying to kill me a second ago. Jo Minju won't shut up. Who the hell are you really? Why were you trying to kill me? You're not working with that other guy, are you? Don't think being a woman means you can trick me. If you don't explain yourself, I'm calling the cops. The cops see you wielding a sword with all this blast damage at the scene. They're not gonna let you off easy. Before he finishes, she slaps him across the face. Hard. After getting the stuffing beaten out of him, Jo Minju finally surrenders. Fine, I'll listen to you. I'll go with you, happy now. Up on a rooftop, Lee Yunfei sits watching the whole scene unfold below, silently assessing the situation. The kid got swallowed by Tiandu's power and snapped out of it on his own. Yunfei rests his chin on his hand, thinking, that girl's got some serious skills too. Interesting, very interesting. He stands up, eyes glinting with a vicious edge. Next chance he gets, he's definitely hunting them both down for a proper fight. Out of nowhere, Wen Zhang appears behind him and kicks him square in the back of the leg. You idiot. He loses his balance, stumbling back several times and nearly toppling over the edge before finally steadying himself. Yunfei spins around inward, panting hard. His voice shakes as he says, Uncle Tian, I almost died just now. Wen Zhang's fury hasn't faded one bit. He barks, how many times have I told Yao stop picking fights with the Tiandu host? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Yunfei hops down from the high stone ledge, brushing it off with a dismissive scoff. Fine, fine, I won't go looking for him again. He tilts his head up and spots something. A figure in a white coat stands high above. Yunfei calls out loudly. Wenjang turns to look as well. His eyes go wide, his jaw drops, and cold sweat starts pouring down his face. The figure in the white coat stands above, completely unfazed, gazing down while Wenjang's face drains of all color. You stupid brat, we're in deep shit now. Zhu Ding furrows his brow. Heard someone was courting death, so here I am. He points down, his voice laced with menace. Wenjang, you got an explanation for me. He panics, waving his hands frantically. It's a misunderstanding, I told Yunfei to stand down. But this kid's got no sense of charge straight in before I could stop him. Let me explain who the hell do you think you are? Dare to call Master Wen by name like that? He hurls 3 sharp spikes straight at Zhu Ding. Wenjang tries to stop him, but it's too late. Get your ass down there and apologize, stop this at once. The 3 spikes rocket toward him, carrying an enormous surge of force. But as the spikes close in fast, Zhu Ding doesn't move an inch. He simply raises a hand and catches them. The impossible half-inch blocks them completely. Every last bit of power on them dissipates. The sight stuns Yunfei. He stammers in disbelief. How is that possible? Wenjang swings his cane and smacks Yunfei square on the head. The kid yelps in pain. You brain-dead fool, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Ow. Yunfei looks bewildered as Wenjang clamps a hand on his head and shoves it down. The kid doesn't know any better. Please, sir, show some mercy, Wenjang says, pressing Yunfei's head lower, his voice desperate. But Yunfei still won't sit still. He jabs a finger upward. Uncle Wen, who the hell is that guy? Why are you so scared of him? Shut your mouth. Wenjang shoves his head down even harder. This brat just entered the sect that doesn't understand a thing. He made a mistake. I'll discipline him harshly when we get back, I swear. Zhu Ding glances down. I scold. No need. Kids who don't know the rules don't get taught, they get taught a lesson. The moment the words leave his mouth, he unleashes his power. One hit will do. Yunfei suddenly feels something crushing down on him from above. Wenjang stares at him, jaw clenched, eyes bulging. The force behind this, it's devastating. An invisible weight slams Yunfei face first into the ground. Blood bursts from his mouth. He's dazed, tries to move, but his body won't respond. Yunfei lies flattened against the earth, the ground beneath him cracked and caved in from the impact. Zhu Ding descends toward Wenjang, who flinches hard. Sect Master, you agreed with Mayu would not get close to Minjiu. He speaks slowly, deliberately. You've been secretly monitoring him this whole time. I turned a blind eye. Zhu Ding's feet touch the ground, his voice is sharp with fury. But today really takes the cake. Not only did you show up at his door, you tried to force the Tiandu out of him directly. In a blink, he stands right in front of Wenjang. His voice drops to a lethal whisper. Old Tian, when you make a mistake, you pay the price. Otherwise, you never learn, am I wrong? Wenjang's hands tremble as he explains. It's Yunfei's fault caused this mess. I failed to keep him in line. Yunfei still can't move, gasping for air, but manages to rasp. Please, for the sect master's sake, spare his life. Wenjang grips the sword in his hand tight. As for the consequences, draws the blade and presents it. I'll bear the punishment in his place. Yunfei grits his teeth, desperate to stop him, but he can't. Zhu Ding smiles coldly. Fine, have it your way. Then he waves goodbye cheerfully, leaving behind a parting remark that makes no sense to Wenjang. At your age, take care of your health. Oh, and I sealed the blood flow at your left shoulder's acupoint for you. Left shoulder. Only then does Wenjang look down and realize 3 spikes are embedded in his left shoulder. Since when? Zhu Ding doesn't forget his parting words. He turns back and says, one more thing, tell your sect master. Minju stays with me from now on. Only after he's completely gone does Wenjang finally exhale in relief. He stares at the sword in his hand. After a long moment of thought, he turns the blade toward his own left arm. Sweat pours down his face. He grits his teeth. The blade begins to bite into flesh. Then Wenjang lets out a blood-curdling scream. His left arm falls clean off. He forces himself to stay conscious, jamming the sword into the ground to keep upright. His knees buckle. Kid, I really shouldn't have told you about the Tiandu. Tears stream down Yunfei's face. Despite his own injuries racking him with pain, he forces the words through clenched teeth. Uncle Wen, I'm sorry. What remains is a scene of carnage, blood pooling around Wenjang's severed arm, and Yunfei still crumpled on the ground. Late into the silent night, Zhu Ding leaps across rooftops and power lines, heading home. He maintains his usual calm composure. He drops from the rooftop and lands in the courtyard. He opens the door and steps inside, his gait slightly unsteady. He thinks to himself, at least my reputation still carries weight. Having to actually fight would have been a real pain. So, Ding coughs up a massive mouthful of blood. He clutches his chest, gasping, trying to steady himself. Just a little exertion, and the old wounds flare up again. He walks toward the chair, hand pressed to his chest, and forces himself to sit down. Can't let little Snow find out I'm injured. He's resting when suddenly Minjiu's voice comes from outside. Can't tell much from the outside, but it's actually pretty nice in here, huh? Zhu Ding lifts his head. Back already? He snaps back into his enthusiastic mode, standing up and straightening his clothes. Gotta nail that first impression. Suddenly his head spins, he staggers, hand flying to his forehead. Why do I keep feeling? And then Zhu Ding collapses face first onto the floor. He wants to call for help, but he has no strength left. Then it hits him, hasn't eaten in 2 days. It's deep into the night now. Zhou Minjiu walks alongside Jiang Zhu and stretches with a yawn. Man, what a day. She stops, we're here. He looks up and sees 2 lanterns swaying gently in the breeze. Jiang Zhu is already busy unlocking the door. Minjiu double checks, this is the place. Yep, he drops the question and turns to study the sign again. Minjiu stares, baffled. Little son office, is this a kindergarten? Jiang Zhu pushes the door open and looks back at him. Get in. Minjiu raises a hand. Hold on. He scratches his head, hesitant. Miss Scan, I ask you something. His mind drifts to the image of Yunfei from earlier. Miss, what exactly are you trying to do? That guy who came to pick a fight earlier, what's my connection to you? Jiang Zhu studies him for a beat, then she asks flatly, catching Minjiu completely off guard. Didn't you say you wanted to ask one question? That's 2, you're way off track. Minjiu sighs, scratches his head. Whatever, once he meets the person she mentioned inside, everything will make sense anyway. Jiang Zhu frowns, confused. That's the 3rd question. Which one am I supposed to answer first? Minjiu walks in ahead of her, sighing. Fine, forget I asked anything. The moment he steps through, Minjiu freezes. The inside is a completely different world. Fireflies drift past like floating embers, painting a picture-perfect dreamscape. He looks up at glowing lanterns strung overhead, then wanders around. Minjiu even tries sticking his head into the stone lion statue's mouth. Jiang Zhu can only stare, utterly speechless. He strolls beneath a flower-draped trellis. He beams, wrecked exterior, poetic interior. The contrast is chef's kiss. Suddenly Minjiu hears something. He turns to Jiang Zhu. Did you hear that weird noise? The sound. Minjiu points. I think it's coming from over there. They both head toward where he pointed. Sure enough, a faint, eerie wailing drifts out from inside. Minjiu asks Jiang Zhu again. She nods, hears it too. There's definitely a strange sound. He genuinely has no idea what to say next. Jiang Zhu still hasn't caught on to what's happening. Then she suddenly snaps back to her senses, remembering her role. Jiang Zhu immediately draws her sword and steps back. She pushes the door open and steps inside. Minjiu peeks in after her. The swordswoman proceeds with caution. The door swings open and the stench inside hits them like a wall. A trembling hand reaches out, followed by a gaunt, ghost-pale face, eyes crisscrossed with bloodshot veins. The figure looks half-starved, shaking as it croaks for help. Minjiu freezes solid at the sight. He's about to pass out and barely manages to choke out a plea for Jiang Zhu to help. I'm starving to death. Boss. Sometime later, Jiang Zhu and Minjiu sit in a corner, watching him devour everything in sight. Trash piles up behind him, bowls, plates, wrapper stacking higher and higher with no end in sight. Ding shovels down steamed buns one after another, then grabs a bowl of noodles and drains it clean. He's in absolute heaven, savoring every bite. Minjiu mutters under his breath, this guy eats like a garbage disposal. Ding keeps eating, tears welling up in his eyes, his voice dripping with resentment. Why you want me to starve? Minjiu translates helpfully for Jiang Zhu. He says you were gone for 2 days. Were you trying to starve him to death? She thinks back, then says, I left money for food. Ding slams the table. You dare say, that tiny bit wasn't enough for 10 gachapools, let alone a new waifu. Can I understand him? Minjiu continues translating, though inwardly he's face-palming too. He says you've got some nerve. That pocket change wasn't even enough to hit pity on 10 gachapools, let alone roll a new wife. Why can I understand this guy? Jiang Zhu stands up. But boss, we're out of money this month. She lays out the situation. We haven't had a single commission in 2 months. We're 6 months behind on electricity, water, and internet. At this rate, they're going to cut everything off. Ding speaks through a mouthful of chicken leg. But this time even Minjiu can't translate. I can't make this one out either. He chugs an entire bottle of water, lets out a massive, earth-shaking burp, then leans back looking satisfied. The other 2 in the room are left speechless. He says casually, don't worry about money, I'll handle it, just do your job. Minjiu raises his hand. Hello. Ding rushes over with surprising enthusiasm. If you hadn't spoken up, I wouldn't have even noticed you. Ding's hands roam over Minjiu's eyes, then his nose. Let me get a good look. Then he shifts his groping to other areas. These legs are smoother than a girl's. Ding casually pats his head, pinches his cheeks, feels up his torso, and grabs his legs. Minju gets increasingly uncomfortable. Hey, wait, stop. He doesn't listen, keeps poking his cheeks, driving Minju even more irritated. Hey, quit it already. Ding suddenly scoops him up and dashes off. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Having apparently found something off, Ding stops, his playful smirk fading. He frowns, rests his chin on his hand, and studies Minju thoughtfully. Saying nothing. Looks like your situation is a bit problematic. Minju's face flushes red. What's that supposed to mean? Sounds like you're just trying to take advantage of the situation. Don't think being good-looking means you can do whatever you want. Ding chuckles, waving him off. Relax, it's really not that big a deal. He says flatly, it's just that your little life might not last much longer. Minju lets out a sigh of relief. Oh, so my life's on the line, that's it. I thought it was something serious. Then something clicks, he whips back around, jaw dropped, eyes bulging pure, unfiltered shock. Minju points at himself with a trembling finger. You're saying my life is at stake. Ding looks away, pretending to pick his ear while whistling tunelessly. Minju glares at him, thinking, this guy seriously has a punchable face. Ding suddenly remembers something. Oh, almost forgot. He waves Jiangzu over cheerfully. Xiao Zhu, got a job for you. Meanwhile, Minju is still trying to get answers. Hey, don't just ignore me. Ding clasps his hands together, beaming at Jiangzu. Aunt Wang's cat next door ran off. Think you can track it down? Jiangzu stares. Lost cat again? That's 3 times this month. You haven't forgotten what kind of work we actually do, have you? Ding's face is all innocence. He mimes eating, drooling a little. She's speechless. Gotta eat. The company needs to stay afloat, you know. He pulls out a photo, grinning wider. Aunt Wang is loaded. The reward is 5 grand. Here, look at this. The photo shows a grumpy-looking kitten with a phone number scrawled underneath. Isn't it adorable? Ding goes all out, convincing Jiangzu to take the job. It's probably somewhere near Zih Park. Fine. She grabs her sword and heads out. Ding waves cheerfully, cheering her on. Good luck out there. Stay safe. Our whole month depends on this paycheck. Minju tries calling out to Ding. May. He lays out all his questions. What exactly do you guys do here? The sign on the door says Little Sun Office. I thought it was a kindergarten. Ding answers cheerfully, but Minju still looks confused. It's just a cover. What does that even mean? Ding explains patiently. The Jianghu is full of extraordinary people and strange practitioners. Everything they do needs to stay confidential. We take their commissions and handle the work. For secrecy, we need a front that's the cover. Minju presses on, and finding that cat earlier that was a commission too. Ding settles into a chair by the table. That's just a side gig, easy money when things are slow. Minju still won't drop it, so why did you come find me? Did someone commission you to track me down? Ding pulls out a chair, grinning. Someone did commission us actually, to save your life. Minju is baffled. Save me? Who commissioned you? Ding doesn't hesitate. The client is an old friend of mine, also happens to be your father. Minju's eyes go wide. Yeah, you know my dad. Ding calmly picks up a steamed bun, then his expression flips to pure fury. He kicks both feet up on the table, eating and fuming. Mentioning your dad makes my blood boil. Know him? That's putting it mildly. It's a whole cursed history. Let me tell you about the last time I saw him. I had a few too many, and guess what happened? He remembers the scene himself, dead drunk, face down on the table. He growls, the waiter woke me up at midnight telling me the bar was closing. I woke up and realized your dad was gone. And the employee who came to wake Ding was some buff, creepy dude waving a bill in his face. I asked the waiter, they said he'd been gone for ages and told me to pay up. Ding shuddered, reliving that terrible memory. Back then I didn't have a dime, so then 30 minutes later, Minju had heard enough to last a lifetime. Ding happily stood on top of the table to keep telling his story. After half a year of working there, I finally became a chef, mastered the culinary arts. Then someone showed up to wreck the place, tore down the sign, and subdued the entire restaurant in the blink of an eye. Minju was trembling, foam practically at his mouth. What special grade chef are you supposed to be? More like special grade at stuffing your face. He suddenly spun around to face Minju. So guess what happened in the end? But by this point, Minju was so oversaturated with stories it was all going in one ear and out the other. Enough already, who the hell cares, old man? Ding jabbed a finger at himself, buzzing with excitement. I haven't even gotten to the exciting part yet. Minju shook his head vigorously. Hard pass. No, that's plenty. If you keep going, we'll end up at the part where you hunt for the legendary cooking utensils. Bingo. He frowned. You've been yapping for ages. Who the hell are you anyway? Ding scratched his head. Honestly, I don't like to brag about my title, but since we're family. Then he introduced himself. Zhu Dingeth, that's my name. Minju was taken aback. Wait, you're not But Ding immediately cut him off. Nope, I don't abuse cats, so don't go doxing my name. Minju picked his nose, looking utterly nonchalant. What I meant was I used to be sick. My dad said he had a friend who could help me. That wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Ding furrowed his brow. The thing inside your body, Tiandu's what's going to kill you. Tiandu, Minju recalled what Yunfei had said before. I remember that guy saying the same thing. What exactly is this Tiandu? Ding began to explain. The Tiandu we're talking about isn't the same as the traditional Tiandu. He described Tiandu as taking the form of a monster, even as a harbinger of calamity. Ding went on. The other legends like Tiandu devouring the sun, those are just folk tales. They don't actually exist. He picked his nose, casually describing Minju's future appearance basically turning into some kind of lunatic or madman. Minju asked urgently, isn't there any way to get rid of it? Didn't my dad say you could help? Ding replied calmly. Your dad already ran out of options. What makes you think I have any? Minju glared at him with contempt. Then why'd you talk my ear off just now? You literally said you could save me. Ding cheerfully threw an arm around his shoulder, completely eliminating it. Impossible, but I do have a way. Yes, he said confidently. I can help you tame the Tiandu. Minju was stunned when Ding declared, I've found a way to help you tame the Tiandu. His face lit up. You're serious? Ding walked over to the bookshelf. All these years, I've been looking for a way to completely solve the Tiandu problem. He looked up, scanning the shelves for where the book was. Finally, combining a lifetime of esoteric techniques with methods from hundreds of schools, he'd created a miraculous cultivation art that could turn Tiandu into his own weapon. Minju was pretty skeptical about all this. Zhu Ding grabbed an old notebook from the top shelf. He pulled down his hoodie to get a better look. This is it. Zhu Ding held the old notebook up toward him. This one right here. He held the tattered notebook. Adorable cartoon doodles splashed across the cover, completely at odds with the title Erlang Divine Art. Minju's faith was hanging by a thread. This beat-up notebook, I were not joking, right? He flipped through the pages, growing more and more confused, no matter how he looked at it. It looked like a kid's scratch pad. Minju read the first entry. Your dream. My dream is to grow up and become a rob banks, capitalists, and tycoons, then split the money with poor people so they can buy houses and cars and live happily ever after. Jiangzu's comment, your dream is wonderful. When you grow up, don't forget your teacher, okay? Keep it up and pay attention to your desk mate. Their dream is to become a police officer. Ding said, a little embarrassed. This is little Zhu's old homework notebook. She used half of it and tossed it. Waste of good paper, so I wrote the divine art in the back. Minju flipped to the last page, then realized, these are supposed to be characters. They're worse than the elementary school kids writing from earlier. Ding angrily snatched the notebook back. Take it or leave it. Beggars can't be choosers. Am I saving you or are you saving me? He scowled, clutching the old notebook protectively to his chest. If I weren't doing this for your dad, I wouldn't even bother with you. Now look what you've done, ruined my sacred text. Minju rushed to smooth things over. Don't be mad. I'll study it. I will study it. He tried to butter Ding up with calligraphy. This majestic. You'll have to translate it for me. Ding opened the notebook with absolute confidence. Sure, let me read it to you. Let me show you what I've got. But that confidence lasted about 2 seconds. The smile vanished from his face. Ding's expression darkened, hands shaking, completely at a loss. He held up the notebook to hide his embarrassment. Minju was speechless. Don't tell me you can't even read your own writing. Ding scratched his head in defense. It's been a while. He sheepishly stuffed the notebook into his jacket. But anyway, it's a technique I created myself. Give me 10 days, half a month tops, I can probably translate it. Then he threw his arm around Minju again. The sorcerer world is extremely interested in Tiandu. You're not safe out there, just move back in here for now. Minju's face lit up the moment he heard that. Isn't that perfect? Ding waved his hand. Nothing bad about it at all. The room's empty anyway. Whether you stay or not makes no difference. Then very casually tallied up the cost and held out his hand. 2,900 a month, cash or transfer. Minju froze, wondering if he'd heard wrong, but Ding's outstretched hand remained. A silent confirmation. Nope, you didn't mishear. Minju exploded. You're charging me rent. Ding happily strolled to the door, checking his phone. To make your move easier, I even sent someone to help you pack. They should be back any minute. Minju was still reeling in disbelief when the sound of a car horn blared from outside. You did what? They're here, they're here. Ding reached the front door just as the moving truck pulled up. Sister Zhao pointed to the back. Old Zhu. All this kid stuff has been delivered. Ding happily patted Minju on the shoulder. Top-notch service, right? Satisfied. Sister Zhao hopped out of the truck, beaming. Kid, your complexion looks great. That's wonderful to see. Then she held up her phone and elbowed him. Moving fee 600, pay up. Minju cursed in fury. So the two of you have been fleecing me this whole time. Just then, the back door of the car swung open and Jiangzu's voice rang out. Sister Zhao, the moving fee is 600 yuan, you shouldn't take it. She steps out of the van and says, at Little Sun Studio, we aren't cutthroat merchants. Mingyu feels relieved, never expecting that strange girl would be the most normal person here. The cat hiding in Jiangzu's jacket pokes its head out. I just verified it online. She struggles to get the cats through the gate and says wearily, the fee. For a move this distance, it should be about 520 yuan. Jiangzu puffs her cheeks in annoyance, refusing to settle for anything less than that extra 80 yuan. But Sister Zhao quickly coaxes her. If we get more money, I'll buy you new things, you should dress up more too. Hearing this, Mingyu immediately collapses to the ground. I was wrong, everyone here is abnormal. Ding walks over toward Jiangzu. Little Zhu back so soon. She brings out the cats she found. Pats and strokes. Do you feel which one belongs to Ms. Wang? She was covered in dogs and cats, I couldn't tell, so I caught them all. Ding ponders, then points at the cat tucked inside Zhu's jacket. He's at a loss too. How about we ask Ms. Wang to identify it tomorrow? Let's keep them inside for now. Neuter this one, let's go with that. She immediately drops all the dogs and cats she was carrying. Jiangzu walks to her room exhausted. I'm going to my room to rest now. Ding encourages her. You've worked hard today, little Zhu. After she leaves, he immediately reverts to his money-grubbing persona, his eyes sparkling. Student Chu, do you need me to help move your stuff next? Wait, Mingyu says angrily, no need, I'll do it myself. He thinks to himself, this guy is definitely looking to fleece me. The night is deep. Mingyu lies in his cluttered room, dwelling on being labeled as a father styler and getting beaten up. Little Sun Studio, maybe dad knows about the Tiangu. Could he be an occultist too? He decides to close his eyes and pulls the blanket up high. Sleep for now, I'm exhausted. Suddenly a cat meow echoes. The meowing continues incessantly. Mingyu tries to ignore it and go to sleep. In Jiangzu's room, Ding is on the ceiling sneakily taking photos while she hugs a cat in her sleep, dreaming of food. I can't eat anymore. Little Zhu's sleeping face is so cute. Ding happily snaps photos with a camera equipped with a massive telephoto lens. The sound of the cats makes it impossible for Mingyu to sleep. He rolls his eyes and texts, Student Zio AI, how do you make cat soup? The reply reads, use the tender leaves of the bok choy, use clean water. The next morning, Mingyu heads out looking sleep-deprived. A woman's joyful voice echoes in the courtyard. Ms. Wang, I finally found you. Ms. Wang happily hugs her cat while using her phone to transfer money. You found my Ms. Wang in just one night. Little Zhu, you guys are so reliable. I'm adding 1,000 as a bonus. Ding beams with joy when his phone notifies him of the account balance. It's just my job, you're too kind. Account. When Sister Wang leaves, he doesn't forget to wave goodbye. Sister Wang, if there's ever anything you need, just let me know. Ding Yi excitedly flashes a thumbs up at Jiangzu. Didn't I tell you? Sister Wang's loaded, she's got money. She furrows her brow. That cat is clearly just a cat, so why call it Miss Wang? Zhu Daiying shrugs. Maybe the cat was just messing around. Ah, that could be it, it's possible. Mingwu stumbles out of his room, yawning repeatedly. It's barely morning, what are you two discussing? Ding Yi grits him cheerfully. You're up. Have Zio Zhu take you around today to get familiar with the environment. After that, I'll teach you the basics. He is surprised when he sees Mingwu's appearance. Why are you carrying a backpack? You're going out. After what happened yesterday, don't tell me you still want to go to school. Do you really love studying that much? He says with a pained expression, I oversleep all the time, I've already been flagged for it multiple times. If they catch me skipping class too, I'm done for. These days, master's degrees are a dime a dozen. Even people from Tsinghua and Peking University are grinding away. Without a diploma, even a stray dog out in the real world would look down on you. Ding Yi and Jiang Zhu stare blankly, utterly bewildered. Two people who have never held a job nor attended university, they simply cannot comprehend it. Oh, is that so? He carefully instructs Jiang Zhu it's too dangerous for him to go out alone these days. If someone ambushes him again, or his beastly nature erupts and he attacks someone, then we'll have a real catastrophe on our hands. Zio Zhu, you go with him. Before he even finishes the sentence, she's already nodding in agreement. All right, Mingwu asks warily. Hold on, this bodyguard service isn't going to charge me too, is it? Ding Yi says, displeased, what kind of person do you take me for? Scene shifts to number 3 University of Science and Technology, South Gate. The beat-up van pulls to a stop right in front of the campus gate. Mingwu hops out cheerfully. Sister Zhao thanks for the ride. But she's already tallying it up. Quick fare 168 yuan. His heart jolts and he collapses to the ground with a thud. Mingwu begs for mercy, tears streaming. This little lamb is about to get fleeced clean. Sister Zhao bursts out laughing. Sorry, just messing with you. Jiangzu opens the car door and steps out. Mingwu looks up to see Jiangzu walking toward him. Then he glances behind him. I'd advise you to cut the act and get up. The surrounding students begin to whisper and gossip. What's wrong with that guy? A pervert lying on the ground, ogling girls' legs. Unbelievable, why doesn't a creep like that just drop dead? That's absolutely disgusting. That girl looks oddly familiar. The rumors spread like wildfire across the entire campus. Isn't that the girl who is going around everywhere looking for her baby daddy? That Mingwu really is something else. The guy crawling on the ground isn't that Mingwu. For real, Minju genuinely has no idea what expression to make anymore. He sits up and asks her if she was looking for a playboy yesterday. Then he lets out a goofy laugh, pointing at himself. And that playboy would be me. Jiangzu doesn't deny it one bit. Correct. I went to your campus looking for you yesterday. Minju realizes the problem. He stomps his foot in frustration. You people ruined Megan. Sister Zhao watches from afar and can only sigh. Poor kid. He grumbles while walking, his voice sharp with irritation. Jiangzu trails behind him. Unbelievable, my reputation is completely trashed, you know that right? She explains, the campus is huge. I couldn't find you, so I used a little technique. That day, Jiangzu had disguised herself and infiltrated the university to chat up students. She put on a pitiful act, asking, excuse me, do you know a playboy named Minju? Jiangzu buried her face in her hands and cried, sending the girl she was talking to into a panic. Yesterday, Minju tried to force himself on me. When I refused, he cornered me. She sobbed and wiped at her tears. And on top of that, he's been stringing along over a dozen girls at once. He's the enemy of all women. After hearing the full story retold, Minju is absolutely speechless. She continues explaining, once the playboy rumor spread across campus, you'd come running to find me on your own. Then I could bring you back. His mouth twists. Thank God you came up with such a god-awful plan. Jiangzu sighs, I didn't come up with it, someone else taught me. Minju clenches his fists, tears streaming inward. Ding's sneering face flashes through his mind. He has no idea how he guessed who was behind it. He keeps walking, grumbling nonstop. So what am I supposed to do now? I can't carry the playboy label for all 4 years of college. Jiangzu answers honestly. Master and Sister Zhao both said, if the boy ain't bad, the girl ain't interested. I think you'll actually attract more girls now. Minju's eyes well up with tears. Are you serious right now? Where's the logic in that? Suddenly, Jiangzu senses something. She whips around, her guard instantly up. Jiangzu shoves him hard. Get down, oh. In an instant, a swarm of strange birds dive bombs toward them. Their eyes lock dead on at Minju. Luckily Jiangzu and he hit the ground just in time. Minju has no clue what just happened. He lifts his head. What the hell? Both of them look up. The bird that attacked spreads its wings and perches on a tree branch. The other birds start behaving strangely too. Their blood-red eyes stare down at them, terrifying. The path ahead is ambushed by the eerie flock. The scene is straight-up nightmare fuel. The lead bird, radiating killing intent, screeches an order. The sound barely fades before countless more birds swoop in. Minju dusts himself off and glances at Jiangzu. Hey, here went your back. He says it sheepishly. Unlike him, Jiangzu is perfectly calm. Jiangzu's bag flips open, revealing a sword inside. She grabs it and stands guard in front of Minju. Stay put, don't run around, stick close to me, there could be other enemies lying in wait. Facing the swarm, spiritual energy begins radiating from the blade, its warmth spreading outward. Jiangzu's eyes burn with fierce determination. She swings the sword and a vortex erupts, yanking the birds into a spiraling mess. The spiritual energy from her weapon sends them spinning out of control. Feathers rain down on Minju. He yanks his hood up, gross. Watching Jiangzu in action, Minju can only think one thing: she's cool as hell. The birds plummet from the sky and crash heavily to the ground. Jiangzu freezes, the birds with bloodshot eyes tremble weakly. She cradles one gently. These pigeons seem to be under a control spell, probably some kind of insect-based sorcery using toxic substances. Jiangzu scans the surroundings. Controlling this many birds at once, however, did this isn't simple. Minju reaches out hesitantly. Someone sent these birds to attack me. Seriously, why does everyone hate me so much? She turns back and says quietly, let's head back first and report to Boss Zhu. He cuts her off, furious. What did you just say? How can we just leave? I haven't even gone to class yet. Education is a cultural tradition on a grand scale, and on a practical level, it's about landing a good job. How can I just skip out? Jiangzu cuts straight to the point. So which matters more, your grades or your life? Minju picks life. Minju finally follows her. He asks, what about these pigeons though? They're not dead, right? Jiangzu replies, just knocked out. They'll wake up in a few minutes. Zixi watches the two of them through binoculars, seething. She clenches her fists, scowling. That woman's a sorcerer and she's protecting that creep. Zixi gnaws on her fingernail, frowning. Could it be that his ability to attract so many girls is also some kind of spell? She raises both fists and screams, that playboy scumbag unforgivable. A teacher's voice cuts in from behind. Zixi, what are you doing in my office? Zixi jumps slightly flustered. She clasps her hands together, putting on her sweetest smile. I'm researching the branching development of wax neurons, teacher. I still have a few questions. She blinks up at the teacher with sparkling eyes. Faced with that look, the teacher goes silent for a beat. She turns away, embarrassed. Oh, really? Lab 2 is empty. Let's go discuss it there. Zixi beams. Awesome, you're the best, teacher. 3 hours later, Zixi politely bows her head inside the room. Thank you, teacher. I feel way more confident about my paper now. Zixi skips happily down the hallway. She pumps both fists and grins. Research really is fun. Son Zixi, age 14, second-year molecular biology major, honors youth class biology department. Out of nowhere, little Ash swoops in and lands right on top of Zixi's head. A sudden gust of wind sweeps past in eerie silence. The world goes dead quiet. Zixi clutches her head in a panic. Wait, I came here to deal with that playboy, and somehow I ended up doing academic research. Little Ash extends one wing and says solemnly, Papa. She straightens up confidently and nods in agreement. Exactly, little Ash. We must become champions of justice. The bird echoes her, Papa. Passers-by around them start murmuring. She's got a bird on her head. That's actually adorable. Zixi ducks her head in embarrassment and speed walks away, muttering, stop calling me cute. The sudden ring of a phone from her pocket cuts her off. She slowly picks up. Hello. A voice comes through from the other end. Heroine's son. The man sits at a bar counter, speaking coolly. That lawyer you asked us to investigate, we've dug up everything. The file's been sent to you. The bartender across the way wipes a glass and cuts in. Who's our lady night hunting now? He pours milk into a cup, leans both hands on the table, and says dead seriously, wasn't there some rich kid murder case a while back? The lawyer investigating the casa, the one accused of fabricating evidence, threatening witnesses, tax evasion through shadow contracts. Turns out the lawyer himself was the real criminal. The bartender holds up a bag of vintage 82 milk and continues. She commissions you twice a week. The fees alone are enough to live on for a while. Just stay her intel guy and you're set. He downs it in one go, still walks away. The empty milk glass rolls across the table. This girl hits without knowing her own strength. I don't dare get close to her. In a pitch-dark room, 2 girls lie huddled on a bed. They tremble, pressing tight against each other. Objects litter the floor in chaos. The unlucky guy is tied up and strung from a tree. All he can do is scream. He sobs in terror. Lady Night, mercy, I was wrong. I'll turn myself in tomorrow. Zixi watches with delight. Tomorrow. Her voice cuts sharp. Go right now. The guy walks stark naked to the police station. Zixi strolls casually down the street. The girl skips along happily, swinging a tree branch in her hand. Zixi appraises it, a fine blade indeed. The girl is dead serious. 10 years grinding a single sword edge sharp as bone, never once drawn. Zixi swings the branch hard. Let's see who else needs saving. Just one swing. The girl leaps up and lashes the trunk of a tree in front of her. Under Zixi's force, a branch snaps clean off. The branch drops from above smack onto the girl's head. Zixi crumples to the ground in pain, clutching her now swollen head with both hands. Xiao Hui watches the crying girl from across the road and lets out a weary bark. Zixi leans against a tree trunk, gazing at the city lights ahead. She murmurs, Xiao Hui, why are there so many terrible people in this world? Zixi looks up, chasing money with no shame, trampling morality and the law, even throwing away lives. Under the bright moonlight, the girl whispers, and then there are the perfs never satisfied, always hungry for more. Xiao Hui barks loudly. Heh. Zixi flops onto the grass. Damn right, I'm talking about that old bastard. The girl seethes. Mom looks like that and he still keeps 2 mistresses on the side. Suddenly Zixi's expression shifts. Her eyes go wide as she raises her trembling hands. But then she realizes Mom has a kept man too. Zixi's face twists in disgust. Damn both of them, 2 of a kind not fit to share a doorframe. She bolts upright. Neither of them are any good. I'm cutting ties right now. Xiao Hui barks in agreement, then Zixi's stomach lets out a long, pitiful growl. Cars streak past the girl. Zixi flops back down and shouts, I've been gone 5 whole days. They haven't even looked for me, probably off living it up with their lovers. The girl turns her face away and mutters, absolute trash, even worse than that Zhou Minjiu scumbag. Zixi thinks of Minjiu and Jiangzu and a knot twists in her stomach. And whoever's protecting that Zhou Minjiu probably brainwashed too. She stares straight ahead, frowning, but don't think having a bodyguard means I'm out of options. Zixi rises to her feet, eyes sharp as blades. I can't beat my own parents, but you, I can sure as hell beat you. The girl plants her hands on her hips, brimming with confidence. Xiao Hui, time to show them what the Lady Night can do. She suddenly sways, Celepiness crashes over her, and Xiao Hui collapses. Zixi yells, Zio Hui, don't you dare fall asleep. On the bustling street, cheerful voices ring out. Th letter 1 ECBCH, C letter 1 EEB, Zern skewers are here. This milk tea is so good. The girl stands before a restaurant. The door opens, a bell chimes softly. Zixi freezes at the vast space inside, music echoing in her ears. A drunk man calls out, hey, you guys letting school kids in now? A woman quickly whispers, she's a college student, don't let her hear you calling her a kid. The girl steps through the door. Zixi descends step by step, Th letter 1 EB1 NG bar, basement level 1, 3 stories underground. The moment she walks in, catcalls and teasing voices ring out. Lady Knight, it's so late, what brings you here? I've got your favorite soda right here, come on over. Come on, have a drink with me. The girl frowns, head down, pushing through. Dolly and 2 others greet her cheerfully. Not in a good mood today. Must be heartbreak, or maybe the school physical said she's short and flat. Zixi screams. Everyone. The girl plants her hands on her hips, radiating confidence. I need your help with something. Everyone goes silent, confused. What is it? You need us? The bartender asks gently. Zixi, what's got you so fired up? Zixi juts out her chin and snaps, there's a player at my school stringing along more than a dozen girls. I went to teach him a lesson, but a sorcerer got in my way. The girl holds up Jiangzu's phone. It's this chick went and shielded that scumbag. Zixi's face turns absolutely sinister. Tomorrow whoever holds that girl off for me, I'll handle the player myself. Once it's done, the money's easy to discuss. Dolly slapped his chest with confidence. A piece of cake, leave it to me, he echoes enthusiastically. Dolly volunteers for battle. Then he suddenly pauses. Wait a minute. That girl looks kinda familiar. He squints at the screen and shouts. Holy shit, isn't that the Ghost Terrifier? All 3 change their tune in an instant. Lady Knight, maybe we should skip this one. The drunk guy waves his bottle and slurs. That girl Jiangzu, her boss is Zhu Ding. Their street name is Ghost Terrifier. You do not mess with them. Zixi crosses her arms. Zhu Ding, that cat-abusing weirdo. The 3 burst out laughing. He doesn't abuse cats, but he could treat us like cats, pin us to the ground and grind our faces in. Dude's riding a rocket straight to the heavens. The girl holds up 2 fingers, eyes blazing. I don't care how powerful she is, I'll pay double. Dolly shifts uncomfortably. We're not poking that hornet's nest. He continues, forcing a smile. Better to pass on this one. My life matters. 3 beer bottles clink together as they break into song and dance. In the end, Zixi can only leave. The girl screams in frustration, a bunch of cowards, idiots. Suddenly a voice calls out, hey miss, don't be mad. The old man steps out from behind Sun Teat and speaks, shall I help you? He smiles faintly and continues, just make sure you don't delay the payment once the job is done. The next morning, the sunlight spills over the houses. Chu Minju wakes up, lets out a long yawn, and opens the door. He walks down the hallway exhausted. Chu Minju stops suddenly in front of the bathroom. He stands before the mirror, brushing his teeth with his eyes shut. With his hair in a mess, he reaches out for the doorknob. Chu Minju pushes the door open without a second thought. Inside, Jiangzu is sitting on the toilet, watching him calmly. Startled, Chu Minju spits out the water in his mouth and slams the door shut, calling out, sorry, I didn't notice anyone was inside. The toothbrush he was holding drops to the floor. Jiangzu remains motionless, covered in toothpaste foam. Suddenly, footsteps approach. Sister Zhao walks up, still half asleep. She opens the door and says, Little Zhu, are you done yet? I can't hold it anymore. Sister Zhao stares in confusion at Chu Minju, who is kneeling on the floor. What are you doing here? He stammers, scratching his face. I came to brush my teeth and wash up. Looking down at the object beneath him, Sister Zhao becomes even more puzzled. So this washboard, Chu Minju apologizes sincerely, looking embarrassed. A noise echoes from inside the bathroom. Jiangzu opens the door and says softly, Sister Zhao, sorry to keep you waiting. Sister Zhao is startled when she sees her. Oh, little Zhu. She suddenly freezes. Jiangzu is soaking wet, wearing only a thin nightgown. Seeing this, Sister Zhao fixes a cold, sharp gaze on Chu Minju. She lunges forward in a rage and grabs him by the collar. You little brat, what did you do? Sister Zhao attacks frantically, ignoring Chu Minju's attempts to explain. Wait, no, hold on, help. On the street, the vendor stalls begin to open. Jiangzu and Chu Minju walk together, each carrying a bag of fried dough sticks. He starts, I'm sorry about earlier, I just woke up and was still groggy, I didn't see anything. Chu Minju's face is bruised and swollen. Being in the yard and now the bathroom, this is too much to handle. He lifts the 2 bags and asks, with this many dough sticks, can the 4 of us really eat all of them? Jiangzu turns back to explain, Ding Yi alone can eat 70 or 80. This amount is only enough to make us 30% full. Thinking of Ding Yi, Chu Minju thinks, are you all being eaten into poverty by that guy? Suddenly she reaches out to stop him. She commands, wait. Before them stands a dog with blood-red eyes. Seeing it, Chu Minju laughs. Just a puppy, don't be so tense, relax, I've got this. He turns around and behind them, countless more are barking from above. On the rooftops are cats, radiating a dense, murderous aura. In an instant, Chu Minju is trembling with fear. Actually, I'm terrified of dogs. You should handle this, my lady. No sooner does he say this than Jiangsu steps forward. The dog, with its glowing red eyes and bared fangs, snarls, its murderous intent surging. Beside it, a savage black cat growls, its yellow eyes filled with hatred. These creatures, they're being controlled by someone. Look at their eyes, they all have that same red flicker as the birds from yesterday. She whispers a warning, be careful, don't stray too far from me. Suddenly, the cats launch themselves at Chu Minju in a frenzy. Terrified, he flails his arms, shouting, which bastard is targeting me? The vicious dog lunges forward. It opens its maw, aiming for Chu Minju. He dodges nimbly. Jiangsu immediately rushes in and delivers a heavy strike to the dog's head. Behind him, Chu Minju is surrounded by cats. Save me. Man-eating cats. Suddenly, someone steps forward. Jiangsu ignores him completely. She turns toward the sound of footsteps. An old man approaches calmly, speaking softly, young lady, I have a bit of business to attend to. Jiangsu says sternly, Chu Minju. Go first. Chu Minju throws his arms up and scrambles to run away. Good luck, my lady. He shouts angrily, and why the hell do you all keep biting my pants? In an instant, the scene between Jiangsu and the old man goes silent. Her eyes are cold as she glares straight ahead. Contrasting Jiangsu's tension, the old man remains incredibly calm. Little girl, don't look so terrifying. He continues, I know the craft of sugar blowing. Would you like to see? Not waiting for an answer, he raises a pipe to his mouth and blows. The sugar figure in his hand takes shape suddenly. The ox-like figure moves and charges frantically. Jiangsu shows no fear, facing it head-on. It grows larger and larger. The bag of dough sticks drops from her hand. She grabs one as a makeshift weapon, manifesting a powerful aura of magical energy around her. Jiangsu attacks the charging bull repeatedly. Under the force of her blows, its body begins to crack. She stares coldly as the fragments fall away. Jiangsu points her weapon at him, demanding, why? Are you targeting Chu Minju? Who ordered you? He remains composed. Little girl, isn't it a bit impolite to fight me with a dough stick? Old man. Threads of sugar sprout from his fingertips. I hate brats who don't understand etiquette. The sugar threads advance, touching the fragments, occupying the space around Jiangsu's body. The fragments reassemble into a multitude of bulls surrounding her. Jiangsu glances around, wondering, what kind of technique is this? To control so many fragments simultaneously, the old man laughs, continuing to manipulate them. My sugar art is ever-changing. Are you having fun? The bulls create a powerful vortex of energy, circling Jiangsu. Suddenly, one of them charges. She quickly uses her magical energy to retaliate, shattering it once more. Another one approaches from behind. Jiangsu continues to use her previous maneuver. She keeps attacking, scattering them apart. Up above, Little Gray watches the chaos unfold below. He's both controlling them and making a phone call. Little Sunxi, I've pinned her down just like the plan. Zixi shouts from the alley, don't call me that so familiarly. Seriously. When the call ends, the girl mutters under her breath, this old perv keeps trying to get fresh with me. I need to be his granddaughter or something, Gug, never mind. Jiangsu clenches her fists, gritting her teeth, but thankfully, with him holding that woman back, this heroine can finally deal with that scumbag. Right in front of Minju, who's running for his life from those creatures. He whips around furiously and yells, why the hell do you keep chasing me? Suddenly, Minju freezes in his tracks. Spotting Zixi, he raises his hand and shouts a warning, kid, run. Go, there's a rabid dog. Zixi pays zero attention to Minju's warning. She commands Little Gray keep attacking. He panics, holy shit, bird shit. Minju doesn't react in time and slams face first into the wall. The impact leaves him seeing stars, blood streaming from his nose. Zixi points straight at him. Joe, Minju found you. The girl plants herself in front of Minju, shouting, you ruined innocent girls, enemy of womankind. Today, heroine's son shall deliver divine justice. Determination burns in Zixi's eyes, points and commands, bite this scumbag's pants off, purge the evil for the people. Minju collapses to the ground, trembling as he stammers, wait, misunderstanding, I'm a good person. Zixi couldn't care less, casually shutting him down. If you're a good person, then Ximen Qing is a goddamn gentleman. He sprawls on the ground, desperately explaining, how the hell am I a scumbag? I'm still a virgin, never dated anyone, haven't even held a girl's hand. The girl crosses her arms, speaking slowly, spare me the act. The whole school knows about it, you think I'd fall for that? Zixi commands again, bite his balls off for all I care. Hearing that, the creatures charge in like maniacs. Minju's face is covered in wounds, he clenches his teeth. I told you it's a misunderstanding. He suddenly springs to his feet, ready to bolt. A blazing red aura erupts around Minju. Are you even listening to me? He raises both hands, his eyes suddenly bloodshot. Getting bitten by this many dogs will kill someone, you understand. The red aura surges violently. He shouts, do you have any idea how miserable I've been these past few days? Zixi stares at the scene before her, utterly terrified. He slams down on top of her, snarling, today I'm giving you the gift of 9 months and 10 days. The girl lies beneath him, eyes wide and glistening, looking up at Minju. Don't. The creatures all turn tail at once. The red aura pouring off him grows more violent by the second. Minju's eyes now look like those of a demon on the brink. Jiangzu appears out of nowhere. Zhou Minju, do you have any idea what you're doing? Hearing the voice, he turns, doesn't hesitate, swinging her hand hard across Minju's face. He flies backward and slams into the wall. Minju clutches his head in pain. Hey, what the hell did you hit me for? Jiangzu stands before him, speaking coldly, you almost lost consciousness just now. She glances at Zixi, trying to sneak away behind her. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly called out, the girl flinches. Hey, I'm just a passerby. Minju slumps against the wall, pointing. She's the one who sicked her dogs on me. Zixi turns around, gazing at them with big, glistening eyes, speaking softly, pretty sister. This big brother suddenly lunged at mate was really scary. Jiangzu raises her weapon, her face radiating killing intent. You can't fool me, cut the cute act, tell me why you're really here. Seeing that, the girl trembles. Please spare me. Zixi points at Wu Ming. It's all because of that scumbag. It's all his fault. Hearing that, he snaps back furiously. I told you I'm not a scumbag. The girl straightens up, radiating the aura of justice incarnate. I am a friend of justice. I help those in need, vanquish evil. In the martial world, they call me Heroine Sun. I heard this Zhou Minju ruined over a dozen girls, so I came here specifically to deal with him. Jiangzu maintains her composure. So you were not here for the Tiandu. Zixi blinks in confusion. Tiandu, like the thing that swallows the moon. She lets out a soft sigh. Jiangzu steps closer, explaining gently the rumors about Zhou Minju being a scumbag are just thatch rumors. According to our investigation, he's actually a virgin, never had a girlfriend his entire life. Hearing that, Zixi goes, wait for real. Rumors. The girl declares furiously, but everyone says he's a scumbag. Seeing Zixi still doesn't believe it, Jiangzu tugs at her own shirt, revealing a seductive figure. Then take a look for yourself. She slams one foot against the wall. Minju breaks into a sweat, a giant question mark practically floating over his head as Jiangzu presses close to him. She lifts his chin lightly, saying in a sultry voice, come to my room tonight. Minju's entire face flushes crimson with embarrassment. What are you even saying? We just met a few days ago. Sent this moving way too fast. The moment she finishes, Jiangzu pulls her foot down and turns back casually. Get it now. Zixi nods, giving a thumbs up. Got it, he's definitely a virgin boy. Hey, don't you two think this is a bit much? The girl covers her mouth, barely holding back her laughter. Sorry, virgin boy, that was my mistake. I know I was wrong. Minju's rage skyrockets, but there's absolutely nothing he can do about it. This little brat is so damn annoying. Zixi beams, turning to leave. Well then, pretty sister, misunderstanding cleared up, no harm done, I'll get going. She dashes off, waving goodbye. Bye-bye, pretty sister and virgin boy. Goodbye. Minju shouts, what? Did I ever say I was a virgin? Minju turns to Jiangzu, demanding, that brat clearly didn't mean her apology. You're really just letting her go. He notices her absorbed in her phone. What are you looking at? Jiangzu replies slowly, I'm having someone look into her identity. On screen is a chat, look into this person for me, I recognize her. Hold on. Moments later, the reply comes through Sun Zixi's Intel file. The details scroll across the Intel panel. Name Sun Zixi. Gender female. Age 14. Height 144 cm. Hometown Kinwang Island. Ethnicity Han. Education second-year student. Molecular biology major. National University of Science and Technology. Class 3. Magic affinity Hong Kong style head technique. Cat familiar. Taoist arts, spirit channeling, divination, inner arts, Quanjin Longmen lineage. Knows a little of everything, but expert in nothing. Personality lively, bold, incredibly righteous, adored by fellow practitioners, self-proclaimed friend of justice. Despises evil like it's a personal vendetta, loves righting wrongs. Background: parents are wealthy entrepreneurs with assets exceeding 10 billion. This month, both parents were discovered to have been keeping a mistress and a kept man, respectively. Family relations have become tense and estranged. After reading through it all, Jiangzu comments she's not a bad person, just a movie-obsessed girl who likes playing the righteous hero. Plus, her family's loaded. Minju frowns, jabbing his finger at the phone. This person has way too many character traits. Don't even know where to start understanding her. Jiangzu strokes her chin. At least she didn't lie, so she probably won't bother you again. She bends down to pick up the fried dough sticks. Jiangzu says softly, let's go, pick up your dough sticks. Ivrion's waiting. Minju scratches his head awkwardly. I was too busy running earlier. Dropped all of them. Zixi ducks into an alley, doubled over and panting hard. Sweat soaks her forehead. Thank goodness that pretty sister was nice. Otherwise, I'd have been completely screwed. The girl suddenly recalled what he had told her. That beauty was Jiangzu and her boss was Zhu Ding. In the underground world, the two of them went by the nicknames Ghost's Bane and Don't Even Try It. Zixi scratched her head. Those people had called this big sis Ghost's Bane. What a load of crap. The girl threw furious punches at the air. Didn't matter who it was, spreading fake rumors, causing her to hurt an innocent person, whoever it was. She was dragging them into the light. Jiangzu's face flashed in her mind. There was the mastermind. Just as she was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out. Zixi, is the job done? Zixi shot him an annoyed glance. I thought you got your ass beat and were too scared to show your face. The man had tailed the girl step by step. She was descent in the residential area. He couldn't go all out, so she slipped away. She already rescued the target and left. Zixi quickly denied it. No, not exactly. He pointed a finger. His voice turned soft. Since things went smoothly, about my payment. The girl raised both hands with an air of absolute composure. Do you know who I am? Would I stiff you on cash? Name your price. He nodded approvingly. Good, good. Suddenly, his creepy candy stick materialized out of thin air. I don't want money. Zixi frowned, confused. Then what do you want? His face transformed into something else entirely. Veins pulsing red in his eyes, his voice dripping with malice. What I want is you, my dear little granddaughter. The girl froze, paralyzed by sheer terror. All three sat at the table and started eating. Zhu Ding spoke up with a deadpan tone. You two were out that long, and all you brought back was one soggy fried dough stick. Hearing that, Jiangzu started to explain. Actually, but Minju cut her off in the next breath. It was crowded today, everything was sold out. Jiangzu took a sip of the water Minju had handed her, then added, the person who ambushed Zhou Minju before showed up again. But she wasn't targeting Tiandu, it was a misunderstanding. Already handled. Zhu Ding Midchu on the dough stick asked. Handled is good, so how much are we charging for the trauma and emotional damages? Jiangzu just kept her innocent face buried in the glass of water and didn't answer. Seeing that, Minju forced a smile. We let her go, didn't charge anything. Zhu Ding let out a helpless sight. Hin suddenly shot to his feet, frowning and raising his voice. Xiao Zhu, I told you since you were a kid in this world, everything costs money when opportunity knocks. You squeeze them dry. He gestured at the pathetic spread on the table. We're eating pickled cabbage and soggy rice every single day. We can't even afford fried dough sticks on the regular. Pickled greens, chili peppers, radish, salt, garlic. We're this broke, and you're letting money-making opportunities walk out the door. After hearing Zhu Ding's speech, Minju shot him a deadpan look and muttered, the other day you were stuffing your face like a starving pig. Ding leaned in close, grabbing Minju's jaw. Look at little Joe here, ambushed twice in a row, poor bastard. Billing 800,000 for medical fees isn't even excessive. Minju's voice trembled. Lucky Jiangzu was there or I'd be in real trouble. Ding patted his head. Even if your body's fine. That fragile little soul of yours was definitely traumatized. Emotional damages are non-negotiable. Minju immediately played along, putting on a show of crying. They called me a scumbag boss. Jiangzu typed on her phone and said, I just sent you the intel file from the situation room. Go find her and demand compensation. Ding's eyes lit up instantly. Let me see, what does she look like? How much can we squeeze out? At the same time, Minju's phone buzzed with a notification. He grabbed it and opened it. Seconds later, his eyes went wide with shock. On-screen email from June 2021, Class 2 Engineering, Faculty Advisor Notice. Recently, class skipping and absences have been rampant. Multiple students have accumulated excessive unexcused absences across numerous courses. In our class, the following students are flagged: Chen Kikun, Zheng Junliang, Zhou Minju, Xiao Zihan, Yang Geajia, and Li Liuren. These 6 students' cases are extremely severe. The department's academic committee has decided if any of these 6 students misses even one more class, they automatically fail all courses this semester. Take this as your final warning. Faculty Advisor, Class 2, School of Engineering. After reading the email, Minju's face drained of color. His entire body broke out in a cold sweat and he started shaking. Seeing Minju scramble toward the door, Ding called out, Hey, little Joe, where are you going? Class, Minju shouted back. I'm about to fail 12 courses. he sprinted down the street at full speed. Tears streaming, why do they always take attendance on the days I skip? Please God, no roll call today. Suddenly, the sound of wheels rolling came from behind him. It was Jiangsu on her scooter. Minjiu saw her riding over and blurted, "You have an electric scooter." Jiangsu turned to him, "Stop running around like a headless chicken. Go home and lay low, otherwise you'll get ambushed again." Minjiu grabbed the back of her scooter with a desperate grin. "Please, Zujai, let me ride with you. With you around, nothing bad can happen." Jiangsu raised an eyebrow. "You sure about that?" Suddenly something appeared above, catching both their attention. It was Little Gray. The moment Minjiu saw it, he panicked and instinctively shielded his crotch. Shit. Not again. But this time, Little Gray didn't attack. Instead, it just circled around Minjiu. Even he found it strange. He stared at it, confused. What's going on? It's not attacking this time. Jiangsu turned to Minjiu with a cute look. "You can recognize that bird by face?" He gritted his teeth. "I'd recognize that thing even if it turned into ash." Minjiu's eyes bulged. He jabbed a finger upward, veins popping on his forehead. "That bird belongs to that crazy bitch and it dumped a whole curse on my head." A moment later, Little Gray flew over to a broken yellow bicycle propped against a dumpster. It perched on the seat, spread its wings wide, and let out a few sharp cries. Then came more gesturing, on wing up, one wing pointing. It squawked something else and finally flopped over, twitching and faking collapse. Jiangsu frowned, pointing at Little Gray. "What is it saying?" "Xuanye." Minjiu replied flatly, "I don't speak bird." Seconds later, Little Gray squawked even louder, clearly trying to convey something. Seeing that, Minjiu held up a hand. "Wait, I think I'm actually starting to understand." He studied Little Gray's gestures intently, brows furrowed. Once it clicked, Minjiu's eyes flew wide open. That girl got ambushed. Cut to Zixi. The girl slowly opened her eyes and looked around. Everything was unfamiliar. "Where am I?" Zixi asked. Then her eyes snapped wide open. She felt something. One of her arms was stuck fast, glued down by candied sugar. The girl screamed in panic. "It's so sticky, what the hell is this?" Suddenly the old man let out a sinister laugh. "Good morning, dear granddaughter." Zixi jolted upright, eyes wide with alarm. "Where am I? What do you want from me?" The old man flashed a wicked grin. "Family reunions don't come easy. Why rush off?" The candied sugar wound tighter around her. Zixi thrashed and screamed, "What the hell is this stuff? Don't touch me." Seconds later, both her legs were bound tight by the sticky sugar. In an instant, it had wrapped around her entire body. The girl screams, "Let me go, let me go." The old man's expression darkens. "Good girl, come with grandpa. Let's go see grandma and daddy." Zixi snaps, "Who the hell is your granddaughter? Are you insane? If you don't let me go right now, I'll scream and someone will beat the hell out of you. You're dead, you hear me? Dead." He gestures toward the two figures encased in sugar candy, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "This is your grandma. And next to her your daddy." Zixi's eyes go wide, a horrified gasp escapes her lips. The man and woman, both completely encased in sugar candy, sit frozen, utterly motionless. The room falls dead silent, as if time itself just stopped. The old man lets out a laugh. "Everyone says your wife and son died years ago, don't they? Complete bullshit." He walks over to the woman, reaching out to stroke her face as he continues. "A few months back I spotted my wife dancing at the town square, so I brought her home." He turns and strokes the man's cheek. "My son torn into him at a construction site. Tell me that's not fate." The old man turns his hand towards Zixi. "And you, my dear granddaughter." Zixi's face drains of all color, pure, unfiltered terror. The old man flashes a grotesque, eerie smile, drawing out each word with deliberate slowness. "And noted, and I find you too." Zixi trembles violently, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. "Because they looked like family, you killed them." Zixi stares in absolute horror, mouth agape, as the old man's hand inches closer and closer toward her. "Granddaughter, you'll stay with grandpa forever, just like grandma and daddy, won't you?" Zixi thrashes with everything she has, screaming, "Who the hell wants to stay with you? You lunatic, let me go." Suddenly, the girl's eyes fly wide open. A familiar silhouette catches her gaze through the window. Zaya Ohui. In an instant, the fear on her face vanishes. A smug grin spreads across her lips. "My backup just arrived." The old man throws his arms wide and bursts into laughter. "Who are you gonna call for help, little girl?" His voice echoes out into the open air. "This construction site's been abandoned for 5 years. Nobody's finding this place." At that very moment, a familiar-looking motorcycle roars toward the derelict site. It screeches to a halt, a foot planted firmly on the ground. It's them, Zhou Minju and Jiangsu. Inside, Zixi is being slowly swallowed by the sugar candy. He watches the trembling girl and flashes a venomous smile. "Don't struggle, it'll only hurt more once it hardens." Without warning, glowing blue slash marks streak across the wall. The old man whips around, confused. Jiangsu crashes through the window from outside. The instant she lands, her eyes scan the room, taking in everything at a glance. Her feet snap into a ready stance. She drops her center of gravity low, hand on her sword, ready to strike. He doesn't flinch. Instead, he smirks and waves his hand, sending a torrent of sugar candy surging toward her. What a persistent little brat. Jiangzu's eyes turn ice cold. She channels her chi into the blade. In a flash, she swings twice. 12 arcs of sword chi slice through the air and collide head-on with his candy attack. The old man's eyes bulge in shock. The next second, he's launched straight out of the building, crashing through the wall and leaving a massive hole. Jiangzu doesn't hesitate, leaps out after him. The old man channels sugar candy between his palms, molding it into a massive, raging bull that charges straight at her. Jiangzu stays perfectly calm. She funnels chi into her sword, levels it at the charging bull, and unleashes a piercing blast of sword chi that tears clean through it. In an instant, the sugar candy bull shatters into 1,000 fragments. Jiangzu levels her sword forward, eyes sharp as blades. The next moment, every shard of the shattered bull freezes solid midair. Seeing this, he thinks to himself, frozen again, I can't control it. He flings sugar candy behind him, shaping it into a spring mechanism. He drops onto the candy platform, 3 candy legs catching his weight as he launches off the ground. Sweat beads on the old man's brow. Before he can even react, Jiangzu's blade is already inches from his face. In a single lethal strike, blood sprays from his body. The old man plummets straight to the ground. Jiangzu sheathes her sword. Her expression doesn't change one bit. This time it's not a practice run. She pulls out her phone and dials Zhou Minjiu. She holds it to her ear and asks, "How's your end?" On the other side, Zhou Minjiu answers the phone while struggling to peel off the sticky sugar candy. "This stuff's sticky as hell, it won't come off." Zixi gives him a deadpan look. "Aren't you supposed to be a real sorcerer, Shu Nan? Don't you even know a single move?" Zhou Minjiu's eyes go bloodshot. He grits his teeth in fury. "I saved your ass out of the goodness of my heart. Can you maybe be a little nicer about it?" The girl responds meekly, "Sorry, my bad, thank you for saving me." Jiangzu hears their bickering through the phone and can't be bothered to comment. She turns to leave and says into the phone, "Quit fighting, I'm coming to help you too." The old man lies on the ground, trembling violently, coughing up blood. In his shaking hand, he grips a vial of medicine. He hurls the vial into his mouth and bites down hard, shattering the glass. He forces the liquid down his throat. The moment the drug hits his system, his eyes bulge, veins pulsing red. A terrifying aura erupts from his entire body. "No matter who you are, you killed my wife and my son. You deserve to die." Jiangzu feels the surge of power behind her. She stops mid-call and turns. His eyes blaze crimson. A manic grin splits his face. "No matter who." She watches him advancing and says into the phone, "Handle things on your own. I can't come help anymore." From his feet, sugar candy wraps around him thicker and thicker, engulfing his limbs. He activates the Qing Miao Xuan Gong technique, muttering an incantation under his breath, "Dingzhai Fangzhong Qi Ziu Hu Zhu." This old man is pissed. The words barely leave his mouth before a fang juts out from the corner of his lips. "Even if you beg for mercy, it's useless." In the blink of an eye, the old man transforms into the shape of the Zhu fire pig. Before he can make a move, Jiangzu appears behind him in a blur. Her eyes are laser-focused. Jiangzu whips out her chi-infused blade in one swift motion. She swings a clean horizontal slash across his midsection. Blood sprays on impact. The old man is sent flying, crashing into the cliff face. He howls, "Wait till I finish transforming, then fight me, you brat." His eyes burn crimson, killing intent radiating off him in waves, absolutely unhinged. He stomps down and launches himself straight at Jiangzu. "An undisciplined brat like you needs to be taught a lesson." He clenches his fist tight and slams it down into the ground. A shockwave slams into the ground, cracking it wide open. His eyes blaze with light as he bares his teeth in a sinister grin. The old man hurls another devastating punch straight at her sword. Jiangzu frowns, staring at the blade rattling from the blowknot. Only did it fail to break through his defense. It sent her own origin chi ricocheting back. She's still processing when, in an instant, his foot is already bearing down on her face. Lightning fast, Jiangzu raises her sword to block the kick. "Didn't your parents ever teach you not to interrupt a family reunion?" The old man's kick hits with such crushing force that it sends her flying. Jiangzu drives her sword into the ground to stop herself from skidding even farther. She slams the blade deep into the earth and says, "What a shame I don't have parents." Jiangzu adds with a frown, "But someone did teach me. Great Tao flows through all things, and its essence is called the art." In the next breath, an emerald aura erupts from her body, virtue as strength, integrity at the core. The old man charges in, his fist clenched in fury. "Who the hell can even understand what you're saying?" Jiangzu slowly opens her eyes, lets out a sigh, then launches into her technique Mei Lin Gui He, opening stance. Qinfeng Jiaoluo. The moment the words leave her lips, 5 streams of energy shoot down from the sky toward him. In a flash, the streams transform into razor-sharp ice spears that pierce clean through his body. A second later, the old man collapses to the ground, vomiting a mouthful of blood. The shattered fragments that hit the earth instantly freeze solid. Jiangsu levels her sword at him and speaks, telling him not to use sorcery for evil. The old man forces himself back up. I just want my family back together. What's wrong with that? She blinks, genuinely surprised. I only said kidnapping is bad. Suddenly, his expression darkens. Black energy materializes from nowhere, engulfing his entire body. The old man morphs back into the form of Su Huozhu. He seems to have sensed it. Jiangsu's eyes go wide. This energy, it's Tiandu. In a heartbeat, the old man vanishes. He rockets straight toward Jiangsu. Furious, I hate every last one of you. Jiangsu's sword flies up into the air, spinning. She takes the full brunt of the blow head-on. Sheer force sends her coughing up a massive mouthful of blood. Jiangsu is blasted away once again. The old man erupts with overwhelming power. What I want, no one can stop me from taking. Meanwhile, Minju stands at a high vantage point, watching everything unfold below. Shit. He rests his chin on his hand, thinking fast. This is bad. The heroine's wounded. I need to get her out. But if I go down there, I'm just signing my own death warrant. What do I do? Then his eyes snap wide open as he remembers that power from before. Use the Tiando. But the next second, he shakes his head. Not that thing doesn't just show up when I want it to. After a beat, Minju decides to slide down anyway. If it's a death wish, so be it. Saving someone comes first. Down below, Jiangsu struggles to her feet, wiping the blood from her mouth when suddenly a voice calls out. Hey! Minju rushes over to support her. Worry etched across his face. You okay? He helps Jiangsu up and says, while he's still out of his mind, let's move now. Despite her grave injuries, she forces herself to speak. His power is the same as yours. We can't just leave this alone. Minju hoists Jiangsu onto his back and bolts. Their way past the point of negotiating survival comes first. Right on cue, the old man in his frenzy closes in on them fast. Minju screams in panic. He's right on us. The instant the old man strikes, Jiangsu throws her body in front of Minju to shield him. She takes the full hit to her abdomen, a fresh wound tears open, blood spraying everywhere. When Minju turns to look back, his eyes go wide with sheer terror. Cut to Tongshan Corporation Laboratory. A small black hole appears on the 3D map. Spotting it, Yi-chan steps forward, another Heartfire pill user. She traces the data as she continues. Location: construction site, east side, midsection of South Lake, northwest Huan. Hearing this, a man seated in a chair swivels around. What was that you just said? He smiles at Yi-chan standing before him. She returns a faint smile. Team leader. I'll handle this one, you just keep doing whatever you're doing. But do take care of yourself, you are getting old. And the last thing we need is you going senile on us. The team leader hears this and forces a pained smile. Yi-chan walks over to her desk and sits down. I'll send a team to retrieve the asset now. Her fingers fly across the keyboard as she speaks. Hey, we're Squad 7, I've got a mission for them. Send a few people to West Huan. Back to Jiangsu and Minju. Right now, she's using her own body to shield him from the old man's attack. Momentum carries him down. He hits the ground face first, one leg sticking straight up in the air. Minju struggles upright, eyes half open, and calls out groggily. Are you okay? But before he can finish the sentence, the sight in front of him drains all color from his face. His eyes bulge. What the hell is that? Jiangsu is dangling in the old man's grip, his hand clamped around her throat. Blood pours from her mouth without stopping. That's when Zixi comes sprinting in from behind, yelling, Little Gray. She flings her hand forward in command. Go save her, no. Little Gray takes off like a shot, unsheathing its razor-sharp claws. Little Gray swoops in and rakes its claws straight into the old man's eyes. The pain is so blinding that he flings his arm, releasing Jiangsu. Jiangsu slumps to the ground, gravely wounded, drenched in sweat. At that exact moment, Zixi hurls a sword from behind toward her. Catch, sis. Jiangsu reaches out and snatches it midair. She grits her teeth and turns to face them. Go, I'll hold him off. Zixi grabs Minju's arm, has frozen in place, and yanks. Why are you still standing there? Run! Minju's eyes are wide with horror. His mind screams she's critically injured, can't win this fight. No, but the old man exploits the opening and lunges at Jiangsu with a crushing fist. Her battered body barely manages to dodge his follow-up strikes. Jiangsu turns her head and shouts, just gone. Zixi grabs Minju's arm furiously to drag him away, but he won't budge an inch. What the hell is wrong with you? Go. Minju just stands there, wide-eyed, rooted to the spot. A thought flashes through his mind. I can't just stand here and watch someone die, but I can't do anything right now. Suddenly, he remembers Ding's words, you carry a power far beyond ordinary people. We call it the Tiandu. The memory jolts through him like an electric shock. He frowns, staring at his palm. If I lose consciousness, that might be enough to unleash the Tiandu. Then Minju spots a large rock off to the side. He walks straight over to it. Minju tilts his head back and takes a deep breath. The next second, he slams his head down onto the rock, screaming, "If I really do have that kind of power, then come out, show yourself, you monster." He keeps smashing his head into it over and over. Come out, get out here, I need to save them." After a few more strikes, he suddenly goes limp and collapses, motionless. Zixi sees this and screams, "Are you out of your mind? Why are you trying to kill yourself?" The next instant, Minju erupts with the Tiandu's power. The sight makes Zixi's eyes go wide with shock. Red and black energy swirls around him as he rises and stalks toward her. Her voice trembles. "Hey, are you okay?" Minju ignores her completely and strides right past. His power surges to its absolute peak, erupting violently, relentlessly. Zixi throws her arms up against the crushing pressure, yelling, "What are you doing? Honestly, which one of you is more of a monster here?" Minju's power kicks up a massive cloud of dust and debris. On the old man's side, just as he's about to send Jiangzu to meet her ancestors, he suddenly senses Minju's aura. His head snaps toward the source of that overwhelming energy. Jiangzu's whole body trembles. She forces out each word through clenched teeth. "Tiandu, no." Minju stands there like a feral wolf, eyes burning crimson at each step, bringing him closer to Jiangzu. His eyes suddenly flare wide, then he launches into the air. From high above, he rockets straight down at the old man, howling, "Die, Zaiogui." Minju's fist is clenched tight as he rockets forward. A single punch shatters the sorcerer's sugar candy shield and plants itself square in his face. The blow is so devastating that it whips the old man's head to one side and sends him hurtling through the air. He crashes straight through a mound of earth at the construction site. The old man lies motionless, completely knocked out. Witnessing the whole thing, Zixi's jaw drops. Holy one-shot kill. After defeating the old man, Minju loses control. The eruption of power is too massive to contain. He roars like a madman, "Kill the monsters." Zixi mutters from the side, "You look more like a monster than he does." Minju whips his head around. Those burning red eyes lock onto her. Zixi jumps, sheer terror flashing across her face. The little girl bolts, bawling, legs flailing. Sorry, I was wrong, I'm sorry," just as Minju's razor-sharp claws are about to reach her. Dali charges in wielding a chunk of concrete. He swings it straight at Minju's face, screaming, "Let go of our Zixi." But Minju's hand punches clean through the concrete slab like it's paper. Dali sees the hand lunging for him and goes pale as a sheet, drenched in cold sweat. At that exact moment, a swarm of mosquitoes appears out of nowhere. The swarm snatches Dali up and pulls him clear of Minju's grasp, saving him by a hair's breadth. In the blink of an eye, the guy with the mace charges straight down from above. His mace slams into the concrete slab. One hit, the concrete explodes and the shockwave sends Minju flying. Dolly seizes the moment, scoops Zixi up and bolts. "Jesus, lady, I almost dropped to my knees back there. Why'd you go and poke that monster?" Zixi pouts, "Maybe if you guys hadn't shown up late, he wouldn't have turned into a monster in the first place." The mace guy chases after them, shouting, "We figured out what your little flea circus was planning and hauled ass over here. Took 3 of us just to pool enough for a cab." Zixi sighs in defeat. "Fine, double pay." Up above, the red-haired guy waves his arms frantically. "Run, he's getting back up." Dolly and mace guy whip around and freeze. Minju is on his feet, radiating a savage, explosive power. Minju looks feral now, like a cornered wolf. He stomps the ground hard, launching himself forward. In a blur, he vanishes. A heartbeat later, he materializes right in front of Dolly's group. Mace guy swings his weapon forward in a panic. Minju punches the mace head-on. The mace shatters on impact. The guy goes flying with it. Mace guy hurtles backward. Straight into Dolly. Holy shit, this guy's way too strong. Both of them crash to the ground, groaning in agony. Zixi goes flying out of nowhere, slams into someone, bounces off, and faceplants into the dirt. Dolly's whole body trembles as he struggles upright. "We're screwed, this guy's on a whole different level." Mace guy chimes in. "I borrowed this mace from a construction site, please tell me I don't have to pay for it." Zixi adds, utterly disappointed, "You guys are seriously useless." Jiangzu approaches from behind, moving stiffly. She speaks up. "We can't overpower him. All we can do is buy time. Once his power burns out, he'll recover on his own. Don't worry, I won't let him hurt any of you." Zixi turns to her worried. "You can barely protect yourself right now." "Big sis." Dolly points toward Minju and speaks up. Hate that monster's acting kind of weird. Minju is furiously slamming both hands into the ground. He leaps from spot to spot, swatting at swarms of mosquitoes. Then he kicks wildly at another cluster. Turns out the red-haired guy is controlling the mosquitoes. He glances over at the group. I've got him District Ted go now. Hearing that, Dolly and Mace Guy light up like Christmas trees. One scoops up Zixi, the other grabs Jiangsu, and they bolt. Nice. A moment later, they make it up to where the red-haired guy is perched. Everyone looks down at the scene below. Dead silence. Zixi scratches her face awkwardly, forcing a laugh. I don't know why, but I can't help finding this kind of funny. Down below, Minju is flailing wildly, going all out against the mosquitoes. He swats at the swarm, screaming, monsters. Minju just keeps swatting and swatting. The red-haired guy lets out a strained laugh. A moment later, sweat is pouring down his face. How much longer do I have to keep this many mosquitoes going? I'm dying here. Half an hour later, the red-haired guy is pale and gaunt, arms trembling nonstop. My body's completely spent. 1 hour in, Minju is mid-swat when he suddenly freezes. The Tiandu power begins to fade. A second later, his strength gives out completely. He collapses face first onto the ground. In a suspiciously familiar position. Little Sun Office, 4:20 p.m. Auntie Chu finishes bandaging Jiangzu's chest wound and speaks. Good thing your cultivation is deep. The wound on your back isn't serious, no damage to the spine or heart. She peels off her gloves. All done. Auntie Chu adds her thorough instructions. 1 month of recovery, no strenuous activity. Sleep on your side, don't put pressure on the wound. She sets down the gloves stained with strawberry syrup on the table. Before leaving, Auntie Chu turns back. I'm leaving the prescription here for the blood-activating acupuncture. Have little Zhu handle it morning and evening, 30 minutes each session. Jiangsu sits on the bed with a soft smile. Thank you, Auntie Chu. Ding peeks his head in from the doorway. Hey, big sis, Xiao Zhu's injury. Sister Zhao pokes her head in from the other side of the door. Nothing serious, right? The door closes. Auntie Chu finally speaks to reassure them. Relax, in 2 months there won't even be a scar. Ding's mind wanders somewhere inappropriate, blushes with a grin. Nice, would have been a shame if Xiao Zhu got a scar on her chest. The two women's faces darken. Ding panics, waving his hands frantically. Kidding. Just kidding. He holds up a bag of broken shards and addresses Auntie Chu. Oh, big sis, one more thing. He extends the bag. These are fragments from the culprit's pill bottle. Can you identify what kind of pill it was? Auntie Chu sighs, waving him off. No need. Someone already submitted a field report to Wan Hall. She adds, we've been tracking Tiandu for years, not long ago. We detected something with matching energy signature SW. We're already watching for it. It's called the Heart Fire Pill. It's been circulating on the dark web's black market for at least 3 months. Temporarily amplifies a person's power. She pauses, her expression darkening. But how it's purchased and who's manufacturing it, that's still unclear. Ding chuckles appreciatively. Wan Hall really lives up to being a major player. Intel is fast. Auntie Chu fixes him with a stern look. Wan Hall heals the sick and saves lives. People in the underground world want to stay on good terms with us naturally. They volunteer information. Isn't that exactly why you lot proactively told me about that Tiandu brat's identity? Ding grins. We told you because we trust you, big sis. Auntie Chu fires back. I'd say you trust your own abilities more than you trust me. If the information leaks out, it won't matter to you anyway. Ding laughs, playing humble. How could that be? This lady just doesn't want to keep going in circles with you. Auntie Chu turns to leave. Come on, let's go check on the Tiandu kid. His problem is worse than Xiao Zhu's. In the courtyard, everyone stands around staring at the young man sitting on a bench, making strange noises. Seeing Minju's blank, drooling expression, Sister Zhao can't hold it. Inch covers her mouth, shoulders shaking with silent laughter. Ding, standing beside her, scratches his face. I already told this kid use power recklessly and you'll end up looking brain dead. Had no choice but to tie him up here. Auntie Chu sits on a nearby chair and begins taking Minju's pulse. She detects the erratic heartbeat and immediately delivers her verdict. Origin Qi in chaos, meridians blocked, it's impacting his cognition. He needs treatment. Zixi appears out of nowhere, shouting at the group. The Yi Jin Jing. She continues, in wuxia novels, when your internal qi is out of balance, you use the Yi Jin Jing to fix it. Ding and Sister Zhao stare in disbelief. Her theory is so absurd they nearly drop dead. Auntie Chu mutters under her breath, where did this airhead come from? Zixi hears the insult and loses it. She jumps up, yelling, who are you calling an airhead, you old hag? Jiangsu appears, walking slowly toward them. She calls out to Auntie Chu. Zhou Minjiu forced himself to unleash uncontrollable power to save me. Please, Auntie, find a way to help him. Looking at Minjiu's dopey, drooling face, Auntie Chu is at a loss for words. He knew how dangerous Tiandu was and he did it anyway. Zixi tries to act all cool and collected, waving a piece of paper around like a blank check. Just save him, name your price. Auntie Chu grabs one of her braids and jabs a finger at her. This kid's got some nerve. Someone get her out of here. Zixi screams, let go of me. Sister Zhao pulls Zixi into a hug, gently trying to calm her down. Settle down, kid. Dr. Chu is a big deal. Zixi pouts, more like a big pain in the ass. Ding drops to one knee beside Zixi to enlighten her. Right now, the sorcerer world has 3 major powers: Tongshan Corporation, the National Martial Arts Hall, and Wan Hall. Dr. Chu here is one of the 5 Grand Branch Masters of Wan Hall. He leans in closer, and she's also the blood aunt of Wan Hall's Hall Master. Zixi jaw drops. The aunt of Wan Hall. Holly, wait, does she happen to have a relative named Yang Guo too? Auntie Chu looks at Minjiu. His problem isn't exactly hard to solve. The origin chi is chaotic, the meridians are blocked, we just need someone to clear them for him. She strokes her chin, mulling it over, but the origin chi inside this kid is far too powerful. Clearing all his meridians at once would drain whoever does it, and the backlash risk is enormous. Auntie Chu glances back over her shoulder, unless the person doing it has cultivation far beyond the norm. Ding catches her meaning immediately. He summons power into his hand. Well, since you put it that way, I guess I'll have to do it myself. Jiangzu speaks up, alarmed. Ding places his hand firmly on Minjiu's head. Relax, I'm built different. Trust me, he says with a grin. Backlash won't be a problem. With that, a surge of power erupts forcefully from the hand resting on Minjiu's head. Zixi, stay back, don't come closer. She watches from the sideline as Ding's raw, overwhelming inner power continues to radiate outward in all directions. The girl can't help but bite her lip in shock. Oh my god, what kind of realm is that? Inside a massive, ominous-looking ancestral hall, the sound of apologies echoes without end. A figure kneels slumped in the center. Shoulders trembling, mouth repeating over and over, sorry, 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 sorry. Yijing suddenly speaks up. The old man sent word the arm's been reattached. He even begged on your behalf. Hearing this, Yunfei breaks out in cold sweat and whimpers, sorry. Yijing suddenly stomps his foot down hard on Yunfei's head, pressing it to the ground with crushing force. He speaks in a ruthless tone. I'm letting you off this time, there won't be a next one. Yunfei strains to respond, yes. Then Yijing turns to someone nearby. Second brother, that battered wreck of yours, can it really protect the Tiandu? Don't come crawling to your little brother for help again. Meanwhile, inside the experimental lab of Tongshan Corporation in a towering high-rise, 2 people are performing surgery on a body lying on the table. One of them extracts something from inside the subject's body and remarks that a heart fire pill crystal this large is extremely rare, then uses forceps to place the crystal into a tray. Yi Tian stands in a glass observation room in the distance, watching the proceedings. Something appears by her ear, a tiny, face-shaped wisp of energy suddenly speaks. The Tiandu appeared today, quite a few people witnessed it. One of your master's 2 great wishes is fulfilled. But as for the wish to eliminate the great calamity, do you have any bright ideas? She opens her mouth and replies, all mortals die. He can't stop master's grand revival plan. Minjiu sits still in the chair, a blazing aura radiating from his body. His eyes slowly open, his face dazed. Zixi spots this and cries out in excitement, he's awake. Minjiu startles and turns, is in extremely rough shape. I already told you if you don't handle the Tiandu's power properly, it'll fry your brain. But you did it for little Zhu, gotta give you credit for the guts. Minjiu's face goes pale. Did the Tiandu devour my consciousness? I think I saw something strange. Zixi pipes up excitedly, hey handsome, did you know? When he channeled his energy to heal you, he was totally badass. Minjiu ponders silently, channeling internal energy to heal. In every wuxia novel, they say it drains enormous amounts of power. Looking at Ding's current state, he wonders if he's so exhausted he's about to turn into a zombie. Minjiu immediately bows respectfully toward Ding. Uncle Zhu, thank you. Ding mutters under his breath, you. He whips his head toward Minjiu, glaring in disbelief that he just called him uncle. Zixi has somehow materialized behind Ding, chiming in. Right, he really doesn't know how to talk. Calm down, don't be mad. Then the girl puts on her most ingratiating smile. From now on, I'll massage your shoulders every day, and when you're free, teach me some moves. Okay. Ding, getting the massage, leans back comfortably and starts bossing her around, a little to the left, lower. Minjiu seizes the opportunity to step closer, his expression loaded with meaning. Brother Zhu, thank you for saving me. I'll definitely repay you. Ding immediately pushes him away with a look of disgust. No, 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 you'd better stick with Uncle, or the whole hierarchy goes out the window. Zixi keeps massaging Ding's shoulders, grinning. Come on, brother. Ding women in their 30s still get called Miss, who cares about seniority? This remark makes Ding turn to Minjiu irritably. This brat's got a real mouth on her. He presses his hands against his knees. Joe Minjiu, Ding pushes himself to his feet. Now let's get down to business. He stands before Minjiu, laying it out straight. You should think about dropping out. Focus entirely on cultivating and controlling the Tiandu as soon as possible. Minjiu responds evenly. Oh, sure, no problem. Ding seems taken aback by the response, still rambling. I know you've just entered the sorcerer world and don't understand much. Everyone grows up dreaming about college, get a job, climb the ladder, marry a beautiful, wealthy wife, have kids. But now you need to shelve all of that and focus on cultivation. But Ding suddenly stops. Wait, what did you just say? Minjiu points at himself and repeats. I said I agree, drop out, focus on cultivation. I'm too weak, I can't keep relying on others to protect me. And I definitely can't let anyone risk getting hurt because of me. But then something crosses his mind and he raises his hand. Hold on. Minjiu's expression falters with reluctance. Wouldn't dropping out directly be a bit too rash? I barely got into college. How about finding some excuse and taking a leave of absence instead? Ding scratches his nose. The stuff you said earlier really made me see you in a new light, had real manga protagonist energy. Zixi stands beside him, equally exasperated, but the second half cowardly as hell. With that, Ding turns to leave, waving dismissively. I'm going to sleep first. Tonight, little Zhu takes over your training. That night, after over 20 rounds of grueling, heaven-devouring training, Zhou Minjiu finally begins his actual cultivation. Jiang Zhu holds a book and assesses him. Your body has probably already grown accustomed to origin qi, so you just need to calm your mind, and you'll be able to sense the origin qi fluctuations inside you. Minjiu sits still with his eyes closed, saying nothing. But in his mind, he thinks this book's handwriting is atrocious and she can actually read it. As if reading his thoughts, Jiangzu smacks the book right onto his head. Stop overthinking. Minjiu quickly refocuses and continues relaxing. The incense is nearly burnt out by now. Minjiu says in frustration, I can't sense any origin qi at all. He berates himself, I'm such a useless piece of trash. Jiangzu elegantly sits down. Then let me teach you. She places her hand on Minjiu's abdomen. I'll help you find your danshin first, that warm spot. Jiangzu's hand touches his lower abdomen, generating heat to warm that area. She reads from the book as she speaks. During the day, the boss created a qi vortex inside your danshin. Focus carefully on where your body is being touched. Minjiu's nose involuntarily flares. He stammers, okay. His entire body flushes hot and he stammers, warm, warm, warm. While the flame in Minjiu's belly keeps blazing, Jiangzu explains. The Erlang divine technique says your body contains 3 streams of qi, the Tiandu qi. Your father's qi, which temporarily seals the Tianduan, your own qi, plus the qi the boss left behind when creating the qi vortex. That makes 4 total. A vortex materializes in midair. The vortex envelops Minjiu, as if a gravitational force is pulling him in. Jiangzu says this vortex is the qi. Minjiu is cultivating with his eyes closed. Jiangzu places her hand on him to channel qi and says, let your consciousness follow the qi's rotation, go with the flow, don't resist. She glances at the book in her hand and continues. Use several crossing qi paths within the vortex to continuously pull the Tiandu's power in from outside, like flushing a toilet. Pee and flush at the same time. Looking at the concise English text on the page, Jiangzu looks up as if reciting an incantation. Become my urine friend. After saying it, she tilts her head in confusion. What does that even mean? Minjiu at that moment pictures the whirlpool in a toilet bowl. He focuses his mind. I am the urine, I have to swirl myself into that vortex. Jiangzu's hand, resting on Minjiu's abdomen, slowly withdraws. She stands up and looks at him. The qi the boss created for you will dissipate in 2 days. You need to maintain the qi with your own strength during this time. Blazing sunlight, Jiangzu and Zixi are huddled together, fast asleep. Zixi is nestled against Jiangzu's chest, murmuring, Mommy. Ding stretches lazily and yawns. He rubs his back and says, Little Zhu, wake you up. If you don't get up now, the stall's stock will be gone. After saying that, Ding suddenly freezes. Then he screams in alarm. Kid, what happened to your face? Because Minjiu's entire face is now swollen and puffy beyond recognition. Tormented by mosquitoes and relentless itching, Zhou Minjiu's cultivation efficiency skyrockets. A while later, Minjiu stands holding a bag of fried dough sticks. He says, I think next time it'd be better to cultivate indoors. Jiangsu replies as she walks, I was going to remind you but forgot. Definitely next time. Hearing that, Minjiu goes completely speechless. There's going to be a next time. While the two are chatting, a mysterious figure appears behind them. Minjiu tilts his head slightly. Another stalker, we're just out buying breakfast for crying out loud. Why is everyone so nosy? Jiangsu isn't bothered at all. In fact, she praises him. You've only trained for one night and you can already detect followers. Impressive. Minjiu replies modestly, it's nothing, me hearing's just pretty good. Jiangsu then explains, the commotion you caused wasn't small. And it happened at the training ground. Quite a few sorcerers probably sensed it, so they've come to scope you out. Minjiu frowns in confusion. Why does it feel like sorcerers are everywhere like ants? Jiangsu continues, but actually sorcerers are quite rare. The whole city only has around 200 to 300, she adds. But don't worry, this is the boss's territory. None of those people dare get close to you, just ignore them. Hearing this, Minjiu can't help but be impressed. The boss's dominating aura is no joke. Badass, a cat sits perched on the rooftop. The two walk shoulder to shoulder into the small courtyard, their eyes landing on the girl. Zixi giggles and says, I just got some major intel, wanna hear it? But to her surprise, the two of them walk right past without a second glance. Jiangsu says, once you're done eating, head straight into cultivation. Make sure the Qi Si stays stable. Minjiu replies, to protect my life. I wouldn't dare slack off. Zixi stares at them. Then he continues, once I've stabilized my Qi Si, shouldn't you teach me some moves like the 18 dragon subduing palms? Jiangsu says flatly, I don't know the 18 dragon subduing palms. Zixi finally can't hold it in anymore and explodes. Stop ignoring me, I'm mad, I'm not playing with you guys anymore. She crosses her arms, putting on a mysterious air. I've got a commission worth 50,000. Jiangsu suddenly lunges toward her. Didn't you say earlier you got some major intel? Now I'm very interested. Minjiu is caught completely off guard. He never expected the heroine to be like this. Zixi herself didn't expect things to get this awkward either. I thought it was Shinnen's brother who took the bait, not you, sis. A while later, everyone gathers around the dinner table. Ding rubs his hands together, eyes practically turning into dollar signs. He drools, so, young lady smart, beautiful. And loaded, what's your commission? Zixi answers, I got the lead on that pill trafficking ring from CZ last time. I want to trace the source. Her eyes sharpen. Once we find it, we sweep them all in one net and clean up the streets for good. Minjiu frowns, what's CZ? Jiangsu answers immediately while still chewing. Codename for an intel broker in the underground. She keeps talking between bites. He's a real estate agent who moonlights selling intel, total scumbag, has a thing for bubbly, cute young girls. Minjiu stares, dumbfounded. Does someone seriously need to call the cops on this guy? Zixi yells to snap their attention back. Hey, can you two be serious for 1 second? We're talking business here. Minjiu bites into a skewer and says, that power, it's a lot like mine. I want to investigate too, but I'm too weak. Getting involved would just drag everyone down. Zixi hears this and scoffs. I wasn't counting on you anyway. Then she immediately perks up. Zujai, let's go catch some bad guys. Jiangsu hesitates, but before she can reply, Ding waves his hanches, not fully recovered yet. No field work for 2 months. Zixi's sparkling eyes pivot to him. So it's the overbearing big brother who'll step up personally. Ding nearly chokes on his strawberry soda. He puts on his best I'm so fragile act. I burned through my origin chi healing someone. My cultivation is shot, can't do it. Also, who the hell are you calling overbearing big brother? Can you come up with a better nickname? The girl pouts, fuming. Fine, so none of you are going to help me, is that it? What if I throw in more money? Minjiu, Jiangsu, and Ding each decline in turn. I'm too weak, boss literally won't let me go. Just bought a new game, planning to binge it for the next few days. Zixi trembles with rage, tears brimming in her eyes. She stands up from the table and declares, not a single shred of heroism among you. Little Kiwi, we're leaving. Kiwi lands on the table and snatches a fried dough stick with its talons. Before closing the door, Zixi turns back to look at them one last time. I thought you guys were good people. I was wrong about you, goodbye. She adds, oh, and thanks for saving me. Never seeing you again. With that, she storms off. Minjiu murmurs, she's not going to do something stupid and go after them alone, right? Jiangsu flips through her files. She's got a strong sense of justice. And she's smart, Ding nods. She's probably not dumb enough to go alone. She'll find someone else to help. At a shop, Zixi looks at the person who just walked in. You're finally here, hand over the goods first. Money's not an issue. A man in a green hat stands at the shop entrance. He stares at the sign and mutters, just a working man trying to make ends meet. Then he steps inside. Yesterday, the son of a friend of my old boss's colleague hooked me up with a deal. He walks through the doorway, descending the steps one by one. He thinks if everything goes smoothly, I can finally pay rent. Before him, Zixie's figure appears sitting there, saying, "Finally, hand over the goods first. Money's not an issue." The man in the green hat is slightly taken aback. "A kid." Then he sees Zixie hold up her phone. "Scan the code for payment. I've never stiffed anyone." The old bartender chimes in, "Relax. Our young heroine here is good for it." The man in the green hat tips his hat slightly, then shoves his hands into his pockets. "If Boss Lang vouches for you," he murmurs. He produces a small vial. "This is what you order red-made this week. Guaranteed quality, no shortcuts." Zixie picks up the vial and examines it. "So this is the heart fire pill. It boosts cultivation." The man in the green hat replies, "Anyone with an unstable mind who takes it risks losing consciousness." He adds, "You're still young. You have plenty of time to cultivate. Best not to take it." Zixie glances at him with interest. "Hey, uncle. The Intel shop says you can also make custom prescription pills." The man in the green hat panics, waving his hands frantically. I'm not desperate enough to throw my life away for money." Zixie immediately pitches, "I can help you with your housing situation. Maybe find you a place in a good school district. My family owns a few units across different school districts. Take your pick." The man in the green hat wavers, visibly torn. In the end, nobody can resist the temptation of a school district apartment in a big city. The man in the green hat walks away after completing the transaction. The old bartender gently reminds the girl, "Zixie, property speculation is unethical. That's ill-gotten money, you know." Zixie smiles, "I know, but the unethical ones are my parents, not me." The old bartender sighs helplessly, "You child." The man in the green hat enters the subway station and boards a train, cheerfully thinking, "Let me check which school district is the best." He looks up the map on his phone, musing once this deal goes through, he'll quit. After he's gone, who knows what'll happen to little Liu. A familiar voice suddenly rings in his ear. "Liu, class monitor of class 6, heard you struck it rich." The newcomer speaks up, swapping expired pills marked for destruction with fresh ones. "You thought the team leader wouldn't notice." Brother Qiang and his thug appear out of nowhere, blocking the man in the green hat's path. Behind them, a silhouette approaches. Liu Yi, bag slung over his shoulder, looks at the man and murmurs, "That's him." He seems to recognize someone and calls out, "Boss." "Die." Liu Yi runs over. "Boss, what are you doing here? Did you come looking for me?" The man in the green hat waves him off. "Xiao Liu, don't come closer." Brother Qiang seizes the moment and drives a fist straight into the man's gut. "Relax, none of you are getting out of here." The punch drops him instantly. Blood and strawberry soda foam at the corner of his mouth. Brother Qiang straightens up and barks at his thug, "Go shut that kid up." The thug nods, "On it." Liu Yi blurs forward, appearing in front of both of them before they can react. He roars, "What did you do to my boss?" Then he swings his leg straight into Brother Qiang's face, a vicious kick the man never sees coming, sending him flying. His body slams into a nearby truck. The thug screams in shock. Liu Yi rushes to the man in the green hat, propping him up. "Boss, boss." The man in the green hat rasps, They won't spare my family. Take my wife and kid, now." He holds out his phone, 6-digit password, "Tell the young heroine, the deal's been exposed." His head drops, he mumbles, "Count on her." Liu Yi grabs the phone and sprints away, not forgetting one last promise. "I don't know what's going on, but I swear I'll save them." The man in the green hat lies crumpled on the ground. A sliver of regret creeps in. So much for choosing money over his own life. Cars stream along the road. Zixie sits in the back seat, smugly thinking, handled it all by myself, didn't need any of you. She imagines Jiangzu and Minju kneeling at her feet in total admiration. "Lady Hero is too amazing, we worship you. Heroine, please accept us as your disciples." At the thought, she can't help but smirk. Zixie sits in the back, grinning to herself, completely oblivious to the increasingly sinister expression twisting across the driver's face. Zixie holds up her phone, giggling like an idiot. "Hey. I got it impressed yet." The car swerves hard, throwing Zixie off balance, but she keeps talking into the phone. "In 2 more days, there's an even bigger bombshell." So she says, "Are you guys impressed or what?" The car jerks right again. She has to brace herself against the seat while talking. "I can share the credit with you guys. Wan Hall is investigating too, right? You can take the intel and claim the merit." Mid-sentence, Zixie's face slams straight into the seat in front of her. Zixie stammers, "Driver, you're driving way too crazy." She sits back up, rubbing her nose. The road's straight and wide, anyone watching would think. Zixie suddenly turns to look at the scenery outside the window. "We're on a mountain road," she says. the moment the words leave her mouth. The girl's face darkens as she reads the notification: a leaked transaction alert from the pill dealer. Zixi senses something is wrong. What do you guys want? The driver says. What? He smirks. Killing, obviously. The car pulls up to the destination. Mountain ranges roll into view, then the brakes screech. Zixi bites her lip nervously. A guy strolls over, resting a hand on the car roof, cigarette dangling from his lips. He asks Zixi, so, girl who sent you? Zixi points at the driver. He just said he wants to kill and silence me. If I talked right now, wouldn't that make me a complete moron? A guy taps on the car door, coaxing. Don't listen to him, kid. You're still young. You got tricked into doing something stupid. Us uncles don't blame you. Just tell us what you know. We are all on the same side here. We wouldn't hurt you, right? Zixi hears this and clasps her hands together with a smile. Again, really? You're such a nice uncle. Then the girl suddenly flips. Did you actually think I'd fall for that? A guy's eye twitches with irritation. He curses under his breath, bratty little punk. The driver loses his patience and cuts in. Stop wasting words on her. She mentioned Wan Hall earlier. Once we pull her call log, we'll know everything. And guy puts on an exaggerated sad face. I have to personally end an innocent life again. One of the lackeys holding the car in the back calls out, Captain, the hole's dug. Zixi immediately touches the car window and speaks up. Wait, I'll turn to the light. Can I talk? The girl puts on a pitiful, hesitant act. Actually, and guy grins, waiting. Actually what? Zixi clasps her hands together. I'm a friend of Zheng Yi. I heard there were harmful pills circulating, so I came to investigate. This time she really pushes Ngai over the edge. He gives the order. Get over here. Drag this brat out. The lackey moves in, trying to haul Zixi out of the car. The girl screams, let go of me. Then Zixi immediately clasps her hands, chanting the incantation nonstop. Insect sorcerer bugs swarm out from beneath the car seats, scurrying like an urgent decree, The two men shout in shock, insect sorcery. A rock flies in, slamming straight into the lackey's face, and Guy panics. Who's there? Another lackey standing nearby gets hit by a second thrown rock before he can react. At the same time, a third rock rockets toward them, and Guy raises his hand to block it, shattering the stone on impact. But then a shadow lunges straight at him. Liu Yi says nothing, just drives a fist clean into Ngai's gut, knocking the air out of him as he spits blood. Liu Yi springs up, snaps Ngai's head back, then interlocks both hands. He slams them down hard onto Ngai's body, sending the man crashing onto the rocks below. Ngai's eyes roll back, completely knocked out, lying motionless. Zixi, still shaken, mutters, that insect curse didn't work at all. I should have studied harder. She stops mid-sentence, noticing someone standing outside. Who is that? Liu Yi just stands there silently, glancing back at Zixi. A car speeds up the mountain. Minjiu checks the electronic map. It's this spot. Jiangzu touches down, bringing the car to a stop. The two head into the nearby thicket. Minjiu stares at his phone screen. The brat's GPS ping is right here. Jiangzu raises an eyebrow. Since when do you two have each other's locations? Minjiu keeps his eyes on the screen. He answers, I don't think that's the point. The real issue is something might have happened to her. Both of them freeze, lifting their heads to spot a group of people standing in the distance. Jiangzu asks, do they look like good guys to you? She takes one look at their suspicious movements and vicious expressions, and her aura ignites. She answers her own question. I don't think so. Wind howls through the mountains. Between the trees, two groups stand face to face, tension crackling in the air. Jiangzu raises her sword, eyes razor sharp. She speaks in a cold voice, let them go. With that, Jiangzu swings her blade, her force explodes outward, instantly knocking the weapon from the ringleader's hand. He stumbles back, shaken. Everyone, watch out, she's a pro. Jiangzu raises her sword again. In the blink of an eye, she brings it crashing down into the earth with devastating force. The group across from her panics, screaming at each other to scatter. Move! The ground splits open, dirt and rocks spray everywhere. Two of them charge out from the dust cloud. I'll hold the woman, you go grab the other one. Got it. One of them rockets straight toward Minjiu. Minjiu plants his feet, fists clenched tight. I'm not the same guy from a few days ago. Power surges through his body. Might as well put his training to the test. Minjiu closes his eyes and focuses. Streams of energy swirl around him, building into a fierce vortex. Screw the rules, yanks every last drop of origin chi into his chi seas whirlpool. The energies that should repel each other fuse into a single strand, barely holding stable. He opens his eyes, tightens his fist, channels the chi straight into his knuckles and throws the punch. Minjiu strikes forward with everything he's got, but it deals exactly 0 damage. Both of them freeze for a beat, then the guy bursts out laughing. "Ha, you think you're some kind of superhero?" He swings his staff at Minju, who yelps and bolts, wailing, "I knew it. A few days of practice and it's completely useless." Minju screams as he runs, "Sword lady, help. My ultimate move doesn't work." Jiangsu glances over from her side. She shouts back at Minju, calling out the technique name with absolute conviction, and it only makes him panic more. "That's not how this is supposed to work. Is she serious right now?" Meanwhile, the guy is almost on him. Jiangsu tries one more time. "Trust me, do it." "Min." Jiao hears her voice and skids to a stop, barely keeping his footing. At this point, trusting her is my only option. He raises his fist again, screaming, "This better work." The guy smirks and raises his staff. Haha, hackets these days sure love their comedy routines. But then, the scene before him makes him freeze. Minju unleashes a punch of terrifying force. A swirling torrent of chi rockets forward like a storm. A colossal fist of raw energy materializes, spinning violently as it hurtles straight at him. The earth shakes, dust and debris erupt. Everyone nearby is shaken to their core. He leaps clear of the punch's trajectory just in time. Moments later, the energy dissipates, leaving a massive scorch mark seared into the ground. His entire body trembles, he can barely stand. Holy sh. Is this guy a superhero or something? Fear still grips him, sweat pouring down his face. Minju, fired up, keeps attacking. Haha, take another one. Dust explodes outward, rocks shatter and scatter, unleashes a barrage of identical punches in a frenzy. Jiangsu watches quietly from the side. Looks like the method works after all. Minju is already running on fumes. Damn it, that bastard keeps dodging. His opponent is equally exhausted, drenched in sweat. Not dodging would be stupid. Do you even train? Your punches are slow as hell. Minju leaps into the air, fury driving another punch. Screw it. The guy smirks with contempt at that telegraphed move. Even a cripple could dodge it. But then his body locks up instantly. From behind, Jiangsu had driven her sword into the ground, creating a sheet of ice that pins his feet in place. Cold sweat breaks out across his body. He glances back. Jiangsu stands with one foot pressed against the earth, fully focused, her aura blazing. Minju seizes the opening, lunging forward. His fist connects dead on, the impact sending the guy hurtling skyward in agony. 5 minutes later, the black car sits parked among the trees. The side mirrors are shattered. Every single one of those guys from earlier is beaten to a pulp, faces swollen, desperate to beg for mercy. "Spare us," some expert rescued. Hirsch is already gone. "By the time we got there, she was gone. It's all a misunderstanding." Jiangsu says coldly, "So you really did kidnap her?" The group goes dead silent. Joe Minju points at the hole in the ground on the other side. "And this pit here, you weren't planning to kill her and bury the evidence, were you?" The men's faces darken. They duck their heads, pretending not to hear. A moment later, the two walk away. Joe Minju asks, "So who do you think rescued that girl?" Jiangsu replies, "She has money." "Of course she has friends." They leave behind the men half buried in the pit, screaming and begging to be saved. On the highway, the boy pedals hard, Sun Zixi riding on the back. Little Hui soars lazily overhead, wings spread wide. The boy pedals on carefree. The wind rushes past on both sides, sending the girl's hair flying. Zixi's face is full of emotion. "Big bro, thank you for saving me." She pulls out her phone, tapping away. "Hee, sending a text to my parents telling them I ran off with a handsome guy. If they don't believe it, it'll drive them absolutely crazy." The boy speaks up, making her look up. "If you want to thank someone, thank my boss. Right before he died, he still told me to send you that message. He was afraid you were in danger." Zixi freezes, her mind flashing back to the text that appeared on her phone. "So that's where the message came from." The boy tilts his head back slightly and continues, "Big bro is a good man. If it weren't for him, I would have starved to death long ago." He keeps talking. "I still remember it. That year my parents sold the house and ran off. I had nowhere to go. While I was digging through trash cans, starving, a voice called out, 'Hey, kid.' I looked up and saw a man with a bright smile. He said gently, 'I need help. Want to come work for me? I'll feed you.' The boy nodded and followed him. After wandering for over a month, Big Bro took me in. Even brought me into Tongshan Corporation, a real company. He held out the Yi Jin Jing in front of me and said seriously, 'Everyone in this world is a sorcerer. Study this. Integrate with us as fast as you can.'" Remembering that moment, he can't hold back his emotions. "Big Bro not only pays me 500 yuan a month, he even taught me a top-tier cultivation scripture." The boy starts sobbing again. "Nice guys don't last long, bro." Zixi stares at him, momentarily stunned. "Your parents are even worse than mine. Plus your boss totally scammed you. Temp work doesn't pay just 500 yuan a month. That's straight up illegal. The Yi Jin Jing is all over the internet. Did you actually manage to cultivate anything?" Suddenly the boy slows down. His eyes lock onto a recycling bin by the roadside. "Huh? Zixi follows his gaze without thinking. He stops the bike and excitedly starts pulling recyclables out of the bin. Zixi keeps pestering him from the side. You said you're part of Tongshan Corporation, so your boss is too, right? He ignores her, grinning ear to ear at his bag of recyclables. Jackpot. Zixi raises an eyebrow, thinking to herself, so that pill was made by Tongshan Corporation. I need to keep this witness around. Can't let him slip away. The girl snaps, hey, are you even listening to me? At the police station, the boy leads Zixi to the entrance and calls out cheerfully, Officer. He grins, still clutching the bag of recyclables, terrified someone might steal it. Then he pushes Zixi forward. This little girl is lost. Could you help get her home, please? The girl freezes. Done with that, he turns back to his bicycle. I gotta go, big bro's wife and kid have cram school today. Bye-bye. He waves happily and pedals away, leaving a dark storm cloud hanging over Zixi's head. The girl stands there utterly helpless. The officer gives her a gentle smile. Don't be scared, sweetheart. Where do you live? In the courtyard of a house, an elegantly dressed man in a suit steps inside and asks politely, Excuse me, is this the little Sun office? He straightens his jacket and introduces himself. I'm Sun Hepping. I'm willing to pay 1 million to find my daughter. Zhu Ding smells money. His eyes light up instantly. Welcome, welcome. He shakes the man's hand enthusiastically, then turns to shout, Secretary Zhao, bring out our finest dragon well tea. Hepping smiles warmly in return. Secretary Zhao clears her throat beside him. We don't have that. We've got red tea in a box. That work. A cracked cup of tea is placed on the worn wooden table, wisps of steam curling upward. Hepping folds his hands and explains, My daughter is Sun Zixi. She left home 7 or 8 days ago. Then suddenly sent a text saying she ran off with some handsome guy. He pleads, how can a 14-year-old girl just fall in love and elope with someone? As her father, I absolutely refuse to accept this. Please, I beg y'all help me find her. Zhu Ding beams warmly, dollar signs practically dancing in his eyes. Oh my. Of course, of course. He rubs his hands together. Secretary Zhao strokes her chin thoughtfully beside him. Sun Zixi, that little one's father. Hepping freezes and looks at her, curious. Zhao winces guiltily, lowering her gaze and pressing a finger to her lips as if trying to hide something. SHH. Hepping clears his throat. Cough, cough. He stares at her, suspicious. Why is the eldest daughter of the Zhao family working here? He pulls out a check. Consider this a down payment. Please find my daughter. A blinding aura of wealth practically radiates from him. Ding's expression turns serious. He nearly grabs Hepping's hands. Rest assured, consider it done. A clear blue sky, clouds drift by without a care. Zixi walks in, gripping the doorframe, looking a bit down. Anyone here today? I've got something I need you guys to handle. Then she looks up and freezes. Dad. Hepping spins around at the voice. The father's face lights up with a brilliant smile, eyes sparkling with excitement. Zixi. He immediately pulls her into a tight hug, then raises his hands in gratitude toward Ding. I've long heard you're an unparalleled sorcerer. I never imagined you'd use your abilities to make my daughter walk right into our arms. Amazing. The smile on Ding's face stiffens slightly. Oh, it was nothing. He holds the check in his hand, thinking to himself making money is stupid easy these days. At a bustling train station in waiting room number 10, a woman places her hand on the young man's shoulder, eyes brimming with emotion. Little Leo, thank God you were there. Her young son stands beside her, looking up at him. She suddenly buries her face in her hands and sobs. He kept selling himself for money, and in the end, it nearly destroyed him. If you hadn't shown up in time, who knows what would have happened to us. The image flashes back the boy, fighting alone against a gang armed with clubs. She looks up at him, her hand resting on her son's shoulder. You said you had to go save someone else. Did you save them? He smiles softly. Yeah, I saved them. When it's time to say goodbye, the mother and son walk toward the ticket gate. He stands there waving, take care, sis-in-law. The mother and son smile back at him. Only after watching them disappear does he finally let the tears fall. Bro, the thing you asked me to do, it's done. Rest in peace. The station platform is packed with people coming and going. A man stands in the middle of the terminal, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his face twisted with barely contained impatience. They definitely tracked down their tickets for this rotiso. Why the hell haven't they shown up outside yet? The boy rummages through a trash can, barely reaching into the recycling bin by the station entrance. Before he goes, he has to pick up a few more bottles. The movement catches the eye of a security guard standing nearby. The guard marches over and yanks him by the collar. Hey kid, no scavenging here. The boy tears up, arms stuffed with bottles and bolts. He thinks to himself, don't worry bro, even without you here, I'll survive on my own, security guard be damned. Stop right there. Morning light spills into a small courtyard, warm and golden, filtering through everything it touches. Kitties lounge lazily along the rooftop ledge, letting out the occasional soft meow. Inside, Minju is brushing his teeth, humming a tune deep in his throat. He stands there in a lazy daze, eyes half closed, scrubbing away without a care in the world. Minju pushes open the bathroom door without bothering to check the occupied sign inside. The door swings wide open. Sitting on the toilet, newspaper in hand, Ding stares up at Minju in pure bewilderment. Both freeze, the stench hangs thick in the air. Minju stops mid-brush, toothpaste foam dripping from the corner of his mouth. Sister Zhao stands beside him, arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Walking into the bathroom without knocking. You want me to knock some sense into you again? At the dining table, Minju stares down at his bowl of plain white rice with only a few sad pickled vegetables scattered across it. His face darkens. He's seeing black. Son Zixi sits beside him. Across the table are Ding and Sister Zhao. Only a handful of simple, bare-bones dishes are laid out. His eyes brim with pure, undisguised disappointment as he looks at the person sitting across from him. Ding glares back, angrily shoveling braised pork into her own overflowing bowl. What are you staring at? There's nothing for you. Shouldn't have peeked on me in the bathroom. Zixi, right next to him, pipes up with a mischievous smirk. Wow, turns out Big Bro has that kind of hobby. My respects, my respects. Minju immediately shoots the girl a less than friendly look. He tilts his head up and asks, why is there yet another freeloader? Zixi scoffs coldly, I bought breakfast myself. Minju's gaze drifts to the empty chair. Curious, he asks, then where's Little Zhu? Ding snaps, who gave you permission to call her Little Zhu? Minju hears this and quickly rewords his question. Then where's the lady hero? Aren't you going to call her for breakfast? Ding shoves 2 pieces of meat into her mouth at once. Her injuries haven't healed yet. She's in her room circulating qi to treat her wounds. Ding tightens her grip on her chopsticks, her expression turning serious. Finish eating and go train, now. I heard it took you half the day yesterday just to land 1 hit. How embarrassing. Minju silently puts 2 and 2 toes through yesterday. When he struck, the injury must have flared up again. He suddenly stands, picking up the tray of food. I'll bring her breakfast first, then I'll go train. Sister Zhao props her chin on her hand, observing quietly. This one actually has a conscience. But the moment he steps out, Minju's panicked voice rings from outside. It wasn't on purpose. I didn't see anything. Zixi raises her chopsticks, a glint in her eye. Stop being a coward, go big and you can move past this awkward phase. Ding lets out a cold hum, that troublemaker. Yesterday, the son, father, and daughter had an honest heart-to-heart. It was rough going, but they managed to find some common ground. Mr. Sun tried everything sweet-talking, pleading with his daughter. Come home with dad. Zixi refuses, arms crossed, turning her back to him. I'm not going back. I refuse to live with those 2, that fake couple. Both adults are at their wits' end. He turns and hands a check to Ding standing nearby. Hirozu, please let my daughter stay here. Rent and living expenses would 100,000 a month be enough. Ding's eyes light up instantly. With a heart full of righteousness, Hirozu Ding agrees to take in son Zixi for an extended stay. He suddenly turns to the girl and says, Kid, since you're staying at my place, you follow my rules. Zixi blinks confused. What rules? Ding speaks with measured gravity. The world of sorcery is ruthless. You've already been in danger multiple times, so from now on picking fights, of course. If someone comes for you first, that's a different story. Zixi pouts, but I still have to be a champion of justice. But then Ding flashes a sly, almost devious smile. If you behave, I'll teach you this advanced mystic technique. Zixi's eyes go wide with instant, unbridled desire. Starting today, I'll be on my absolute best behavior. Ding thinks quietly to himself, more and more people are gathering. Things are about to get lively. The sky stretches wide and blue. Down a narrow alley, the boy is still digging through trash cans. Suddenly, a voice from behind makes him flinch. Part-time worker, 36 shifts across 6 divisions, that's you, right? Liu Yi. My boss sent me. The boy's eyes turn razor sharp. He glances behind him. A message for you. Before the man can finish his sentence, Liu Yi drops his bag of bottles and launches himself forward. In the same instant, the man conjures a talisman, holding it out in front of him to attack. But Liu Yi is faster. He smashes straight through it with a punch, then follows up with a vicious kick to the man's gut. The sheer force sends the man crashing to the ground. He looks up, trembling from head to toe. That mother and Santhi are already in our hands. Bring his phone to the western outskirts, Jialong Villa in Kidu, and we'll make the exchange. Liu Yi's voice goes cold, murderous intent pouring from his stare. You people have absolutely no humanity left. The man on the ground smirks, gloating. Now you get it, kid, if you dare. The boy turns on his heel and walks away fast, his gaze frozen solid. Just you wait. In the western outskirts of Kidu, the landscape is picturesque, mountains and rivers in perfect harmony, dotted with the sweet blush of cherry blossoms. Jiulong Villa sits nestled within rolling cliff faces. Rope bridges drape between the ridges, swaying high above. Two figures stand on one of them. The young man asks, "Why somewhere this remote? You think I'm here for a vacation?" The middle-aged man beside him waves his hands frantically. Everyone says that guy is no ordinary fighter. If the commotion gets too big, we'll be exposed. That's why we picked somewhere with no witnesses. The young man glances at him. If the fight isn't satisfying enough, I'm tossing you off this bridge. The man feels a chill run straight down his spine, sweat breaking out across his face. On the other side of the bridge, two silhouettes sewn tall, one short approach, catching both their gazes. Our Yindu and Tongshan Corporation have always had a pleasant partnership. The young woman is one of Yindu's 12 enforcers. Nanggong Liu Liumai. She uncorks a flask and takes a long, hearty swig. "I'm here to take someone, kid. Don't you dare screw this up." Beside him strides an Yindu 12 Law's agent, a faint smirk on his lips. Li San is the youngest among them, born with freakish talent. Surely he won't keep getting bodied by people his own age. The jab hits home, his face twists with killing intent. "Open your eyes and look, this man is an Yindu 12 Law's practitioner without equal." Li Yunfei stands on the bridge, his icy composure blazing with fierce intensity as he strides forward. He is Liu Yi, a part-time worker at the Biomedical Research Institute of Tongshan Corporation. Suddenly, a massive surge of energy crashes down from above. The bridge shakes violently. Yunfei lands standing on this end of the bridge, locking eyes with Liu Yi. Excitement flickers in his eyes, the corner of his lips curling upward. Liu Yi clenches his fists, his razor-sharp gaze piercing straight ahead, his body radiating an explosive aura. The mother and child lie bound with their mouths gagged, only able to muster weak, muffled sobs. They're tied to a bed inside the room, with two guards posted near Bion looking utterly bored out of his mind. "Heard there are some real heavy hitters showing up today. God, I want to watch them throw down so bad." The other one leans back, arms crossed. "Hostages are leverage meat to be rescued. You think they didn't dump us here to sit on the front lines? We're the ones getting roasted alive." The other guard jolts. "Holy shit, that actually makes sense." On the suspension bridge strung between two cliff faces, Liu Yi and Yunfei face off, radiating waves of murderous intent. High above, three spectators watch with no less intensity. Liu Humai lifts a wine bottle. "Honestly, isn't it just selling pills under the table? The guy's already dead and you dragged his wife and kid into this. That's a bit much." The old man beside her snaps to attention. But what if he also stole the pill formula? If the other sects find out how to refine these forbidden pills, we're done for. His expression hardens. Whatever he left behind cannot be overlooked. We need to investigate thoroughly. Better safe than sorry. He clenches his fist again, seething. "Don't forget Yindu gave us this pill formula in the first place. If we get targeted by the other sects, your people won't escape unscathed either." Fu Dai waves a dismissive hand. "Calm down. Liu Humai here is as honorable as they. Kamesh just can't stomach your kidnapping tactics. Getting the pill formula back is our job." His expression turns steely. "But if the turncoat's phone doesn't actually have the formula, and we came all this way for nothing, how exactly do you plan to compensate us?" The old man forces an awkward smile, raising both hands to negotiate. 2 bottles of 10-year Maotai, plus a signed first edition album from singer Naimiju. The other two light up immediately. Liu Humai shouts, "Zio Lizzie, hurry up, finish this in 3 minutes. Wudaio Li San. Li San, I love you like a mouse loves rice." The old man and Liu Humai immediately shoot him looks of pure disgust. This old creep is absolutely shameless. On the bridge, the heavy tension still hasn't lifted. Angry clouds churn beneath the bridge planks, and the towering mountains on all sides only amplify the menacing aura radiating from the two figures standing there. Yunfei sizes him up. "Soyo must be Liu Ye." He can barely contain his excitement. "Spar with me." The old man above immediately loses it, yelling, "Screw sparring. We've got the hostage, just tell him to hand over the phone." Liu Yi holds up a brick phone, dead serious. "Here, now let them go." The old man completely loses it. What kind of ancient relic is that supposed to be? "I want the traitor's phone, damn it." Regardless of who's shouting, Liu Yi tosses the brick phone to Yunfei. "Here, no, release them." Yunfei catches it without thinking and signals the hostage release. "Sure, whatever you say, boss." Yunfei holds the phone high toward the 3 figures above and shouts, "Got it, now release the hostages." The old man eyes him suspiciously. "Do you really need to be this noble? The guy got his hands on it, who's to say he didn't make copies?" Yunfei's expression sours as he glances upward. "How dare you give me orders? We'll settle this once the deal's done." But in the very next instant, Yunfei's eyes go wide with shock. He's caught completely off guard. Liu Yi is already lunging at him with terrifying speed. His hand shoots out, fingers clawing at his opponent ninefold Azure Dragon Scout Claw technique. Yunfei's brow furrows as he shouts, "You're playing dirty." Another cheap shot. He sidesteps just in time, dodging the incoming strike. Liu Yi twists his wrist, the air currents spiral into rings, his face hardens. "You criminals have the audacity to call foul play." Instantly, the cyclone of qi wraps around Yunfei's body, binding him in place. Panic flashes in his eyes. Shit, Liu Yi rockets forward and seizes Yunfei by the head. He crushes down on his opponent's skull with brutal force, eyes ice cold. In one fluid motion, Liu Yi slams Yunfei downward, driving his head straight into the bridge floor. The impact sends shockwaves rippling through the suspension bridge, the whole structure swaying violently. Above, three witnesses react: shock, panic, and cold calculation. The sheer force cracks the wooden planks apart, sending splinters and dust flying everywhere. Liu Yi holds his razor-sharp, unwavering gaze, then flicks his eyes upward. The old man instantly scrambles behind Liu Mai. "He's looking at us, save me, sis." Liu Yi kicks off with explosive force, rocketing straight upward at lightning speed. Fu Dai breaks into a cold sweat, disbelief written all over his face. No way Li Sang got one-shotted like that. When Yunfei lifts his head, a massive hole gapes in the bridge floor. Several support cables already snapped. He yells, "Who said I got one-shotted? I simply let my guard down for one move." Meanwhile, Liu Yi has already launched himself toward the bridge above. The old man screams in terror, "He's coming, he's coming." Liu Yi's terrifying launch sends tremors rippling through the cliff face. Liu Yi raises his hand in a striking stance, his entire body hovering in midair. He roars with fury, "Give back Big Bro's wife and kid," then swings his arm down. Fu Dai's eyes go wide with terror, sword energy. But Liu Mai casually catches Liu Yi's strike with one hand. Liu Yi's eyes flash with surprise. Liu Mai fluidly shifts her body, redirecting his trajectory. Liu Yi's eyes widen in shock. Liu Mai murmurs, "Easy there, kid. The hostages are in the room right behind us, don't go hurting innocents." He quickly loses momentum and plummets back down to the bridge below. A thunderous crash erupts on impact. Liu Mai props herself up to watch, casually raising the wine bottle to her lips for a sip. Liu Yi staggers to his feet. "Seems like you're the reasonable one here. I've given you what you wanted, now give me back the hostages." His gaze still blazes with fighting spirit. Across from him, the two men cower behind Liu Mai. The old man demands, "How can you guarantee there are no backups?" Fu Dai warns, "Don't come any closer." Liu Mai is seriously overpowered. Liu Yi holds up the phone. "Dead serious, I don't have any backups. I can't even afford a flash drive, let alone a computer or a new phone. I just want to bring my big bro's wife and kid home." Fu Dai holds up a crystal ball. "My divination says he's not lying. I can even calculate that he's so broke he can't afford vegetables." The old man narrows his eyes. "Really? How trustworthy are these divinations of yours?" Liu Mai rubs her temples. Overthinking everything isn't exactly a virtue. She glances at the old man. "But those two bottles of Maodai, non-negotiable." Fu Dai piles on. "And that first edition Miju album, you're not getting out of that one either." On the bridge, the phone has been plugged into a laptop for data analysis. The young man turns to report. This phone shows no data copying activity in the past 20 days. However, he continues, whether it contains our research data will require further investigation. The old man looks skeptical. No data backup at all. Could it be that the research data really wasn't leaked? Fu Dai smirks. "Caution is fine, but paranoid caution is just stupidity." The old man bristles. "The cautious protagonist archetype is trending right now. I'm just writing the meta." Fu Dai snaps. "A balding guy like you, no matter how you spin it, you're never gonna be the main character." The old man, struck where it hurts, goes ballistic. "I'm a genius scientist. Why can't I be the protagonist?" Fu Dai fires back. "Name one protagonist who's bald." "Protagonists all look plain and unremarkable anyway." Then a cold voice slices through the argument. Liu Yi speaks, his tone icy. "Don't block my path." The old man's face hardens. "You arrogant brat, did you forget whose territory this is?" Fu Dai thinks a few dangerous-looking stunts make her John Wick. Liu Yi clenches his fists and steps aside. The two old men cower instantly. "Just messing around, just messing around. Go, 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 go." Liu Yi turns to the mother and son with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I've got you." The mother nods. "Thank you." L1E1C, Mai leans against the railing. "I'm letting you go this time because we have no conflicting interests. Don't even dream about avenging your boss. If she keeps leaking the organization's secrets while still in the sorcerer world, she won't end up any better than him." Liu Yi clenches his fists in thought. This person is unfathomably deep. For sis-in-law and the kid's sake, I can't get entangled with them anymore. He says to her, "From now on, we stay out of each other's way." He takes his leave. L1E1C my glances at him. Wait. A golden card suddenly flies toward him out of nowhere. Liu Yi catches it between two fingers. L1E1C my remarks with skills like that and clothes that ragged, he's embarrassing the entire sorcerer community. Tells him to take the shopping card and go buy himself something decent. She gazes up at the sky, waves goodbye and strolls away. See you around. Liu Yi reminds the mother, sis-in-law, take whatever money big bro left and start fresh somewhere else. L1E1C my murmurs softly. Who knew that great lord actually took on a disciple like this? Interesting. Fu Dai strokes her chin. What do you mean by that? L1E1C my says gently, can't you feel it? This guy's origin chi is remarkably similar to that person's. Fu Dai is startled, an image of Ding flashes through her mind. She says, he was watching the kid the entire time. No wonder you stepped in to end the conflict and cared so much about him. Fu Dai narrows her eyes, but among our group, there's one idiot who can't read the room to save his life. Young, when did Yunfei get in front of Liu Ye? Heh, you can leave it but you absolutely must fight me first. His eyes blaze with excitement, lips curled into a wild grin. Yunfei exudes an aggressive aura. Allow me to experience your full power, sir. The two stand facing each other, both in fighting stances. The old man sees the scene and mutters, is that guy really one of the 12 disciples? Even Fu Dai got roped in too. Don't ask, the sect master personally selected him. I objected at first too. L1E1C my, meanwhile, is absolutely livid. She hurls a wine bottle at him and screams, you brat, stop causing trouble and get your ass back here. Both Liu Ye and Yunfei flinch in surprise. Yunfei looks up, mouth agape in shock, but he's not ready to back down. Yunfei slips iron nails between his fingers. I haven't even done anything yet. The bottle is still hurtling through the air, propelled by a massive force, rocketing toward him like a cannonball. Yunfei can't react in time. The bottle smacks him dead on, causing his body to topple backward. Yunfei lies flat on the bridge floor, knocked out cold, with the bottle's imprint clearly stamped on his forehead. Liu Yi glances over, hoping the kid's all right. The woman winces, the child clings tighter to her mother. L1E1C my sighs, pressing a hand to her temple in exhaustion. Back at the train station, Liu Yi waves goodbye to the mother and son one last time. Goodbye, when I get the chance I'll come visit you too. He tilts his head up, remembering the worker's smile. Liu Yi has finally seen off the wife and child of his unreliable big bro. Big bro, in the end I didn't let you down. He stands there in a daze, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Only now does a weight finally lift from his heart and he begins his own life. Liu Yi rummages through trash bins again, picking up recyclables while he's at it. Last time security dragged him away. This time he needs to stock up properly. He suddenly pulls out the card, thinking right. Wonder how much this shopping card sells for. He lists a 5,000 yuan card for 1,800. A few days later, a rumor suddenly blows up. In the living room, Ding sits on a chair with Aunt Chu seated beside him. Aunt Chu holds a cup of hot tea, turns to Ding and asks, I hear you took on another disciplined, even got into a fight with Yindu. Ding is confused. He turns sharply to Aunt Chu. The Tiandu thing, don't you already know about that? Aunt Chu doesn't get the answer she's looking for. Unsatisfied, she drops her polite demeanor entirely. She tells Ding, I'm not talking about the Tiandu kid. It's another disciple. Little Zhu is practically your daughter. Don't change the subject. Tell me the truth. Ding is baffled. After hearing this, his face twists in utter bewilderment. Outside, Zixi leads Liu Yi into the courtyard and shouts for everyone to come out. Everyone come out here, let me introduce someone. Liu Yi smiles awkwardly. There's no need, really. The life-saving thing was nothing. A moment later, with 4 people in front of her, the girl introduces him with full enthusiasm. This is Liu Yith, man who saved my life by beating people up. And he practices the Yi Jin Jing too. Tell me that's not awesome. Zhou Minjiu gets hyped too. The Yi Jin Jing, that's like a legendary martial arts technique. That's insane. Then Zixi scurries over to Jiang Zhu and Ding, beaming. These two lookers are the heroes I was telling you about. They rescue people in danger, destroy Evelyn, they even took me in. They're the best people ever. Ding grins and raises his hand in greeting. That's right, the good person would be me. Jiang Zhu, expressionless as ever, says calmly, I'm Jiang Zhu, hello. Zixi then runs over to where Aunt Chu is sitting and throws herself onto her, even more hyped than before. This elegant, charismatic lady is Aunt Chu, a big shot from Wan Hall, high-ranking but totally down-to-earth and a genius doctor. Aunt Chu greets them cheerfully, eyes still on the girl. A show-off, but I like it. When it's Zhou Minjiu's turn, Zixi barely glances at him, pointing a reluctant finger his way. Her tone says she doesn't even want to bother. This one's just a tenant here. Feel free to ignore him. Zhou Minjiu is very much aware of her attitude and he's fuming. Hey, Liu stands there completely lost for words. All he can do is bow to each person one by one. Hello, hello, hello. Once Zixi finishes the introductions, she gets to the real point. Hero Liu is impressive, but his luck's been terrible. No place to live, dead broke. Handsome uncle, pretty sister, are you guys still hiring? Ding stares at Liu Ye. He unconsciously rests his hand on his chin, lost in thought. He's halfway through mastering the Yi Jin Jing and already stepping into the Xianshan realm, plus his origin chi. Why does it feel so much like mine? Could the person from the rumors actually be him? Dinge speaks up asking Liu Ye. A few days, Aga, did you fight someone from Yindu? Liu Ye is caught off guard by the sudden question. He blinks. Yindu, not understanding, he asks back. Minjiu, standing nearby, immediately sketches a detailed portrait of the guy right down to his feet. Ever seen this guy? He's one of Yindu's people. Jiangzu glances at the drawing and with her usual deadpan expression, lets out a quiet compliment. Oh, nice drawing. Liu Ye looks at the sketch Minjiu just made. His eyes widen as he points at the figure. That's him, one of those creeps, and his brain's definitely not right. Jiangzu, Ding, and Minjiu exchange a look. Without a word, they all reach the same conclusion. It's him. No doubt about it. Ding falls into deep thought once more. Lost in a sea of thoughts, mastered the Yi Jin Jing, half-step Xianshan realm, fought Yindu. Leave him out there and he'll cause trouble 8 times out of 10. Better to. He immediately asks Liu Ye, I provide room and board here. 2,900 a month, you in? Teach shrugs, looking utterly unimpressed by the previous statement. 2,000, are you giving alms to a beggar? Contrasting her attitude, Liu Ye looks like he just struck gold. His eyes shine bright as high beams. I'll do it, the pay is so high I have to take it. Minjiu agrees with Teet and asks Ding Yi, hey, isn't my rent 2,900 too? Is it really okay for you people to do this? But Liu Ye remains unchanged, eyes brimming with tears. The market rate for rent is 2,900. With room, board, and salary, that's actually over 5,800. This 1 month is equal to a whole year of my previous life. Ding Yi sighs and walks over, patting him on the shoulder. Your previous boss was truly a villain. Minjiu mutters, I don't think you have any room to talk about someone else being a villain. Teary-eyed and overwhelmed, Liu Ye lunges forward and grabs Ding Yi's leg. Boss, even if it means jumping into a sea of fire, I am with you. Ding Yi recoils in shock. No need for that dramatics. Just do your job and that's enough. Aunt Chu speaks up from the side, offending the hidden sect. Only you would dare accept this fake disciple and turn him real. Ding Yi then stands up and slings an arm around Liu Ye's shoulder. Come on. Tell me how you played the hero saving the beauty, and how you got mixed up with those hidden sect members. Jiangzu ignores the crowd gathered at the table. She silently retreats to a corner, dangling a cat toy in front of them. At the table, Teet and Minji's eyes sparkle. Teet says with pure admiration, saving someone all by yourself, that's so cool. While Liu Ye recalls those painful memories. He recounts regretfully, even though I saved the big boss's family, my strength wasn't enough. Not only did the bad guys get what they wanted, but I couldn't bring them to justice. Ding Yi offers a few words of comfort. The cultivator world settles its own scores internally. The fact that you realized the power gap and knew when to retreat already makes you stronger than most. He turns to pinch Teet's cheek. Right, little heroine, or were you almost toasted? She accepts her fate. I was wrong. Please forgive this ignorant girl who knew nothing of the dangers of the Jianghu. Minjiu smirks mockingly at Teet. I told you not to investigate that pill business, but you wouldn't listen. Ding Yi switches his focus from Teet to Minjiu's ears. You've only been cultivating for a few days and you're already out picking fights, mocking people. Keep practicing. You can go out and play once you beat me. In the server room at Tongshan Corporation, the blonde man reports, recent file deletions remain intact. I've broken the encryption too. No sensitive data, just 3 old medicinal formulas in the phone's archive. Even though they are semi-finished products, if Wan Yutang gets their hands on them and combines them with herbal pills, our secret refining process might be exposed. His fingers fly across the keyboard. He keeps speaking to the old man behind him. There really isn't any trace of the files being copied. The guy wasn't lying. The fortune teller sitting nearby overhears their conversation. He scoffs, superstitious scientists, stop doubting my divination. I already said he wasn't lying, but you guys just wouldn't believe me. On the street, Liu Ye runs alongside Jiangzu and Chu Minjiu. He says while running, I was worried there might be lie detecting arts, so I didn't copy the files. I hand-copied them and hid them under the store ahead. Even without a verbal compliment, the tone of her appreciation is clear. Hiding the tree in the forest, Minjiu gives him a thumbs up. Little brother Liu, you're really something. A moment later, the 3 stand before the store, but the scene before them is completely unexpected. They freeze in their tracks before the fire. No way, right? Fire. A gloomy, white-haired figure emerges from behind, patting Minjiu on the shoulder and whispering, Hey, don't worry. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I am not like boss, whether it's the heart fire pill, the heavenly dog, or even your father's affairs. I don't intend to hide them from you. Jiangsu takes one look at him and instantly adopts a defensive stance. Hidden sect, why are you here? Liu Yi goes on guard as well. What? He's part of the hidden sect too. Yaiseng maintains a calm smile, ignoring the others and staring intensely at Minjiu's face. What do you want to know? Just ask. Minjiu is paralyzed by fear, unable to speak, only able to stare at the man before him. After a long silence he stammers, "Are you a member of the hidden sect?" Even though he asks to his face, he's terrified deep down. This guy has a strange, terrifying pressure. Yaiseng's eyes narrow, and he flashes a smile that sends a chill down the spine. This kid has so many problems, and yet he can still stay this calm. He holds that creepy expression. Let me introduce myself first. In this chaotic world of cultivators, I gave up my real name a long time ago. Jiangsu interrupts him directly, exposing his identity. You are the leader of the hidden sect, the biggest criminal organization in the cultivation world. We can just call him the hidden sect. Yaiseng coughs twice with a provocative look. That's right, I am the hidden sect and the hidden sect is me. Without letting him finish, Jiangsu moves next to Minjiu and whispers, actually, his real name is Yaiseng. He was once the sworn brother of boss and your grandmother. He's currently arsoning, killing, stealing, and robbing everywhere. There's nothing he won't do. Yaiseng listens to the list of his deeds, without uttering a single rebuttal. I admit, wait, why are you blurting out my weaknesses so fast? This kid never learned how to read people. With that low EQ, y'all never find a husband. Minjiu frowns, sworn brother, my father, I've never heard of this. Yaiseng wears that same chilling expression. Looking at your face, that Zhu Dingyi hasn't told you yet, has he? That's not the only thing he's hiding from you. Jiangsu chimes in, boss says, once you find out you're related, you might try to skip out on rent, so he told me to keep it a secret. They both share a look of helpless exasperation. That's him, all right. Liu Yi can't take it anymore and yells, what are you people doing? That guy is a criminal arsonist destroying evidence. Why are you joking around, being the leader of the hidden sect? He certainly wasn't as mundane as he had just appeared. Being interrupted makes him annoyed, and he immediately drops the facade. Shut your mouth, this is no place for you to be insolent. Liu Yi is startled as the man who was just chatting with Jiangsu suddenly emits a deadly aura. Black lethal energy gathers in Yaiseng's palm and fires directly at Liu Yi. Watching the energy blast toward Liu Yi, Minjiu stands rooted to the spot, pure confusion etched on his face. Liu Yi stands his ground, bracing himself and surrounding his body with white energy. Upon contact with Yaiseng's black blast, Liu Yi is just as bewildered as Minjiu. What is this energy? It's completely suppressing me. This isn't just a difference in cultivation level. The gap is too vast. Liu Yi is pushed back by the black beam, his feet unable to hold their ground. An instant later, he's smashed against the wall behind him. Liu Yi vomits a mouthful of bright red blood. Yaiseng turns back to Minjiu, who is shaking like a leaf, and says with that same ghoulish expression, all right, continue. You really don't have anything else to ask. Minjiu, despite his terror and shaking, asks, Uncle Hidden Sect, may I ask what secret the heart fire pill holds? Why did you have to destroy its medicinal formula? Yaiseng smiles in satisfaction. Very good, let me answer. He holds up a glass vial containing a single pill. The heart fire pill is something I simulated by channeling the power of the heavenly dog. Born from the intentions of cultivators and refined through meridians. If the major sects find out, it'll be troublesome. After all, they all want to use the heavenly dog to find the hometown of 10,000 gods to achieve ascension. If they know I'm creating a heavenly dog, I fear the entire cultivation world will hunt down my hidden sect organization again. Minjiu is hit with massive shock, cold sweat dripping down his face. The hometown of 10,000 gods, a man-made heavenly dog. Yi Zhang continues explaining the legend says Kunlun Mountain is the homeland of 10,000 gods, capable of ascending mortals to divinity. No one knows where the entrance is. But over 100 years ago, someone managed to get inside and 7 types of divine power descended upon the mortal world. The Tiandu inside you is one of them. It's the only legacy with an intact lineage over the past 50 years, only thing currently tied to the homeland of 10,000 gods. He stares, trembling, at the Tiandu formed from his own qi. Divine power, the frozen immortal. Why me? Why is it inside me? Yi Zhang's carefree expression drops. His face goes cold. The Tiandu inside Yao, your father, traded his life for it. A sharp voice cuts in from behind Minjiu. Enough, don't forget the agreement between us. Both of them turn to look at Jiangsu's outstretched phone. Zhu Ding's face stares back at them from the incoming call screen. Zhou Minjiu has no obligation to clean up the mess our generation left behind. Yi Jiang narrows his eyes. The one who needs to make that choice is him, not us. Or are you saying you're scared? After all, right now you're just a washed-up has-been sitting at home, can't even break through a barrier. Zhu Ding's expression is stone-faced as ever, irritation bleeding into his voice over the phone. How free are you exactly that you had time to study barrier-breaking techniques just to mess with me? Zhu Ding begins counting, his voice low, measured. 1, 2, 5. He finally breaks through the barrier Yi Jiang had set up. Passable effort. Despite how meticulously Yi Jiang had layered and reinforced that barrier, Zhu Ding still shattered it in the end. Yi Jiang thinks to himself, this guy's still as brutal as ever. So who's really the villain of the sorcerer world here? Zhu Ding lands right where they're gathered. Yo, little Zhu, little Zhao, you hurt. This barrier needs 10 people to maintain 5 inside, 5 outside. So I took out the 5 on the outside. Don't get too butthurt about it. White chi radiates off Zhu Ding's entire body. 70. His expression is ice cold. Not only did he show up personally, he brought people from the 12 regulations. You want to show your hand against me? Seeing Zhu Ding approaching, Yi Jiang shoves both hands into his pockets. Ask him about your father and the Tiandu. I'm sure once you hear the truth, you'll come with me. After all, we're the ones who inherited your father's will, the friends of justice. Zhu Ding catches those last 4 words. He shrugs with a mocking smirk. Done talking, friend of justice. He sneers, and next time try coming after him, why little Joe again, see what happens. Zhu Ding's black shoe nudges a stone at his feet. It lifts off the ground. He kicks it again. The stone rockets straight toward Yi Jiang. I'm gonna get really mad. Yi Jiang doesn't flinch. He casually extends a hand to catch it. Dark chi flickers faintly at his fingertips. Yi Jiang stands there, smiling, ready to receive the stone hurtling toward him at breakneck speed. The stone moves so fast that a faint trail of light lingers in its wake. He catches it effortlessly pinched between 2 fingers. I may not come looking for him, but if he picks a fight with me, he flicks the stone right back at Zhu Ding. I'm not one to take a loss. The stone rockets back to its sender. Well then, can't be helped. Dark chi wraps around the stone as it blazes toward Zhu Ding's face. He thrusts his hand forward instantly, forming a chi shield to block the very stone he'd kicked. He starts throwing shade. You brain-dead moron, don't twist the narrative. Yi Jiang smirks, then who gave me the referral letter in the first place, huh? Zhu Ding fires back, dripping with sarcasm. Right, you always loved copying me, even had to dress exactly the same. They lunge at each other, foreheads collide, each sprouting a massive vein cross on their heads. Yi Jiang fires back. This is the Yindu uniform, how is that copying you? Zhu Ding grits his teeth. This juvenile-ass uniform, only the 2 of us ever wore it. Minjiu and Jiangzu watch this unfold, breaking into a cold sweat. Words fail them. Minjiu whispers to her, are they best friends? Matching outfits. Jiangzu answers deadpan. Both of them hear Minjiu's comment and whip around simultaneously. Who's friends with HIM? It's a uniform. Liu Yi has regained consciousness too. He cracks one eye open, takes a peek, then shuts it again. Situation unclear. Keep playing dead, keep playing dead. Back where Minjiu's group stands, Yi Jiang declares, I'm the head of Yindu now. The uniform rights are all mine. You were the one who copied me first. Don't like it, fight me. Minjiu watches as 2 towering columns of black and white chi blaze from both of them, reaching sky high. He forces a strained smile and steps in as the peacemaker. Gentlemen, please, I still have some questions I'd like answered. You said before that you and my dad were sworn brothers, and you're both from Yindu. Was my dad part of Yindu too? Yi Jiang had clearly been waiting for this question. He answers instantly, he was our big boss, a member of Yindu. The great image of his father crumbles in his mind. So dad wasn't some villain doing all those terrible things after all. Yi Jiang smirks and turns to Zhu Ding. You gonna tell him the truth or what? He'll keep misunderstanding forever if you don't. Zhu Ding's face goes ice cold. Why do you always have to drag everyone into this, as if struck at a nerve? Yi Jiang lunges forward, grabbing Ding by the collar, screaming, wife dead, father dead, organization destroyed. How else do I drag this entire sorcerer world to the bottom of hell? But in the end, it stops at just a collar grab. Yi Jiang turns away. Dark chi swirling around his entire body. You and Big Boss already gave up, but I won't. Never. Zhu Ding's green eyes lower slightly, carrying a weight of words left unsaid. Yi Jiang presses on. In your current state, how long can you really protect him? Let him come with me. You don't want Big Boss's only child walking down the same doomed path, do you? Back to the same old truth in the sorcerer's world. Power is the only thing that gives you a voice. Zhu Ding's calloused hand opens, then clenches into a fist. He asks Yi Jiang, what's the ultimate price of power? We both know. Do you really have to push everyone into a dead end? Jiang Zhu steps beside Zhu Ding. She says, "You once told me that once a sorcerer gets a taste of power, most of them lose their minds and chase the endless path of strength. But I have a feeling Zhou Minjiu won't." She points behind them where Minjiu stands battered, bruised, looking like a complete mess. His only ambition is finishing college and landing a job. When he doesn't even chase big dreams in life, how much hunger for power could he possibly have? Zhu Ding nods slowly. She has a point. But the very next second, his attention drifts elsewhere. "But it's been years since I heard you say this much. I'm touched." Back at the dorm courtyard, Zixi is dabbing medicine on Liu Yi's wounds. She asks, "Aren't you supposed to be super strong? Who beat you up like this?" He trembles in pain but still manages to say, "Zixi, this cotton is expensive. Use it sparingly." Back inside, Jiang Zhu sits quietly by the door, stroking a cat. Meanwhile, Zhu Ding is talking with Minjiu at the table. "The story between me and your dad that goes back 15 years. He speaks in one continuous breath without stopping. "Back then I was a fresh-faced 20-year-old stud, hanging out with the boys at an internet cafe, gaming. Randomly stumbled into some goons who came in swinging. Turns out they were all sorcerers. So being the hero I was, I pissed off whatever organization was backing them. Within days, they came after me as a mob. But I was young, cocky, and ridiculously powerful and against 10, no sweat. So I wiped the floor with them on the spot. Turns out they had 100 guys waiting to jump in. Even I couldn't handle that." Minjiu can tell it's all exaggerated bullshit. He raises a hand with a deadpan expression. "Setting aside the glorious youth delusions for a moment, can you get to the point? 30 words or less." Zhu Ding seems to lose all enthusiasm for reminiscing. He cuts to the chase. "Your dad heroically saved my handsome self. We teamed up as partners of justice and called ourselves Yindu." Zhou Minjiu catches on instantly. So Yindu was actually a righteous organization punishing the wicked, destroying the evil. Ding goes on to recount the day he first met Yizheng. "Then we picked up a kid, Lin Yizheng. He's the current head of Yindu. Lin Yizheng was a prodigy. Yindu grew fast because we offered protection to lower-tier sorcerers. We had a dream to dismantle the big fish eats little fish hierarchy of the sorcerer world." As he speaks, Ding's green eyes drift downward once more, until the previous host of Tiandu had their identity exposed. The mythological homeland of Wanqian resounded through the world. The entire sorcerer community launched a massive hunt for the Tiandu bearer. Yindu shielded her instead. "We clashed with the major sects non-stop. We managed to protect her in the Induntal. A sorcerer calling himself Jindenzi appeared out of nowhere, killed her and seized Tiandu. Jindenzi's power was beyond anything we'd ever seen. He slaughtered representatives from every major sect. Me, your old man, and Lin Yizheng, we combined forces, broke past our limits, and barely managed to kill him. Tiandu became masterless once again." Tiandu kept losing hosts. Ding turns to Minjiu. "The vicious fighting left it severely weakened, so weak, the sorcerer world couldn't stage another all-out war to seize it. Your old man, probably influenced by too many manhwa and novels, spurned his entire lifetime of cultivation to forge a cage and locked Tiandu inside. You're Danshan, but once Tiandu recovers its strength, that cage won't hold anymore. So we've been looking for a solution ever since. By continuously draining and siphoning Tiandu's power, we make sure it never gets too strong." After a long trip down memory lane, he yawns and waves Minjiu off. "That's the gist of it. Go back to your room and rest. I need to catch up on sleep. Talking this much is exhausting." But at this point, Minjiu is far from satisfied. "Hold on, don't leave yet. There are at least 4 more things he needs to ask about." In the suffocating silence, Ding looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. Minjiu voices every question that's been eating at him. "You still haven't told me why Yindu ended up like this. What grudge does the sorcerer world have against you? And you haven't said where my dad is, whether he's alive or dead. The previous Tiandu host was clearly important to you, but you just brushed it off with one line. What was your relationship with her? And what did you mean when you said you can't protect me for much longer?" Ding turns back, exasperated. "What is this? 20 questions." A barrage of questions from Minjiu rains down on Ding like a volley of arrows. "Who is my mother? If you won't talk, I'll keep asking. How old are you? Are you married? What cultivation technique do you practice? When Yindu's records mention a dead wife, who were they talking about? Did you actually pick Jiang Zhu up off the street? Did you even file adoption papers? Also, seriously, how old are you? How much is that courtyard house worth? What's your skincare routine? Are you married or not?" Country folk or city slicker can't take a single question more. Eyes watering, he screams, "Stop, I'll talk, all right." Only then does Minjiu's storm of questions finally let up. Ding composes himself, going serious again, and answers each question one by one. When someone is too outstanding, they attract nothing but jealousy and resentment. Back when we defeated Jindanzi, Yindu's power was seen as a threat by too many sorcerers. They eventually banded together to exterminate us. I was gravely wounded at the time. Your old man had burned through all his cultivation, and though Lin Yizheng fought to the death, it wasn't enough to turn the tide. In the end, to protect what was left of our people, your father officially disbanded Yindu. The three great sects that exist Tadathi were originally formed to crusade against old Yindu. Now they've become the main pillars maintaining order in the sorcerer world. The Yindu you see today was rebuilt by Lin Yizheng. They still protect lower-tier sorcerers, but they're more violent and radical now. They'll use any means necessary to achieve their goals. After hearing the full story, Minjiu's chest burns with fury. He turns to Ding. You all risked your lives to stop Jindanzi from slaughtering sorcerers, and those ungrateful bastards repaid you by trying to wipe you out. Ding reaches over and places a hand on Minjiu's head, flashing an eerily friendly smile, then raises his fist. The path of sorcery has always been a gamble with your life. At their core, sorcerers are a pack of lunatics trading their lifespan for power and profit. In the sorcerer underworld, there's no such thing as chivalry. Staring at Ding's menacing expression, Minjiu trembles. No way, please don't mess with me, man. Only your old man was different from the rest. He was the last true righteous man in the entire sorcerer underworld. Ding drops the scary act, shoving his hands into his pockets and standing there like a man who just got dumped. He recalls his big brother's smiling face, but he's afraid that face is truly gone for good. The last time they met, the man was already like a lamp running out of oil. But why he vanished without a word before dying, I have no idea. Hearing this, Minjiu feels every last shred of hope collapse. Is that so? He's really gone. Ding adds, your old man left an origin chi cage inside your body. It's designed to dissipate when you turn 20. After that, you'll have to control Tiandu with your own strength. I'm out of ways to help. That's why I said I can't protect you for much longer. At this, Minjiu's blood runs cold. What? 20 years old? What does he mean much longer? That's only 1 year away. Right now, the only reason he can use any of this power at all is because of the cage suppressing Tiandu. If that vanishes, Minjiu lunges forward, drops to the floor on all fours, and starts kowtowing repeatedly, scaring the hell out of Ding. Great Master Zhu Ding, heroic, dashing, mighty, and divine, please, I beg you, continue teaching me. Minjiu clings to Ding even tighter. Ding forces a grin, then delivers a rejection so cold it could freeze hell over. Your origin chi is too chaotic to learn any normal sorcery. I genuinely have nothing left to teach you. Minjiu is crying rivers, and he cranks the wailing up to full volume. Uncle, please don't abandon me. If you can't teach me sorcery, then at least teach me some hand-to-hand combat, swords, anything just enough to defend myself. I'm a sorcerer, not a martial artist. I don't know physical combat at all. Even little Zhu's swordsmanship was self-taught. Jiang Zhu is also in the room. She wants to speak up for Minjiu, but it feels like she'd only be twisting the knife deeper. Last time he fought Tongshan Corporation, his combat skills were so garbage he couldn't land a single hit. The other side openly mocked him. Minjiu grabs Ding's leg but keeps inching higher and higher, making Ding's skin crawl. Stop creeping upward, damn it. Minjiu doesn't care about having his wounds salted, he only registers that Jiang Zhu is backing him up. He screams even louder. Come on, I'm your personal disciple. If word gets out that I'm throwing ultimate moves and Masingdo, you know how embarrassing that would be. Ding suggests maybe trying the National Martial Arts Hall. They specialize in physical combat. On the surface, they don't train outside sorcerers, but I could make some calls. But be careful if you go there. Those people are just as cutthroat as the rest. Never underestimate any sorcerer, stay on guard for everything. Minjiu nods furiously, A moment later, Ding grabs Minjiu by the collar and flings him out the door like a chicken. The time I'm giving Yuthai's backdoor favorus it to train, every single second, got it. But Minjiu seems completely used to Ding's blunt eviction tactics by now. Thanks, uncle. I'll head back and train. I'll be waiting for your good news. Only after Minjiu disappears from view does she speak up. Didn't he forget something? Regarding the matter of the previous Tiandu host, drops back into his usual composure, no longer playing the clueless brute. He answers Jiang Zhu's question. If he forgot, let him forget, don't remind him. Jiang Zhu verbally agrees, but deep down, curiosity gnaws at Hirsch's dying to know too. Meanwhile, back in his room, Minjiu sits cross-legged in meditation, but his mind keeps circling back to the unanswered questions. He deliberately changed the subject. Why won't anyone talk about the previous Tiandu host? At Yindu's headquarters, the black flag Yindu's emblem hangs dead center in the elevator shaft, rippling silently in the air. Yunfei and the fortune teller share the same elevator, both heading to floor 19. The fortune teller speaks first. Little bro, I hear the boss is recruiting Tiandu. If he actually shows up, what kind of treatment are we talking? Wouldn't that mean one of the 12 rules seats? Well then, we'd have to make room for Tiandu. You're not suggesting that seat would be yours, are you? In the hallway on the 40th floor, Liu Mai and another girl-tuo people from completely different worlds stand outside waiting for the elevator. The elevator doors slide open. Liu Mai steps in first and glances inside. Both of them stare, baffled by the bizarre scene before them. She looks at the fortune teller pinned under Yunfei's weight. What the hell are you two doing? She asks. Yunfei grabs the fortune teller's shiny bald head with one hand, while the old man wails like a kid whose candy just got snatched. Sister Liu, Sister Linthai's old coot says my seat is getting replaced by Tiandu. The other one smiles like an angel. Nothing's been decided yet. I've got your side, don't worry. This here is Lin Zhang, one of Yindu's 12 rules. Lin Wan. Liu Mai walks up, wine bottle in hand, and pats Lin Wan on the shoulder. Little Lin, since you put it that way, I'm crying right alongside you. Next thing you know, she boots both men out of the elevator. I ordered a candlelit dinner. When the delivery guy gets here, have him bring it up to the rooftop. We're getting wasted. Yunfei turns back bewildered. A candlelit dinner. It's still broad daylight, but she's already long gone upstairs. The fortune teller is equally confused. The delivery guy doesn't leave them wondering for long. Like a one-man superhero squad, he shows up solo, single-handedly hauling a ridiculously oversized table. Your candlelit dinner has arrived. Enjoy your meal. At this rate, the delivery fee probably costs as much as the food itself. But even so, Yunfei can't help but Goksomion actually delivered a full candlelit dinner table. On the rooftop, the place looks like an abandoned wasteland at first glance. But look closer and you'll see every detail has been meticulously maintained. A romantic dinner table sits dead center on the sun-drenched rooftop. Liu Mai swirls her red wine like she's handling a snow globe. She pours out her story to Lin Wan. The 11th time director Lin rejected me. And that windbag Feng even mocked me for being 27 with no boyfriend. Her face flushes slightly, whether from the sting of rejection or the alcohol, unclear. Her hazy gaze drifts over the shimmering red wine. Lin Wan smiles gently, offering comfort. Don't be sad. Come on, another toast, boss. Let's just focus on those two blockheads. They're nothing but dense logs anyway. But in her head, she's seething. This drunkard has the nerve to call me boss. I'm the gentlest, sweetest person here, and I still don't have a boyfriend. Single but with a mouth that won't quit, Liu Mai stands up and launches into a lecture for Lin Wan. Little Lin, you're too young to understand the pain of growing old without love. Once again stabbed right in the sore spot of aging. Veins pop on her forehead. She says nothing aloud, but internally she's cursing 7 generations of Liu Mai's family tree. I'm even older than you, damn it. I'm barely surviving by faking politeness with ghosts, and now I have to babysit this alcoholic too. I'm the one who should be crying. Lin Wan tops off Liu Mai's glass. Sister Lin can outdrink those useless men any day. Your boyfriend absolutely has to be someone who can outdrink you. The drunkard gets even more fired up. Damn right, can't outdrink me. Don't even dream of courting me. Little Lee's, bring out that 85 Dom Perignon. We're drinking with Little Lin until we drop. No one goes home sober. Wow, Sister Lin is so badass. Yes, ma'am. The two of them stroll along the city street. Jiangzu points ahead and makes a suggestion. The boss mentioned the nearest National Martial Arts Hall doesn't have any new classes. You can only join the one that started last month. I'll take you there tomorrow. Minjiu slumps in frustration. Why does this feel like my best friend is signing me up for a training boot camp? She explains the origin chi that boss left inside you is already starting to dissipate. Can you maintain your chi on your own for a full 24 hours? He answers, during the day, sure. At night, I still need the alarm to remind me. Jiangzu lowers her eyes, pouting. Not bad, actually. She waggles her finger. Next phase, once your body develops muscle memory, you'll maintain chi circulation automatically even in your sleep. Minju points at himself, asking, Zainu, are you upset that I'm learning too fast? Jiangzu turns away. No. She stands in front of a food stall, haggling with the vendor. Boss, the usual 6 soy milks, double the fried dough sticks. Coming right up, the man replies. He looks at her and suggests swapping the order. How about fried bread instead? I'm so sick of dough sticks. A sudden voice chimes and he's right. Eating fried dough sticks all day isn't exactly healthy. Yi Zheng and Lin Wan stand there wearing mocking grins. My place has great food, great drinks, high salary, excellent benefits. Zhou Minjiu, have you thought it over? Jiangzu drops into a defensive stance. Yindu. Minjiu puts a hand out to stop her. I've got this. His eyes burn with determination as he faces the two of them and speaks. Ever since that day at the scene, my mind was already made up. No thinking required. Minju jabs his finger at them, shouting whether it's that lunatic Li Yunfei, the heart fire pill operation, or trashing the shop, that's already proof enough we don't belong on the same side. He covers his face with a lopsided expression. Li Yunfei is admittedly a bit crazy, but the heart fire pill is only sold to sorcerers with malicious intent. You could call it doing the public a favor. A dangerous smile, eyes full of menace. As for trashing the shop and destroying the evidence, I've already compensated the owner double. Minju is stunned. He stabs his finger at them, roaring, you even killed big bro Liu Yi. How the hell do you plan to whitewash that? Her face lights up with satisfaction. Betraying the organization, spilling secrets. The moment you became a sorcerer, you already voluntarily gave up the protections of modern civilization. He jabs a finger at his own face, shouting, well, I'm a sorcerer now too, but I have no intention of abandoning how modern civilization does things. Lin Wan presses on, in the sorcerer world, it's the law of the jungle, even if you are Tiandu. You don't have the strength to back up that kind of talk right now. Minju points and shouts, Yindu keeps preaching about protecting the weak, but in the end you just play favorites. Deep down, it's still the strong rule supreme. You don't even have the guts to challenge the sorcerer world's rotten system. His face and smirk drip with mockery and provocation. What an adorable, naive little organization. She trembles with rage, speechless. Lin Wan turns to Yijeng, whining, Zek Master, this one's all yours. Jiangzu pulls out her phone with utter contempt, snapping photos rapidly. So that's how it works, you can actually argue like that. He smirks. Yijeng reaches over and ruffles his hair. I admittedly don't have the guts to break the sorcerer world's old rules or build new ones. I can only protect lower-tier sorcerers under the existing system. He moves closer to the two of them. Yijeng reaches over and ruffles Minju's hair. But if you look down on us that much, then I'll wait for you to go do what I never dared to. He looks at Minju with a sidelong glance. Go tear apart that rotten sorcerer establishment. He leans in close, whispering in his ear, I've got my eye on you. Yijeng turns and walks away. Fourth, let's go. He kicks over the vendor's stall on his way out, enraging the owner. What the hell, you psycho? Yijeng shouts back, waving his hand. Right, tell old Zhu to lay off the fried dough sticks, not good for him. She looks at him with excitement, eyes practically sparkling. Who knew you had such big ambitions? I underestimated you before. He shudders, replaying the atmosphere from moments ago. Did you feel that pressure earlier? It nearly made me stop cycling my qi. Absolutely terrifying. Jiangzu lets out a long breath at his words. I take back what I said. Minju snaps out of it, his mood lifting as he cheerfully starts tidying up. Boss, let me help you clean up. I didn't even know that guy. Dude was seriously unhinged. The shop owner replies cheerfully. Thanks, kid. Running into a psycho today is just bad luck. Zixi and Ding crowd around him, and Minju babbles nonsense for a solid 15 minutes before finally returning to normal. The energy surge was way too intense, completely overwhelming. Keep it up. At breakfast, when Jiangzu brings the matter up, both Zhu Ding and son Zixi are filled with admiration. His intense focus on eating catches everyone off guard. Slow down, you haven't even left any for me. But the hype only lasts about 3 minutes before everyone agrees that eating is clearly the priority. Zixi fights Minju for food. Respect your elders, brat. He doesn't back down either. I can't even get a single bite. After the meal, Jiangzu and he hop on her scooter to run some errands. Zhou Minju sets foot on the path to getting stronger, heading to the West City branch of the National Martial Arts Hall. He places a hand on her shoulder, looking embarrassed. I'm always stuck in the back seat. Deal with it, she replies coolly. My bike, you're not driving it, give it up. He raises his voice, sounding almost sulky. I don't want to steal your stupid bike. The National Martial Arts Hall materializes against a backdrop of crisp, peaceful air. Images of Coach Ma and children playing happily come into view. The kids dash off to play, not forgetting to wave goodbye to their teacher. Bye, Coach Ma. Watching them leave, he gently reminds them. Be careful on your way home, kids. Get back early, okay? Coach Ma turns away, letting out a sigh. Then he spots a familiar figure and his face lights up. Little Zhu. He spreads his arms wide to greet them both. Little Zhu, it's been way too long. He happily grabs Minju's hand. This young man must be Senior Zhu's disciple, right? Nice to meet you. Jiang Zhu gestures in introduction. This is Coach Mamie, Basics instructor from back in the day at the National Martial Arts Hall. He taught me everything. The three of them stride down the corridor of the martial arts hall. Being able to serve Senior Zhu Aghanet really gets the blood pumping. Sir, when you say Senior Zhu, how old are you exactly? Coach Ma laughs heartily. When it comes to skill, they're the master. Calling him Senior Zhu is only right. He rubs his hands together, face beaming. Soklo's Quarters Combat Basics course for sorcerers, correct. 200,000 yuan per semester, card or cash. The two of them freeze, completely speechless. Suddenly, a voice chimes in, add one more to the tab. It's Zixi holding up a gold card. I'm covering both of them. The girl flashes a mischievous grin. Consider it payback for saving my life. Coach Ma gives everyone a thorough explanation. As everyone knows, every sorcerer has a warrior's heart at their core, and the essence of close combat comes down to stance and hand techniques fast, precise and lethal. Coach Ma suddenly throws a devastating punch into the heavy bag. The strike must be fast. Without pause, he throws another. The target must be precise. The impact sends the bag swinging wildly, and when you hit it must be ruthless. All the students watch his flawless form with rapt attention. Coach Ma turns back to face the class. Even a lion hunting a rabbit goes all out. One move to take the enemy down, crush them flat. That's how you guarantee your own safety. He shouts, understood. All the students and Zixi shout back in unison. Yes, sir. He awkwardly raises his fist too. Yeah, got it. His mind is racing with embarrassment. Is this for real? They're all little kids, this is so awkward. Suddenly, a student raises a hand. Teacher, what if we can't take down the enemy in one strike and they counterattack? What do we do? Another kid strikes a pose and jumps in. Obviously, you follow up with a combo, just keep swinging. Coach Ma raises his hand to calm the students. Everyone, settle down. Techniques like follow-up combos are far too advanced for your level. No need to learn that yet, Zixi asks, puzzled. So what do we do if the enemy counters? He throws his hands up and yells, obviously you run. Coach Ma clenches his fist, his face full of conviction. When you run, you must make the decision fast. Your escape route must be precise. Then you let out a vicious war cry, take this. He continues, sinking deeper into his own tangent. The enemy will naturally tense up, going on full guard. And that's your window, every own bolts. Coach Ma widens his eyes and shouts. Remember this, in the world of sorcerers, winning 100 times is great, but losing even once could cost you your life. Zixi and the students look completely exasperated. Teacher, that's just way too cowardly. Suddenly, Minjiu starts clapping in genuine admiration. No wonder you're the teacher, brilliant strategy. The National Martial Arts Hall buzzes with lively energy. A girl waves at Jiangzu in greeting. Hey sis, haven't seen you before, is this your first time here? Which one's your kid? Zixi shows off her moves, surrounded by a chorus of praise. That's amazing sis, so cool. She points towards Zixi, the braided girl over there. The girl's eyes go wide in disbelief. Oh my god, you've raised her so well. I never would have guessed you already had a kid this old. Another girl chimes in, sounding bewildered. And that boy, whose kid is he? He's already this old and still in the beginner class. Minjiu's face is pure exasperation. She calmly answers their questions. He's also mine. Every woman there freezes in shock. No way. They start buzzing with chatter. No matter how you look at it, there's no way she has a son that old. Must be her husband. This couple looks way too young. They've got to have some kind of anti-aging secret. We absolutely have to ask. They eagerly swarm Jiangzu, bombarding her with friendliness. Hey sis, join our WeChat group please. Sis, I brought some fruit, want some? Here's my husband's business card. Please take it. And just like that, Jiangzu ends up in the basic class mom group chat for the National Martial Arts Hall. Master Ma, Zixi, Minjiu, and all the other students are gritting their teeth through horse stance training. The end of class scene is bustling with energy. The earlier session is only an hour long, so it wraps up fast. Goodbye, Master. Now it's just Zixi, Minjiu, and Master Ma left in the hall. Next up, their private lesson. Ready? They shout in unison. Ready, Master. He pulls out two talismans, massive ones designed for close combat body technique training. Hopefully you two can stay humble and train step by step. No rushing. The two of them stare in confusion as the talismans drop onto the wooden floor. Next, he teaches them the first step of body technique training, wooden poles swinging in, sending them scrambling around the posts in pure panic. Zixi and Minjiu stare at the wooden posts, already exhausted. Here's the deal. Master Ma Quan maneuvers through the wooden poles and demonstrates once they can weave freely through the posts in every direction without touching a single one. He says calmly, that's when you've officially entered the gate. The two of them are stunned. Yes, Master. Master Ma crosses his arms and barks, no one my command, charge into the posts. The two lunge forward like moths to a flame. He shouts commands left, right, front, back. Left, front, right, back. Wooden poles slam into them mercilessly. Oh god, Zixi wails. It's this hard on the first try. He's not doing any better. Someone please put me out of my misery. Jiangzu buries her face in her hands, unable to watch. Yidu calls out a greeting. Miss Jiangzu, long time no see. He follows up smoothly, meeting again like this, must be fate. She looks confused, so Yidu fills her in. Last year we both got pulled over for riding without helmet, shows that for fate. Have you really forgotten all of it? Something clicks but Jiangsu replies, "It's been too long, I genuinely don't remember." He cheerfully bows to her a full, picture-perfect royal-style greeting. "No matter, my name is Wei Yidu. A pleasure to meet you again, Miss Jiangsu." Yidu pitches his idea with a grin. "Miss Jiangsu, would you be in the mood for a little drive with me? In a Lamborghini SVJ, no less." Clear skies and the city skyline stretch out before them. Minjiu thinks to himself, "I'm supposed to be the male lead here, yet I might as well be a background extra with zero screen presence." Joe Minjiu thinks helplessly, "So now, I'm supposed to throw down with some pretty boy who came out of nowhere." Outside the ring, Zixi is screaming her lungs out for him. "Big bro, come on, kick that pretty boy's ass." Hearing that, cold sweat beads on his forehead. As for the reason behind all this, just one look at the girl hyperventilating behind him, and anyone could guess 8 or 9 parts of the story. Watching the girl's antics, Jiangsu asks, "Do you have a grudge against Joe Minjiu or against that Wei Yidu guy?" Zixi imagines the scene of her chatting and laughing with Minjiu. "Big bro, can you watch that and stay calm? Don't you want to punch the idiot hitting on your girlfriend?" Her eyes glint with steel. Jiangsu asks, "Why do you want to stir up conflict between them?" Zixi leans in and whispers, "That guy's a wolf in sheep's clothing. He's buddy-buddy with my dad and he secretly solicits prostitutes. He's absolute scum." Jiangsu counters, "But you're asking Joe Minjiu to fight him. What if he loses?" Zixi grins, "I know he'll lose, but once he gets beaten up, you'll have a reason to step in." Jiangsu's expression doesn't change one bit. "You might be disappointed." Yidu squares up and addresses Minjiu, "Not bad, kid. Daring to get in my way," he smirks, "but I won't bully a total newbie from the beginner class at the National Martial Arts Hall." Yidu's face is pure contempt. "I'll give you 3 free moves, go ahead, take your best shot." Minjiu is stunned. Seriously, he stomps the ground hard. Minjiu's eyes light up with excitement. "Well then, don't mind if I do." He drops into a fighting stance. Zixi turns to Jiangsu, confused that there's not a single ripple of energy in the air around Minjiu. Was his previous training actually worth anything at all? Jiangsu reassures her calmly, "Don't jump to conclusions, just keep watching." Right now, he's training in the 2nd tier of the Erlang Divine, artificially stepping onto the inner pill path. Minjiu channels his energy with everything he's got. Watching this, Yidu looks bored to death. Is this guy seriously a sorcerer? He's no different from a regular person. Without warning, Minjiu stomps down hard. Minjiu launches into a stance and roars the new fist technique Master Ma just taught him. Yidu watches with a dismissive half-glance, thinking there isn't a shred of origin chi in this guy's body. Then Minjiu throws a punch out of nowhere. He hurls it forward and shouts, "Long fist." The strike comes so fast that Yidu can't react in time. He can't believe it fires off in an instant. "Crap, I let my guard down." The punch unleashes a wave of suppressive chi. Minjiu's fist sends Yidu flying. A streak of blue light pierces straight through him. Yidu is absolutely floored. He crashes into the wall, shattering it to pieces. A swirl of blue chi wraps around Minjiu's body. While Jiangsu stays perfectly composed, Zixi's jaw drops. Yidu just obliterated a wall into dust. He's hurled into the next wall, leaving a massive dent. Yidu lies there in wordless agony. "That chi, it's insane." Minjiu clenches his fist with a grin, flashing a perfect smile. Zixi can't believe what she's seeing. "Were you playing dumb this whole time?" Master Ma opens the door, sees Yidu's wrecked state, and his face goes red. "I step out to take a leak, and you people are already demolishing my hall." Zixi and Minjiu snap to attention, instantly back in training stance. 30 minutes later, Master Ma is treating Wei Yidu's injuries. Teacher Ma is treating Yidu. "You didn't channel origin chi for body protection. Why are your meridians this severely damaged?" He explains through gritted teeth. "His penetrating origin chi force was too strong, it ran wild through my entire body." He keeps his eyes closed, calming his mind. Recently, Zhu Ding has taken on 2 new disciples. I even wondered if the visitor might be the Tiandu among them. Looks like I was spot on, no adjustments needed. Suddenly, Yidu spits out a mouthful of blood. Hearing this, Yidu's face drains of all color. He's Zhu Ding's disciple. Teacher Ma scolds him right back when he saw Jiangsu. He should have figured it out already. Guess he was thinking with the wrong head. Teacher Ma stands up, hands clasped behind his back, sizing him up silently. His offensive power is solid, but without decent footwork to back it up, he'd get wrecked in a real fight. That's why he's here to train. He turns to remind Yidu, "Once you've recovered, go apologize. Having a good relationship with the people at Little Sun office won't do you any harm." He replies, "Understood. Thank you for the guidance, Martial Uncle." Looking at the hole in the wall, Teacher Ma is utterly helpless. He spots Zixi and Minjiu goofing off instead of training, trembles with rage, and yells, "What the hell are you 2 doing?" On that day, neither Joe Minjiu nor Teacher Ma had any idea what tomorrow would bring. The image of a stunning, alluring woman appears. "Jo Minju, do you have a girlfriend?" A green-haired woman, equally gorgeous, chimes in. "Jo Minju, I wasn't planning on inviting you over, but if you insist, I won't refuse." A boss holds out a gold card toward him. "Mr. Jo, would you be interested in the position of vice president of the e-commerce division at Sanaming Group?" A burly uncle cradles a sword, offering it to Minju. "A sword for a hero. My family runs a manufacturing enterprise. The top-ranked sword maker in the sorcerer world. We'd like to invite Mr. Jo as our brand ambassador." A group of Taoist priests bows respectfully. "Mr. Jo, you are fated to walk the path of the Buddha. Our Tianchi sect wishes to bestow upon you the Shulu ordination. Might you consider?" All of them rush in, fighting over him tooth and nail. "Hey, I was here first. I've got the biggest chest, I go first." Minju basks in his fantasy of wealth and adoration. "Vice President, please, the real deal, now we're talking." "Buddha Lord, day you're really welcoming me like this. The pinnacle starts today." Bills flutter through the air. Zixi and Jiangzu watch with expressions of pure disdain. "He's actually got crowd appeal. Word about the Tiandu must have gotten out. They didn't dare come to the office before, so now they're all swarming here." Teacher Ma breaks into a cold sweat, scratching his head. "I kept it secret, okay? It was that idiot junior disciple of mine who blabbed. Don't blame me." The two turn their faces away, clearly unconvinced. Zixi points to make her stance clear. "Beautiful women beside you, promotions and riches follow." He's not following any of them. They're always around, aren't they? Jiangzu replies calmly, "Relax, he knows exactly what he's doing." After that, Teacher Ma's basic national martial arts training class swelled by dozens of new, all sorts of weird students. Every student in the training room is drilling relentlessly. Minjiu's blissful, drooling expression catches everyone's attention, but soon, Jo Minjiu diffuses the chaos with surprising ease. He reaches out into thin air, crying helplessly. "All I said was that I like girls who are gentle, kind, understanding, good at their careers, great at home, and can cook. Why are you all leaving?" This enrages the two women. What a chauvinist, zero respect for women. Minju wails even louder. "All I want is a salary of 100 million. Why did everyone leave?" Hearing this, the two immediately decline. "Can't afford to keep you, sorry, way out of our budget." He cries out into the void, arms outstretched. "All I asked was whether you could share your thoughts on dialectical materialism. Why did everyone leave?" Hearing this, the other person mutters, "Can't reach that high, can't reach that high. Great tree, bronze diagnosis. Great tree, bronze diagnosis. J." Zixi pats Minjiu on the shoulder, laughing hard. "Dude, were you just putting on a show? I totally misjudged you." Jiangzu gives him a thumbs up. Without even fighting, he drove away the enemy. Impressive. Teacher Ma observes him silently, thinking this kid can actually resist the three great temptations: power, wealth, and beauty. With a mind this steady, he's destined for greatness. Better stay on his good side. And so Jo Minjiu's peak life ends here. Minjiu weeps in despair. After that, Sun Zixi and Jo Minjiu both train hard. The two of them keep getting smacked by wooden planks. Thighs is brutal. But neither of them seems to have any talent for footwork. They both get beaten black and blue. Liu Ye, on the other hand, seamlessly dodges and weaves. In a twist, Liu Ye, who only drops by occasionally to deliver food, somehow picked it all up by osmosis. Teacher Ma praises him without reservation. "You've got real talent. Come on, spar a few rounds with me." He charges into attack. Liu Ye raises his hand to block, which gets Zixi hyped. She screams, "So cool, so badass." She and Minjiu stare in disbelief. Is he hacking? He watched a few times and just learned it. In stark contrast to the two, Jiangzu calmly enjoys her meal. "Today's food is amazing. Doesn't taste like the boss's usual cooking at all." Completely out of the loop. Liu Ye blocks Teacher Ma's powerful punch with one hand. A shockwave of qi erupts between them. He calls back cheerfully to the three of them, "I cooked today's meal. How is it? Meat and fish every day is wasteful and unhealthy. Gotta keep a balanced diet." Teacher Ma stares at his own palm, genuinely surprised. "He blocked my punch while distracted. With cultivation like that, no wonder he can go toe-to-toe with Yindu's 12 laws. Worthy of being that man's disciple." That old man. Minjiu savors the meal, tears streaming down his face. Gentle, kind, understanding, great at work, excellent at home, amazing cook. "I'm starting to think Xiao Zhen's taste in wives is a bit questionable." Jiangzu doesn't hold back her praise either. Perfection. Zixi is lost in the heavenly flavors, talented, high cultivation, great cook, the perfect man. Suddenly, Minju cries out in despair. Why is the gap between people so insanely huge? She pats him consolingly. "Stop talking. Sometimes the gap between people is even bigger than the gap between people and dogs." Suddenly, both Zixi and Jiangzu receive phone calls. The phone rings, incoming call. Tati's teacher bellows through the receiver. Son Tati, how many days have you been skipping class? Get back here and attend your lessons this instant. Contrary to the girl's anxiety, Jiangzu remains utterly composed. Understood. Boss SS. Mingwu eyes Tati with a critical look. He suddenly recalls she is technically his senior. He almost mistook her for a middle schooler. But she is actually a sophomore in university. She turns to remind him, we have a job. Boss SS ordered us to handle it. Mingwu asks skeptically, what kind of job? Jiangzu relays the mission. A popular star named Yu Tian has been murdered by a thaumaturge, and the higher-ups are furious. With the investigation underway, they have ordered the thaumaturge community to flush out the culprit, prompting a meeting of all the major factions. He asks about the nature of the mandate. What kind of higher-ups are so formidable? She looks at him exasperated. The state, obviously. No matter how much the thaumaturges despise one another, they must behave and cooperate when faced with tanks, missiles, and fighter jets. He exclaims in surprise, so these are the big shots who were too busy to appear in the comic panels until now. Standing before the National Martial Arts Hall, Jiangzu beckons for the three of them to follow. Let's go. Tati chirps happily. Yes, big sister. She offers a stern warning, we are not a triad gang. I am the general manager of the Little Sun Administrative Department, for the record. Boss SS is the chairman of the board. The girl shouts with excitement. Understood, general manager. Suddenly, 2 traffic police officers intercept the group of 4. Bicycles cannot carry passengers and electric scooters can only carry children under 12. That's a 50 yuan fine for each of you. Tati pleads, this is my first offense, can you please cut us some slack? Jiangzu takes off her helmet. We've arrived. Tati's teacher greets them. Coming to such a high-end place, you should at least have taken a taxi. She tells the guard to park the vehicles for the 4 of them. The guard stares at the collection of bikes in helplessness. In his entire career, this is the first time he has been tasked with parking bicycles and e-scooters. In 4 of them at Ansuhat, a psychological trauma. Tati's teacher asks Jiangzu only. A few people. Why didn't the adults in your sect come? She answers softly, Boss SS said this guy was an internet celebrity, and since the boss is currently live streaming, he's too busy to come himself. So he sent us to handle it first. She sighs helplessly, an internet celebrity. Isn't he supposed to be obsessed with retro gaming? He changed hobbies again. Mingwu scrolls through his phone full of questions. The star who died is named Yu Tian. Why isn't there any news about this online? The girl chimes in after seeing the information on her device. Is this Yu Tian really famous? I've never even heard of him. Tati's teacher makes a comment that leaves Mingwu, Liu Ye, and Tati stunned. I don't understand the tastes of the youth these days. If they say he's hot, then he must be hot. We just lack the proper exposure. She ponders deeply, realizing that since her parents' household gossip is far more entertaining than the entertainment industry, she hasn't paid attention to celebrity news in years. The elevator stops, we're here. She continues, today features many heavy hitters. I am not worried about Xiao Zhu, but you 3 need to be careful. Tati says excitedly, I've seen high-stakes, multi-hundred-million-dollar contract signings 5 or 6 times already. What is there to be afraid of? Mingwu breaks into a cold sweat. I've read about this in novels, I'm not afraid. Liu Yi trembles like a leaf, I'm not afraid either. Tati's teacher covers her face in despair. If you don't lose face, at least don't let Zhu Ding lose face. The group of 5 steps into a massive conference room. A middle-aged man with blonde hair turns to his bodyguards. Hey, whose house is this ostentatious? Sending a bunch of brats to handle this. The room falls into an eerie silence. Jianhua speaks up to shatter the awkward tension. Xiaozu, you've arrived. What has your master been up to lately? Is he busy? He's taken aback by the man's demeanor, lost in thought. The Vice Hall Master of Wan Hall is initiating contact. What kind of history does this brat have? Jiangzu pulls out a chair and sits. She and Tati remain calm in the face of such solemnity, while Mingwu and Liu Yi do the exact opposite. Someone looks toward Jiangzu, thinking, I haven't seen her in 2 or 3 years. This girl has really grown up. The thoughts in the room continue to churn as they eye them. Isn't that the legendary heavenly dog? Are they Zhu Ding's people? Zhu Ding didn't come himself, that's a relief. A man with a steady, calm voice begins to speak. A few days ago, my disciple found a 100-year-old ginseng in the northeast. Xiao Zhu, your master hasn't been in good health. Once I finish refining it, I'll send some over for you all. So this is Chu Jianhua, the Vice Hall Master of Wan Hall. She hears this and replies bluntly, thank you Uncle Chu, but Boss SS is in great health lately. He is currently obsessed with researching the domain of influencers, which is why he asked me to come study in his stead. Jian Hua ponders this domain of influencers. He's actually researched a new domain. No wonder he is a genius rarely seen in a century. A man with a scar secretly assesses them, thinking, that name sounds like a control-type domain that would highly counter those of us who specialize in close-quarters combat. He is Wu Yuefei, the owner of the National Martial Arts Hall. He sighs internally. Zhu Ding is truly terrifying. The man wearing glasses is Ma Tengyun, the CEO of the Tongshan Group. Following the sighs are the whispered deliberations of the mind. If I remember correctly, he already possesses 5 types of domains. They say Zhu Ding has been critically ill for years. Is this what a critically ill person looks like? They still underestimate the situation, thinking, they sent these brats here so we could use them to train the next generation. Ostentatious, this is the heavenly dog, and beside him is the disciple he dotes on most. Those in the meeting only focus on the 2 who are trembling, and thus, Tati is completely overlooked. The man oblivious to this speaks up. Everyone knows the entire thaumaturge world covets the heavenly dog, yet he dares to bring the heavenly dog right in front of us. Is that Zhu Ding fellow looking down on us? He hears this and becomes annoyed. Young man, don't be so hot-headed. He slams the table and shouts, it's just a small star dying. Why act as if we're facing a great enemy? Cowering and shaking just at the mention of Zhu Dingates, a disgrace for you lot to be considered big shots. He stands up, jabbing a finger at them. If Zhu Ding himself showed up, fine, but what gives you brats the right to sit at the same table as us? Zhang Zhu replies flatly, I'm sitting on a chair, not on the table. Zhen Zixi follows right along. We're standing, not sitting on the table either. He goes stiff for a few seconds, then snaps, are you punking me right now? Mingwu jumps in to mediate. Hey, it's a misunderstanding. They're naturally airheaded, no disrespect intended, I swear. The voice from the screen suddenly booms, enough, if you don't want to learn, get the hell out. He appears on screen and says, handle your personal grudges on your own time. Since you're all here, besides following orders, I expect nobody does anything unnecessary. Laser dots lock onto him from every direction. He goes pale and shuts up as the official continues. Sorcerers are relics of a bygone era, something modern society doesn't need. We didn't manage you before, not because we couldn't be bothered. Get it? Dead silence. Jian Hua thinks to himself, the state's been getting more aggressive year after year. The era of sorcerers running free might finally be over. He stares enviously at the officials on screen. Suddenly, he wants to take the civil service exam. The official continues. The old rule, sorcerers don't drag mortals into their fights. Factions don't go for the kill. Lately, you've all been pushing those lines, and now someone dares to murder a public figure, challenging society's boundaries. I hope you understand the gravity. His final word: within 5 days, find the culprit. Alive, deliver them to prison number 2. As for how you find them, show me your divine powers. He vanishes from the screen. Zixi lets out a sigh. That's it, straight to the point. Leadership skills could use some work. Jian Yu speaks up. Everyone share your thoughts. Wu Yuefei says our National Martial Arts Hall doesn't know any fancy sorcery. At best, we can provide manpower for the manhunt. Finding the killer is on you all. Ma Tengyan speaks up. Yu Tian was a sorcerer. He got famous using mesmerism. His murder has all the signs of a sorcerer-on-sorcerer hit. He sneers, a guy who used sorcery for profit. Doesn't that remind you of a certain corporation? He snaps back. Tongshan Group runs a legitimate business, unlike certain people. I heard some conglomerate CEO's wife announced a divorce right before the company went public, froze the whole stock. Then a competitor swooped in and bought them out. So who do you think orchestrated that? The man loses it. Tongshan Group legitimate my ass. Word is you've been pulling strings in the entertainment industry. I bet you sent someone to off Yu Tian. The meeting dissolves into a shouting match. Mesmerism to force people out of their homes. Profiting from forced relocations. Who was that? Vulgar live streams with seduction. Magicien real classy. Shut up. That telecom fraud suspect caught overseas last time, wasn't he your disciple? He watches the circus unfold, thinking they looked like big shots on paper, but really just a bunch of clowns. She's had enough. Carry on, everyone. If there's nothing else, we'll see ourselves out. Goodbye. Jian Hua cuts them off. Wait, Zuri invited you here because we need a favor. He asks, can we borrow the Tiangu? He's stunned. Mingwu glances aside and says, I only have the Tiangu's power, I'm not an actual dog. Jian Hua chuckles, don't sell yourself short. We know Tiangu enhances the 5 senses. You could be the key to cracking this case. He waves him over. Come on, start sniffing. Find the scent the killer left at the crime scene, quick. He's furious. Stop messing around, he shouts. I don't have that kind of ability. Jian Hua won't let it go. Don't be shy, just do it. Everyone's waiting for results back at the conference. I really don't have that ability. Jianhua insists, you might. He deflates, I really don't. Jianhua recalls the previous generation Tiangu had razor-sharp senses. Why can't this one do the same? Could it be that he hasn't fully mastered the Tiangu yet? No way, right? Hasn't he been training under Zhu Ding this whole time? Yichen speaks up. Before, the Tiangu's power leaked out, which is why his hearing was so sharp. Now that he can actually control it, he should be able to expand his senses even further, right? He scratches his head awkwardly. Well, I can control the Tiangu, but only a little. The two exchange a look, thinking the same thing, so even Zhu Ding couldn't fully master the Tiangu. Which means even if they had the Tiangu, it's basically useless. Jianhua gets it, if you can't use the Tiangu, that's fine. Jianhua and she wave them off. We won't trouble you with this case. You can head out now, drive safe. Jiangzu says goodbye. Mingwu thinks Sui does being discarded the moment you're useless feel this. Unpleasant. Sun Zixi's voice pipes up. Did everyone forget about a certain genius in the room? Perhaps they did. He catches on and turns to Liu Yi. Right. Bro, Liu Yi is such a genius, might actually have a way. She screams right in his face. The genius I'm talking about is the gorgeous Sun Zixi. Everyone speaks in unison. Zixi grins smugly. She conjures a jar from thin air. Today, I'll show you all a sorcery technique that's been lost for centuries. It turns out to be tiny creaturesque, legendary soul-tracking fly sorcery. Mingwu scoffs, those are just a bunch of big-headed flies. Jiangzu agrees, good kids shouldn't learn these shady tricks. Zixi isn't phased. I combined Tai Fly Spirit Descent Sorcery with Meow Blood Soul Cursing Gand, successfully reverse-engineered the legendary soul-tracking fly sorcery. Flies crawl out of the jar. She explains their carrier fleece the lock onto the target's origin chi first. Wherever the target runs, they follow. He's Florich actually reverse-engineered a long-lost sorcery technique. This little airhead is actually a genius. She presses both hands to her temples and issues her command. The scene has battle traces. If we identify the two types of origin chi with the widest residual range, we can pinpoint the victim and the killer. The flies buzz to life, streaks of red light trailing behind them. Liu Yi has already fallen asleep by then half an hour has passed. The flies find something, they form an OK sign out of red light. Zixi is thrilled, target confirm edge points eagerly. Follow the arrows, let's go catch the killer, she freezes. Wait, you're pointing at the victim's body, not this one someone else. The arrows shoot out through the door. Zixi cheers. Go go my big-headed babies. Mingwu mutters, big-headed flies indeed. The arrows point in that direction. Jianhua realizes they're standing in front of a skyscraper. The arrows point toward Tongshan Group. Suddenly the arrows change direction. Zixi waves her hand. They're flying off quick, follow them. Zio Hui takes off after them too. Mingwu asks puzzled, why are those flies following the main road? Is the killer driving away? Jiangzu says Tongshan Group again. Liu Yi asks with interest, how much does a car like that cost? So fancy. Zixi laughs. Am I amazing or what? The flies have stopped. It stops. Jianhua frowns. Everyone gets out of the car and stands before the grand venue where the meeting was held. Mingwu says, doesn't this place look familiar? She answers, it's where we studied. Liu Yi chimes in, the culprit is in there. The girl is practically bouncing with excitement. Let's go execute some justice, he says in a low voice. Girl, rein it in, act like nothing's off. The door swings open, and Jianhua leads everyone inside. He says, my apologies for keeping everyone waiting. Yufei smirks, only the Wan Hall master has enough face to keep this many people hanging. Teng Yan cuts straight to the point. Has Tiangu found the culprit yet? Jianhua pulls out a chair and says, sorry to waste everyone's time. I overestimated Tiangu's capabilities. Why don't we brainstorm other approaches? He lowers his voice. The police got nothing from the surveillance footage or fingerprints. Unless we can track the killer through origin chi using a legendary insect tracing technique, there's no way to find them. That technique has been lost for centuries. Where the hell are we supposed to find it? If modern science can't crack it, sorcery sure as hell won't either. Can't the police dig deeper? He crosses his arms. Doesn't anyone else find it suspicious that there are 0 leads? Have you even considered another possibility? Jianhua frowns. The police did identify the culprit, but political pressure prevented them from making an arrest. That's why they're leaving it to us sorcerers to handle. Jianhua's voice hardens. For example, the culprit has extraordinary power and is difficult to apprehend. Or the culprit holds a high position in the sorcery community. The government wants an excuse to step in and seize control of the entire community. He lowers his glasses. The implication of old Master Zhou's words freezes everyone in the room. Perhaps the culprit is right here in this very meeting. He slams the table and shouts his innocence. I'll say it up front, it wasn't me. Yue explains the victim had no external injuries, so it obviously wasn't anyone from our National Martial Arts Hall. Mingwu ignores the commotion and texts asking if her antenna has locked onto a target yet. The girl glances toward Tengyun and thinks. The signal seems to keep drifting toward the general manager of Tongshan Group. He lowers his phone so Jiangzu can see. The message reads Sun Zixi says the culprit is likely the general manager of Tongshan Group. She snatches the phone. Jianzhu types with practiced boss is calling us back. Auntie Wang's neighbor's cat ran away again. She wants us to help find it. Mingwu stares at the message, utterly speechless. Hey, could you at least prioritize things properly? She rises from her seat and lies through her teeth without blinking. Seniors, my boss forgot to bring toilet paper into the bathroom and needs us to rush some over immediately. We'll take our leave now. The entire meeting goes dead silent. All eyes fall on them. Outside, Auntie Joe spots them coming out and asks, why are you all leaving? Jiangzu doubles down on the lie. Someone went to the bathroom and forgot toilet paper. We're on a rescue mission. The old woman is speechless. Did she immediately figure out who someone is? In front of the Zhu family's nameplate with Ding and Mingwu. Jiangzu and Zixi are standing face to face. He suddenly realizes someone's missing. They don't care. Liu Yi chirps cheerfully, ma'am, I brought you the toilet paper. She startles, turns around and after he gets smacked by Sister Zhao. Mingwu and Yi burst out laughing. He gives a thumbs up. Not bad, junior brother, you picked up my moves fast. Sister Zhao smacks Mingwu on the head. What's there to be proud of? Ding chimes in, from now on, always check if someone's in the bathroom before you go in. Got it. Then he grins. All right. Next up we all help Auntie Wang find her cat. Zixi raises her hand. Wait, what about the murder case? We finally found the culprit. Ding rubs her head. Well, the girl says, how do I put this? Less trouble beats more trouble, get it? The three of them answer, got it. Zixi screams, 4JUSDIC, I don't get it. He flicks his wrist. Conjuring a wisp of smoke, the government already briefed me. They identified the culprit through tracking, but deliberately withheld it. They want the factions to tear each other apart internally, then step in, position themselves as mediators and follow through on their plan to manage the sorcery community. Mingwu and the girl say in unison. So that's how it is. As for Jiangzu and Liu Yithi don't actually understand a thing, but they still say, so that's how it is. Ding continues, the sorcery community has been a mess for a long time. Gotta hand it to the government, they handled in one move what we couldn't accomplish in years. He explains. Because the sorcery world is about to turn into a war zone, all of you need to buckle down, train hard, keep your heads down. And nobody stirs up trouble. He transforms into a grinning phantom to scare Theme, especially that certain justice-obsessed girl. Go to school like good little sorcerers, that's in order. She breaks into a cold sweat. Sure enough, the very next day, they find Auntie Wang's cat. Mingwu trudges into the house, step by dejected step. He picks up the cat and says, found it, never realized my hearing was this sharp. Over the next few days, everything returns to normal, peaceful routine. Mingwu still waltzes in like he owns the place, even with people around. Though Zhou Mingwu has developed quite the habit in one particular department. Meanwhile, Jiangzu is agonizing over a few extra pounds. She stares at the scale in horror. Sister Zhao walks into a cafe. Someone inside spots her and waves. Well, look who decided to show up. Long time no see, she sits down. Not that long, we crossed paths at a wedding reception last month, he teases. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. The man conjures a bouquet from thin air, and it's been nearly a whole month. Sister Zhao raises a hand. Milk tea from the street stall, ice cream from the cafe, some old habits. He still clutches the bouquet. No matter how aloof and transcendent, that's my faith. He eats his ice cream and asks, I heard Zhu Ding got grounded by the government. I didn't believe it at first, but you showing up on his behalf confirms the rumors. She picks up the menu, talking while browsing. Sorcerers are just like ordinary people, always forced to bend the knee to the collective. He keeps eating happily. The sorcery community's been dead quiet lately. Tongshan Group is practically isolated. Word is Wan Hall took the lead and formed a coalition, demanding Tongshan Group publicly disclose all research materials on black arts techniques like the heart fire pill and hand over the culprit behind this case. Sister Zhao orders from the waiter, then asks, any leads on Yindu's whereabouts? He smacks his lips. Nothing. At least there's no clue pointing to Yindu right now. He furrows his brow. Weighty Zhu Ding suspecting Yindu is connected to this case. Sister Zhao grips her cup. Tongshan Group and Yindu collaborated on the heart fire pill research. Then Tongshan's chairman suddenly gets tied to a murder case. Old Zhu gets grounded by the government. Something doesn't add up. He scoops his ice cream and raises an eyebrow. I also heard the lost sorcery technique that Sun Zixi pulled off is what locked down the culprit's identity. That girl has all kinds of tricks up her sleeve. I didn't even know she had that kind of ability. Hopefully nobody can use her to drag Tongshan Group down. At his residence, he says flatly, even without Sun Zixi, the government would have leaked the clues at the right time, pointing straight at Tongshan Group. What I'm really suspicious about is Wan Hall's motivation for suddenly taking the lead. They never showed their face before. Sister Zhao's voice sharpens. Why are you being lazy again? Haven't you been helping Liu you train these past few days? He flops back, that kid has way too much energy. I can't keep up with him, so I sent him to the National Martial Arts Hall with Zhou Mingwu. She jerks her thumb behind her. But I just saw Xiao Zhu jumping rope in the yard. Looks like she's trying to lose weight. Doesn't she need to go too? At Tongshan Group headquarters, Tang Yan sits with his chin propped on his hand, lost in thought. He slams the table and roars. Damn it, who the hell is framing me? He gnashes his teeth, not just pinning a murder on me, but dumping that whole heart fire pill mess on my head too. Tang Yan's secretary walks in. Chairman, the major sects just delivered their final ultimatum. He frowns. What do they want? She says solemnly, they've unanimously demanded you surrender and confess by noon tomorrow. Otherwise, they'll join forces and come at us with everything they've got. Tang Yan snaps, convene all shareholders and branch heads immediately. Everyone present before midnight tonight, no exceptions. She acknowledges, yes, Chairman. He laughs a twisted, unhinged sound. Confess, please, they just want an excuse to rip Tongshan Group apart and devour our resources. If they want a war, then let's show them what Tongshan Group is really made of. At Yindu headquarters, Yi Zheng sits in his chair and asks, before she came back, did you send anyone to back him up? Don't let him be useless when the time comes. Someone sways over with an exaggerated, seductive walk. Rest assured, Hall Master. Turns out it was the CEO's secretary all along. She says everything has been arranged to perfection. Her true identity, Yindu's 12 laws, the Pipa bearer. He smirks with satisfaction. Tongshan Group, Wan Hall, the National Martial Arts, hello those ragtag factions. Every sect that took part in the ambush back then, none of them escape. Yi Zheng raises his hand, summoning a wave of green energy. All of them will be buried alongside my brothers. Yi Zheng steps forward, lost in a memory. He thinks the Tiangu creation has already been pushed to stage 7, at best. They can produce something like the Heart Fire Pill. There's no need to keep working with Tongshan Group. As for Zhu Dingyuhan, they probed him last time. He not only raised his hand in defense, but his origin chi was shattered on impact. If it had been years ago, that would have been unthinkable. He's lived for centuries and has already hit his limit. The image of Mingwu laughing triumphantly lingers. Yi Zheng resolves killing Zhu Ding won't be a problem. But Zhou Mingwu is far smarter than expected. Controlling him will be difficult. He falls into contemplation. As much as I despise that woman, Zhou Mingwu is, after all, Big Brother's nominal son. I can't risk his life to force him into finding the Wanshan Pond fragrance for me. The Pipa player steps forward and announces, Sect Master, everyone has arrived. Looking at the reattached arm, Yun Fei marvels. Modern medicine really is something else. They actually reattached it. The newcomer is the heavy female of Yindu's 12 laws. Lu Qingfeng speaks in a low voice. Xiao Lin, you've finally made your move. That's Lu Jiuth, heavy female of Yindu's 12 laws. Sister Mai slurs drunkenly. Why didn't you call Super Bro and Shuirong over? He turns his head and says, Ma Ko still in seclusion in Tibet. Yi Shuirong went to Shanghai, get quarantined and can't come back. He surveys the lineup with a smirk. We're just dealing with the 10 executives of Tongshan Group. Surely the 8 of you are more than enough. Yun Fei whispers, Uncle, when you went up against Zhu Ding last time, you brought 8 people. Now we're taking on the much bigger Tongshan Group and you still only have 8. Are you serious? Wenzhong replies, relax. I'll arrange the weakest opponent for you. Yun Fei hears this and speaks up loudly, Sect Master, I volunteer to take on the strongest one. Yi Zheng says flatly, your courage is commendable, but you're still fighting the weakest. His raised hand trembles at that. Jiu comforts him. Xiao Li, don't be upset. I'll catch a few blood-soaked ones for you to take down for credit. King Feng adds. I'll help too, don't cry, she cackles drunkenly. At worst, I'll let you slash 10 of them at once. Yi Zheng gives the order. All right, everyone change into my uniform. We're moving out. The Yindu members groan in unison. Come on, Sect Master. Their protest for free clothing is rejectedly black and white, no exceptions. Outside, Mingwu is still half asleep. The people wake up way too early. Liu Yi with several cats, the 5th generation leading 9-tailed pearl. Jiangzhu jumps rope with determination. Double digits, double digits, double digits. He pushes the door open with his eyes shut and freeze panicking at the sight of Ding vomiting blood. What happened to you? Ding says weakly, bleeding gums. He asks, dumbfounded, you're kidding. That much blood? Ding suddenly distracts Xiao Zhao inside. Aren't you going to check who's at the door? Mingwu shouts, who's gonna open the door? Zixi appears at the window. Tofu soup's ready, everyone want it spicy. They all deflate instantly. You're going spicy again. Heretic, I want savory and sweet. Original flavor, I'll add my own yogurt. Do we still have pickled vegetables and salted beans? At Tongshan Group. Meanwhile, 9 am 3 hours until the final deadline. The assembled martial artists sit waiting, some already in position. Tongshan Group refuses to budge. All their experts are gathered, some positioned for aerial assault inside and outside the headquarters building. Formations on standby. Inside, Teng Yun paces. Whoever framed my group, I'll dig 3 feet into the earth and find them. A sudden explosion. Master Ma is taking down the bodyguards. Yue Fei looks down at the one he's knocked out. Old Ma, why doesn't this research institute have any experts stationed? Something suspicious, Master Ma replies, stay alert. One of them bursts in, Chairman. The research institute across the way's been raided by the National Martial Arts Hall. He slams the table. Teng Yun shouts, what did you say? He grits his teeth, that's just an ordinary cell research institute. Why would they attack there? Could it be they've always been after the Heartfire pills data? Could that thing be sitting in the research institute right under his nose? He splits the table clean in half, roaring, who planted this sorcerer inside my company? Who? After shattering the table, Teng Yun clenches his fists, framing, ambushing, raiding the research institute. Those bastards. The Pipa player steadies him. Chairman, stay calm. What's the priority right now? Teng Yun pushes up his glasses. You're right. Send 6 operatives to the research institute and recover the classified materials. The remaining 4 hold the headquarters guard against a surprise attack. Something suddenly hurtles toward him and the Pipa player from the glass window. Teng Yun frowns, grits his teeth, and turns. 10,000 needles come flying in. Paper talismans blaze to life on the glass, blocking every single one. The rest of the windows light up in rapid succession. He's furious, damn it. Teng Yun stomps hard. 10,000 talismans materialize. Large golden characters emerge across the talismans. He stomps until the floor melts, forming jagged ridges. Teng Yun yanks the Pipa player down, with him. Both plunge into the pit. The needles keep raining down, but his barrier holds. Silence, then the needles embedded in the ground suddenly explode. A massive hole rips open. A voice drifts in. The east wind plants 1,000 flowering trees. It's the kid from Wan Hall. Teng Yun carries her and bolts for the door, snarling. They split their forces to attack on 2 fronts. Seems Tongshan Group is still being underestimated. The Pipa player stares at him, shaken. He issues a remote order. Wu Dongjistern building. Zhou Jianhua's long-range strike is yours, on the rooftop. Wu Dong frowns. I've already located him. It's just... He gazes into the distance with a grimace. Too far, I can't reach. Jianhua channels his power. He observes carefully. I didn't expect the entire office to be warded with barriers. Otherwise, the whole building might not have survived my 1,000 silver needles. So those needles from before Jianhua was controlling them the entire time. He considers the invisible talisman script on the glass must be the new nanomaterial paper talismans that Tongshan Group recently developed. Modern science fused with sorcery, a brilliant combination. Denli King Feng appears from behind. 1,000 cures that save lives, equally lethal as weapons, truly worthy of Wan Hall. Jianhua frowns and turns. Not a whisper, not a trace, hadn't detected her at all. The instant he turns, King Feng shifts to his side. Who? She speaks in a low, commanding voice to his shock. The sun holds dominion but is not soul. The moon embodies pure yin, yet how can it cast no shadow? The lamps flicker on as if obeying a command. Sun and moon fade, the bamboo dragon casts no light, the oil lamp gutters out. Heaven and earth dissolve, then a fierce blaze erupts. He's swallowed whole, plunged into darkness. Jianhua panics. An illusion? How could a mere illusion strip me of my senses? He realizes his vision, hearing, even the scent in the air are gone. Then a golden streak flashes, a dragon lunging to devour him whole. Jianhua channels his power and strikes back. Arrogant Junryu, miscalculated your ambush. A hand slams into Jianhua's stomach without warning. Jianhua coughs up a massive spray of blood. Outside, the lamp still glows. King Feng watches him plummet. She stands there calm and unmoving for a long while. A helicopter appears from nowhere. Yun Fei leans out from inside, ready to jump, then leaps into freefall. He's grinning. Mystical void, the divine blade returns. Yun Fei uses his technique to hurl 5 swords downward. Which god dares defy, which ghost dares approach? he chants the incantation, a vortex materializes. The divine dragon emerges, 10,000 ghosts atone. The golden dragon materializes at his command and rockets toward Zhou Jianhua. My command summons the swift bow, Jianhua roars and counterattacks. Arrogant Junryu miscalculated your ambush. Yunfei is stunned. Wasn't he blind and deaf? How did he block a full force strike? He's sent crashing down in defeat. King Feng channels power into a strike against Jianhua's stomach. Blood sprays from his mouth. Jianhua collapses unconscious. Everything goes dark. He thinks through the agony, can't breathe, no sensation anywhere. What's happening to me? That's his last thought. Death comes for Zhou Jianhua alongside a spreading pool of blood. Wu Dong watches from afar. He's frozen, staring at the attack in disbelief. Zhou Jianhua didn't even react. A Xiantian realm expert killed just like that. Wu Dong watches them and whispers, "Who the hell are they?" Yun Fei laughs awkwardly. "Miss, I have a feeling that even without my ambush you could have taken him down easily." King Feng smiles. "Whether it helped or not, you struck, so I'm counting it as an assist. Isn't racking up merit what you want?" He's touched. "Miss, you really do care about me." Then she turns to him. "Over there is Tongshan Group's headquarters. There's someone on the roof depone of their operatives. Can you handle it?" "Hey, considers. It's only 2 km from here. My full power strike can reach, but the opponent will definitely dodge or defend at full force. I'm afraid my attack won't do much." Wu Dong retreats further, watching them tensely. He's terrified. Are those two looking this way? Could they really attack him from that distance? Outside of the Zhou Jianhua family, absolutely no one could take a life from that range with a single strike. King Feng encourages him, "Just cast your spell, I'll make sure you get this merit." Yun Fei powers up eagerly. "If Miss Lu is in position, then I'll go all out." He channels power into a Nala. Massive hammer materializes. He raises it with a satisfied grin, a tiger-crowned helm atop. Jade tips cold and gleaming. Yun Fei roars, "One hammer to settle the world." It tears through the air like an eagle. The hammer strikes, and the nail tip rockets forward like a missile. Wu Tong goes pale at the sight of him, stumbling backward. He activates his technique. "Little Dong 7 stars shield me." He barely manages to block the strike. Cold sweat soaks his spine. Just one attack, but the power gap is terrifying. There's always a higher mountain. The shield suddenly vanishes. A voice materializes from thin air. Impressive craftsmanship. "Little Wu, you should really strike from where they least expect it." The nail rockets forward, driving a fatal blow into him before he can even flinch. Chi Wu absorbs Wu Tong's technique into the orb as he lies dying. 5 elements converge as one. All laws return to the void, capable of shattering any technique's domain. He frowns, the demoness of the hidden path. "You're still alive," she turns at his words. Chi Wu grins triumphantly. Chi Wu holds the orb, gazing downward. The blood-soaked nail is embedded deep in the earth. She speaks, "If you hadn't betrayed me back then and at least hadn't twisted the knife, I wouldn't have scraped my life back together." Chi Wu smirks, lifting her foot. "I let you live 12 years of wealth and luxury. You didn't lose out." Her voice turns venomous. "Besides, this time the Yellow Springs Road has plenty of company. Consider it a bargain." Over with King Feng and Yufei, he turns to her. "That's the first time I've seen Big Sis make a move. So there really is a technique domain that can destroy everything." She chuckles. "There's no such thing as a technique that destroys everything. And that wasn't a domain either." He asks, confused, "Then what was it?" King Feng explains, "She doesn't cultivate raw qi. She cultivates 2 types, yin and yang qi evolved from primal qi. That was just her basic technique." Yufei asks, "A basic technique that can shatter other people's techniques?" She explains in detail. Primal qi is the primordial chaos before yin and yang divide. The 10 arts are the collective name for a chain of spells evolved from it into yin-yang and 5 elements kai. She smiles. By reversing all elemental qi within a technique back to its yin-yang essence, the technique collapses. King Feng notes the drawback, but if someone activates a technique using only refined qi, she can't do a thing. Also, fortunately, most occultists today cultivate external pills, or they use internal pill methods that still require raw, unrefined heaven and earth qi to cast their spells. Yufei nods with a look of profound wisdom. "So that's how it works, so that's how it works." He understands absolutely nothing. Then he asks, "So what are external pills and internal pills?" King Feng stares at him, dead serious, and questions her entire existence. "You're really one of the 12 tones." He answers without a shred of shame. "Yep, not a hint of embarrassment." She sighs but explains anyway. "Internal and external pills are a bit complex, but simply put, qi refining, pill refining, goo refining. Talisman crafting, those are all external pills. you borrow external objects to channel heaven and earth chi and cast techniques. So using this coffin nail technique of his would count as external pill arts. Right. She and Boss Zhu absorb and refine heaven and earth chi to temper their bodies. They can cast techniques without any tools. That's internal pill arts. I can use lightning techniques without the nail too, so am I internal pill arts? You don't even know what technique you cultivate. Internal pill arts depend on talent. The entry barrier is steep, not as easy to pick up as external pill arts. But the potential of external pill arts pales in comparison. That's why many people cultivate internal pills early on while using external pill arts chi tools and Spellcastinto supplement. That's internal pill. External arts like you. Even the orthodox Quanjin sects back in the day used internal pills with external arts, crafting talismans and lightning spells. So that's how it works. Do you actually understand any of this? I seriously don't know what your master taught you. Both of them look up at the helicopter overhead. I'm going to meet Big Sis. See you. Wait, what about my next assignment? Go grab some beef noodles, don't starve yourself. Eat food. The helicopter flies toward Chi-Wu's position. Big Sis has arrived. Let's go. We'll drop in from above and rendezvous with Tian Wenjing time to flip his wallet. Both of them reach the door and descend the steps. Let's see who's lucky enough to run into us. Before them stands a white-haired elder, so it was the hidden path pulling strings behind the scenes all along. Is bringing just a little girl really enough to break through? Isn't that a bit reckless? Master Lu, you know how it is. Our hidden path was wiped out 12 years ago. We've been severely understaffed for years. We literally have no one else to send, and it's not like the sect master can just show up personally. The sect master sent the two of us here for a direct confrontation, not for a sneak attack. Giving you this much face is already generous. So if I had participated in the siege against the hidden path back then, I'd probably be dead right now, wouldn't I? It seems both this old man and his sword have been underestimated. Hero Lu is currently holding his own against Tian Wenjiang's group. Suddenly, a massive surge of power erupts from the high-rise building, nearly shattering it to pieces. From the thick veil of dust and debris, the two combatants emerge. The guy on the other side launches a preemptive strike with total confidence. Master Ma. Your movements are amateurish, no wonder you're only good at sneak attacks. He readies his legs for a forward kick, spinning like a violent cyclone to launch Master Ma flying. In the foreground, Sun Zhengxing idly puffs on a cigarette while lighting a stack of banknotes on fire. He doesn't even spare a glance for Master Ma, who is hovering right above his head. He dives down at lightning speed, his face draining of all color. 2 against 1, where's your martial virtue? Master Ma quickly pulls out his trump card, a talisman appears in his hand instantly. Without hesitation, he activates the talisman before he smashes into the ground. Lightning fivefold strike. The area around Master Ma begins to vibrate as bolts of lightning coil around his body. Thanks to the talisman, Master Ma corrects his trajectory and dives straight down. Only then does Sun Zhengxing sense someone behind him. He glances over, clutching a handful of cash. Money can even command ghosts. The cigarette in his mouth begins to burn down rapidly. More. The banknotes in Sun Zhengxing's hand seem to absorb energy, soaring into the sky with immense velocity. Shadows flicker in their wake, terrifying and spectral. As they rise, the ghouls grow larger and more ferocious. They open their gaping maws, charging at Master Ma with sheer aggression. Master Ma witnesses the horrific sight, a look of anxiety crossing his face. The swarm of spirits engulfs Master Ma, pinning him down completely. The entities infiltrate his very core, forcing Master Ma into a freefall. A massive explosion rocks the area, followed by a shrill scream. IH! Master Ma hits the ground with a sickening thud. He lies motionless right behind Sun Zhengxing. Only now does he turn around, glancing at Sun Zhengxing, who approaches Master Ma to offer a prayer, hoping his soul might be freed from the chains of desire. Master Ma lies there gone, his eyes wide open even in death. Who would have thought he would pray for him? Amen. The sky begins to settle into silence. Sun Zhengxing leads his ghostly minions away. He doesn't forget to give orders, pass the word down. Have the 5 of them surround the building. Don't let anyone out. The money-driven ghouls immediately scatter to carry out the mission. While ascending the stairs, Sun Zhengxing catches sight of something. A small ghoul hides behind a wall, waiting for something. Upon seeing him, it emerges and whispers something he understands immediately. You mean the Wu UFA group was shocked by our institute's equipment? He glances outside where a crowd in black lies sprawled out. Old-era occultists caught off guard by tech-based spell equipment. What a natural reaction. Sun Zhengxing's face remains frozen as he strides down the hallway. He chuckles as he walks. HMPH, a bunch of rubes. Suddenly, he notices something else. In front of him lies a neat pile of modern, tortoise-shell-shaped weaponry. Sun Zhengxing is taken aback. The sheer scale of the equipment is staggering even to him. But even more surprising is the group of strangers standing there. What the hell is this? Sun Zhengxing's eyes go wide. He can't believe what he's seeing. The equipment scattered around this is damning evidence. Wu Yufei slowly turns his head and throws a glance. One razor-sharp look aimed straight at Sun Zhengxing. Over on the other side, his subordinates are surrounded by Wu Yufei's men. The fat scientist starts screaming for help. Elder Sun, please save us. Wu Yufei speaks first. Elder Sun, Tongshan Group denied having anything to do with manufacturing the heart fire pill. He fixes Sun Zhengxing with a grave look. But now the evidence is right here. I'd love to hear your explanation. He throws another glance at the scientist and the man's face goes completely white. All the scientist can do is bow his head, desperately dodging that murderous gaze. Wu Yufei narrows his eyes. It seems someone inside the group has been hiding things from us doing dirty work behind closed doors. But Tongshan Group doesn't need money. There's no reason to profit off the research of forbidden pills. He waves dismissively. Of course you weren't in it for profit. Your real objective was never the heart fire pill. Wu Yufei produces a classified document plan Tiangu Artificial, Section 812. The heart fire pill was nothing more than a byproduct of the experiment. The document freezes Sun Zhengxing in place. Elder Sun, you still want to play dumb. Wu Yufei's voice booms. You still want to deny it. Sun Zhengxing stands rooted to the spot. Artificial Tiangao's never even heard of it. Did the chairman hide this from him? Only now does he recall Ma Tengyan's words, old son, the Tiangu has resurfaced. Aren't you curious about the Wanshan homeland behind it? He thinks it over seriously. The chairman has always been obsessed with the Wanshan homeland. He absolutely had the motive to research the Tiangu. Sun Zhengxing wheels around furious toward the huddle of sobbing scientists. You lot start talking. What the hell is going on? The fat scientist finally speaks up. That, Elder Sun, we were following the chairman's orders. Ma Tengyan ignores the weeping scientists entirely, his eyes locked on the notebook. Murdering a top-tier idol and provoking the government's wrath, killing people like insects just to manufacture heart fire pills. Elder Sun, your new chairman certainly has some nerve. Sun Zhengxing's face drains of all color. Cold sweat beads across his entire body. The government case Somyeon is clearly framing us. And as for the heart fire pill, it's not like we were killing people like insects. Hearing that defense only makes Ma Tengyan angrier. He jabs a finger at the scientist. Then ask him yourself, the heart fire pill, or rather the artificial Tiangu, what is it made from? The scientist clutches his head, trembling. The heart fire pillar research eye. Ma Tengyan roars at him to speak up. The old scientist shakes violently but can't get a single useful word out. Yi-chan speaks up. I'll talk, just spare us. We're just workers, that's all. Ma Tengyan's expression softens slightly when someone finally agrees to cooperate. I guarantee researchers like you won't be held responsible. Doc, she begins recounting everything, her voice shaking. Based on our research, the Tiangu is most likely a synthetic composite of origin qi and massive concentrations of greed, anger, and delusion. So we exploited the greed, anger, delusion, and origin qi of living sorcerers. In other words, the test subjects were living people. The revelation sends a chill through the room. Living people could it be? Inside there, they look at the figures lined up in the lab. Every single one of them is alive. The demon hovering beside Yi-chan mutters to itself. Disciple, your master's acting is superb, but I don't think these two are actually going to fight. Yi-chan responds silently in her mind. If they don't fight on their own, Yindu will make sure they have no choice. The more she thinks about it, the more certain she becomes. The sects have long feared Tongshan Group growing too powerful on its own. The government wants to crack down on the sorcery community. So Yindu dangled the artificial Tiangu as bait to the sects and handed the government the idol's murder as a pretext to intervene. Yindu is sowing division among the sorcerers. Fishing in troubled waters, waiting to strike from the shadows. The bloodshed from this will be catastrophic. The demon suddenly bursts out laughing. Not bad, kid, you've grown far beyond what this old man expected, truly. The younger generation surpasses the old. Yi-chan responds with equal calm. The heart fire pill helps master revive faster. Now it helps eliminate rival experts. I should thank Yindu in person someday. The demon knows the full picture. Offering someone else's flowers to Buddha, turning their own schemes against them, borrowing a blade to kill. This old man is genuinely impressed. Only now does Sun Zhengxing find his voice. Deputy Hall Master Wu, our chairman, will certainly answer for his actions. Can we call a truce for today? Let's not destroy what goodwill remains. Wu Yuefei turns those terrifying eyes on him. Goodwill, don't make me laugh. The heart fire Pilweir in no rush, but the government's murder investigation gave you a 30-day deadline. Can Tongshan Group really cut ties with its own people for the greater good? His expression hardens further. I seriously doubt it. A voice suddenly cuts through, making him whip around in shock. We will cut ties with our own blood for justice. Turns out Ma Tengyun and Xing have been standing here all along. Ma Tengyun's face is ice cold. He speaks first. This whole thing is nothing but a frame jobby them and Yindu together. Sun Zhengxing stares, utterly stunned. Chairman, are you here? Ma Tengyun's fury is barely contained. Elder son, if I hadn't come, they would have walked all over you. He jabs a finger straight at Wu Yuefei's face, shocking Sun Zhengxing to his core. I've investigated everything. It's all a staged act, them and Yindu working together to frame us and strip Tongshan Group of its technology and assets. Wu Yuefei, jolting himself named, sends a jolt through him. What did you just say? Don't you dare slander us. Ma Tengyun produces a stack of photos and slaps them down as evidence. Both of these women are operatives of Yindu's 12 laws. One goes by Liu Liumai, the other is called Pipa. Liu Liumai was the one who approached your fat scientist over there, and Papash got close to you, Wu Yuefei. Ma Tengyun's voice drips with confidence. Deputy Hall Master Wu, you've been whining and dining with Yindu operatives, how cozy. Wu Yuefei's face twists with rage. Yindu, little Ningning could never be one of them. Even Sun Zhengxing recognizes the name, little Ningning. Ma Tengyun drops another bombshell. Sun Zhengxing flinches as if struck. Elder son, there's more. Wu Dong and Lu Daxiathi were both killed by them. The words hit like a freight train. His expression does a complete 180. Before anyone can react, every ghost servant Sun Zhengxing purchased with cold hard cash tears free from his body. They spiral upward into a violent vortex, flooding the entire room in an eerie green light. Meanwhile, in another building across the city, a different battle has just ended. Thick smoke blankets the area. Visibility is near zero. Liu Liumai and Tian Wenzhang are both wrecked. Their clothes are shredded. They look like street beggars. At the same time, in the research lab's hallway, a man who looks identical to Ma Tengyun stands alongside Lu Qingfeng and Lu Jiu. What the hell is going on? Another Ma Tengyun, stunned silence. He's livid. My secretary is just an ordinary woman. Why did you kill her? Minutes earlier, Jiu clasps her hands, chanting under her breath. Her brow is furrowed, her eyes razor sharp. The girl bolts forward at full speed. Tengyun blocks. He crosses his arms and shouts, go, get out of here, you're not a sorcerer, they won't touch you. A sorcery blade slams into the barrier wall he just raised. Tengyun's eyes widen, realizes the target isn't him. Those invisible blades tear through everything in their path. They're heading straight for Pipa. The blast hits her dead on. Pipa staggers, wounded. A fatal strike, blood bursts from her lips. Tengyun feels a sudden spike of dread. More wind blades hurtle toward him terrifyingly fast. They rip straight through the wall of the high-rise. Jai Wu stands amid the wreckage, her gaze half-lidded, voice dripping with contempt. Running away already, coward. A talisman glowing with blue light materializes before her. Looks like a communication device. Qingfeng, Chairman Ma took the elevator down. Keep an eye on him, don't let him out. She replies, already blocked him, or rather made him think he's been blocked. Then she falls silent and watches as Tengyun, his entire body radiating fury, blows at Qingfeng. My secretary was just an ordinary person. Did you kill her? The secretary lies crumpled in a pool of crimson blood amid the wreckage, her face a mess of gory wounds, a gut-wrenching sight. Jai Wu watches her, voice laced with sarcasm. Sonic strike breaks chi strike shatters matter. That one blow couldn't have done jack to you. Yet you went full method actress with the blood splatter. Almost had me fooled. Pipa sits up, rubbing her head with a sheepish grin. If it's not over the top, it won't scare anyone. The girl steps closer and touches the blood on her face. Won't all this plasma mess with your next disguise? Pipa stands up, voice brimming with confidence. How many faces do you think I've got? She's already stripped off the blood-stained clothes. Call it disguise, but I've literally restructured my entire body. A muscular male body emerges, Tengyun's dangerous face and all. This physique even mimics his aura perfectly. No one can tell the difference. Jai Wu's face flushes red, her body transformed in just seconds. Then her eyes unexpectedly dart south. What? The bottom half didn't transform. Pipa flushes crimson. Stop giving Shun such a hard time. Pipa flicks her fingers, slicing open a spatial rift, and pulls out a set of clothes from inside. Leave the research institute side to me. She turns to leave, not forgetting to call back. Wu Yuefei and Sun Lei are easy marks. Jai Wu teases, nice work, little Pipahal, you're at it. Why not take care of Lu the Great too? Pipa spins around, fists clenched, and screams, I told Yao stop messing with me. She stands tall and composed inside the elevator. Pipa loosens her tie, thinking Ma Tengyun already cleared out HQ, and the surrounding streets are locked down by the government. Otherwise, today's sorcerer battlefield would have been impossible to hide. She keeps walking. Lu the Great at the entrance has guarded Ma Tengyun since childhood, and his instincts are razor sharp. She can only hope he doesn't spot any flaws. Pipa suddenly freezes at the thought, how could she possibly pull this off? Images of Tianshu and Liu Mai flash through her mind. Even Tianshu and Liu Mai fighting together couldn't stand against him. He stands there, sword in hand, commanding and imposing. His sharp eyes lock onto her. Young Chairman Ma, why are you out here instead of holding the fort inside? She answers in Tengyun's voice, elder son ran into trouble, I'm heading out to help. He turns back and replies, that old fool's mind isn't what it used to be, and his abilities are easy to counter. Good that you're going. He swings his sword, unleashing a torrent of blue chi. You two junior step aside and stop blocking Chairman Ma's path. Liu Mai suddenly appears behind them, a blast of power surging toward the pair. Their eyes snap toward the source of the attack, giving Pipa her window to slip away in another direction. In Tengyun's form, she prays silently, Tianshu, Liu Mai, please don't die. The disguised Tengyun strides up to a building where a girl stands waiting. Huiz asks softly, little Ma, what are you doing here instead of staying at HQ? He waves his hand dismissively, elder son ran into trouble, I'm heading out to help. You girls keep watch outside, don't let anyone leave. She stares at him bewildered. Elder son just finished dealing with a national martial arts hall. He ran into trouble again already. Huiz's lips pressed together tightly. She suddenly asks, hold on, do you smell like women's perfume? In Pipa's disguise, she answers calmly, I just got ambushed by Yindu. Carried my secretary down several flights of stairs. How would I not smell like perfume? Huiz smirks, why are you explaining yourself? She raises her guard, thoughts racing. It's a trap, she's probing me. She grabs Tengyun's shoulder. Explaining is just covering up. Who are you really? A burst of green light erupts out of nowhere. Hui's eyes narrow with alertness. She raises the umbrella in her hand to block. The blast dissipates instantly. Huiz smiles with admiration, flowing fires, impressive, but it still can't break my guardian chi barrier. A sharp sword blade flies at her, it snaps in half on impact. Her expression is pure contempt. Huiz draws a magic circle, like I said, useless. A powerful strike slams into her from behind without warning. Huiz coughs up blood, the blue glow fading fast. Yijing tips his head back, face full of satisfaction. He points at her and announces her name is Chen Huiz. Her guardian chi barrier has reached grand mastery, artillery shells can't even crack it. So tell me, how'd she get taken out in a single strike? He pats Yunfei's face, come on, spit it out. Why? Yunfei answers helplessly, voice barely a whisper. Because Pipasis is ridiculously powerful. Yijing pinches Yunfei's cheek hard. Outside of shapeshifting, Pipa's trash at everything else. Yunfei winces in pain, then why? Yijing shoves his face down onto the desk. The essence of all defensive sorcery is blocking origin chi from penetrating. Everything in heaven and earth contains origin chi, that's why defense works. The broken sword Pipa used was pure matter zero origin chi. That's why it bypasses every defensive spell. He gives a thumbs up, now that's what I call a divine weapon. Yijing raises a brow, if the sword's that powerful, how did it snap? Yunfei answers, face pressed flat against the desk, if a divine weapon can counter divine arts, then there's a divine art that counters divine weapons. He lifts his hand off Yunfei's head, very good. Yijing traces his lip thoughtfully. The weak die from weakness, the strong die from arrogance, nothing in this world is invincible. Yunfei rubs his cheek and murmurs, boss, you're saying I should be more careful from now on, ever underestimate the enemy. Yijing flicks his slender fingers. You tell me. Pipa, disguised as Tengyun, continues walking. She spots Xing doing something and calls out, Senior Xing, what are you doing? He shakes the recorder in his hand. Old Ma got hit by elder son's technique. While he's writhing in delirium, he might say something weird in his sleep. Holding the recorder up to old Ma, recording everything as evidence. Tengyun says quietly, cut it out, come with me inside. Xing snaps to attention, yes, chairman. And so, beneath the flickering flames, this scene unfolds. Resentful energy billows out of old Ma's body. Yue Fei's face turns livid with rage, veins bulging, except for the one responsibly for everybody else, get the hell out. Yidu rolls up his sleeves, fuming, sure, you're employees but you're all aiding the enemy. Nobody leaves. He stands within the surge of power, voice low, who exactly are you talking about? A blast of energy rips through the wall. The building's wall crumbles into rubble, reduced to nothing but dust. A massive sword blade punches clean through the wall, rocketing out of the thick dust cloud at terrifying speed. Gradually, the sword dissolves into a shower of talismans. A circle densely packed with ancient runes materializes. Yue Fei's arm pulses with energy, radiating a brilliant golden glow. His wrists are tightly bound by threads of black energy. Yue Fei clenches his fists and roars, "Hey, old man, you trying to kill everyone here. We agreed no killing blows between sects." TR letter 1EA7N Hung Dung strides forward, dark sorcery trailing in his wake. "Don't start, none won't be none. But if you come at me," he continues, "no one gets left standing." The image of Huij lying motionless on the cold ground flashes through their minds. Yizheng and Yunfei continue chatting away like nothing's happening. Meanwhile, Liu Mai and Old Ma are locked in a vicious fight. Over there, Tang Yan is being choked and hoisted off the ground by King Feng. One guy lies drenched in blood on the freezing ground, another is crumpled in a heap, just as wretched. From above, the entire scene looks like a war zone. At the Little Sun office, Mingwu and Liu Yi are squaring off. He charges in with a vicious punch. Not missing a beat, the other throws up his arm and blocks it dead. Mingwu lunges forward, shouting as he throws a rapid chain of blows. Right behind him, Liu Yi counters with equal force. Suddenly, both of them get smacked on the head hard. "Why'd you hit me?" "Sorry boss, my fault." He rounds on the other. "Why the hell did you just admit fault?" Liu Yi sighs and explains to Mingwu, "No matter what happens, apologize first. It's never the wrong move." Mingwu sneers, "Lackey." His face darkens like the king of hell himself, fists clenching together. "Do you two even want to eat tonight? What the hell are you brawling like animals for?" Zhu Ding tears into them so thoroughly that all they can do is kneel there and take it. Liu Yi were half a step into the Xianshan realm. "Why aren't you using your technical advantage? Why the hell are you trading fists with a rookie? Could you even survive Tiangu's berserker fist once it fully awakens?" He turns to Mingwu. "Zhou Mingwu, I've told you 1,000 times internal elixir technique is all about speed. You release your power before your fist even lands. Do you have any idea how much chi you're wasting?" Suddenly, Zhao calls out from the doorway, "Boss Zhu, your superiors are on the line." The two sit in silence in the room as Ding answers the phone. "Yindu, I told you before, I don't want direct conflict with them." The voice on the other end replies, "We were originally planning to divide up the smaller sorcerer factions. We didn't expect Yindu to suddenly barge in. If this keeps up, the factions will take catastrophic losses. Even if the Sorcerer Association gets established, there won't be anyone left to use." On the phone screen, Jiang Zu's face appears. "You know how things went when they set up associations overseas. This is a national plan to consolidate sorcerers. It can't get derailed in Huabei." He tilts his head back. "Of course I'll put the big picture first, but you know my situation," Jiang Zu answers quickly. "Upstairs agreed to both of your conditions." Ding replies flatly, "Fine, I'll handle it." He turns and waves Liu Yi over. "Liu Yi, come with me." Ding tells Mingwu carefully, "You and little Zhu stay here. That little troublemaker too." Sensing the unusual quiet, he glances back. "Why is it so silent today? Where's that little gremlin?" Mingwu thinks of Zixi. She went to school. Apparently her thesis passed review and is about to be published. Her professor told her to come back and handle some stuff. Liu Yi turns to Ding. "Boss, what are we going out to do?" Ding grins wide and ruffles his hair excitedly. "Help you grind some XP, obviously." Jiang Zu walks over to call Ding. "Wait, hold this." She tosses him a vial of faintly red liquid. Without missing a beat, he catches it and examines the vial in his hand. Then he grabs Liu Yi by the waist and leaps away, shouting back to reassure her. "Relax, little Zhu, words not fists, that's my style. I'll settle this with my silver tongue." He adds, "Oh, and little Zhe can tell them about those other matters now." The three of them, Zhao, Jiangzu, and Mingwu, sit in silence in his room. Mingwu breaks the suffocating quiet. "What's so important you had to come to my room for this?" Zhao answers his question without hesitation. "Important matters are obviously discussed indoors. A girl's room isn't something you let just anyone walk into." She rummages through her bag and pulls out 2 membership cards and Ding's. As you can see, she holds up Ding's card. Mingwu's eyes go wide. Chairman of the Huabei Sorcerer Association, so the guy's actually a major player with real status. Jiang Zu doesn't hesitate, the title suits him. Zhao pushes up her glasses with quiet confidence. "Don't get excited, you two. The position is temporary. The Huabei Sorcerer Association hasn't even been officially established yet." Mingwu's face is pure helplessness. She blurts out, "Isn't printing your own fake work credentials technically a crime?" Zhao throws her hands up. "Can you two just let me finish?" "Stop interrupting me," Zhao continues. Mingwu listens intently while Jiang Zu looks thoroughly bored. 2 years ago, European nations started establishing nationwide magic associations. North America combined science with sorcery and formed the Superpower Hero Alliance. She holds up a finger to counter sorcerer factions consolidating internationally. The higher-ups decided we need our own nationwide association for unified management. Zhao strokes her chin. That year, thanks to the Yindu threat, the Huobei sorcerers voluntarily banded together. So at least Huobei's sects are in better shape compared to other regions, which are an absolute mess. She holds up her own card. That's why they decided to establish the Huobei Sorcerer Association as a pilot program. Zhao continues, but he refused. She holds up 2 fingers, eyes half closed, unless the higher-ups agreed to accept his 2 conditions. First, once the Huobei Association is established and eventually the national one, Zhou Mingwu must be placed in the talent protection program. Mingwu is stunned. She adds, but they cannot require Mingwu to participate in any sorcerer-related activities. He must be given the conditions to study and live like a normal person. Zhao continues, second, no sorcerer association of any kind is permitted to recruit Jiangzhu as a member. No one is allowed to investigate her identity or background. She closes one eye and waves her hand. Just now, the higher-ups agreed. That's why old Zhu took little Liu to help them. The room falls dead silent. Mingwu scratches his cheek, brow furrowed deep in thought. 1,000 questions swirl in his head. He doesn't even know where to start. Zhao leans in close. Back then your father took you into hiding. He even changed your name. Nobody knew where you were. Her expression turns grave. Zhu Ding and Yindu both agreed not to search for you to make sure no one could track you through them. Zhao clutches her head. But then you went off to college on your own and Yindu found out. Old Zhu had no choice but to surveil Yindu to prevent them from making contact with you. She continues, and Mingwu can't help but picture the ugly look on Ding's face. 2 months ago, when the higher-ups prepared to crack down on sorcerers, he discovered that Yindu was planning to fish in troubled waters, so he decided to use that to his advantage. Zhao adds, as long as Yindu stirred up enough chaos, the higher-ups would have no choice but to agree to his terms because right now, he's the only one who can clean up the mess. Images flash Ding and Liu Yi leaping across rooftops. With that leverage secured, that's why he had little Zhu bring you here for protection. After all, once you're under the higher-ups' protection, even if Tiangu gets exposed, there's nothing to worry about. Jiangzhu speaks frankly, I already knew some of this, just not the full picture, now I do. Mingwu's expression is deep in thought. Then he flashes a thumbs up. Zhu is a genius. The two warn him gently, don't let his usual demeanor fool you, he's miles ahead of you. She continues, Boss Zhu spent years researching internal and external techniques just to solve the Tiangu problem. He's a recognized theoretical expert with honorary doctorates from multiple countries. Mingwu rubs the back of his head, embarrassed, so he really did all that for me. He knew I just wanted to live a normal life, so he arranged a normal future for me. He raises a finger, puzzled. Then why do I still have to keep training if Tiangu is already under control? Jiangzhu explains, whether it's Boss Zhu or the higher-ups, they're just safety nets. You need to protect your own life with your own strength. Zhao can't stop praising her. That's little Zhu for you, well said. He grins at Jiangzhu, but since Heroine Jiang is here too. And you're telling me about Boss Zhu's arrangements for herdos that mean there's something about our heroine you want to tell me. Hearing this, Zhao facepalms. Sometimes I swear you and old Zhu are the exact same type of person. Jiangzhu raises two fingers, green energy swirling between them. Rather than saying it's my business, it's more accurate to say it's ours. A streak of blood appears on her palm. Jiangzhu holds her injured palm in front of Mingwu. Lick the wound. He stares, utterly baffled. Huh. She extends her bleeding palm toward him. Lick it. Mingwu waves his hands nervously. Whoa, that kind of play isn't cool. We're not even at that stage yet. She reaches out and lifts his chin. Their eyes lock, both faces flush red. She presses her hand against his face. Don't get any ideas. Zhou Mingwu's eyes snap wide, open, completely caught off guard. He leaps to his feet, kicking the chair, flying. What the hell are you doing? Zhou Mingwu roars in fury. Just say it already. His nerves spasm violently. A red, flame-like surge of power erupts from deep within him. The power bleeds from his eyes and mouth. Zhou Mingwu's heart contracts in violent spasms. He collapses face first onto the floor in agony. Zhou Mingwu forces out each word through clenched teeth. What the hell is happening to me? My blood. Jiangzhu's expression doesn't change one bit. She flicks her gaze toward him. Get up. He forces himself upright with everything he's got, one hand clutched over his heart, trembling. Cold sweat drenches his entire body. My body's so heavy. He doesn't last long. Zhou Mingwu crumples back to the floor. Jiangzhu gives him a sidelong glance, then explains with calm detachment. Understand now. That's the kind of relationship between us. Zhou Mingwu crawls across the floor, shaking. Like hell, I understand. Jiangsu sits lightly on the edge of the bed, her gaze drifting half-heartedly toward him. I don't know why, but my blood can suppress the Tiangu, or more accurately it suppresses divine sorcery. Jiangsu recalls the image of Zhu Ding and Zhou Mingwu's adoptive father. We discovered it by accident when we encountered someone else with divine sorcery. Boss Zhu gave my blood to your father. After that, your father confirmed that even the Tiangu was suppressed. He rubs his head, steadying himself against the chair as he stands. Why don't I remember any of this? She closes her eyes and waves dismissively. Boss Zhu says the Tiangu is even weaker than predicted, probably because drinking my blood years ago suppressed its growth. Jiangsu gestures with both hands to help him understand. The Tiangu and your father's origin qi forged your body over more than a decade. You should have reached the Xianshan realm long ago, advancing 1,000 miles a day in cultivation. She rests her chin on her hand, speaking in a subdued tone, but this past month, your progress has been nothing short of disappointing. Next year, when the Tiangu stirs, we're afraid you won't be able to control it. So Boss Zhu told me to give you more of my blood to weaken the Tiangu so you can rein it in. He slaps his thigh, throwing his head back dramatically. Thank you, fair heroine and honored uncle, for your tireless efforts on behalf of this useless wreck of a man. He scratches his cheek, puzzled. But you could have done this anytime we today, all of a sudden. Jiangsu lowers her head, eyes downcast, and sighs. We wanted to wait and see how your cultivation progressed. Maybe we wouldn't have needed to reveal my secret at all. But Boss Zhu and we've only grown more disappointed. Zhou Mingwu drops to his knees in a flash, wailing dramatically. Sorry, thank you, fair heroine and honored uncle, for worrying about this crippled old man. Zhao feels awkward about his little performance. Your apologetic attitude is way over the top. Should I scold you or give you a medal? He approaches her and asks, Sister Zhao, actually there's one more thing I want to ask. He asks Sister Zhao with a cheerful grin. You know so many secrets, don't tell me you're actually some big shot yourself. She stands up immediately, pretending she didn't hear a thing, and waves him off. A pretty girl lingering in a young man's bedroom at his age not exactly proper. Little Zhu, let's go. Jiangsu follows Sister Zhao out of Zhou Mingwu's room. He watches them leave, deep in thought. Just how many secrets are these people keeping from me? Jiangsu suddenly pokes her head back into his room. Oh right, I'm heading out to grab some fruit. Stay home, don't go outside. He stands up, bows deeply and shouts, Yes ma'am, orders received. The bustling modern cityscape comes into view. Zhu Ding says cheerfully to Liu Yi, do you know the biggest difference between half-step Xianshan and true Xianshan? Liu Yi asks him to confirm whether the combat power of the Xianshan realm truly far surpasses half-step Xianshan. He opens his eyes and answers, it's pride. Zhu Ding gazes leisurely at the scenery and continues, the Xianshan realm is confidence. It's arrogance, it's the haughtiness born from the spiritual breath of heaven and earth. The higher the realm, the fiercer the pride. He turns back to face Liu Yi. You're missing that pride. He stamps his foot, just a light tap. Instantly, the entire street beneath where Zhu Ding stands shatters. He turns, unleashing a massive wave of power. It obliterates the entire surrounding area. A voice cuts through the chaos. Stop fighting. Everyone stand down. Zhu Ding stands tall amid the billowing dust and debris, the ground cracked and shattered around him. Beside him, Li can't hide his shock. Wen Zhang has been beaten bloody, a sword still embedded in his body. He lies on the ground, glancing over at Luo, equally drenched in blood, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Zhu Ding scratches his cheek. You guys done fighting? The old man lies there, cigarette still dangling from his lips, grinning despite his brush with death. Kids these days are something else. This old man almost took an early trip to the Western paradise. He sits up and asks Zhu Ding, did you come to drag Wen Zhang away or to save this old man? He walks toward Luo Mai and Wen Zhang as he speaks. From now on, whether it's Tongshan Group, Yindu, or any other faction, every sorcerer answers to me. Zhu Ding bends down and picks up a small stone. He says, that's why I have to save whoever I come across. Behind him, Luo Mai is still shaking. He channels power into the stone in his hand. Such a pain in the is definitely not something a normal human should be doing. The stone's outer layer cracks away, revealing a dazzling glow within. Luo Mai stares in disbelief. Refining an elixir with bare hands, his cultivation has reached this level. Zhu Ding's eyes squeeze shut. He senses it somewhere high up in the tower. King Feng has her hand around Ma Tengyan's throat, lifting him off the ground. Locking onto the position, Zhu Ding channels more power into the elixir he just refined, getting into throwing stance. Zhu Ding's face is ice cold. He hurls the elixir, his entire arm warping from the strain. Geo. The elixir rockets upward like an arrow. Ma Tengyan trembles. Why? Why can't I use my sorcery? Turbulent currents swirl around him. Turns out Jai Wu has been applying her power directly onto him. Jai Wu steps forward as she speaks. Inner elixir, external techniquio need the origin chi of heaven and earth to cast sorcery. I've already broken down all the origin chi around you. What are you going to cast with? The girl looks like she wants to devour Ma Tengyan whole. The elixir shoots up from below, punching straight through thick walls, zeroing in on Ma Tengyan's position heading right for Ma Tengyan and King Feng. Jai Wu senses it too. She leaps out to intercept. King Feng lets go of Ma Tengyan in her haste. Jai Wu manages to block the elixir, but with a jolt realizes this thing carries gravitational force. And it's already here. Jai Wu frowns, she knows what's coming and she's furious. The deflected elixir begins to glow, it's about to explode. Jai Wu's eyes widen in alarm, she whips toward King Feng. You, kid, get out of here now. That single tiny elixir detonates with earth-shaking force. Down below, Luo Mai watches the spectacle already trembling, now shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. Her jaw drops. Liu Yi, hiding off to the side, watches the whole thing unfold. He lets out an odd breath. Boss, he's really that powerful. From the blast, the tower begins raining down bricks and rubble. Zhu Ding casually rolls his arm. Oh no, it's dislocated. My arm's cracking like crazy, I'm terrified. He turns to look, cigarette smoking between his fingers. So are you here to save people or kill them? The guy picks his nose and answers. It's called a deterrence strategy. Zhu Ding squats down and flicks the booger-covered finger right onto Wen Zhang's forehead. Your chairman has an ancestral body-warding technique. I've got people on the hidden side. It was just an origin chi burst, won't die. He raises his hands in surrender. Your deterrence strategy is extremely effective. This old man surrenders, no need to keep fighting. He tosses a healing pill to Zhu Ding. Healing medicine. I held back on that fatso is still alive. He kindly tosses one to Liu Mai as well. Drink up, kid, with skills like yours you can do anything. Come to Tongshan Group, I'll make you a director. She waves her hand. No need for a director position, I'm not short on cash. Zhu Ding squats back down beside Wen Zhang, chewing on the pill. See, Master Lu gets it. Once I establish the Sorcerer Association, I'll make you vice president. The old man angrily flicks his cigarette. Cut the crap, you little punk. Suddenly, another pair of footsteps approaches. Zhu Ding, are you seriously going to be president of some bullshit sorcerer association? It's Yi Zheng. He asks what about the girl he lost, what about the countless brothers who deed has he forgotten all of it? Next to Yi Zheng is Yun Fei, who's dragging Liu Yi along like a caught mouse. Liu Yi trembles and whimpers, boss. Yi Zheng sets him down and ruffles his head. This the new disciple you took in, grooming him as your successor. Zhu Ding turns to him. Liu Yi has more talent than you did back then, bet on it. Yun Fei behind them keeps stealing glances at Liu Mai. Yun Fei, take Liu Mai and go. Old Tian and the rest are my problem. Yun Fei nods from the side. Zhu Ding shoves Wen Zhang toward him without a second thought. Get moving already, you lot are seriously annoying. Yun Fei catches the old man and calls out, Uncle Tian. The old man flails his arms. My sword, I still haven't drawn my sword. The three of them, Yun Fei, Wen Zhang, and Liu Mai, turn and walk away. Hang in there, boss. Yi Zheng ruffles Liu Yi's head again as a warning. If you want this kid to survive, don't stick your nose into our Yindu business. The entire atmosphere plunges into a bone-chilling silence. Zhu Ding waves his hand dismissively and turns to leave. You think I want to get involved? Kicking back in retirement beats fighting and killing any day. It's just that I'm so damn excellent when great causes come calling. What am I supposed to do? Yi Zheng stares at him with an utterly exasperated expression. Do you even have a shred of shame left? Zhu Ding wags his finger. That guy can't even hurt you, Liu Yi. You might even be able to counterattack, give it a try. He even flashes a brilliant grin at Liu Yi. Do nothing and all dharmas are void, isn't that right? Yi Zheng glances at the kid, thinking this little punk. Before the thought even finishes, Liu Yi wrenches free of his grip and throws a fist straight at Yi Zheng's face, but Yi Zheng blocks it effortlessly. Yi Zheng delivers a devastating kick to Liu Yi's gut, sending him flying. Yi Zheng lets out a cocky shout. Liu Yi lands right next to Zhu Ding, blinking in sudden realization. Liu Yi looks up at Zhu Ding and gives a thumbs up. Totally fine. The shockwave passes clean through his body and out the other side. Zhu Ding crouches down and says, you learn the tendon-changing scripture. Yin and Yang counterbalance internally and externally, no harm done. Enter the Tathagata state and ordinary attacks pass straight through the body. Hearing this, Liu Yi charges back in, blazing with energy. Then I've got nothing to be scared of. Yi Zheng simply stomps one foot, and a surge of power erupts from the ground. It rockets toward Liu Yi. He gets blown away again, totally useless. Zhu Ding facepalms in exasperation. Did you forget that time I hit you? Even a full power strike couldn't break through your defense from the inside. Liu Yi lies flat on the ground, butt sticking up in the air. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yi Zheng taps his own temple and says, your successor seems to have a few screws loose. Zhu Ding waves his hand, grinning ear to ear. Nah, his brains are no worse than your Yun Long's. Yi Zheng stomps the ground in rage. Boom. That Li Yunfei punk right. This time the power is double what it was before. Zhu Ding refuses to back down. He stomps his own foot with a thunderous crack. The two forces collide, creating a massive shockwave. A deafening boom. Zhu Ding frowns. Using the technique I taught you against me, that's just low. He gathers yin and yang energy into one palm. Back then, Yindu existed to protect the order of the sorcerer world. Now someone else has taken up that role, and Yindu has become the very thing threatening that order. Those green irises lock onto Yi Zheng as the gathered energy intensifies. He speaks slowly. The dead can't come back. The mastermind has already died a dog's death instead of clinging to the past. Why not build a new futurettos there? Yi Zheng erupts in fury. Take your tasteless spiritual chicken soup and shove it. Drink it yourself. He trembles with rage. I'll end the sins of the past me own way. His entire body is engulfed in a torrent of power. Jin Danzi dreamed of becoming immortal and died for it. But if those greedy, shameless bastards hadn't gotten involved, how could she have been killed by Jin Danzi? How could the Tiangu have been stolen? Big Bro would never have burned through all his cultivation and died. A spiraling vortex of true qi materializes in Zhu Ding's palm. Everyone else is dead, so why do those scum still get to breathe? At those words, Yi Zheng unleashes his full power. The surging force he unleashes is absorbed entirely by Zhu Ding. He takes one step forward. Yi Zheng snarls, I know your body's already on the edge at hats why you're making your move now. Off to the side, Liu Yi is frantically trying to drag the old man away. Senior, let me get you out of here. It's way too dangerous right now. The old man stubbornly wrenches free. This old man would rather die than miss a once-in-a-lifetime battle like this. Zhu Ding furrows his brow and closes his eyes. So little Lin Yu finally admit it. You even pointed at the sky to swear. You had a thing for my wife, didn't you? Zhu Ding recalls the scene Yi Zheng handing a gift to Ming Qi, saying, just something I picked up. Happened to be your birthday. Just a casual gift, don't read into it. Zhu Ding rests his chin on his hand. If I remember right, you even secretly gave her a diamond ring. What a sly dog. Hearing this, Yi Zheng completely explodes. Shut your mouth. Yi Zheng slams his fist into the ground with earth-shattering force, still in denial. I despise that woman more than anything. The horrifying impact fractures the surrounding earth, dust and debris swirling everywhere. The shockwave is catastrophic. A flashback surfaces a happy family of four. Mingwu's adoptive father, Ming Qi, Zhu Ding, and King Feng. Ming Qi holds a birthday cake in her hands. Yi Zheng is moved to tears, but his mouth won't soften. I'm an orphan, how would I have a birthday? And stop calling me Little Lin. Ming Qi places a crown on his head. We met you on this day last year, so from now on, this is your birthday. The birthday song rings out, accompanied by clapping. Happy birthday to Yi Zheng's eyes glisten with tears, but then he turns to Zhu Ding with a look of pure disgust. Your singing is a disaster. If I didn't know better, I'd think someone died. Zhu Ding shoves his face straight into the birthday cake without hesitation. What did you just say? You little punk. Yi Zheng lifts his face from the cake, frosting dripping everywhere, and gives a strained thumbs up. Truly a moving birthday song. I'm so touched. Thank you all so much. Min Ka stands off to the side, grinning. Honestly, I already knew the birthday cake was gonna get wrecked. That's why I brought a backup just in case. Ding gives a thumbs up. That's why you're our mastermind. Predict like a god. Min Ka freeze watches as Mingwu has already pried open the second cake and started eating. She can only sigh. Sorry. I severely underestimated Mingwu's destructive power. But the whole family gathers around the table, laughing and cracking jokes. Ding even scoops up a handful of frosting and smashes it into Yi Zheng's face. Covered in cake, Yi Zheng's smile still shines bright. Later, when Yi Zheng grows up and gets hurt, his wounds need bandaging. Min Ka hovers nearby, fretting. You can't keep being reckless like this. This isn't some era of bloodshed anymore, and yet you're still as stubborn as ever. Shut up. You my mom or something. When Ding grows up, Min Ka goes public. Starting today, we're officially a couple. The man beside her beams with joy. Mingwu's adoptive father even slings an arm around him, teasing. Mingwu is my adopted son. You marry his sister, that makes you my son too. Ding just replies flatly, bro, get lost. Even when Min Ka had already awakened her power and opened her third eye, she still tried to talk Yi Zheng out of it. Once you take a life, it means you and modern society are done, for good. Just calm down, but he's still as stubborn as the day they met. Shut the hell up, I have to avenge my brothers. From behind, an old sorcerer with a silver-white beard is draining Minka's power. She refuses to yield. We can't let him devour everything. Tiango, kill me. Back to the present, a pillar of power shoots straight into the sky. The earth trembles. Yizheng stands there and screams, the me of today can definitely stop the you of the past. Liu Yi and the old man watch from the side. As Ding steps forward, a formation circle ignites beneath his feet. The old man says that technique is the Emperor's Yunfu classic. The so-called 5 thieves of heaven, those who witness them have the 5 thieves executed within their own hearts, carried out by heaven itself. Liu Yi, still dazed, responds, even though he doesn't understand a word. It sounds seriously overpowered. The old man furrows his brow. Honestly, I don't understand it either. I've only seen it twice. Something like this can supposedly override the fundamental rules of sorcery. He's actually pulling it off. I think I might be grasping something. Ding speaks through the dust. Even if you could level this entire city, you still couldn't touch me. And deep down you know that. Yizheng roars, the 5 thieves technique is incredible. It can interfere with every low-level law of sorcery, but the cost is massive. How long can that body of yours hold out? His power erupts even stronger. The dust is blown away and Ding stands there like a statue. He lunges, closing the distance on Yizheng in an instant. Strike fast, end it quick. Yizheng gasps, you actually learned Big Brother's earth-shrinking technique. Ding's power funnels into one palm. For the next few years just live quietly, all right. He slams a palm into Yizheng's gut, murmuring under his breath. All phenomena arise from the union of myriad energies. A yin-yang circle surges from the ground. Ding chants without stopping 8 trigrams, heavenly stems, divine mechanism. Ghostly concealment. The deeper the chant, the stronger the resonance. The dust grows thicker, the cracks spread wider. Yizheng's entire body crashes to the ground from the blow. Ding speaks, I'm using the post-heaven 8 trigrams to seal your danshan. It won't open for 3 years. I hope you'll reflect on yourself. Then Ding coughs up blood. Amid the ruins, he rises. One arm is already bleeding. He wipes the blood from his lips with his free hand. Yizheng lies in a heap on the ground, defeated. Ding turns to look at Liu Yi, who hasn't taken his eyes off him. He asks, so, did you grasp anything? Liu Yi blinks, stunned. Yeah, I got it. Follow heaven and uphold the Tao. Defy heaven and forge the Tao. Then he frowns again. The old man slaps his thigh in frustration. Kid, how the hell did you just comprehend that? Why couldn't I? Ding walks up to Liu Yi. Kid, you really are something. Sending you out into the world was the right call. Yizheng lies there and suddenly asks, hey, second brother, where exactly did I lose to you? Ding, blood still dripping from his mouth, grins wide and throws up a peace sign. Not as handsome as me, that's where. Yizheng screams, why are you stronger than before? Why are you still alive? Why didn't your body fall apart? Tears stream endlessly down his face. Ding turns and walks away with Liu Yi. He leaves only one line, that's a secret. When the time comes, someone will tell you. In the glow of the setting sun, the two walk off laughing and joking. He asks, so, was I cool or what? The kid answers right back, impressive, right? Was that impressive or what? Too impressive, master. In another location, people are fleeing in droves. Panic screams fill the air. A young man with light brown hair turns back. Thank you, elder son, for saving our lives. Zhang Xing stands there, with some kind of entity wielding a sword beside him. I told you to release the researchers and you refused. You had the nerve to go against me, the audacity. Wu Yuifei sits slumped on the ground, trembling. Tongshan Group uses living people to refine elixirs. This is an affront to heaven itself. Even if you slaughter every last one of us here, the entire sorcerer community will never forgive you. Ma Tengyan stands nearby and pushes his glasses up. Elder son, that's enough. You've truly gone too far. Zhang Xing turns to him. Sorcerers, the strong rule and power is truth. How is that going too far? Ma Tengyan steps forward. Then elder son, you being here must truly be the embodiment of truth itself. How admirable. Zhang Xing smirks. Besides Zhu Ding, no one in this world surpasses me. Suddenly, his eyes widen. Ma Tengyan actually strikes at him. The broken sword in his hand swings forward and Zhang Xing is stunned. Fortunately, that entity unleashes its power to block the blow. Who are you? He demands. But the blade has already sliced through the entity's neck. Zhang Xing watches in horror as Ma Tengyan's sword closes in. Ma Tengyan says, you don't need to know who killed you. Just as the blade is about to reach Zhang Xing's throat, an arm reaches out and catches the sword. Ding turns to Zhang Xing and says casually, was someone calling for me just now? He grins, from now on everyone here is my little brother. Let's get along and prosper. Zhang Xing simply calls his name softly, Zhu Ding. The sword in Ma Tengyan's hand is snatched away by Ding. He calls for little Liu, who leaps out from the smoke, startling everyone. Liu Yi responds without a word, punches Ma Tengyan square in the face. He goes down hard. Ding twirls the sword, confiscating this. Leaving it with Yindu is way too dangerous. Jiangxing, Wu Yufei, and Cheng all stare wide-eyed, thinking Yindu. Ma Tengyan sits up, removes his glasses, and rubs his face. As expected of the second-in-command of Yindu, those eyes of his, he puts his glasses back on. This junior is impressed. Ding waves the sword around. I've already captured your sect leader. If you don't go rescue him, the authorities will haul him away. Ma Tengyan flies out through the window. Until we meet again, Ding sighs. He sure runs fast. Jiangxing clasps his hands. Thank you for saving my life. Ding smiles. No big deal. Sheng frantically waves his hands. I'm telling the truth. I didn't know that was a fake chairman. I'm a victim here too. Jiangxing rubs his head helpless. You don't need to explain. Even I couldn't tell. It's not your fault. Ding walks off, waving. All right, let's bury the hatchet and smile it off. Go treat your wounds before more people die. The image of Yinda blood-soaked, weeping, running to beg the big shots for help. Jiangxing crosses his arms. Our Tongshan group does not kill people. Our cursed elixir research team has been wrong too, you know. But privately he thinks this guy is terrifying, sure, but groveling just to save face, that's not my style. Zhu Ding turns to him. Old man, can you stop being so damn stubborn? He suddenly hums, stroking his chin, eyes narrowing. Actually, Tongshan group was framed by Yindu, the idol, killed by them, the cursed elixirs. Also their work. They even disguised themselves as Ma Tengyan's Pipliso. Every bit of this is on them. Both Jiangxing and Yufei respond in unison, faces twisted in frustration, so this whole mess was Yindu's doing. We got played, Yufei seethes. Damn it, if we're already shouldering the blame. Might as well downplay the whole thing. Elsewhere, crowds flood the streets, scrambling in every direction. Yichan freezes, staring at her earring. Hurry, Zhu Ding is coming. We can't let him discover me, your master, the earring whispers. She glances back. Even though my cultivation isn't high, I can still sense that earth-shaking pressure from headquarters. Who exactly is this Zhu Ding? The face-shaped earring replies, when he fought your master years ago, he was already at the peak of Xianshan realm. Today he's clearly surpassed that. But even with golden elixir cultivation, I can't see through his realm. She hesitates. Could he have gone back to? Suddenly a wave of power slams into her. Her eyes snap wide. It's Jiang Zhu sword already mid-swing. Jiang Zhu frowns. You. Over there, your body reeks of Tiangu. Yichan bolts. What does Tiangu even smell like? Can she actually sense the mindfire elixir? What's wrong with that girl? Up above, Zhu Ding's power erupts without warning, shrouding his entire body in a dense layer of qi. Zhu Ding grits his teeth, face flushed, eyes razor-sharp. Jin Danzi, at Zhou Mingwu's apartment, a sign hangs on the bathroom door occupied. In the dingy bathroom, Zhou Mingwu is handling business when laughter rings out from outside. He rests his chin on his hand, muttering, Sister Zhao's binge-watching again. Is it really that funny? He reaches for the toilet paper, pulls out a single flimsy sheet. His face drains of color, out of paper. Only Sister Zhao keeps a stash at home and the heroine hasn't come back yet. If he wants rescue, he'd have to wait for them. He stares at the pathetic scrap. The image of Jiang Zhu and Zhu Ding laughing in his face flashes through his mindren out of toilet paper on the toilet. Liu piles on from the side. Are you literally a comic relief character? Just imagining it makes him cringe. They'd probably laugh about this for years. Then chi condenses from his palm. Mingwu thinks sheepishly, for small stuff like this, I should just handle it myself. An origin chi dog darts out from the bathroom. It sneaks the door open, peeks its head in, hops onto the table, snatches a tissue box and brings it back to Mingwu. He smiles, ruffling its head. Good thing everyone's out, Todd, otherwise someone might have caught this. Then Mingwu waves his hand, dissolving the dog into nothing. The sound of flushing echoes from the bathroom. Sister Zhao calls from outside. Zhou Mingwu, is the novel girl back yet? If not, tell her to buy more toilet paper on the way home. We're out. Mingwu opens the door and steps out. Got it. Still flustered, he thinks, could you have mentioned that a little earlier? Mingwu grumbles as he walks. Also, couldn't you have just called? Why do you specifically need me to relay the message? He reaches his room, flops onto the bed, and pulls out his phone to dial, but all he gets is a tone. Beep, beep, beep. Mingwu stares at the phone, resting his chin on his other hand. No one's picking up. A text from Sister Zhao pops up. We're out of toilet paper at home. Grab some rolls on your way back. Mingwu sprawls comfortably on the bed, groaning. Done for. But suddenly he goes silent. Mingwu recalls the moment Jiang Zhu said goodbye to him. Right, I'm heading out to grab some things. You stay here, don't go outside. Lying on the bed, he thinks the fruit stand isn't far. Round trip shouldn't even take 10 minutes. Memories flood back. Jiang Zhu, tossing a vial of blood to him. Take this. He folds both hands behind his head. The heroine's blood can suppress Tiangu's divine arts. if some were given to choose Zhu too, does that mean he's also? Plus, the state of his body seems to be. The image of Zhu Ding bleeding profusely from the mouth jolts Mingwu awake. Zhu Ding's mouth runs with blood, eyes exhausted, yet a grin still hangs on his lips. Mingwu bursts into the room. Sister Zhao. This is bad. The heroine might have followed them outside. On this end, Jiang Zhu raises her sword, channeling every ounce of power into the blade. Any qi that enters my body, I'll never forget the scent of Tiangu on you. She murmurs, brows furrowed. Yi Chan screams, Master. A face coalesced from pure power flies toward them. Your master will help you. Go. Disciplinedly. A beam of light shoots down from above, slamming into the ground before streaking forward. The beam races toward Yi Chan. Two forces collide in a massive explosion followed by a desperate cry, too late. Zhu Ding swings a palm strike, his lips barely moving. Jin Danzi. Zhu Ding crashes straight into the ground, shattering it. Yi Chan is sent tumbling by the shockwave alone. Purple energy coils around Zhu Ding's body. Blood streams down his arm in rivulets. His eyes flash gold. When he opens his mouth, golden breath pours out. Yo, you're still alive. The purple energy wraps around Yi Chan. Disciple, let your master borrow your body for a moment. Yi Chan transforms, silver hair cascading down, golden pupils gleaming. Her hair whips wildly in the wind. She rises and speaks. This old man is an earth immortal of core formation. The body perished, but the soul endures. Is it so strange that I still live? Back at Mingwu's place, Sister Zhao answers without looking up from her game. Little Zhu followed them out. Followed who? He panics. Of course, he's worried about Uncle Zhu's condition. She went as backup. Sister Zhao turns to him. Zhou Mingwu, did you know? The image of a three-pronged power socket appears. In one of the prongs, a tiny camera lens peeks out. Sister Zhao says there's an abnormally high outlet in your room. It wasn't installed for an air conditioner. It's a disguised camera. Mingwu breaks into a cold sweat. What the hell? Mingwu pats Sister Zhao's shoulder. Incredulous. Sister Zhao, since when did you people have a thing for spying? She grins. Not you people, just me. I installed the camera. No one else knows about it. Mingwu's tone shifts abruptly, going cold. Sister Zhao, first you tipped me off about the heroine's whereabouts. Now you're interrogating and threatening me. What exactly are you playing at? She doesn't flinch. Relax. Little Lin's strength absolutely surpasses Zhu Ding's. Those old injuries will definitely take him down. She's probably resting up right now. Mingwu's eyes go wide. What? Sister Zhao's subordinate rests her chin on her hand, expression dripping with contempt. You've been acting this whole time, haven't you? Maybe just transfer to a performing arts academy already. She analyzes. You've never once initiated a private conversation with us. Never seen you flip through the sorcery texts on old Zhu's shelf. You have zero interest in novels either. You've never trusted a single one of us. Sister Zhao continues. Someone whose life is constantly in danger would normally be checking their cultivation progress with others all the time. You never once asked old Zhu about it. She lays it out plain. You're too normal, suspiciously normal. That's what raised my flag, so I installed the camera in your room. The feed shows Mingwu lying on the bed, waving his hands to manipulate power. You've already mastered Tiangu's power. 10 nimble fingers, quick reflexes. You are not worried about your life at all. Which is why you never bother confirming your cultivation progress. Ms. Zhao continues the story. On the security camera footage, Zhu Ding is drilling Mingwu, both their heads swollen into lumps. Zhou Mingwu has said it 1,000 times, the inner core formation values speed and agility. His fist hasn't even reached the target before he releases his chi. How much chi force has he wasted? Does he even realize? But he refuses to reveal the Tiangu power to outsiders. He can't even execute basic maneuvers with any proficiency. She questioned him so directly that old Zhu thought his talent was hopeless enough to spill Xiao Zhu's secrets to him. Zhou Mingwu, what the hell are you trying to do? He lays out his reasoning. I've had to survive on my own since I was a kid, always on guard, especially around people who keep things from me. Didn't old Zhu say the same thing? Don't trust anyone in the sorcerer community, Ms. Zhao sighs. Old Zhu's warning was aimed at outsider sorcerers, and there are certain things he kept from you. For your own good, but Mingwu stays stubborn. For me, the complete truth matters above all else. She rests her hand on her forehead. The reason I chose today to lay everything on the table is because every problem you're facing will disappear today. I don't want to watch them genuinely care about you while you keep them at arm's length. Zhu Ding lies motionless, staring up at the sky. Old Zhu pushed his power too many times. On top of that, the accelerated body deterioration Xiao Zu's blood seems to help them mitigate the backlash. Otherwise, he'd already be dead. In other words, he's been surviving on Xiao Zu's blood this entire time. Ms. Zhao describes his condition, her expression turning grave. He allied with the sorcerer community and the government to build a safe environment for Yu and Xiao Zu. He doesn't have much time left. Taking in Liu Yu is also to find himself a successor, find a protector for Yu and Xiao Zu. She urges Mingwu if old Zhu knew Yu had mastered the Tiangu, he'd be overjoyed. Ms. Zhao doesn't forget to address the core issue. Whether to come clean with him is up to Mingwu himself. Hearing this, Mingwu falls deep into thought. The scene cuts to outside a high-rise building, surrounded by rubble and debris. King Feng strains to lift a slab of wall. Jai Wu breathes a sigh of relief and crawls out. Little Lin Lin's emotional control was totally awful, most dragged us into it. That crystal ball gazing notebook of his, and he still couldn't predict Zhu Ding would strike. That damn bastard. Both of them crawl out of the wreckage. King Feng looks around. Sis, the sect leader doesn't look too good right now. Jai Wu laughs confidently. Relax. Little Lin Lin's strength absolutely surpasses Zhu Ding's. And besides, Zhu Ding has old injurious right now. The sect leader must have beaten him and is resting somewhere. Suddenly, King Feng spots something and shouts. Pointing down, wait, the sect leader just got hauled away by the sanitation crew. Jai Wu panics, seeing two men carrying someone away. What the hell? Did little Lin Lin lose again? What do you mean sanitation crew? One. The two sanitation workers spot Jai Wu and King Feng. One yells, not good, Yindu's accomplices are here. One floors it with the van. Immediately the other sprints with everything he's got. Run now. The two of them give chase. Little Lin Lin. Sect leader. Yun Fei dashes ahead. Leave the boss to Methai's subordinates got the rescue handled. As he bursts out, Yun Fei is suddenly cut off by two police cruisers blocking the road. He stares in disbelief as the van speeds away while he's stuck. Yun Fei snarls, you dare arrest my boss? Even if it's the government, I'll fight. But before he can do anything, King Feng smacks him on the head. Shut your mouth, Jai Wu bows apologetically. Our apologies, our apologist kid doesn't know any better. Just then, a woman with a freckled face appears. This old one is an earth immortal of core formation. The body has perished, but the soul endures. Isn't it wondrous that I still live? Yun Fei senses something off. A crushing pressure emanates from that direction. King Feng tenses up even more than when facing the sect leader and Zhu Ding earlier. Jai Wu realizes in horror, impossible, Jin Danzi. Zhu Ding seems to have nothing left, but he forces himself out of the rubble. He raises his hand, straining to block one of Jin Danzi's strikes. Jin Danzi sneers. Just now you burned everything you had to suppress the Yindu elder, destroying one arm, rupturing your 5 organs. So what exactly do you have left to fight me with? Zhu Ding pushes past his limits, channeling every last ounce of energy to resist. Min Ka's dead, even if it costs me my life, I will have my revenge. Jiang Zhu rushes over to stop him. Boss, please, you can't channel any more energy. He doesn't listen, rage has already blinded him. Jin Danzi must die. Jin Danzi chants, the heavens harbor 5 thieves, to perceive them is to transcend. The 5 thieves dwell within the heart, to act upon them such is the decree of heaven. Beneath Jin Danzi's feet a formation array and streams of spiritual energy materialize. This old one sees you as the greatest threat, naturally. I've studied you extensively. Zhu Ding grits his teeth. The 5 thieves' Dharma wheel's power engulfs his entire body. Jin Danzi grins. Astonishingly, his fingertips unleash power identical to Zhu Ding's. Your signature move, Chishin Lithe, one you created specifically to counter me. This old one has learned it too. Soul possession normally makes it nearly impossible to fully manifest power. But Yi Chan's physique is special, possessing the qualities of an ancient spirit medium. The depth of this golden light dimension is limitless. Jin Danzi's divine Tiangu technique can theoretically block any attack with finite killing power. This technique really is identical to Zhu Ding's. Jin Danzi points his finger at him. The Chishin Dili technique was originally created by Zhu Ding, by fusing the earth-binding art with the Yinfu classic capable of piercing the weak point in diluted space, collapsing spatial distance to nothing. It was specifically designed to counter Jin Danzi. He laughs triumphantly. Your own ultimate technique, can you yourself withstand it? Zhu Ding refuses to yield. He begins chanting 9 deficiencies of evil heaven and earth's killing intent. Jin Danzi channels his qi, the way of observation. The path of domination, the same technique, his momentum not faulting in the slightest. The entire surrounding space is ravaged. Both clash violently, tearing a massive rift that splits the space itself. When the dust finally settles, their silhouettes come into view. Jin Danzi has seized the upper hand, hoisting Zhu Ding into the air. He smirks as expected this old one wins. Zhu Ding coughs up a mouthful of blood in agony. Jin Danzi drives his hand viciously into Zhu Ding's body, then rips it back out through his chest. He barely has any strength left. Zhu Ding collapses to his knees. Jin Danzi watches impassively. He lets out a cold laugh, watching Zhu Ding crumble. He seems to have barely any breath left, almost as if he's already dead. Jin Danzi examines his own hand, praising himself with satisfaction. Great power, true and effortless, there's nothing left to worry about. He turns to leave. This old one originally planned to claim your body and kill you. I didn't expect you'd already been wounded fighting the Indo Elder. Jin Danzi sneers, seeking your own death. Thy's old one truly overestimated you. Suddenly, Jiangzu's figure appears from behind. He tenses immediately as she swings her sword with full force at Jin Danzi. He laughs arrogantly, using Zhu Ding's own technique to counter. A single strike is enough to shatter Jiangzu's sword. The blade fragments slice across her body. In that instant, she loses focus. Jin Danzi seizes the moment, launching a palm strike. Not bad form should this old one consider becoming a woman. Jiangzu reflexively throws up her arms to block. She hears the sickening sound of bones snapping. But then Ai's arm breaks too. It turns out the attack was Zhu Ding's. He staggers to his feet, grabbing Jin Danzi's filthy hand and twisting it clean. Jin Danzi clutches his broken arm, teeth clenched. Zhu Ding. He glances at Jiangzu, worried. Boss, are you okay? Zhu Ding turns to face her. His eyes begin showing red streaks at the corners. Jiangzu freezes in alarm at the strange markings. Zhu Ding urges her, Zio Zhu, get out of here, I can handle this. He immediately turns back to face Jin Danzi. Jiangzu calls after him in distress, but Zhu Ding has already begun channeling power. His eyes gradually shift into a new state. His entire right arm transforms along with them. These little scratches, I'm not dying today, don't worry. Jin Danzi can't believe his eyes. A man this badly wounded, how is he still alive? Are you even human? Suddenly Yi Chan's voice echoes out. Master, my vessel is about to give out. Wait until the body fully revives. Killing him then won't be too late. Jin Danzi murmurs, forgive me, my disciple. This body hasn't been used in so long. Thai's old one got a bit excited and overexerted. Zhu Ding raises his hand. Since you've already shown yourself and gone all out, don't even think about leaving. He lunges at Jin Danzi. Jin Danzi reflexively raises his hand to block. But this time Zhu Ding's strike is far stronger than before. Jin Danzi can't hold. Jin Danzi is hurled backward, stunned, still trying to comprehend what just happened. Jin Danzi's body crashes straight into a building. Zhu Ding's strike hits with such force that it sends the man crashing through the glass. He slams into the wall, glass shards and brickwork explode outward, dust and debris filling the air. Jin Danzi grits his teeth in fury. That last strike seems to have caught everyone's attention. Van Phi, Than Fong and Ti Vu all tense up, staring at each other. Ti Vu's face goes pale as the thought hits her impossible. Jin Danzi can't still be alive, but if it really is him, Van Phi's eyes light up. He bolts forward. The energy spiking from over there is insane-ish, has to see it for herself. Than Fong immediately blocks his path. Stay put, you idiot, it's way too dangerous over there, we go, we die. But Van Phi won't back down. His eyes are blazing with excitement. This is the ultimate showdown, we absolutely cannot miss this. I'd rather die than not get a front row seat. Ti Vu immediately smacks Van Phi on the head. She says it out loud, but inside she's thinking, what the hell do you even know? That's Jin Danzi. He wiped out more than half the sorcerers in the north. Zhu Ding might have a shot at beating him, but little Linlin. The one currently facing Jin Danzi is probably that girl. Ti Vu Frauncher, little Linlin always wished Zhu Ding would drop dead. But if something actually happened to him, she'd probably be devastated too. Ti Vu jumps to her feet and barks out orders. Than Fong nods eagerly. Van Phi wails in protest, little Li, get lost. Me and little sis are going to save Zhu Ding. Yes, ma'am, I'm coming too. Both of them sprint toward the battlefield. Ti Vu's face is taut with tension. Hopefully little sis's illusion techniques will actually work on Jin Danzi. If little Linlin were here, that would be perfect. But before they even get close, they spot Lin Wan already standing guard. She raises her hand, voice gentle but firm. It's too dangerous up ahead. None of you are allowed through. Ti Vu's expression hardens. We're not going for fun, we are worried about Zhu Ding. If he gets killed, little Linlin will completely lose it. But Lin Wan doesn't budge. She continues calmly, Zhu Ding is the sect leader's sworn brother and practically half your teacher. I understand how you feel, but Zhu Ding won't die. Zhou Mingwu will come to save him. That's what the Muxia divination revealed this time. Ti Vu can't hold back anymore. She snaps, sure, we followed the divination for this operation, but he can't divine Zhu Ding's fate either. And that little bastard Zhou Mingwu is absolute trash. What the hell is he going to save anyone with? Lin Wan softens her tone. Still trying to reason with her, the Muxia divination through Zhou Mingwu's QE Tianji showed no issues. Everyone, please head back. Fan Fong senses the situation getting ugly. Sis, don't piss off Sister Lin, but reasoning clearly isn't working. Lin Wan's voice drops to ice. When the sect leader isn't here, my word is law in Yindu. Don't make me say it a third. Timivrion, turn around. Now, Tivu seethes. But she has no choice. She turns away, pouting. If something happens to Zhu Ding, I'd love to see how you explain that to the sect leader. Enough. Lin Wan pulls out her phone and dials. Please get word to Zhou Mingwu, tell him to go save someone. Out of everyone in Yindu, you're the closest to him. The message reaches Zhou Mingwu immediately. Zhu Ding's life is in danger. Get to Tongshan Group headquarters immediately. He stares at the message like it's some kind of joke. Since when did that guy randomly reach out to me? He's tight with Uncle Zhu too, and Uncle Zhu is literally invincible. How could he possibly be in danger? Jin Danzi collapses to his knees. His soul essence peels away from Yi Chan's body, returning control to her. She gasps, Master, I can't hold on much longer. Jin Danzi's brow furrows in thought. That man must have used some kind of forbidden technique has weakened now. Killing him at this moment would be too perfect to waste. Without anyone noticing, Zhu Ding is already standing right in front of Yi Chan, his finger aimed coldly at her. She screams and frantically pulls out a small wooden talisman. Yi Chan touches the talisman, a blinding flash of light erupts. Stay away from me. The light surges into a shockwave that slams into Zhu Ding, triggering a massive explosion. Jiang Zhu rushes over to catch him. Stop fighting, let's retreat first, but Zhu Ding won't listen. If we let him escape now, there's no telling how many more people he'll kill. Even though he can barely stand, he says through gritted teeth, I have to kill him. Yi Chan smiles cruelly, watching the floating talisman near her. Who kills whom? That's still up in the air. She explains further, the thunderstruck peach wood was forged into a mother-son talisman. The child talisman, once dissolved into liquid, becomes 9 dragon bone-dissolving solution. A voice emanates from her earring. To avoid detection, I only added a few drops into the powder each time, but even that accumulates day after day. Jiang Zhu freezes. She suddenly recalls Yi Zheng's words from that day when he relayed a message to old Zhu. Cut back on the fried dough sticks, they're not good for your health. No hesitation, Jiang Zhu hoists Zhu Ding onto her back. This is bad, we need to go now. Yi Chen grins in triumph. The age of talisman sorcery may not have arrived yet, but it's more than enough to affect Zhu Ding in his critically wounded state. The moment I destroy the mother talisman, Zhu Ding's origin chi will spiral out of control. One clean strike, that's all it takes. A few more seconds. That's all I have left. Jin Danzi, his soul hiding within the earring, continues, finish it cleanly. My disciple has done well. Yi Chan channels her power into the talisman. Your lives, me master, has already claimed them. The talisman begins to crack. Jiang Zhu, mid-sprint, suddenly staggers. Something feels very wrong. In an instant, spectral dragons burst forth, coiling around her and Zhu Ding. And at that moment, Jin Danzi seems to have merged back into Yi Chan's body. Zhu Ding leaps off Jiang Zhu's back and shoves her out of the way. He snatches up the broken sword from before no hesitation and charges straight at Jin Danzi. He swings, aiming to kill. Jin Danzi retreats, dodging. Lightning fast, Jin Danzi palm strikes the hand gripping Zhu Ding's sword, knocking it clean out of his grasp. Seizing the opening, Jin Danzi drives his fist straight into Zhu Ding's chest. He can't guard in time, blood sprays from his mouth. Zhu Ding hurtles backward. Jiang Zhu screams. Jin Danzi throws his head back in triumphant laughter. 12 years, that grudge has haunted me for 12 years. Finally, I've had my revenge. Zhu Ding's body slams into the wall behind him. He goes still for a moment, as if trying to steady himself. Zhu Ding lets out a slow breath. Hate really does cloud your judgment. Jin Danzi's soul detaches, and Yi Chan returns to her normal self. She coughs up blood, struggling to speak. Master, go now. If others show up, we won't have the strength to fight. But Jin Danzi is still riding his high. That went far too smoothly. My golden body hasn't even reached completion, and I've already cut down the greatest threat to my heart. When the day of resurrection comes, who in this world could possibly stand against me? Who dares defy me? He reassures Yi Chan with arrogant ease. No rush. After a battle like this, no one would dare come near unless they've got a death wish. Jin Danzi continues analyzing. Zhu Ding, like me, has likely reached the divine realm of the second creation. His physical body is broken. Powerless against this kind of force. Yet even mortally wounded, he can still use forbidden techniques to channel the divine power of creation. I find that extremely fascinating. Yi Chan and Jin Danzi both turn toward Zhu Dingyanli to see that Jiang Zhu has already reached his side. Her body is wrapped in a swirl of emerald energy. Jiang Zhu lifts him up frantically. It's everything's going to be fine. I can save you. I absolutely can. Zhu Ding doesn't seem to care about his own life. He takes the moment to give her final instructions. I was a dead man walking anyway. It was only a matter of time. Don't grieve. His target is Tiangu. Take little Zhou and get out of here. Jiang Zhu grips the pendant at her neck, fury burning in her eyes. If you let him go, you'll have died for nothing. She rises to her feet, resolve hardening her expression. Whatever unfinished business you had, I'll finish it for you. Zhu Ding's voice trembles. No, don't. Jin Danzi seems intrigued. Little girl, who exactly are you? Tell me and I promise I won't kill you. She ignores him completely, channeling power from her pendant. But I will kill you. Jiang Zhu tears the necklace off in fury. A colossal wave of power erupts, swirling around her. I will kill you, that's a promise. The pendant hits the ground. Jiang Zhu closes her eyes, focusing inward. Don't worry, she whispers in her heart. I know what I'm doing, I won't die. Then she transforms. A pair of strange horns crown her head. A black sword materializes in her grip. Flames wrap around her entire body. The sight is absolutely breathtaking. Jiang Zhu frowns as her body slowly levitates off the ground. The surrounding space, warps, earth and stone begin to crack and splinter apart. Jin Danzi doesn't seem to realize what he's about to face. He raises his hand in excitement. What magnificence, you had divine allure. I can't help but want to kneel all over again. Yi Chan, mortified, tries to stop him. Master, you are already on your knees. Suddenly, flames erupt near where she's standing. Before Yi Chan can make sense of it, the flames keep rising higher and higher. She whips around in alarm. Jiang Zhu is already behind her, sword raised high. The slash comes down with the force of a god's wrath. The aftershock of the strike doesn't stop. Buildings in the surrounding area take massive damage. One is cleaved clean in two. Jin Danzi hoists Yi Chan's body into the air, just in time to dodge. He looks down and lets out a sigh. All the enchanted artifacts I've gathered over a lifetime, are nothing compared to this. Jin Danzi bursts into laughter. That's a god, that is absolutely a god. He's ecstatic. That oppressive presence from deep within the soul, exactly the realm I've been chasing. The realm of divinity. Yi Chan is about to break. She pleads, Master, stop talking. Grun. The fiery aura comes crashing back. Jiang Zhu catches up in a flash, swinging her sword a second time. She brings the blade down with gritted teeth. Jin Danzi's spectral form catches the strike with both hands. He shouts, hold on. Yu Tian grinds his teeth, struggling to endure. The piercing force of the origin chi is truly immense, just like a heavenly dog. In a flash, the sword strikes through, as if slicing her body in two. Yu Tian is left in disbelief, her expression vacant, like one already dead. Jiang Zhu trembles as she observes. It seems she has reached the limit of how long she can channel this power. She wipes the blood from her lips. It is over. But things are not that simple. The severed body of Yu Tian instantly mends itself. She scolds, Master, you nearly got me killed. If you are going to use the spirit curse technique, tell me beforehand. Jiang Zhu, completely drained, begins to collapse. She feels unwilling to accept this. How is she still alive? Golden Core Earth Immortal wants to seize the opportunity to finish Jiang Zhu. Yu Tian struggles to resist, but she cannot break free. Let this master demonstrate a bit more, she says. No, one more time and I will die. He charges toward Jiang Zhu. We cannot do this, both master and disciple will perish. Golden Core Earth Immortal unleashes his power to defy the heavens. But Jiang Zhu unexpectedly gambles with her last ounce of strength to launch a rear ambush. He instantly shifts his momentum, turning to dodge just in time. Jiang Zhu swings her sword, hacking fiercely at his defensive domain. Golden Core Earth Immortal hits the ground. That was close. He trembles. The power of spirits is difficult for flesh to contain. That little girl is reaching her limit, and perseverance is the path to victory. Even the power of the Master Ming is failing. Suddenly, a car screeches to a halt right before Golden Core Earth Immortal. Dai Chu throws the door open and shouts, "Get in!" Jiang Zhu is now utterly exhausted. She lands, struggling to regulate her breathing. Jiang Zhu trembles, trying to remain conscious. Detestable. Even if I held on for one more second, I could have. Blood drips onto the earth. After pushing her powers to the limit, her body begins to give out. Jiang Zhu lets out a cry of agony. From high above, a man has been silently observing the battle. Zhen Xing contemplates, shocked. Not only is Zhu Ding a threat, but even his little disciple possesses power beyond imagination. Sensing his chance, he begins to laugh. Zhenzing waves his hand, and a massive section of the wall begins to shift. Liu Yi and Yidu exert their strength to lift the wall and emerge from hiding. Wu Yufei asks, "What are you planning to do?" Zhenzing speaks with a mournful tone. "For 12 years, Ding has abused his authority, keeping us thaumaturges cowering like turtles. As long as he lives, we shall never know freedom. This is the opportunity to resolve this calamity once and for all." The leader of the thaumaturge circle, Zhenzing, asserts that others share his sentiment. Liu Yi stares, finally grasping his true objective. He can no longer restrain himself and charges forward. Liu Yi throws a punch at him. "You spineless, despicable villain." Liu Yi launches a heavy strike, but a Tanghun soul manifestation blocks him with a blade. "I will never let you harm the boss." He follows up with a strike against the sword, then a heavy kick and another punishing blow. Liu Yi pummels the blade of the Tanghun, but it does not suffer even a single nick. Seeing this, he sneers, "The gap between us is too vast. I do not wish to kill you." The moment he finishes speaking, he commands the Tanghun to slash at Liu Yi. He catches the blade with his bare hands, coughing up a mouthful of blood. At this moment, visions of my past self flash through my mind. Yes, I have finally grasped it. Drenched in sweat, he gasps, "Follow the heavenly way, invert the heavenly creation." In a blink, white qi erupts from Liu Yi's body Yijinjing. With one hand holding the sword, he channels his qi with the other and roars, 6 organs, 5 viscera, 4 limbs, 100 channels, essence qi, and spirit manifesting the void. Instantly, a Bagua formation appears in the sky. Liu Yi frowns, thinking, "This breath is sharper than that of the head, but my cultivation base is still insufficient." He brings his hands together into a fist, finally repelling the strike. Suddenly, the man waves a stack of cash before Liu Yi, curling his lip in a smile. "I underestimated you, little devil." He manifests 2 more Tanghun behind him, "But it seems you have underestimated me too." Controlling his Tanghun, he yells, "I will kill both you and Zhu Ding today." Liu Yi quickly shifts into a defensive stance. "I will not let you have your way." The Tanghun's blade descends, creating a shockwave that fissures the earth. The pressure from the attack is so great that the ground beneath his feet collapses. Liu Yi grinds his teeth, thinking, "This pressure, it's soul-based. Just how many souls did he gather?" As Liu Yi struggles against one sword, the other Tanghun lunges at him. Unable to dodge, he is sent flying backward. Liu Yi hangs in midair, gritting his teeth. The man below waves his cash, "Die, brat, money can solve anything." Ghostly soul fragments erupt from the bills, piercing through Liu Yi's body. He approaches Ding, saying, "I hope your soul can break through your chains of material greed." Just as he reaches him, Yufei appears. Blocking his path, "Stop this, elder. Harmony is the most precious. Do not forget his relationship with the head or his status with the duke." He ignores the words, stepping coldly over him. "If an arm is severed, it can be reattached within 4 hours, right? Stop meddling in matters that don't concern you." Yufei spins around and screams in rage. Golden Core Earth Immortal is still alive, without Zhu Ding, who in the thaumaturge circle can stand against him. "Do not forget how many of us were slaughtered in the beginning." He raises his hand to command the Tanghun, preparing to execute Ding. "From this day forward, this old man shall be Golden Core Earth Immortal's rival." Suddenly, Mingwu appears from nowhere, kicking through the Tanghun. He summons wolves that surge forward. The beasts snap at him, but he dismisses them with a wave of his hand. "What is this?" Mingwu walks to the unconscious Liu Yi and speaks. "Are you all right? And you?" He bows with a smile. "Elder, let us resolve this conflict. Harmony is most precious." Suddenly, Mingwu looks back. His face darkens, eyes widening in shock at the sight of Jiangzhu, who lies unconscious in a pool of blood. His heavenly dog power erupts violently. His eyes turn crimson, glowing with murderous intent. In a flash, Mingwu is behind him. As he throws a punch, the man commands his Tanghun to block with its blade. The force of the punch causes the sword to vibrate intensely. The man glances back, eyes round with disbelief. The heavenly dog's piercing origin qi is too strong, it perfectly counters my laws. I should not throw an egg against a rock. The next moment, Mingwu's punch shatters the Tanghun's sword. Knowing he is outmatched, he speaks, "Chu. Mingwu, to my knowledge, you've only been cultivating for a month. I advise you to recognize your own limits. Do not be so reckless." Internally, he thinks, wasn't he supposed to be a piece of trash? How is he this strong? Suddenly, Mingwu scratches his head and smiles awkwardly. "Sorry, I got too worked up and wasn't careful." The man is left bewildered by this reaction. What is wrong with this kid? His moods change too fast. While he is distracted, Mingwu appears right before him, fist clenched. "That lady was my savior." He scrambles to defend against the attack. He bellows in rage, "You stinking brat. Sneak attacking may have you no shame." He commands the Tanghun to throw 2 punches at Mingwu. Mingwu is struck by the underworld manifestation and sent flying, crashing heavily into the ground. Zhou Mingwu's eyes snap open wide, his brows furrow as he speaks. A ghost just appeared out of nowhere. That's straight up not scientific. Suddenly, Mingwu turns his head to the side and there sits Zhu Ding, right in front of him. The second he lays eyes on him, Mingwu's face twists with fury, teeth grinding hard enough to crack. Before him, Mingwu sits frozen in plastic except one arm has transformed into a solid mass of diamond. Inside Mingwu's head, a scene flashes unbidden. Zhu Ding suddenly waking up with a grin, turning to flash him a peace sign. Scared yet? I'm the number one under heaven, how could I die that easily? At that same moment, every intimate memory between the two of them floods through his mind in rapid succession. A heartbeat later, Mingwu braces his hands and sits up. He says nothing at first, then he stands and speaks. Old man, you know something? I'm a law-abiding citizen and this is the first time in my life I've ever wished murder were legal. Seeing that look on his face, the old man's expression goes dark, a knot of dread tightens in his chest. This kid actually compressed all his origin chi outside his body. That energy density, that level of control, is he really just a beginner? He immediately throws both hands up. Wait, thighs is all a misunderstanding, but before he can finish the sentence, Mingwu vanishes from his sight. In the blink of an eye, Mingwu materializes right in front of him. He glares, fury etched into every line of his face. Sorry, first time going all out, I don't know my own strength. A brutal wave of power erupts from his body. Mingwu clenches his jaw. His fist tightens as he roars, the second punch I'll calibrate. Gotta put some real muscle into it. The old man takes the hit square on, and blood sprays from his mouth. Mingwu the ghost looks up and freezes. A massive fist from the hidden phantom is already crashing down toward his skull. It slams into the ground with devastating force, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The old man watches the hidden phantom's fist flatten Mingwu and speaks. The Tiangu's regenerative ability seems to rely on absorbing the origin chi of heaven and earth. Suddenly, from the ground around the hidden phantom's feet, torrents of red-black spirit energy spiral upward. A heartbeat later, a colossal surge of power erupts from below, launching the hidden phantom skyward. Instantly, it vanishes midair. Witnessing the scene, the old man drops to his knees, jaw hanging open, eyes wide as saucers. That's impossible. How can mortal energy devour pure spirit energy? Mingwu's entire body is now shrouded in Tiangu power. The spirit energy takes the shape of a ferocious wolf. A third eye has appeared on his face. Grotesque and terrifying when the Tiangu is active. You'd better keep your emotions in check. Consider yourself lucky you just got a second lease on life. A chilling smile curls across his lips. After all, suppressing this killing intent is difficult. The old man's hands and legs tremble as he stares at Mingwu standing before him. He thinks the spectral energy Mingwu the ghost summoned and the mortal energy of Hongqian have completely different signatures at the Tiangu. Absorbed and merged both. Could this really be the legendary Kunlun divine technique? How can something divine carry such a sinister, malevolent aura? Just as Zhu Ding suspected, Zhou Mingwu has been steeped in massive quantities of origin chi for decades. His cultivation speed is monstrous. He's already reached the 4th layer of the Erlang divine art. Zhou Mingwu controls the acupoints throughout his body, continuously releasing and absorbing origin chi, compressing it outside his physical form. That kind of high-density origin chi represents terrifyingly advanced cultivation enough to make anyone who sees it shudder. But it comes with a fatal side effect. Mingwu forces a terrifying grin, while he can still hold his emotions together. He thinks call an ambulance and have the Sorcerer Bureau come clean this up, but deep inside, he's panicking if they figure out this whole display was just a bluff. That his body is actually completely paralyzed and all he could do was sick the wolves on people. He's done for. On the other side, Yi Zheng rushes over to Yuefei's position. Master, the old man is lying on the ground, body convulsing, screaming his lungs out. The blood-stanching acupoint technique only works temporarily. It hurts like hell. Turning back toward Mingwu, he adds, I will say my piece, don't any of you laugh. He's silently praying to whatever god will listen. Please, let this scare him into backing off. Yuefei's voice trembles as he speaks. How about I help call a doctor? He thinks to himself, that kid's aura is genuinely terrifying. Better to swallow my pride and play it safe. Mingwu summons the spectral wolves. They lunge straight at the old man. You stay right here. If anything happens to those three, even if it means breaking the law, even if it means becoming a criminal, I will kill you and use your blood to pay the debt. As the wolves snap at him, the old man thrusts out his hands, stammering, I didn't hurt them. How could I have beaten them? I was just trying to swoop in and claim credit. Killing Zhu Ding would have been enough to etch my name in sorcerer history. Never mind whether it'd be fame or infamy, I just couldn't hold back anymore. Yufei chimes in from the side, confirming that Zhu Ding and Jiang Zhu really weren't taken down by him. A while later, the ambulance arrives. After that, Yufei recounts to Zhou Mingwu the full battle sequence of how Zhu Ding and Jiang Zhu fought against Jin Danzi, including Jin Danzi and Zhu Ding both unleashing the Xuanqi Zhishan 12 laws and Jiang Zhu's godlike form that shook heaven and earth. Yufei, sitting on the stretcher, keeps shouting, "Let me finish. Do you have any idea how insane that scene was? That was completely beyond human level. I can honestly say I've seen a real immortal with my own eyes. That girl was a genuine goddess." Yi Zheng stands beside him, worried. "Master, you're getting more and more worked up. Stop talking, Master. Do you still want to keep your last arm or not?" Over on the other side, Liu Yi is being carried away by two doctors. He's sound asleep, mumbling in his dreams as if no battle ever happened at all. 9 to 5, salary over 10,000. He glances over at Liu Yi. "That kid just fell into a dream state. No life-threatening danger. Let me go already." 3 days later. In the hospital, Jiang Zhu's ward sister Zhao is discussing something with a female doctor. The female doctor looks at the test results and frowns. It's truly bizarre. The patient's cell division has recovered at a rate far exceeding normal human capacity. There's no longer any danger to her life. At this rate, she should be able to get out of bed within a month at most. Scene cuts to Zhu Ding's side. He's lying on a hospital bed. A gaping hole gapes in his chest, clearly dead by all accounts, and yet he's still alive. If you say he's alive, his ligaments are severed in pieces, his heart has stopped beating. The monk standing nearby speaks, a true marvel. A bespectacled woman with brown hair, seated nearby, speaks up with a question. "Do any of you esteemed seniors have a plan?" She is the second-generation hall master of Wan Hall. Zhao Qi. Hearing her question, the monk lowers his head and presses his palms together. Hall Master Zhou. This poor monk has never heard of or seen a condition like Mr. Zhu's. I truly have no solution. The Taoist beside him adds, Friend Zhu's realm has already transcended the mortal world. We cannot save him. Better to go to Beiyan Temple and invite the patriarch of the Longmen sect or summon Celestial Master Zhengyi. Zhou Qi steps forward and tells them the Longmen sect has already been contacted, and Celestial Master Zhengyi is already on a flight. She bows her head and pleads earnestly, "Seniors, please help this junior find a healer who can save him." A short while later, Zhou Qi, the monk, and the Taoist step out of the hospital room. Zhou Qi bows deeply, pressing her palms together in a respectful farewell to the two of them. After the monk and the Taoist leave, Sister Zhao rushes over to Zhou Qi in tears, desperate. "Hall Master Zhao, how is he?" Zhou Qi answers, "He's currently in a state of suspended near death. We need to keep searching for someone powerful enough to treat him." Suddenly, Aunt Zhou approaches them and speaks up. "Zhu Ding exists on a completely different realm from us. Perhaps only Jin Danzi would know what truly happened to his body." Zhou Qi turns to her, voice sharp. "Why are you here?" "Uncle is dead. The headquarters of Wan Hall needs you there personally to hold things together." Aunt Zhou's eyes dim with sadness. "The dead cannot come back. The living can still be saved. Coming here, that's what has meaning now." Scene cuts to inside a detention cell. The television mounted on the wall broadcasts the news. Investigation reports on the explosions in the surrounding area and the Tongshan building indicate that this was a series of blasts caused by electrical surges and gas leaks triggered by a rare daytime ball lightning event. The explosion occurred during the holiday period, but still resulted in numerous casualties, including several directors of Tongshan Group who were working overtime at the time. Over by Mingwu's side, Sun Zixi sits beside him and asks, "How much longer are you going to stay like this? I know you're hurting, but Sister Zhu is out of danger now." The dashing Mr. Zhu is still out cold, sure, but Liu Yi is already up and about, cooking his little nutritious meals. Mingwu turns to him, murder radiating from every pore. "Stop talking to me." Zixi rests his chin on his hand. "I've never seen you this close to any of them before. Now you're hurting like someone ripped your soul out." A second later, Mingwu's eyes glisten, threatening to spill over. "That technique used every acupoint in my body. The origin chi corroding my flesh put enormous strain on me. Right now, I can't move a single muscle. The Tiangu's penetrating force is too powerful. Ordinary people can't even touch me. All I can do is wait here until the energy runs out. I'm just afraid I'll fall asleep. The Tiangu faded 3 days ago. I can't hold on anymore." Mingwu's words catch Zixi completely off guard. A mischievous grin spreads across his face. "So what you're saying is this whole technique of yours is basically just an intimidation bluff." Scene cuts to the bar. Zixie's intelligence contact subtly raises a hand to his lips, speaking with a hushed murmur. Those surveillance videos that leaked 7 or 8 clips at least. The sorcerer world hasn't been this stirred up in ages. The old bartender behind the counter wipes a glass clean and speaks. You enjoying this at other people's expense, or just happy you can still cash in big? He swirls the drink in his hand. I didn't leak those videos. My guess, 80% chance the Bureau itself put them out. Firsto used Jin Danzi as a warning to the entire sorcerer community, forcing them to unify on their own, making consolidation easier. Second Toe pushed forward a replacement for Zhu Ding, the one who's already demonstrated overwhelming strength. Scene cuts to the living room of a hotel suite. The fortune teller circles his hands around the crystal ball. Drenched in sweat, he stares intensely at the glowing orb. Lin Wan grows impatient and asks, "Is there a result yet?" He replies slowly, "Tomorrow. The sect master will be escorted out of the city by the authorities. We attempted to rescue him mid-journey, but he refused." Lin Wan places a hand on his shoulder, wearing a terrifying smile. "What did you say? Say it again, will you?" Terrified, he shouts, "Big sister, please stop smiling at me, it's frightening." The omen shows exactly this. I have divined it 5 times already. Jai Yu lies on the bed, her hand resting on her forehead in exhaustion. It seems little Lin already has his own plans. Then let's stop worrying about him for now. The next second the girl bolts upright, then divines something about that Zhu Ding fellow. The fortune teller turns to Jai Yu and yells, "I already told you, I cannot divine the Zhu Tang. It must be north." Jai Yu makes another request. "Then try divining for Jiangzhu. See what technique she is using, and when she will be able to recover." Hearing her question, he replies, "I have already divined 10 times just now with no result, unless you want me to perform another blood sacrifice. Last time, predicting that Zhu Ding wouldn't die cost me my entire hairline. I only have 2 strands left, please, show some mercy." Qing Feng smiles as he speaks. Senior Mu Zia said the heavenly dog could save Senior Zhu Ding. But Jiang Zhu used an unknown secret art. The heavenly dog merely finished the task, so the result isn't entirely accurate. The teller shakes his head. "I can only glimpse fragments of the future. What happens in between is beyond my sight. At least the heavenly dog has indeed departed and Zhu Ding is not dead." Lin Wan stands by, smiling cryptically. "This time, we can victoriously crush the members of the Tongshan group and Chu Guo. You have done your best, we do not blame you, but since you have helped this far, finish it. Can you see who the authorities will propose to replace Zhu Ding? I have been divining for 3 days straight. I am exhausted." Qing Feng smirks. "Is that even a question? It is naturally Jiang Zhu. She can repel a golden core practitioner enough to suppress the thaumaturge circle. As for the heavenly dog, its predictive ability is far inferior." He continues to press his face against the crystal ball to divine. 2 hours pass and an image of Mingwu appears in the ball, causing the teller to shout in shock. It is Chu Mingwu. Hearing him, the 3 others Qing Feng, Lin Wan, and Jai Yu exclaim in astonishment. "What?" All 4 stare with jaws dropped, focusing on the crystal ball, shifting their gaze toward Mingwu's location. At this moment, only his facial expression has returned to normal. Tati turns and asks, "If you say this body cannot move once the heavenly dog loses control, can it still manipulate your body?" He looks at her and replies, "Are you asking me to release all my strength again? The heavenly dog's power is so immense it might just break free." Tati smiles and continues, "How could we be so primitive? Naturally, we must use science, for example, total numbness." This suggestion makes Mingwu's face twitch. "Are you kidding me? Wait." Suddenly, his eyes widen as if he has reached an epiphany. Numbness seems to have a direct effect on the cerebral cortex as well. Even if the heavenly dog seizes control of the body, it perhaps cannot negate this induced numbness. In a flash, Tati drags a doctor over. The professional anesthesiologist has arrived. Seeing such speed, Mingwu gapes in awe. "That fast?" The doctor carefully approaches with a syringe, but before the needle touches his skin, it is bent by the heavenly dog's aura. The next second, Tati drags in another doctor carrying a massive, gargantuan syringe. The professional veterinarian is here. An anesthetic needle so huge, not even the heavenly dog can break it. Mingwu sheds 2 rows of tears. Isn't the heavenly dog an animal? 2 minutes later, Chu Mingwu is completely paralyzed, unable to move, yet his strength remains insane. Tati shields her face with her hands, laughing loudly. "Who cares what kind of dog you are? Science and technology long live." The scene shifts to Yi Shuirong walking down a small alley, then opening the gate of a nearby abandoned manor. Inside the manor, she approaches a well. Without hesitation, she steps onto the well's edge and falls down inside. After a moment, Yi Shuirong lands on a large box at the bottom. She looks around cautiously and reaches out to open the lid. Inside, besides gold and jewels, lies the corpse of Danzai. Master, please return to your body for now to warm your soul. As she finishes, Danzai's soul appears and drifts into the body. Forgive me, disciple, you are not lightly wounded yourself, yet you must care for this old man. Once I complete the Tai Yin body refinement and achieve an indestructible physical form, I will certainly help you save your brother. Tai Yin refinement manipulates the dead, utilizing claw-like traits akin to a living corpse. Eventually, the technique becomes the Tao. Yi Shuirong strokes her hair and speaks. The next total solar eclipse is in less than a month. In your current state, Master, can you recover in time? If we miss this, we will have to wait another 3 years. Danzai replies, work hard, disciple, refine a few more heart fire pills to be safe. Once finished, Yi Shuirong jumps out of the well. The box remains at the bottom, but in a flash, it vanishes, replaced by an ordinary well. Yi Shuirong enters the manor's house, and a moment later, she emerges with a completely different appearance. With long hair and wearing a feminine dress, she blends into the crowd and walks leisurely down the street. The scene shifts to Aunt Chu. Her expression is grave as she asks, have you finished the task? Aunt Chu adjusts her glasses. Now it is time to do my job. Yi Shuirong approaches and waves. How did you recognize me? Senior Chu Hua. Aunt Chu replies coldly, I am a doctor. I see people by their skeletal structures. Even if you act as a background extra for an actor, I can still tell. At the same time, in the hospital corridor, another Aunt Chu walks beside Chu Chi. Chu Chi looks at her and says, news of the Thaumaturge Association's founding is everywhere. Do you think our Wan Hall should actively join or just casually respond? Aunt Chu waves her hand. Controlling thaumaturges is a global trend. If we must join, we might as well be proactive to seek greater benefits. Chu Chi smiles, satisfied with the guidance. She suddenly notices something ahead and turns, startled. Before Chu Chi and Aunt Chu stands Jiang Zhu, bandaged all over like a mummy. Little sister Jiang Zhu, what are you doing? Jiang Zhu, looking like a hopping zombie, replies, I must go visit Boss SS. Her words leave Chu Chi and Aunt Chu confused. They look at each other, speechless. The next second, the two stop Jiang Zhu as she screams incessantly. Boss SS, Boss SS, Boss SS. Chu Chi attempts to reassure her. Senior Zhu Ding will not die. You don't need to worry. Aunt Chu adds, what you need to do now is heal yourself properly. The scene shifts to another building, where this Aunt Chu and Yi Shuirong stand in a parking lot talking. From today on, this biotechnology company is yours. I don't care what you do, but within 2 years you must show me what I want. Yi Shuirong's eyes widen. Aren't you overestimating me? Aunt Chu frowns. If you can't, you can always find your master and conspire with Yintu again. Chu Chi curves her lips in a smile, actively approaching Zhu Ding to steal the research achievements of the Tongshan group, yet still daring to cooperate with me because you found a way to survive. You truly use the most despicable means. Hearing this, Aunt Chu speaks in a heavy tone. Shut your mouth. I simply do not want to die. Is there anything wrong with wanting to live? They both enter the building. You're not wrong. People always want to live. The scene shifts to Mingwu, who moans, I want to die. I still haven't recovered my senses. I used too much strength. And now I can't feel you touching me. Sister Zhao steps out of the car. I received word from Titi that you had recovered. What is this situation now? Are you brain dead again like last time? Mingwu has tears streaming down his face. Perhaps when borrowing the heavenly dog's power, my 5 senses were expanded too far. Now my emotions have vanished. What do I do, Sister Zhao? Sister Zhao smiles, patting his head. Little brat, I thought you could really stand up. Turns out you were hiding your strength. Hiding it until you were lonely. Mingwu continues to wail. Sorry, I am still the same trash I was before. On the road, the black car, still covered in decals, speeds along. Mingwu sits in the back with Titi and asks Sister Zhao in the driver's seat, how many people died this time? Sister Zhao, focused on the road, replies quickly. 2 colleagues from the Tongshan group died, the Deputy Hall Master of Wanhe Hall is gone, and the National Martial Arts Hall lost several disciples. Mingwu rubs his nose. I meant normal civilians, how could that be possible? Falling from so many floors. Sister Zhao wears a smug smile. No overtime on weekends, so those buildings were empty. Are you still not convinced? Mingwu points at himself, then points at her. Do I look like an idiot to you? Sister Zhao continues, remember when I told you I coincidentally met someone who possessed a divine ability? He's at the Gong family estate Naothai's time. He's the one who stepped in to save those people. In the back seat, Zixi and Mingwu both rub their chins. A building that massive, collapsing like Thathao, the hell did he pull it off? Sister Zhao chuckles and replies, I don't have the specifics either. This is classified at the highest level within the association. But his intervention this time drained him and Normals did not expect anything from him in the short term. Jin Danzi has resurrected, old Zhu is gravely injured and comatose, his true power has been exposed, and he's made enemies of every major sect in India. The Gong family's plans have been thrown into chaos, so the promise old Zhu made, don't count on it. Outside Ding's hospital room, the two of them chat while peering through the glass. Ding lies motionless on the bed. Old Zhu is still alive, technically, but part of his body has already died, yet he really is still breathing. Right now, neither modern medicine nor the sorcerers from any sect can explain it. This might be beyond the realm of what mortals can comprehend. Mingwu slams his hand against the glass partition, blaming himself. He went out there because of my mess, I owe him this. He remembers, back when Ding was still healthy, he'd said if you make up your mind if you choose to keep living as a sorcerer instead of an ordinary person, then I guarantee Uncle Zhu won't get dragged into any of this. He'd be like before, lazing around at home all day, gaming and scrolling TikTok. I don't think rotting at home binging games and TikTok is exactly a great life either. Mingwu straightens up and calls out, Sister Zhao. She turns to look at him. I'm not the kind of person who owes a debt and doesn't repay it. Uncle Zhu put his future on the line for me, so I'll carry on his will. She gives Mingwu a strange look, then says he's not dead yet, and for the record his life goal is to be a professional couch potato. Don't go copying him. Ignoring Sister Zhao's words entirely, he declares with conviction, starting today, I'm not just Zhou Mingwu, the college kid. I'm Zhou Mingwu, the sorcerer. Sister Zhao doesn't object, she just wants to give Mingwu one piece of advice. Even if you don't care about the Gong family's promise, you absolutely have to negotiate a deal involving Xiao Zhu. Otherwise, everything old Zhu sacrificed will be for nothing. Mingwu's eyes go wide. What exactly is the deal with this heroine? Sister Zhao tries to recall, but nothing comes to mind. No idea, even old Zhu doesn't know. But he suspects that the power inside Xiao Zhu isn't the same divine force as the Tiangu, it's something on a far higher level. If Xiao Zhu's power were ever exposed, it would be even more tempting to sorcerers than the Tiangu itself. Inside the hospital room, Jiang Zhu lies on the bed like an Egyptian mummy, utterly still. She says nothing, she just lies there silent. Back where the two of them stand, Sister Zhao stands with her arms crossed, her gaze fixed on the figure in the hospital bed. According to old Zhu, once a person's cultivation reaches a certain threshold, the physical body becomes a liability and collapses. The body perishes, but the soul endures forever, in other words, ascension. Maybe old Zhu has already touched that realm. His body is dead, but his powerful soul sustains a state of undeath. Xiao Zhu, on the other hand, is nothing like old Zhu. The power inside her doesn't belong to her, and she hasn't reached old Zhu's level. If she overuses that power, both her body and soul will collapse. Mingwu slaps his palm. He gets it now. So that's why Uncle Zhu kept the heroine away from the sorcerer world. Away from the conflicts, forbidden from getting close to anyone involved in investigation. As long as the association is established, your deal with the Gong family stays intact. So whatever you haven't done yet, I'll do it for you. She finds the idea absurd, and what exactly can you do? Mingwu's eyes light up like two 50-watt bulbs. Simple, I'll be the acting president and rebuild this sorcerer association from scratch. Sister Zhao stares at him, beaming with delusions of grandeur, and looks at him like he's the most narcissistic man alive. Don't you think you're a little overconfident? Sure, you're stronger than before, but that's nowhere near enough to keep the entire North China sorcerer community in check. And the side effects of your power are already massive. He covers half his face with his hand, putting on a dangerous expression. War is just diplomacy by other means. The goal is to cripple the enemy's ability to fight. The era of brute force slaughter is over. Maybe she's overestimating him after all. Hearing him say that, Sister Zhao perks up slightly, intrigued. So what's your strategy? Mingwu blurts out his grand, oversimplified plan. Any sorcerer who joins the association gets put on the government payroll. I refuse to believe anyone can turn down a government salary. Sister Zhao explains it to him, and her words hit like a slap to the face. The Sorcerer Association has no government positions. Hell, even the funding has to be self-raised. The moment those two words, self-raised, leave Sister Zhao's lips, Mingwu's broke boy delusions come crashing down hard. I take back everything I just said, I quit. He surrenders. Looks like protecting the heroine inevitably means running into every lowlife drooling over her power. If only I could win her over first, then we'd both go live off the grid in the mountains. Just kidding, I'm not into the heroine type, but I do believe I can convince the sects to form an association. The catch is, it has to run on my terms. Looking at this wide-eyed kid in front of her, Sister Zhao feels a migraine coming on. She presses her fingers to her temples. Even if you're bursting with confidence, I still can't convince the Gong family, frankly. Your strength and your face aren't enough. Mingwu grins with absolute confidence. Then call another summit under the banner of this incident. Watch my performance, then decide. Let me check first whether old Zhu's promise to the Gong family still holds any weight. At that moment, Zhao Hanqing has no idea what catastrophe her decision will unleash upon every sorcerer under heaven. Mingwu and Zixi arrive back at the apartment. The moment they reach the door, he shouts, "We're home." Liu Yi's sister Zhao said she's staying at the hospital to keep watch. From now on, we take turns delivering food. Zixi chirps cheerfully at Liu Yi, "Hospital food is terrible. Liu Yi, you should set up a food stall there, you'd make a killing." Laughter erupts from inside. "Now that's a hustle worth learning, you're absolutely diabolical girl." Zhou Qi is inside with Liu Yi. She bops him on the head. "Buy a few more rare books online and you'll become the #1 under heaven." Outside the door, Zixi and Mingwu stand frozen, staring blankly at the two people inside. Their faces are full of confusion as they look at the girl sitting next to Liu Yi. The two of them exchange bewildered glances. Mingwu eyes the girl suspiciously. "Who's this beauty?" Zixi looks at Zhou Qi, then turns to Liu Yi. "Liu Yi, you have a girlfriend now." Liu Yi looks at them both. "This girl," Zhou Qi says, "she's here to find senior brother Zhou." Mingwu points at himself. "Looking for me?" For a moment, it seems like he's starting to remember who she is. Zhou Qi leans on the armrest of her chair, grinning brightly as she holds up her hand, counting off on her fingers. "The homeroom teacher's teacup." Mingwu remembers too. He points at Zhou Qi and shouts, "Pig rider." She points right back at him, "Golden Rock Chicken Knight." Mingwu scratches his head, reminiscing. "We haven't seen each other since middle school. Girls at 17 are unrecognizable. I nearly didn't recognize you. What are you doing here, college too?" He recalls the message Zhou Qi sent him from that writer, Account 1, with the cryptic identity warning him that Ding was in mortal danger and that he needed to rush to Tongshan Group's headquarters to save him. He leans in close to her. "Hold on, what the hell are you, really?" Zhou Qi stands up, beaming. "Hey, old buddy. It's been years, let's step outside and catch up." "Yeah." Mingwu catches the hint. He walks to the door and waves at Zhou Qi. "Come to my room." Zixi is lost. She tugs at Liu Yi. "What's going on?" "Old friends." Could she be an ex? Now that would be some good drama to watch. In Mingwu's room, he sits cross-legged on the bed, facing Zhou Qi. He can't believe Itch's a sorcerer too. Which side is she on? She puts on a pout, her voice dripping with grievance. "I went out of my way to tip you off to save someone, and instead of being grateful, your first instinct is to suspect me. We were best buddies, skipped class together, fed the teacher chalk dust together, copied homework together." Mingwu's eyes narrow, staring straight into hers with suspicion. "My best buddy's name was Qi Zhou, and you sure as hell don't look like him." Zhou Qi drops the demure act entirely. She slouches back and confesses openly. "Zhou Qi is my real name. Back then, I went to the countryside specifically to investigate you. Once old Zhu found out, I obviously had to pack up and leave. In my current position, branch master of Wan Hall, surprised." Ming. Wu watches Zhou Qi put on her glasses. His cheeks flush red like he's been struck by lightning. Love at first sight. He turns his face away, waving his hand dismissively. "I'm not into the gentle literary girl type anymore. Stop trying to act cute, I won't fall for it." Zhou Qi's cheeks flush too. She snaps her legs shut. "I wasn't trying to cater to your preferences on purpose. This whole act is for the old fossils in the family. If I didn't come off as gentle and non-threatening, I'd probably be dead by now. But in private, dropping the act is way more convenient. After my grandfather passed, Wan Hall was supposed to be mine. But a pack of bastards seized control almost immediately. They use medicine to seize assets and destroy lives. I know all of it. But to survive, I had to play the obedient little girl. That's why I looked like that just now." Ming. Wu asks, "The ones controlling you, are you talking about Zhou Jianhua and Zhou Hua? You missed last time. Zhou Jianhua is already dead. Zhou Hua has late-stage cancer. But even without them, there are plenty of other people with ambition. You used the association to help me seize back control of Wan Hall, and Wan Hall under my control will unconditionally support the association." Hearing that, he flat out refused. "Why come to me with something this big? The association isn't mine, either. It's a public institution." Zhou Qi leans in and whispers in his ear, "My grandfather has a legendary golden elixir. It might save Zhu Ding." The moment Mingwu hears it could save Ding, he agrees without hesitation. Lunch is settled. The table is already set with a spread for courses, beautifully plated. Zixi sits in her chair, pouting at the two people across from her. Liu Yi isn't much better. After hearing the whole story, he nods slowly. So that's how it is. Mingwu gestures toward Zhou Qi for an introduction. Basically, this is my middle school buddy. Now he's the hall master of Wan Hall. Everyone, feel free to get acquainted. Zixi finally catches up. She jolts, pointing at Zhou Qi, looking like she's been binge reading one too many trashy web novels. There it is, the childhood sweetheart with a deep, hidden background, concealing their identity to get close to the male lead. And she's even got that irresistible, god-tier charisma. Liu Yi doesn't get it. What do you mean? Zixi asks. Haven't you read any comics or web novels? Ignoring whatever the two of them are going on about, Mingwu tells Zhou Qi, food's here. Eat a bit before you go. Zixi is still whispering away with Liu Yi. Let me tell you, in web novels, the male lead either has a beautiful, high-cultivation older woman by his side, or a childhood sweetheart with a powerful background. Zhou Qi declines. She stands up ready to leave. No can do. If those old foxes can't find me for too long, they'll get suspicious. See ya. Mingwu watches Zhou Qi's retreating figure. His mind consumed with one thought: Wanhai Hall's legendary golden elixir. How the hell is he going to get his hands on it? Zixi walks over and elbows him hard in the gut, snapping him right out of it. Oh, so this is your type. Is she a hot girl influencer or a cross-dresser? He shoves her face away with his palm. Don't talk nonsense. I've always liked gentle, sweet girls who can cook. Zixi glances over at Liu Yi, who is delicately placing a piece of broccoli into his mouth. Gentle, sweet. She lunges forward and clings tightly to Liu Yi's broccoli-holding arm. Never thought the day would come when son Zixi has to compete with a man over a man. The world is cruel, the times are dark. He pats her shoulder lightly. Stop causing a scene. Even though she still hasn't been able to divine Uncle Zhu's fate and the heroine is stuck at the hospital, she doesn't need to go out of her way to liven things up. Her face flushes red. She shoves his hand away. Who's trying to liven things up? I'm not worried about you. Mingwu sits there eating, but his mind is already running calculations. The next priority, pushing forward the establishment of the association. To avoid squandering Jiangzu's Herculean efforts in obtaining Wan Hall's golden elixir, it'd be nice to have some leverage in hand. Zixi sits bored, chin propped on her hand. Big sis Zhu isn't here. Eating isn't fun anymore. Mingwu asks her, Zixi, that CZ who sells intel, can you hook me up? She says nothing, just lets out a sigh. He recalls that when the heroine once asked for intel on son Zixi, it was delivered almost instantly. So the guy probably has a fairly large-scale database set up. Zixi leads him to a small underground bar. Despite its size, the place is packed. She descends the stairs, throws up a V sign, and shouts, hello, long time no see. Across from the stairwell, three guys are drinking at a table. They hear her voice and greet her enthusiastically. The great heroine's son graces us with her presence. Forgive us for not greeting you from afar. Who are we beating up today? We won't ask twice. Zixi can only smile helplessly at the three drunks. You guys are already this wasted. I'm worried you'll start fighting each other first. Zixi's intel guy, sitting at the bar counter, turns around and asks, heroine's son, is the person beside you the legendary Tiangu Taoist who scared Tongshan Group's elder into kneeling? The one famous throughout the entire sorcerer community. He hears that his reputation out there is rather embellished. He raises an eyebrow. Is all that really necessary? Do you really have to exaggerate it that much? Zixi plops down on an empty bar stool. She raps the table and orders a glass of 82 Lafite. The bartender is used to this routine. He leans down to look at Zixi, a 14-year-old girl demanding alcohol. Minors can't drink. Stick to your milk, kiddo. While Zixi is busy chugging through a box of milk, Mingwu has already made his way to the informant's side. No beating around the bush. Do you have dossiers? Black Felsen, the notable figures of the major sects and clans in northern China. The guy grins. I like a straight shooter. What you want, I've had ready for a long time. Relationships, cultivation technique, profiles, dirt to use as leverage. Grudges, debts, love affairs, a database on thousands of people. So what are you prepared to offer in exchange? Mingwu furrows his brow. What do you want, money or goods? Don't need anything else. I just want one original ancient text from Zhu Ding's personal collection. That's not something I can decide on my own. Which book? I'll go back and discuss it. Zixi's informant names the book, Huangdi's Treatise on the Tao, the Info Classic. After that, the two of them head back to the residence. He recalls Aunt Zhao's words. Elder Zhu said you're free to look at anything of his. There's even a copy on the computer. Mingwu is puzzled. Yibo has kept up with the times like that. He steps into Ding's room and stands before the bookshelf, scanning it. First things first, find out if the Info Classic is here. If it's some dangerous forbidden technique, he absolutely cannot hand it over. Something catches his eye, he reaches for the top shelf. A gust of wind blasts out of nowhere, startling him. What the? The bookshelf has a protective ward on it. Zhou Mingwu, you've probably reached the 4th layer of the divine art by now. Coming to seek out sorcery techniques on your ondos that mean you've finally made your decision. He's surrounded by a swirl of floating books. This bookshelf space can only be opened once you've trained the Erlang divine art to the 4th layer. To be honest, I thought you might have been dead by now. Mingwu shouts Uncle Zhu. The voice continues unfazed. Reaching the 4th layer of the divine art means you no longer need to fear for your life. Coming to seek sorcery techniques now means you've decided to live as a sorcerer. You really have grown up, kid. One volume is the Vajra art technique your father once practiced. The other is the Tiangu sorcery art, specifically left behind by your elder sister. Before his eyes, a book floats down and flips open on its own. Mingwu is confused. Dad and an elder sister. I have a sister. The voice seems to understand his bewilderment. Are you questioning why you suddenly have an extra sister? The beast-devouring rage that attracted the Tiangu possession those are memories from this life. Once you finish training the Tiangu technique, the memories it devoured will awaken. But the memories from before you were 6 or 7, whether you recover them or not doesn't really matter. Everything that needed to be said has been said. All the sorcery techniques I've collected are now entrusted to you and little Zhu. Keep them or destroy them, that's for you two to decide. Plenty of people don't remember things from when they were little. I always thought that was perfectly normal. My childhood memories were devoured by the Tiangu, and the Tiangu is that my elder sister all along. Zixi walks in through the door and sees him standing there completely frozen. Something feels off. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you just standing there frozen? Pulled out of that trance, he snaps back to reality and looks at Zixi. He looks back at the bookshelf. This thing is layered with a concealment spell. A ton of the books are hidden. Classic Uncle Zhu's handiwork. Is that it, the technique your dad and sister used? The girl walks up to the bookshelf and peers up. Weren't you looking for the Info Classic? Isn't it on the bookshelf? Mingwu flinches again. Zixi snuck up on him way too fast. Right. He turns back to the bookshelf once more. The Info Classic. Do I need to activate some kind of hidden space in this bookshelf? Just take it slow. Was there a concealment scroll earlier? It appeared out of nowhere somehow. Zixi watches him unroll the concealment scroll and leans in, curious. Is this the Info Classic? Just one look and you can tell this thing is ancient. Suddenly, the text on the scroll starts to glow. Both of them freeze, eyes locked on the light. It intensifies, blending, making their eyes stream with tears as if something forced its way in. His eyes spasm, both of them hit the floor, clutching their faces. My eyes. The scroll drops to the ground, the text still blazing. Liu Yi walks over, picks up the scroll, and unfurls it. He glances down at the two of them writhing on the floor. What the hell are you two doing? The Info Classic. I can barely read these characters. What era is this even from? Mingwu's eyes go wide. He and Zixi whip around. Liu Yi is completely unaffected. Why isn't it affecting you? This scroll has a sorcery trap. Liu Yi stands there, casually unrolling it further. A trap? I didn't feel anything. Zixi stares at the shimmering light, awestruck. The sorcery on this scroll has to be insanely powerful. Is this what they call immortal fate? Zhou Mingwu truly has no immortal fate, huh? A moment later, the bamboo scroll is rolled back up neatly and placed on the table. This scroll is definitely something else. That info broker got ripped off. How about I dangle some cash first, and if money doesn't work, we go with seduction. Mingwu smirks. Easy, kid, you're not old enough to be seducing anyone. Why'd you have to go and provoke him? Zixi stomps hard on his foot. At the bar, Mingwu walks over and taps the info broker on the shoulder. Fair warning, this thing seems to require immortal fate to read. If you don't have it, hand it back. Zixi adds, someone without immortal fate can't even look at it. Your 7 orifices bleed out. I'm not joking. Haven't tried, won't know. He scoffs. There's nothing in this world I can't handle. He unfurls the scroll. The text flares up with the same fierce golden light. The light slams straight into the broker's eyes. He screams in agony. My eyes. The searing pain sends him crumpling to the ground, rolling and clutching his face. The other two sit in their chairs and sigh. Don't blame Meth, that whole database was a waste. Zixi shrugs. Well, even a swindler like you gets what's coming. Learned your lesson, didn't you? Blood trickles from the broker's eyes, but he's grinning through the pain. Worthy of a legendary technique. Mingwu takes the scroll and heads back to the apartment with Zixi. They part ways at the top of the Liangcheng stairwell. Thanks, bro. Later. In his room, Mingwu sits cross-legged on the bed, deep in meditation. Red and black chi swirl around his body in alternating waves. He runs it through his head. The diamond technique is a brute force method for channeling and refining origin chi. Tiangu's law, meanwhile, uses a 5-sense enhancement to control the acupoints throughout the body. These line up perfectly with the Erlang Divine Art's 4th tier. Looks like Uncle Zhu fused parts of both techniques together. The Erlang Divine Art 1st tier Qi manifestation. 2nd tier inner core cultivation with enhanced Qi shield projection. 3rd tier Tiangu sorcery devouring absorption. 4th tier origin Qi cycle enveloping the entire body. He looks at his hands. Uncle Zhu said the origin Qi in his body was too chaotic to learn most sorcerer but the diamond technique he could train. Turns out it's not sorcery at all, it's an inner core technique, same as the Erlang Divine Art. And with a core principle overlapping with the Erlang Divine Art, the diamond technique clicks into place immediately. As for the Tiangu exclusive sorcerer, his father's Qi still lingers inside him. Until it's fully refined, most of it remains off limits. He barely managed to scrape together a fraction. He can't resist testing it out. Not even close to 10%, but if it punches a few holes in the ground, that's a win. He launches an energy sphere into the floor and the ground beneath his room detonates. Zixi gets blown clear out of her room. She yells, "What the hell just happened?" In Mingwu's room, the spot where he conducted his little experiment is now a deep crater, the price of reckless experimentation. He stares at the explosion site, face drained of color. Dad's technique is seriously overpowered. Liu Yi bursts through the door. "Bro, what happened?" Mingwu kneels on the ground, grinning like a maniac, like someone who just escaped the psych ward. His eyes light up. He turns to Liu Yi. "From today on, call me Grandmaster Zhou." Sister Zhao stands outside Jiangzu's hospital room on the phone. Zhou Mingwu with higher-ups have agreed. In 5 days, all sorcerers will be summoned for a meeting to publicly present the plan for establishing an association. All factions will have their say. As long as the association can keep the Huobei sorcerers in line and maintain the promise made to Zhu Ding. Mingwu stands in the crater of his floor. "This official interview, I've got it locked down." Sister Zhao looks unimpressed. "You seem awfully confident. Everyone has a price, and I think I've figured out the offer that nobody can refuse. You're not planning some underhanded bribery, are you?" "Of course not. It's something every sorcerer cares about." Sister Zhao has no idea what this kid is thinking. Jiangzu suddenly pulls the curtain aside. "Sister Zhao, I need to use the restroom. Coming, stop moving around or your wounds will reopen." Meanwhile, another part of the yard explodes. Zixai, the victim, screams, "Zhou Mingwu, will you knock it off?" Another explosion. He gets blown out too, but still tries to explain. "That one wasn't me." Liu Yi steps out, scratching his head sheepishly. "My bad, I just broke through to Xianshan realm. The energy surge got away from me." 5 days later, a hotel lobby. Mingwu, Zixi, and Liu Yi stride in like they own the place. He declares, "Posture up, people. We are not embarrassing our little son. Hey, handsome, park the car for us, thanks." The valet groans, "You people again." He walks into the reserved room, shouting from the door, "Seniors, forgive our late," but the room is completely empty. Not a single soul in sight. Sister Zhao wears a body-hugging dress that traces every curve, layered with a fluffy fur coat that screams luxury. She approaches him and says, 3 points, it is already 2 o'clock and you have yet to arrive." He offers a strained smile, slightly agitated. "I arrived a bit early. Isn't Sister Zhao currently in the hospital?" The three of them finally take note of her attire for the day. Good heavens, it is Sister Zhao. Sister Zhao directs her gaze toward them, gesturing with her hands. On the first floor, Wan Hall celebrates its sect master's 18th birthday. On the second floor, the former master of the National Martial Arts Hall is holding his wedding. On the third, the Yi family joyfully sends off young Master Yi to enlist in the military. The moment she finishes speaking, Mingwu, standing opposite her, questions, "Is it really such a coincidence that all these events fall on the same day? Isn't the sect master the same age as me? Perhaps he is 19, why celebrate his 18th birthday?" At that same moment, Liu Yi stares in shock at Titi hugging her thigh, then cracks a smile and asks, "Sister Zhao, what are you doing here?" Bending down, her smile sharp as a blade, she retorts, "I am on the 6th floor attending your parents' divorce party." Titi lets out a shriek of terror. "What? My parents want a divorce? Why do I know nothing of this?" She blankly recounts, "They didn't tell you. I even thought you were intentionally staying away." He stands to the side, hand on his face in deep thought. "Could it be that you are being targeted?" Liu Yi offers a consolation, suppressing his sorrow. Suddenly, Titi's true nature reveals itself. The girl runs off happily, shouting, "A perfect opportunity. I must leak all the dirt I've collected and leave those three speechless." The three men look on, bewildered, simultaneously uttering, "This family is truly something else." Returning to the question, Sister Zhao steps forward to explain. "Today, all these families are holding celebrations. In truth, they are using these as pretexts to gather. They likely wish to reach a consensus. His mind racing, Mingwu suddenly realizes and says, deliberately choosing this time and place makes it clear they are colluding. They are secretly building an association. Yet they must still adhere to some semblance of rules. He strokes his chin, his expression darkening as he ponders. Since he is not here, 80% of them are likely plotting how to seize power. Suddenly, his expression shifts. He slaps Liu Yi on the shoulder. The heavenly dog thaumaturge, brother Liu Yi, the great genius of the Xiantian realm, we have already won. Seeing him act so godly, Sister Zhao sighs and covers her forehead, thinking that this brat's acting skills surpass 90% of all celebrities. Before she turns and leaves, abandoning the two men who are standing there with arms draped over each other's shoulders. Then you wait here. I am heading upstairs first. 40 minutes later, in a luxurious room, Liu Yi is already snoring like a pig at the meeting table, drooling as he mutters in his sleep. The sound mantra technique, I can't eat any more of it. Mingwu wears a stern expression, his brow furrowed as he critiques his own regal sitting posture. Very good, this posture is cool enough. He glances at little Hui resting on the table, thinking, it is just a flair for the dramatic, but why did this bird not follow to tea back then? At that moment, Aunt Chu's beaming face appears. Oh, you arrived quite early this time. Standing ahead of her is the master of Wan Hall. Zhu Kaiking walks in. A raspy voice sounds out, my apologies, no time to change clothes. Before him stands the former master of the National Martial Arts Hall, Wu Dai, walking with his beautiful wife. The two approach the table, glance down at the sleeping Liu Yi, and remark, to be able to sleep here, this kid is quite something. Then looking at little Hui, and this bird seems to possess spirituality. Suddenly, a great elder's laughter echoes. Everyone, my foolish grandson has caused you all trouble these past few days. My sincerest apologies. The chairman of the Tongshan group, Ma Long, enters with a dignified air, accompanied by his grandson. Watching the crowd arrive, Mingwu breaks into a cold sweat and thinks, what is happening? They are not like before. Everyone loves to show off, and now I am being compared again. Suddenly, Ma Long appears, his imposing presence catching him off guard. Little friend, make room for this old man. Dai Qing, opposite them, watches their interaction and thinks, this old guy wants to steal a seat. The moment he arrives, he is truly blunt. Beside them, Mingwu's heart is trembling as he tries to steady himself. Gathering his composure, he offers a strained smile. Old sir, this is the chairman's seat. For your health, it is better to sit on the side. This makes him furious. As everyone takes their respective seats, Chu Chi's gentle voice rings out. It seems Elder Ma does not require it, then Wan Hall shall take this seat. On the other side, Dai Qing sits with his wife and says with satisfaction, this chair is quite comfortable, I want it too. Ma Long watches this unfold, his blood boiling. You juniors, he exclaims, then flops onto the floor, feigning a tantrum. I refuse, I have never sat in another seat my entire life, leaving Teng Yun feeling helpless. Old man, he cries out, my heart condition is acting up again. Who is it that is secretly attacking me? Mingwu stands frozen, sweating profusely. He has no choice but to wake Liu Yi up. Liu Yi stands up with a dark expression and sets up a new position. Ma Long sits cross-legged on the desk before everyone's eyes, after which the other attendees enter one by one. Representative of Human Capital, Sun Heping, arrives alongside foreign thaumaturge representative Tina, walking side by side with the Yi family patriarch. Yi Bangwen holds his water bottle and looks at the Thich family representative. Master Tiat Tran appears. The next group appears low-level factions wishing to remain anonymous, though note that this is not because the author was lazy with names, but rather unexpected guests. A voice calls out, 20 years since I last appeared, and I seem to have lost my way. If I am late, I hope you all will not blame me, says the representative of Beiyan Temple as she enters gracefully. Ma Long turns his head when he sees her. Immortal lady, please sit over here. The three men behind are shocked to see him willing to give up his seat for her. No, senior, please sit. The immortal lady waves her hand and steps toward her own spot. No need, I am only here for a moment, to observe the situation and then leave. Everyone please feel free. His suspicion rises. Who is this Taoist nun? Is she actually the senior of these old fogies? Ever since the Taoist nun appeared, everyone in the hall has been clamoring. Only the Gong family is introducing the association. At this moment, everyone sits properly in their designated spots. Suddenly, that beaming face begins to surface in Mingwu's mind. In the association plans of that merchant, there was no Taoist nun. Damn it. Right at this moment, the mechanical hum of a device sounds. To summarize, the North China Association will establish one chairman position and 3 vice chairman positions. On the screen behind, he begins to project the chairman's image. A chief secretary for the provinces will also be synchronized to manage the internal affairs of the thaumaturge world. The relevant information flows out, causing everyone to glance over repeatedly. Regarding the association's operating capital, membership fees from the sects will account for 60%. These fees are calculated based on the size of the clan and their income level, ensuring the highest possible degree of fairness. Hearing this, Hepping's face becomes serious again. Furthermore, 40% of the operating capital will be funded by civil society. The 9 members of the board of directors and the 4 leaders, chairman, vice chairman, and chief secretary will also manage civil-related matters. Mingwu sits in his chair and begins to analyze. 2 groups are divided to manage thaumaturges and the public, but their interests overlap, effectively using the public to control the thaumaturges. He rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought, ignoring the audio playing in the background while Liu Yi continues to stand stiffly beside him. The designated chairman of the association is Zhu Ding, but he cannot currently fulfill the duties, so another disciple will stand in for him. If you all have any other opinions, please feel free to discuss them. Information spreads among the low-level factions, who begin whispering. The fate of Zhu Ding remains inconclusive. If he is dead, that would be bad. In the video, the Heavenly Dog forces the Tongshan group to its knees. Elder son is kneeling. He is truly powerful, but he is only a brat. How can he be chairman? Dai Qing hugs his wife with a somber face. Even Ma Long rests his chin on his hand in thought. Conversely, Chu Qi smiles lightly. Senior Zhu is not in life-threatening danger. He is merely in a temporary state of slumber. It exceeds the mortal understanding of us ordinary folk, but he will eventually awaken. She turns to Auntie Zhou. If we swap out the chairman now, once Senior Zhu wakes up, nobody's going to dare manage him. Rather than forcing a resignation, why don't we just hold the chairman seat for Senior Zhu? Hearing this, Auntie Zhou thinks to herself, this girl's gotten a lot bolder lately. She never used to voice her opinions in front of this many people. Mingwu gives her an approving look. Good assist. As long as they believe Uncle Zhu isn't dying, everything falls into place. He stands up abruptly and addresses the room. Everyone, it's not that I want to be chairman, it's that my Uncle Zhu does. I'll be managing his position temporarily. Deadpan, he continues, he said he doesn't want to do anything anymore, just wants a quiet life. The chairman workload is killing him, so he's handing everything off to the vice chairman. Dai Qing watches him ramble on and thinks to himself, this kid turned the vice chairman role from a figurehead into a real power position. 1 step back, 2 steps forward. Meanwhile, Mingwu keeps going with that silver tongue. Uncle Zhu also said new laws don't punish old crimes. The association has to unite. All past grudges get wiped clean. Yindu's people screaming about revenge every day. He already dealt with them. Point forward, think about the future. Use the Huobei Association as the foundation, build a national association, and wipe out cults like the Xin and Fu's evil sect and the Yi family's 8 Zhang sect first. Fired up by his impassioned speech, Master Chen and Peng Wen agree immediately. Chairman Zhu, this humble monk will take on destroying the Fu Xian cult. This humble monk will follow whoever destroys the Yi family of the 8 Zhang sect. Count me in. Suddenly he darts over to massage Dai Qing's shoulders, grinning like a kiss-up. Miss Jiang Zhu and I were both trained by Coach Ma at the National Martial Arts Hall. Uncle Zhu is extremely satisfied with the teaching results, wants to get the National Martial Arts Hall designated as a government-authorized fitness training center. He then rushes over to Zhou Qi to pitch. Wan Hall's medical expertise is extraordinary, and the treatment facility has government approval. I'll secure herbal harvesting rights in certain protected zones. She echoes him with a raised hand in greeting. He moves on to assign roles to Ma Tengyun and his grandfather. The association will handle registration, management of numerous sorcerers, and capital. This critical task can only be handled by Tongshan Group. They've got the commercial muscle to pull it off. And just like that, the headquarters location problem is solved too. Then to you, Sina, who's been sitting quietly. The association will open foreign sorcery exchange programs. Foreign sorcerers will enjoy equal treatment as full members. For smaller-scale families, the association will provide additional resources and funding. Hearing him mention them, the smaller clans beam with pride. With his expert gift of gab, Mingwu bullshits until his nose practically grows. My Uncle Zhu collected thousands of techniques from ancient to modern times just to crack the Tiangu. Don't you all want to see his collection? The smaller clans below, oblivious to the full picture, keep cheering. Chairman Zhu is mighty, Chairman Zhu is mighty, we support Chairman Zhu. Amidst the applause and cheering, Auntie Zhou's eyes bore into him. Not long ago, Zhou Mingwu knew nothing about the sorcery world. No, he's addressing every faction's needs with pinpoint accuracy. There's definitely a mastermind pulling strings behind him. Ma Tengyan, chin resting on his hand, laughs and chimes in. Not bad, kid, but if we build this association, how exactly do we deal with Jin Danzi's threat? You're not asking us to go hunt him down, are you? The moment those words leave his mouth, the weaker clans start murmuring. Isn't that just a death wish? Jin Danzi is absolutely terrifying. Oh goaties, that the whole reason this association exists. As tension fills the room like swirling flames, Mingwu confidently lays out his plan. As for Jin Danzi ha injured Uncle Zhu and Miss Jiang Zhu, I guarantee he won't go on a killing spree. Please take a look at the kill plan I've put together. Suddenly, the conference room door bursts open. Sun Zixi rushes in, clutching a stack of printed documents. Here, the documents are ready. She glances at Mingwu, whose spiritual flames are blazing, and Dai Qing beside him. So it's true, can wield the Tiangu. Looks like the rumor about him defeating the old master was real after all. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi studies the paper in her hand with a serious expression. Over by Dai Qing. He bursts out laughing. These young minds really think on their feet. If Jin Danzi ever sees this plan, he'd die of rage. Ma Tengyan calls his grandson over. Kid, what's this facial recognition tracking thing? Ma Tengyan leans in to explain. It's like this, there's a technology now where computers can identify people captured on surveillance cameras. A dark screen flashes up and his voice continues. Wherever he goes, as long as there's a camera, we'll know his exact location. After a beat, the flames on Mingwu's body die down. He sits back in his seat and continues, right now. The body Jin Danzi is possessing belongs to someone named Yi Chan. If we tap into the state's surveillance system to track Yi Chan, we can pinpoint Jin Danzi's real location. Based on past patterns, Jin Danzi only targets sorcerers, so as long as we evacuate before he strikes, we can stay safe. He stands to lay out his plan though. The reason Jin Danzi kills sorcerers remains unknown. When he goes too long without prey, we announce a grand sorcerer convention in a remote location. He'll definitely show up. He grins triumphantly, and when he does, that's when the military and modern firepower step in. Even if a god showed up, we'd gun it down. Suddenly, a mechanical voice crackles from the television behind them. Everyone whips around. Not a bad plan. We can cooperate to eliminate this Jin Danzi threat. The brief statement lands like a hammer. Auntie Zhou's face darkens, cold sweat beating. This is bad. If Yi Chan's location is exposed, her own dealings with the woman will be exposed too. An image of a girl flashes through her mind. Even though makeup completely transforms her appearance, the underlying bone structure hasn't changed. She's not sure it can fool facial recognition. No matter what, she has to warn her, fast. Back in the present, the smaller clans grow restless, buzzing with excitement. When will the association be established? I can barely wait. If I'd known there'd be this many benefits, why did I even resist in the first place? Chairman Zhou's representative, here's my business card. Still smiling with chin in hand, her mind is already racing. She steps in, getting everyone to sit down properly. My part is done. Then to everyone's shock, she stands and announces, everyone, the matter is settled. I'll be taking my leave. Ma Tengyan scrambles to his feet. Senior, please don't go. We haven't chosen the vice chairman yet. But she's already striding toward the door. I came on someone's behalf to settle this. It's done, there's no reason to stay. Hearing this, he hurries after her. Unable to catch up, Ma Tengyan calls out desperately, Senior, can you at least tell this junior who sent you here? A slender, pale hand points upward, forming a sign. The fairy lady turns her head and answers with a soft smile, Heaven. With that, her figure turns and vanishes. Ma Tengyan shouts after her, Senior. The fairy lady turns back with a smile. What else? Don't make me lose my temper. Ma Tengyan gives up. He points to the side and says, the elevator's over here. In an instant, her figure glides past him effortlessly. She raises her hand and thanks appreciate it, leaving Ma Tengyan frozen in place. After Ma Tengyan sits back down, Mingwu asks the room, so, can any of the seniors tell me who that Taoist lady was? The smaller clans chime in, no clue. When even Senior Ma and Senior Wu show her that much respect, we're not stupid enough to cause trouble. Master Chen lowers his head, no idea, but she carries an extraordinary aura. Peng Wen mid-sip nods in agreement. Absolutely not an ordinary person. Ma Tengyan and Dai Qing, standing behind, answer in unison, they don't know either. Seeing this, Mingwu thinks excitedly, someone that powerful, maybe she could even save Uncle Zhu. Suddenly, a strange voice echoes inside his head, making him break into a cold sweat. Senior Zhu's condition is beyond my capabilities. I cannot save him, but perhaps the Zhou family's ancestral golden elixir could. His heart hammers like a thunderbolt. She even knows about him and Qi Zhu. An unexpected question cuts through his thoughts. Chairman Zhou's representative, shouldn't we discuss choosing a vice chairman now? He scratches his head. Don't call me chairman's representative if that's embarrassing. Just call me Zio Zhou. Liu Yi yawns tiredly, but Mingwu continues cheerfully. The heads of the three major sex-zone vice chairmen each splitting responsibilities. I've already figured it all out. Ma Tengyan is stunned to hear his name. Boss Ma Tengyan of Tongshan Group handles personnel and finances. Then Dai Kinghead, instructor of the National Martial Arts Hall, handles internal training and event coordination. Finally, Zhou Qi, who's been smiling this whole time. Hall Master Zhou Qi of Wan Hall handles medicinal research, sorcery techniques, and this operation to track and kill Jin Danzi. After all, she's the youngest one here. She understands modern technology best. Dai Qing turns to him. Zio Zhou, why are all your picks young people? Trying to put us old folks out to pasture. Mingwu replies flatly, honestly, you really are due for retirement. If a few things hadn't happened, none of you would be here. His expression shifts and he continues, besides, the association was just formed. The big shots are all too high-ranking to coordinate smoothly. Having juniors run things means even if there are conflicts, we settle them through discussion. And even if it comes to blows, lower-level spats mean lower stakes. Outwardly, he calmly asks the group, most importantly, we're a formal organization now. Does any of you know how to use a computer? Write weekly and monthly reports, make Excel spreadsheets, PowerPoint presentations. Inwardly, he's mentally roasting every single one of them. You country bumpkins, I knew ages ago none of you would understand this stuff. Sure enough, just as he predicted, Dai Qing and Ma Long take turns asking in genuine confusion, is that not okay? What's a PowerPointer? Zhou Qi stares across at them, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Well played, he silently praises. Get those old guys set up with some daily management roles. Setting that aside, Mingwu speaks up again. Oh, right. The Secretary General position has already been decided internally. It goes to our little son, Zhao Hanking. Next time there's a chance, I'll introduce her to everyone. The moment he finishes, the whole room erupts in chatter. Sister Zhao, no objections. Why didn't you say so earlier? Had you said that earlier, who would have dared compete for the chairman's seat? If we could actually get a real position like that, maybe we'd finally get to meet Sister Tri letter 1EC7U. Seeing this, a question forms in his mind. What's going on? Sister Tri letter 1EC7U is really that impressive. The meeting about founding the association presided over by that mysterious female Taoist priest funnily wrapped up smoothly. They'd planned to use Liu Yi's authority to intimidate everyone. Turns out they didn't even need it. Liu Yi is fast asleep now. Sitting alone in the room, Mingwu rests his chin on his hand and sighs. In the end, he still has no clue who that priest really is. Sister Tri letter 1EC7U's true identity is becoming more and more of a mystery. Leaning back in his chair, he ponders the next major problem: how to deal with Jin Danzi. He needs to find the female hero and gather some intel on the enemy. In a hospital room, a table piled high with food and fruit, Mingwu's voice echoes through the space. Jin Danzi possesses the ability to disrupt the rules of sorcery. No spell cast from a distance can hit him. He sits in a chair, glancing at Jiangzhu on the bed wrapped in plaster from head to toe like a mummy. Outside his body, he generates a layer of golden light that compresses surrounding space. Any close-range attack gets devoured by that golden light, making it impossible to even touch him. She gestures with her tightly wrapped hands for emphasis as she speaks. He also has the ability to compress and shatter space. He can completely ignore defense and hit opponents directly, and he can use it for instantaneous movement too. She turns to look at the person beside her. On top of all that, he possesses incredibly powerful self-healing. Even if he's cut clean in half, he can regenerate and grow back. He was scribbling notes but freezes mid-stroke. Noticing Jiangzu's unblinking stare, Mingwu flashes a dopey smile. Miss Hero, mind giving a bit more detail? She keeps staring at him with that same look and fires back. I've been talking for over half an hour. I think this was already a pretty concise summary. He grips his pen tighter, sweat beading on his forehead. He tilts his head and mutters. Immune to both magical and physical attacks, ignores defense, instant teleportation, and regeneration. That's straight up invincible. Jiangzhu nods from her bed. He is that invincible. Mingwu looks down at his notes, a heavy silence settling over him. Anyone who could fight a monster like that Chu Ti and the female hero Thier definitely not normal people. Jiangzu turns back and continues. The Five Thieves technique grants immunity to magical attacks. The one that ignores defense and enables instant movement is called the Celestial Acceptance Decree. You can check the boss's bookshelf. There's a second-year middle school workbook in there with detailed descriptions and cultivation methods. Something clicks. Mingwu rushes over weight does that mean both of those abilities were awakened by Uncle Zhu. She answers Jin Danzi was defeated before, so it seems he specifically researched and learned these techniques. Later, he walks down the hospital corridor with a bitter expression, thinking to himself, defeated by Uncle Zhu back then. So he spent 10 years researching how to counter his own weaknesses. Damn. This villain is way too overpowered. How the hell are you supposed to fight someone like that? He peeks his head into a hospital room and sees Yidu excitedly cheering. The arm's been reattached. Modern medical technology really is incredible. Next, Zhou Mingwu goes to find Wu Yuefei to learn about the crime scene. Scene change to the tea room. The man in a suit orders tea to be poured. Bring the finest tea for Hero Zhou. Then he goes to visit Zhu, a colleague from Tongshan Group. Then they sit at the stone table and talk with the other person. Finally, he cross-references everyone's descriptions with Liu Yi's account. Mingwu raises the notes from earlier. His expression suddenly shifts and he sighs, comparing all accounts. It seems the female hero was basically right. Right at that moment, Sun Zixi runs up with a bright smile. The fairy maiden of Beiyan Temple in CZ has found some leads, but she wants to meet you in person to discuss them. Mingwu asks her directly, how much is the intel fee? Once I make some money, I'll definitely pay you back. Sun Zixi waves her hand dismissively. Oh, please, does this young lady care about money? Her nose might as well be growing from that lie. The girl proudly places a hand on her chest. My parents just divorced, and they're both trying to win my favor to get custody of me. A few million. This young lady wouldn't even blink. Mingwu's jaw drops, his eyes bug out, practically spitting as he screams, holy shit, millions. His voice echoes across the entire bar as he points at her, scolding, you absolute swindler, who charges like that? You're a minor running a scam, do you even hear yourself? Sun Zixi, stupid, I'm not stupid at all. He grits his teeth, jabbing a finger straight at her face. I asked you to look into one person and you dare charge millions? Spit that money out. Now, facing his full-blown fury, she still grins, it wasn't even my idea. It's a donation toward Beiyan Temple's ancient architecture restoration. Mingwu huffs and whips his head away, refusing to look at her. She blows a raspberry at his back. The old abbot told me a few legends. He fires back darkly, 9 million still counts as millions, you know. She furrows her brows and retorts. Originally, it was 5 million per person, but I want you to know you two already got a 9 million discount. Hearing this, Mingwu looks around the empty bar. No wonder there's nobody here today. He places a hand on the table, eyes scanning the room. Evan, the owner, is nowhere to be seen. Mingwu turns back to face him as he finishes his warning about the fairy maiden Beiyan Temple. You have to keep this absolutely secret. Once it gets exposed, his face darkens, we'll all be dead. His brows furrow with worry, a knot of curiosity tightening inside him. Is it really that serious? Who exactly is that fairy maiden? Mingwu breaks into a cold sweat, staring at his grim expression. He leans in and speaks in a low, serious tone. She's the eldest disciple of Qingyangzai, founder of Quanjin. After hearing that, Mingwu swallows hard and asks, and then what? Hearing the question, he waves his hand and laughs, leaving Mingwu completely blindsided by the sudden whiplash. That's it, that's everything. He stares in disbelief. What? There's not even a name. Smirking, he continues, Qingyangzi was born in the early 12th century and founded Quanjin Dao. He had 7 disciples who each established their own lineages. But the eldest disciple, Danyangzi, was not a woman. The first woman among the 7 was Qingjing Sanrenand. She wasn't called the eldest disciple either. Mingwu scratches his chin, beads of sweat forming, lost in thought. The 12th century, that makes her roughly 900 years old. Impossible to track down unless she's an actual immortal. He turns around with a heavy sigh. Don't tell me. She really is someone who achieved immortality. Don't forget what's been happening lately. Do you still think immortals don't exist? He murmurs in response. Chu Ti, the female hero Jiangzu, and Jin Danzi. He turns back, eyeing the man deep in thought. If Danyangzi entered Qingyangzi's sect first, then Qingyangzi already had one disciplined. That disciple had already spread their wings and ascended to immortality. Danyangzi is still the eldest disciple, but the one who ascended could also be called the eldest disciple. The fairy maiden's figure materializes out of thin air. she warns the two guests lingering in the mortal realm rest here. It can protect your lives. Both of them stare wide-eyed in shock, whipping around to face the speaker. Her rosy lips part gently. Is that all right, you two? They spin back, trying desperately to catch a glimpse of her, the creation, the central spirit's display. The yin-yang portent, your time is running out. The instant her words fade, the fairy maiden's figure vanishes into empty space. Seeing this, both of them scramble to where she was standing, searching frantically. He cries out in shock, she's gone. Mingwu beside him breaks into a confused sweat. Could she actually be a real immortal? That's not scientifically possible. Scene change to the large blue SUV. Mingwu sits dazed in the car while Sister Tri letter 1EC7U drives. She glances over. Why do you look like you just got off a bender? He responds from the passenger seat. Sister Tri letter 1EC7U. The world of sorcerers seems way deeper than I ever imagined. Hearing that, Sister Tri letter 1EC7U turns her head. You found out. Mingwu frowns. Found out what? Her voice fills the car as she begins to speak. Yi Chan's whereabouts have been confirmed, but we've also uncovered quite a few red flags. The detailed dossier is in the glove compartment. Mingwu reaches into the compartment and pulls out a stack of files. This one. His face darkens as he reads, hiding out in a pharmaceutical company under Wan Hall. Hasn't stepped outside since the last meeting. Suspected connection to Dr. Zhou Hua. Less than 2 hours after the major battle, Yi Chan appeared at the Imperial City scenic spot, then vanished into the surveillance blind spot for an extended period. Suspected of entering a restricted area not yet open to the public. After skimming the file, Mingwu is now holding a photo of a woman's silhouette from behind. He brings his face close to the photo. The Imperial City scenic spot. What was she doing there? Sister Zhao flashes a bright smile and replies, who knows, probably not a vacation. He doesn't care much about the answer, just rests his chin on his hand and starts reasoning it out himself. The missing persons report comes in. Investigation confirms both victims were taken to the pharmaceutical company near Yi Chan's residence. Sorcerer friends, please confirm whether the victims are sorcerers. The page flips to the personal info of 2 male sorcerers involved in drug manufacturing. Could it be the Xinhe pill? LR1ADP. Mingwu whips out his phone, snapping photos as he asks, Sister Zhao, can the missing persons' photos be sent out? I want to find CZ to confirm their identities. Sister Zhao answers quickly, sure, but make sure you don't capture anything else in the frame. Mingwu sends the info along with a voice message, help confirm whether these 2 are sorcerers. After sending, he turns to look at the surroundings, muttering to himself, these 2 aren't on the list he gave me before. Looks like there are still plenty of sorcerers hiding their identities out there. If we don't investigate thoroughly, we'll keep missing them. His phone buzzes with a reply notification. By now he's surrounded by thugs, his face beaten bloody. One of them stares him down and says flatly, you don't need to be so wary of us. All the sect leaders want to see you, we don't want to hurt you. Cut to the basement of the Haiyan bathhouse. Ethi drag him before 2 old men. Dai Qing speaks leisurely, kid. You sold our sect's intel to that Zhou Mingwu brat, didn't you? You know way too much. He furrows his brow, wondering why they brought him to a bathhouse of all places. Ma Long's voice chimes in from the other side. Zhou Mingwu only used your intel, he never blackmailed you. Otherwise, you think you'd still be alive. He barks orders at the crowd, starting today, you disappear from the sorcery world on your own. Otherwise, we'll make you disappear. The command freezes him in terror, he can't even speak. His figure slowly retreats through the door. Meanwhile, inside the hall, Dai Qing continues, that Zhou Mingwu kid may have the Tiangu and a sharp mind, but at the end of the day, he's still ignorant. Ma Long stretches and replies, there are still plenty of sects in this world that can't see the light of day. If they accept the association's leadership, every last one of them would end up behind Barcer on death row. The assassination's coming, kid, hang in there. On the highway, Mingwu Grumblish didn't even bother to reply with an okay. Customer service these days is really something. The moment he finishes, a truck suddenly swerves off the shoulder. Its cab slams straight into a road barrier, triggering a massive explosion. The blast is so massive it tears the road apart. The shockwave sends the car behind them flying. Inside the car, a pair of legs kicks the door clean off. Mingwu hauls Sister Zhao out of the wreckage. Something feels off, he glances back, eyes sharp. Another explosion erupts. Mingwu grabs her and leaps clear of the blast zone. The 2 shoot out of the danger zone, landing at a safer spot. He turns to the frightened Sister Zhao, hold on tight. Mingwu scoops her up and drops from the sky onto a nearby rooftop with a thunderous crash. The rooftop cracks open from the impact, leaving a gaping hole. Mingwu lets out a breath of relief. That was close. He's carrying Sister Zhao in a princess carry. She looks at him, thanks. Mingwu winces, gritting his teeth against the Painhai's arm is dislocated. He cradles it, tears streaming down his face. Does this count as a workplace injury? She kneels down, hold on, I'm calling for backup. Suddenly, Mingwu's eyes snap to the side. In an instant, he conjures a protective barrier around himself and Sister Zhao. Flying blades appear out of nowhere, hurtling toward them like arrows. They slam straight into the barrier surrounding the two of them. Mingwu shouts in fury, enough already. They don't stop, the barrage punches a hole through the rooftop. The protective barrier shifts from the rooftop down to the warehouse below. Flying blades rain in from all directions, hammering the barrier sphere. His entire body is wreathed in origin chi. He channels power through his hands. In Mingwu's palm is the heart fire pill. He roars diamond force. Black energy begins radiating outward. Crimson light spreads in every direction. A massive explosion erupts instantly, engulfing everything in smoke and dust. Two figures burst out of the smoke. They land safely on the ground. Mingwu cradles his arm and calls out anxiously, Sister Zhao. She responds, I'm fine. A dark-skinned man appears out of nowhere. Your methods are still as useless as ever. Killing this brat, leave it to me. An old man in traditional robes approaches slowly but blurts out before it's his turn, impatient and hasty. Mingwu looks at them both and says calmly, two such distinctive individuals. Their files are impossible to forget once you've seen them. The scholar Jai of the Lingnan Eight Masters. Qi, the inner boss of the Hunqiao gang in Yangcheng. The scholar hears Mingwu's words and looks genuinely surprised. He springs to his feet, bouncing as he speaks. Young man, you said. Correctly, our faction is called PhD Fighter. You can call us the FF crew, but just because we hang around Hunqiao doesn't mean you can call us the Hunqiao gang. He stands in front, completely unafraid. One of you is a con artist, the other's a drug trafficker, and you dare show your faces up north. Nidu speaks up. The noble relies on himself, the petty rely on others. The scholar whips around, furious. Stop bullying people who aren't good at literature. Mingwu watches them, his face darkening with exasperation. I feel like these two aren't exactly normal. Sister Zhao peeks out from behind him, but honestly, this foreigner's Mandarin is really good. He squats down and explains, I was born here, I'm a local. Flying blades hover around Nidu, ready to strike. Old Dao speaks up, seeing as you have no culture, I'll put it in plain language for you. Tiangu, you've gone too far, you're asking for death. The scholar keeps bouncing around, talking as he jumps. Our sorcerers have been free since ancient times, but Yao, you are just a puppet of power, trying to control every sorcerer in the world. The elder beside him adds, we've always lived freely. No one has the right to infringe on that. He remembers the people back then, cheering loudly, Chairman Zhu is mighty. Mingwu says helplessly, so that's it, I get it now. No wonder those people all agreed so quickly. He goes serious again, black and crimson energy swirls around him. Mingwu looks at them and says, scum like you, plenty of sorcerers who break the law. Once the association is established nationwide, they'll have nowhere to run. So of course someone's going to come after me. After I die, if the association falls apart, that's their best case. Even if it survives without Chairman Zhu and me, those people can still fight over its power. Dense energy radiates from him. Behind Mingwu, the dark streams coalesce into a gaping maw as if ready to devour everything. He declares loudly, too bad, my life or death has nothing to do with the association's survival, and besides you can't kill me. The scholar suddenly glances at his watch. Time's almost up, you're already dead. He stands across from Mingwu, arms spread wide. My venom has already reached your meridians. The stronger your cultivation, the faster you die. The energy streams from moments ago begin to fade. Mingwu's eyes go wide, blood erupts from his mouth. He wipes it away, his face dark, poisoned, again. The scholar wags a finger and explains, people these days always want a fair fight, but killing isn't sparing, the method doesn't matter. Ambush, poison, hostage taking, if it gets the kill, all the better. Suddenly his eyes go wide in shock. What? The scholar collapses backward, leaving Nidu standing there stunned. Sister Zhao holds a gun, speaking coldly. You said it yourself. Mingwu whips his head around, dumbfounded. Sister Zhao, he demands, every sorcerer would have been hit by that poison. And why the hell do you have a gun? Sister Zhao keeps firing without missing a beat, explaining as she goes. I'm not a sorcerer. The boss effortlessly dodges the bullets she fires at him. The last round goes off. The gun is out of ammo. He snarls, eyes bloodshot, ripping his shirt wide open. Out of ammo now, huh? Can you let me finish talking, you crazy bitch? The boss leaps skyward, charging straight at the two of them. He stares at the boss, jaw clenched, lost in his own thoughts. Mingwu channels his origin chi furiously. Why the hell do you sorcerers shape your chi into some gaping maw that tries to devour everything? He shouts, every single one of you just loves killing and arson. The boss responds without a shred of fear. The strong survive, the weak perish. That is the way of heaven. Oppressing the strong to protect the weak, that's defying heaven itself. With that, the boss hurls a punch straight into the gaping maw. Mingwu is sent flying backward by the boss's attack. He lowers his head and mutters, "Figures. Sorcerers are nothing but lunatics who trade their lives for power." Mingwu's eyes blaze with killing intent. He clenches his fists, ready to strike. Both throw their punches at the same time. Two forces collide, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. The boss's eyes gleam as he shouts, "When I do wrong, I feel ashamed. When others do wrong, I feel disgusted. The strong win, the weak lose. That is the truth." His arm starts aching again. Mingwu thinks to himself, "Damn it, if the Tiangu hadn't drained so much before." Suddenly a voice screams, "Duck." He whips his head toward the source of the voice, startled. Mingwu obeys and ducks. A bullet whips past from behind him at breakneck speed. The boss stares in utter disbelief. Wasn't the gun empty? His eyes go wide with panic. Sister Zhao emerges through the haze of dust, gun in hand. An empty magazine lies on the ground beneath her. She smirks coolly, "Reloaded, idiot." The empty magazine sits on the ground. Mingwu sits on the ground, watching Sister Zhao rummage through the boss's belongings. He asks curiously, "What are you looking for?" "A seashell with something purple inside." She speaks up, "Found it." Sister Zhao points at the seashell and explains, "Those two weren't poisoned, which means they must have an antidote, but I found this instead." He takes the purple thing, hands trembling. "Things have already gone this far. What are we supposed to do now?" "I'll eat it." Mingwu pops it into his mouth and immediately sticks his tongue out in disgust. This tastes terrible." He looks at the gun in her hand and sighs. "Guns really are a beautiful thing. High cultivation means nothing. Gone bullet and you're dead on the spot." Sister Zhao winks. "There are actually spells in this world that can block bullets. Those two just didn't know any. We got lucky, that's all." Mingwu lies flat on the ground. "My bad. When those old geezers agreed to build the association that quickly, I should have been more on guard." She waves her hand dismissively. "I didn't expect the sorcerers who didn't show up to the summit to resort to assassination either. Looks like they really are backed into a corner. Those scumbag sorcerers, I won't let a single one of them off the hook." Out of nowhere, a knife hurtles through the air like a bolt, flying straight at Sister Zhao. He catches the blade with his bare hand in a flash. "I knew there was a third one hiding." She stares at the knife stopped inches from her face, too stunned to speak. Mingwu yanks the blade from his palm with his teeth, cursing. "Damn, it started with flying knives, then switched to close combat. As much as I didn't sense anyone else who could have hidden from my ears, if this one's been floating in midair the whole time." Not hearing a single sound makes perfect sense. A translucent man hovers in midair, surrounded by flying blades poised to strike. The green-haired man twists his face in rage. "I never expected you to have that kind of brain, which is exactly why I can't let you live." The green-haired man grips the iron railing on the rooftop, glaring down at Mingwu from above. "I had zero interest in the Tiangu, but since you went and picked a fight, I've got no choice but to oblige." He looks up at the man from below. Underground crime lord of Yang City, linked to billion-dollar prostitution rings, murder, assault. Another piece of garbage. You didn't even save your own partners just now. Eyeing their assets were you. The crime boss. The man sneers. "Do you know who I am? And who the hell are they? Why would I waste my time saving two useless idiots? Me coming here with them to kill a brat like Yao? Consider that more than enough face." Mingwu looks at Sister Zhao and asks, "Sister Zhao, this guy's a fugitive with murder charges. If I kill him, that's not a crime, right?" Sister Zhao calms him down. "Easy. No matter how many people he's killed, killing him is still illegal," Mingwu says coldly. "Sorry, met too many scumbags today. My mood's a bit off. Why are there so many lowlifes among sorcerers?" Sister Zhao raises her hand to stop him. "Let him strike first. You counter in self-defense. Even a lethal blow counts as legal." He hears this and beams with praise. "Sister Zhao, you're an absolute legend." The crime boss waves his hand, sending a barrage of knives flying. "Don't you dare talk about the law in front of me. I despise everything the law stands for." Mingwu grits his teeth and thinks, "Wrap origin chi around the arm. Suddenly, by controlling the chi, can I get my limbs moving again?" Origin chi coils around his arms and legs. Mingwu says helplessly, "Too bad there's barely any Tiangu left. What a useless power." He throws a punch and yells, "Ma Tengyan's personal disciple, green fist." One punch and he's already drenched in sweat. Mingwu stares at his trembling arm, frustrated. It actually moved, but damn it hurts like hell. The crime boss charges in from the distance. His entire body is shrouded in green origin chi. The crime boss's face twists with madness. "You dare talk about the law in front of me? Let's see if the law can save your pathetic life." He throws another punch and snarls, "Shut your damn mouth." Drug trafficker, murderer, fraudster, rapist, a scumbag who steals electricity and dogs, truly the worst dregs of society. The crime boss roars in fury. Who the hell are you insulting? I'll chop you into pieces. Mingwu's power erupts outward. The flying blades from before slam straight into a nearby wall. The knives begin to corrode and dissolve. The crime boss stares blankly at the remaining blades. Where are my knives? Why are there only this many left? He grins with excitement. Corroding origin Kithats. Tiangu's signature party trick. Let's see what you've got left to cut me with. Knife bro. Sister Zhao shouts a reminder. Self-defense doesn't allow pursuit. Mingwu freezes up. Damn, almost forgot. Damn it. The crime boss bursts into insane laughter. A half-crippled sorcerer like you doesn't need to follow the law. Once I finish refining this artifact, that's the day you die. Mingwu seethes, jabbing a finger. Come fight me up close if you've got the guts. One punch and I'll take you down. The crime boss sneers. Self-defense retaliation, such a stupid rule and you still want to follow it. You really are a different breed among sorcerers. Mingwu thinks to himself. He keeps attacking from a distance, never getting close. I have no chance to counter it all. From the rooftop, everything below is visible through the hole. A voice calls out, I really can't watch this anymore. A nail shoots down through the hole in the rooftop, catching the crime boss completely off guard. The crime boss senses something. His face goes pale. He turns to see a golden chi nail hurtling toward him, clamping down on his leg. A surge of powerful origin chi strikes the crime boss head-on. He screams, who goes there? A figure appears on the rooftop, Yunfei. He strikes a suave pose and introduces himself. Li Yunfei irresistible to everyone who meets him. The leader grinds his teeth in frustration. Who the hell is Li Yunfei? He barks furiously. Who the hell are you? And who gave you the right to stick your nose in my business? Behind the leader, a figure materializes, fist punching clean through the wall. The newcomer's bare fist smashes through the concrete like it's nothing, leaving the thug gaping. Before the leader can process what's happening, a hand clamps down on his face. With effortless ease, the figure slams him into the ground. He and Sister Zhao stand slack-jawed, staring at the scene before them. The attacker is King Feng. She speaks up. Zhou Mingwu, we're here to rescue you. The warehouse is a wreck. The leader lies face-down in the crater of his own macking, knocked out cold. King Feng holds an oil lamp in one hand. Our sect leader has something to tell you. You need to come see him. Mingwu hears this. He turns to Sister Zhao and whispers, they killed the guy. That's not on me, right? She nods. Has nothing to do with us. He presses further. Was it justified force or straight-up murder? Sister Zhao thinks for a moment. It's complicated. Let me ping Master Luo privately. From the rooftop, Yunfei jabs a finger at the two of them. You two are absolutely heartless. We literally just saved your lives and you're sitting here debating legal liability. What the hell? Jiayu plants her hands on her hips and chimes in. Justified or not, murder or not, Yindu doesn't give a damn. Karma hits back. Killers pay with their lives. That's our creed. Kid, little brat, let's go. Mingwu blurts out, Wei, how did you even know I was here? And why does Lin Yijing want to see me? The girl conjures something in her palm. You carry Yindu's mark. The moment you're in danger, we know. Hopefully you can hold your own. We'd rather not keep babysitting you. He thinks, when the hell did I get tagged with Yindu's mark? He's never felt it during cultivation. He needs to figure this out and get rid of it fast. His phone buzzes. Zhou is calling. Mingwu picks up. The moment he answers, she's already talking. It's bad. Yindu raided my Placithy, stole the heirloom golden elixir. His eyes go wide. Zhou rushes on from the other end. Right after I went home to retrieve the golden elixir, one of Yindu's agents just appeared out of nowhere. Beat me half to death and snatched it right out of my hands. I'm sorry I let my guard down. I swear I'll get that golden elixir back from Yindu. My promise to you, I will never go back on it. Lin Wan sits on the bed, staring at her in a daze. She thinks helplessly, girl, you are one of Yindu's people. Lying without even blinking, I couldn't pull that off if I tried. Mingwu wheels on the group and shouts, hey, what the hell are you people actually trying to do? You save me on one hand, then rob Wan Hall's golden elixir on the other. Which is it? What do you actually want? Jiayu cuts him a look. We're trying to save Zhu Ding. Eating the golden elixir won't actually wake him up. Mingwu stares at her. What do you mean? Jiayu turns her back to him. You'll understand once you meet the sect leader. The only thing I'll tell you, the girl's eyes flash cold with murderous warning. Watch your back around that Baiyan temple woman. The celestial fairy appears out of thin air. King Feng, Jiayu, and Yunfei all freeze in shock. She descends from above, her voice icy. How dare you speak of your ancestral master that way? Mingwu and Sister Zhao are equally stunned by the celestial fairy's arrival. A crushing wave of spiritual pressure slams down, forcing all three of them to their knees. Yunfei gasps, what is this? He remembers falling before the enemy once before, the feeling identical. King Feng shouts, the more you resist, the harder it crushes you, it's soul pressure. Jai Yu's eyes burn with fury. Zhu Ding only taught me a few moves, I'm not her disciple. The celestial fairy hovers in midair, seemingly unbothered. He stares at her silhouette, she's Zhu Ding's master. The girl is drenched in sweat but still curses defiantly. You're just a doppelganger, all you can do is throw soul pressure around, I'm not afraid of you. If Zhu Ding eats the golden elixir he'll ascend, he'll die in this world. This woman gave my father one 2 years ago, our sect leader saw it with his own eyes. Mingwu's blood runs cold, his eyes snap wide. What? The celestial fairy flicks her wriststone with the noise. Jai Yu is hurled backward, King Feng screams, sister. She speaks from on high, cold and detached. I have never killed anyone, rest assured. He speaks up suddenly, celestial fairy. Origin Chi swirls around Mingwu as he lowers his head, expression hidden. Can you tell me what really happened to my father and Uncle Zhu? The celestial fairy shoots him a warning look. Little Tiangu, this doesn't concern you, don't ask too many questions. Mingwu erupts, my father's and uncle's lives don't concern me. She said eating the golden elixir means death. You killed my father and now you want me to kill Uncle Zhu too. She raises a hand in rebuttal. Heavenly Tao has its flaws, the constellations shift. The two scholars Zhou and Zhu are great virtuous beings of Tongshan. You don't understand. The spiritual pressure bears down on him. He grits his teeth, face contorted in pain. Mingwu glares at her enraged. Great virtuous beings of Tongshan, what kind of nonsense? When you're dead, none of that matters anymore. He plants himself on the ground, unleashing a violent surge of origin chi from his entire body. Mingwu roars, you sorceress, we do you love killing so much. You have power, so you just do whatever the hell you want. He rises to his feet. The origin chi around him thickens, but the celestial fairy increases the pressure. She wonders how is he resisting the weight of Heavenly Tao? Could he have already found his own path? She thinks to herself all must submit under Heavenly Tao, yet he resists. What path has he found? Mingwu rages, you sorcerers are all the same. Either you break the law, or you hide behind a mask of righteousness. Turns out you're nothing special after all. Her voice trembles, you say I'm hiding behind righteousness. When have I ever pretended to be something I'm not? I'm nothing more than a woman with a sentimental heart. The celestial fairy turns, pointing skyward. Zhou Mingwu, come find me at Beiyan Temple, we'll talk about the Tao. He clenches his jaw, eyes blazing with fury, staring her down. Mingwu stands his ground, origin chi coiling around him. Suddenly, his energy erupts, exploding outward in all directions. He stares at his own hands in disbelief. The crushing pressurate's gone. He shouts at the celestial fairy, our paths are different, we have nothing to discuss. She glances back, come and I'll tell you how to cure Scholar Zhu. The celestial fairy's form begins to fade. Let me see what it is you're truly chasing. Scholar Lin. Mingwu blinks in confusion. Scholar Lin, me. Suddenly, La Shiking's voice rings out. He whips around, a beam of light descends from somewhere above, accompanied by La Shiking's call. Yun Fei calls out, sis. What's wrong with Dilu now? King Feng answers, she's dispersing her cultivation. She explains, she's converting the origin chi and her techniques back to yin and yang. But the accumulated dual energies in her body take a toll, weaken the physical form. If she doesn't disperse her cultivation regularly, the older she gets, the younger her body becomes. But after the sect master died, no one could help her dissipate her power anymore. He stares, bewildered. Sister Dalu was a real big sister back then. King Feng was helpless if not. Why is she the sister and I'm just the little sister? Jai Wu screams in agony, her small body gradually growing larger. Sister Zhao glances at Jai Wu and asks, what's your plan? Mingwu answers, let's just watch for now. Use what never changes to handle the 10,000 things that do. The girl collapses to the ground, her body now fully returned to its adult form. Jai Wu slowly opens her eyes and wakes with a groan, staring down at her own body. Jai Wu moves her body around, confused but thrilled. The girl bursts into a delighted laugh. Jai Wu runs her hands over her body. She tugs at her clothes, peeks inside, and giggles to herself. Jai Wu breaks into loud, excited laughter. My perfect body is back. King Feng sees her sister's joy. Sis, you finally changed back. Yunfei's face flushes red, nosebleed and all. Watching a body come back to life is genuinely jaw-dropping. Sister Zhao points over and says, looks like she's fine now. He stares blankly, a question mark practically floating above his head. So that immortal maiden is actually a good person. She asks seriously, so are you planning to go to Beiyan Temple? Mingwu answers no. How do you catch tiger cubs if you don't enter the tiger's den? Yunfei teases, it's a gorgeous day. The girl dashes outside, shrieking with joy. Wait up, he bolts after her. Hold on. Jai Wu grabs King Feng's hand and runs off, waving goodbye. Zhou Mingwu, don't forget to pay a visit to our sect master. He sighs helpless, so many people want a piece of him lately. Let me rest, would you? My internal injuries are no joke. Sister Zhao speaks up, this won't be the only assassination attempt. Watch your back from here on out. Mingwu groans, exasperated. I can handle a frontal attack, but poison, a sniper, I'm dead meat. She sits down and continues, that's exactly why it has to be Laozu. You're still too green. He lets out a weary, deflated sigh. Yeah, my strength and my mindset are both still too raw. The next day, a detention facility arranged by Zhao Hanking. Mingwu sits across from Yijing, separated by a glass partition. He speaks up, I've heard everything going on outside. Word is, one of the women from Beiyin Temple has her eye on you. Bad luck. Just like your old man, his arm is wrapped in bandages. Mingwu fixes Yijing with an icy stare. After meeting Lin Yijing, Zhou Mingwu heads straight for Beiyin Temple. At the tea table, he sits across from the immortal maiden and cuts straight to the point. I'll be directed you kill my father. Whether it's true that only a sanctified body can save Uncle Zhu, she calmly pours tea. So you know everything now. You want to see Lin Yijing, didn't you? He's probably the only one who could have told you all this. I wanted to mend the heavens. When I didn't choose him, he nursed a grudge and tried to sabotage everything. Almost cute, honestly. A serene image manifests over the tea table, heavenly Tao flawed, the stars shifting positions, good and evil rendered meaningless. The immortal maiden lifts her teacup lightly and speaks with quiet detachment. The world no longer seeks virtually fame and profit. Deceit is mistaken for honor, and the good are shamed for being good. She continues, what I intend to do is repair the heavenly Deodo, restore karmic justice to the great path. Mingwu murmurs in bewilderment, mend the heavens. He recalls Yijing's word, so-called heaven mending means a human seizes the power of creation, and upon ascension, fills the gaps left among the stars. His face deadly serious, Mingwu asks the immortal maiden about his father. My father, did he really consume your golden elixir? After his soul ascended, did he truly merge with the heavenly Tao? She answers with a faint, gentle smile. Heaven mending must be voluntary, it cannot be forced, so it was your father's choice. The immortal maiden sweeps her hand upward, conjuring a massive blue magic circle. The heavens divide into 4 azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. A voice emanates from the circle's center, 28 constellations still, 5 short, 300 provinces still, 30 lacking. She looks at him and adds, the Tiangu is the noble star of the celestial positions. But I don't intend to brute force your way into every stellar slot. That would be stealing divinity from the stars. Mingwu's expression is pure indifference. He jabs a thumb at himself. Whether you're willing or not has nothing to do with me. I'm not doing it either way. The immortal maiden's hand freezes on her teacup. Something in his words catches her off guard. She smiles with practiced kindness, though barely concealing the fury beneath. What did you just say? Mingwu grins and repeats himself. I said I don't want to help you mend the heavens. I'm not ready to die yet. The immortal maiden lowers her eyes and says quietly, the heaven mender doesn't die for the act of mending. They die before they even get the chance. If your body can live to 100, I'll wait 100 years. She steps closer, her eyes full of resignation. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, but disasters last 1,000 years. Those who do evil enjoy wealth and glory, while the good never meet a good end. Those who shouldn't be poor stay poor, those who shouldn't be rich stay rich, and we dare not mock the courtesans. Young layman, every time you think about this, doesn't it stir your sense of justice? Don't you want to condemn the wicked to fight for the great Tao? He wrinkles his nose, his face full of disagreement. Not really, we live in a developed society now. The immortal maiden is genuinely thrown by his logic. She thinks, what on earth is he talking about? Are all young people this incomprehensible these days? Watching him laugh without a care in the world, the immortal maiden's heart churns with turmoil. He's clearly found his own Daoso, why refuse to cooperate? Could his Tao and hers really be? Mingwu raises his hand to share his thoughts. If my father made that choice willingly, then I'll respect it. But Uncle Zhu still hasn't woken up. He clearly didn't agree to this. The immortal maiden looks stunned. Master Zhu had already arranged things beforehand. He agreed to it. You saw he accepted, so there's no issue, she answers stiffly. She half closes her eyes and says gently, as for the sanctified body, that much is the truth. At that point, Master Zhu had only 2 paths: ascension through death, or sanctification of the body. And the path of bodily sanctification has only 4 routes. Hearing this, he braces against the wooden partition and stands up. Lin Yijing already told me all of that. Mingwu waves dismissively and turns to leave. Looks like I misunderstood you. If there's nothing else, I'm heading out. She grabs his arm. The immortal maiden yanks him back so hard Mingwu stumbles. Wait, young layman, youth should be reckless. The chance to save the world is right in front of you. Think about it. He staggers dizzy, completely helpless against the immortal maiden's frantic shaking. "Immortal maiden, your image is collapsing, please stop." Mingwu screams, "Immortal maiden." She sits back down, instantly restoring her composed demeanor. "That you can withstand. The pressure of the heavenly Tao proves you've found your own path. Isn't the great Tao about saving all living beings? How can you say your path and mine aren't the same?" He answers with a cheerful grin, "I just want Uncle Zhu to wake up, that's all." She hears this and delivers her verdict flatly, "That's a lie." He stands up, waving his one good arm cheerfully. "I want to restore order to the chaotic world of sorcerers. They pose no harm to society." She sits in silence, then speaks. "This place is still built on half-truths. It hasn't reached the true height of the Tao." Zhou Mingwu's voice drops a few degrees, dark and heavy. "Does the fairy maiden truly wish to hear my thoughts? This won't end well for anyone." Hearing this, the fairy maiden's voice hardens. "If you don't dare speak your mind, then your path is heresy." Zhou Mingwu looks up at her, his voice and gaze cold as ice. "Fairy maiden, you've lived through thousands of years. What's your view of sorcerers? What kind of people are they, really?" She responds in a voice just as cold, firm and unyielding. "When mortals can't satisfy their desires through ordinary means, they turn to sorcery. That is what sorcerers are. The vast majority are blinded by greed or driven by an obsession with immortality. Those who bring disaster far outnumber those who bring blessings." Zhou Mingwu listens, his tone softening as he offers genuine praise. "Worthy of the title Fairy Maiden, you truly see through everything." His voice turns cold with anger laced with frost. "I haven't dealt with sorcerers for long, but not a single one has left me with a good impression. Forget the murders and arsonth blatant crimes. Even someone like Jiang Zuan enraged, she doesn't care how many lives she affects. Mortals be damned." He recalls the image of himself standing firm, gazing ahead, and declares, "If sorcerers see no value in mortals, then I see no need for sorcerers to exist." The fairy maiden sighs and rubs her temples in exasperation. "What you're pursuing isn't the heavenly day. You want to act as heaven's proxy and erase sorcery from existence." She lowers her voice gently. "Emperor Qin burned the texts and banned sorcery, and yet sorcerers still thrive across the land." She turns the question back on him. "Do you really think you can surpass the first emperor?" His eyes flash with indignation. "Feudal monarchy is a relic of the past. Fairy maiden, human civilization is built by human hands." His conviction unwavering, a sharp light gleams in Zhou Mingwu's eyes. "Not by some so-called heavenly Tao." He smiles the smile of a man who holds all the cards. "Even a flawed heavenly Tao is still the heavenly Tao. And what you call mending the heavens, how is that not defiance against the heavens themselves?" Zhou Mingwu faces the fairy maiden, his voice deep, hoarse, and dripping with arrogance. "Even if the heavenly Tao is flawed, it remains the heavenly Tao. This so-called mending of the heavens isn't that just another act of defiance." Seeing the fairy maiden fall silent, he says nothing more. She closes her eyes, centering herself. The fairy maiden opens her eyes as if she's found the answer she was looking for. She turns to Zhou Mingwu and can't help but break into a smile. "I didn't expect such insight from you. You've actually shaken my 1,000-year-old Tao heart. This is truly fascinating." Hearing this, he rubs his chin and replies, "No, I'm just a materialist." She lifts her teacup with both hands. "Scholar Lin, I mend the heavens' flaws and you act as heaven's instrument." The fairy maiden smiles, her eyes razor sharp. "We help each other. What do you say we make a pact?" Zhou Mingwu stares, completely caught off guard. "Help each other how?" "Pact on what?" The fairy maiden flicks her finger, and a small jade bead rises from her teacup. "I can boost your combat power. In 100 years, you help me mend the heavens' flaws." She rolls the jade bead between her fingers, a cunning look spreading across her face. "Whatever you do in the meantime is none of my concern." Zhou Mingwu lifts his teacup. "Zhu Ding left me plenty of sorcery techniques. I can grow stronger without your help." The fairy maiden blows a stream of breath toward the jade bead. "Your current Xianshan realm only exists because of Tianguan, because your father burned his lifetime of cultivation to push you through." The jade bead dissolves, leaving behind a wisp of ethereal smoke. "You have no natural talent for cultivation. If you did, why was Tiangu inherited by your sister instead of you?" Zhou Mingwu furrows his brow, his expression unreadable. "Some people grow stronger just by being left alone. You're obviously not that type of genius." His brow tightens as the words sink in. She sweeps her arm and two streams of energy on red, one black surge outward, wrapping around her body. "Only by confronting your own weakness can you become truly strong." Shock floods Zhou Mingwu's face. The image of an ancient pagoda materializes before them. Time here moves at a fraction of the outside world. While the outside world stands still, train inside this seven spirits tower. 2 floors to reach Xianshan, 7 floors to seize creation itself. Those who master creation can stand alongside Zhu Ding. Zhou Mingwu raises his hand in astonishment, sensing the changes rippling through his body. One standing, one sitting, two figures sink into heavy silence. The mortal body can barely withstand the power of creation. The outcomes are to either you sprout wings and ascend, or your flesh becomes a sacred vessel. The fairy maiden savors a sip of her hot tea. Few sorcerers of this era can match that, she continues. Reach the 5th floor and you'll be unmatched against everyone except Jin Danzi. He turns to her. What about Jiangzu? The fairy maiden answers flatly. Her fateth heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. Silence blankets the space between them. She turns to him, her reminder gentle. You've forged a no-kill chain around yourself to keep from falling into the abyss of desire. Admirable. But power is never absolute. Those chains will break sooner or later. He gazes up at the tower and says offhandedly, Fairy maiden, if the sorcery lineages across the world all die out before I do, your grand project of mending the heavens becomes pointless. Hearing this, she's visibly surprised but still offers Zhou Mingwu words of comfort. Then that would simply prove my Tao is no more remarkable than yours. He turns back to her, curiosity piqued. One more question, do you call me Scholar Lin? Without hesitation, she answers him plainly. Your birth surname was Lin. When you went into hiding with your father, it was changed to his. The Lin family has carried Tiangu for 4 generations. Each bearer carries my mark, which is why I've been able to appear beside you through my avatar, time and again. Zhou Mingwu is stunned by the revelation. What? I thought the fairy maiden could appear anywhere at will. Hearing this, she breaks into a sweat at his assumption. I'm not Sun Wukong, I'm human, not a god. The fairy maiden extends her hand toward him. Before you enter the tower, let me help you break your father's seal. Instantly, Zhou Mingwu's body lifts into the air, unleashing both him and Tiangu completely. He thinks to himself, no need to fear, has already learned to control the beast. A powerful gust of wind catches him off guard. The fairy maiden presses her palm against his chest, and he can't help but grimace. Even without your father's dog prison core, it will be fine. His brows clench tight with pain. He grits his teeth, his eyes turning bloodshot. At this level, Tiangu sees itself as the dominant force trying to crush him. Threads of blue and red energy erupt from Zhou Mingwu's body, violent and immense, coalescing into a new vortex before him. A torrent of past images floods his mind. These are the memories of that year when Tiangu devoured him. His eyes widen in disbelief, as if witnessing something utterly impossible. Images of the dead bodies drenched in blood, lying across an ancient road. Have you found the Tiangu clan? They must be hiding here. A group shouts, go sis, I'll hold them off. Ming Ka yells, Mingwu with yin and yang energies this intense, your body can't handle it. Hearing this, the young Mingwu still running turns back. A reflection in the mirror shows him as a small child. Little brother, you're shrinking again, keep this up and you'll regress into the womb. She smiles gently, Mingwu, do you like this drum? Your body may be a child's, but your mind is still an adult's. An image of Mingwu's adoptive father chatting happily with Ming Ka flashes past. He's found the way to break the dual yin-yang energies. The backlash that kept reverting Mingwu to his original state can now be purged. Zhu Ding wears a smirk. You are after all my brother-in-law. He beams, his smile just as radiant. Come now, why don't you address me as your foster father? Get lost. Abominable. Visions of their clash flicker into view. Return the heavenly dog to me. Mingwu wonders who exactly is this man. He answers gently, I am your father and you are my son. Floating midair before the tower, Chu Mingwu radiates a surge of overwhelming power as he descends to the ground. Mingwu collapses in agony. The chaos of his own memories nearly distracts him, making him almost forget to suppress the heavenly dog. That was too close. He clutches his head, seething with frustration. The 5 elements as one, the myriad dharmas without trace can actually decompose techniques. Furthermore, this backlash allows one to alter their physical size. The immortal maiden hovers in the air and commands him, enter the tower. Mingwu waves his hands desperately. Wait a moment, let me catch my breath first. She studies him and replies, looking back at your memories, you seemed quite composed just now. Staring at his own palms, Mingwu thinks to himself that this was all to protect his sister. He had absorbed too much yin and yang energy, reverting to a child's form, only to be healed later by his father. But to reclaim the heavenly dog, he had to decompose a portion of it, causing him to revert to a child once more. Suddenly, he discovers a cruel reality. Wait, does this mean I am already an uncle approaching 30 years of age? She answers his doubt with a faint, indifferent tone. You are only a few years older than layman Lin Yizheng. Hearing this, he sinks into deeper melancholy, his face etched with disappointment. Mingwu recalls his image bathed in crimson energy, remembering how his father erased the backlash. Where did it all come from? What kind of technique was it? Once one masters such techniques, they can be unleashed. But the heavenly dog is a divine ability, no one else can learn it. Thus, no one can help me. I must control it myself, condensing the yin and yang energies of the heavenly dog back into its core. An image of the blazing heavenly dog emerges. His father had used his life's cultivation to forge a cage, locking away both the dog and the yin-yang energies, allowing him to grow normally. The heavenly dog devours origin chi, yet even after all these years, it has failed to breach the cage. He cannot help but exclaim, "Father, your cultivation base is truly profound." She adds joyfully, Layman Chu is a genius who ignored the rules, yet he grew stronger by the day. Her expression is full of disdain. "Forgive me, immortal, I am a fool. Without your guidance, I would never reach the standards required to patch the heavens." Mingwu remembers Yun Fei, Qing Feng, and Jai Yu and asks, "How were you able to break the backlash of that lustful demon fire?" She could not possibly know which techniques she had absorbed. She answers impassively, "I simply helped her transcend the heavens and traverse the earth." His expression remains blank, like a duck listening to thunder, understanding absolutely nothing. An image of an old man with red eyes appears. There is a way to break the 5 elements as one, but even with his father, Uncle Zhu, and his sister's heavenly dog, it is still impossible to handle the golden core, Earth Immortal. Mingwu breaks into a cold sweat thinking, with modern firepower alone, can we really kill him? He looks up at the tower. Chu Ju cannot kill the golden core, Earth Immortal, even though I have reached the 7th layer of the fate-seizing realm. Perhaps even I cannot finish him off. Mingwu turns to the immortal and asks, then, what if we force him to consume a golden core? She points out the method: return to the immortal path, ascend and fuse with the great Tao. She adds with a dark tone, but I have no use for him. If you try to make him ascend and ruin my plans, I will intervene personally. Hearing this, he knits his brows and shouts in anger. Then what way is there to actually kill him? She waves her hand, creating a gust of wind that lifts him into the air. That has nothing to do with me. Mingwu is pushed a great distance behind her. She closes her eyes and walks away with graceful ease. I can only tell you this, even gods can die. The two sit in the room in total silence. The atmosphere becomes awkwardly stifling. He drops his head to the table, lost for words. She takes a light sip of her tea. Layman Lin, I look forward to your growth. A figure walks down a long corridor, passing room after room, finally stopping before a locked door. Sect Master Ma and Miss Yi have returned. Please provide your instructions. A voice emanates from behind the complex locks. Have Ma Keo take Wen Wu and Qing Feng to execute the blacklist. Xuerong take Yun Fei to Lingnan to wipe out the remnants of Chu Mingwu's demonic sect. The face behind the door is full of malice, eyes gleaming with sinister intent. Chu Mingwu, let me lend you a hand. You should thank me. 2 figures walk up the stairs toward a vast and imposing structure. The younger one looks up and asks, Senior brother, whenever the sect master is here, the sky turns gloomy. When he is away, the weather is much better. It is indeed strange. The other replies previously. The sky was always overcast because the sect master was performing a formation to gather the origin chi of heaven and earth. He adds, leaving the other stunned, without the sect master, do you think your cultivation speed could be this fast? Suddenly Makeo and Shirong appear. Makeo speaks, you two are almost late. Do you still want your final exam credits or not? Cut the pay, save the budget. Their eyes shine as they shout, Brother Ma, when did you get back? And Sister Yi. We missed you to death. Makeo holds 2 items, saying happily, just got back today. Here are souvenirs from Tibet for you two. Take them. Then hurry upstairs to check the 12 laws of the Yintu Imperial Palace. They accept the gifts with joyful faces, showering him with thanks. Thank you, Brother Ma. They reach out toward Shirong, hoping for gifts as well. Sister Yi, where's our souvenir? Sister Yi, give us the local specialties. Shirong offers a faint smile. The 12 laws of Yintu. The Yintu branch Yi Shirong. She playfully slaps her hand into theirs. They look at the cigarette packs in their hands, breaking into a cold sweat. Are cigarettes really considered a local specialty? Minors shouldn't be smoking anyway. A crowd of people is hunched over, working diligently on their tasks. The Yintu headquarters is actually a massive cultivation site with over 10 disciples, the majority are orphans. Within the circle of thaumaturges whose parents have long since passed. Elsewhere others are sparring, honing their martial arts. All Yintu disciples must be skilled in both literature and martial arts, with vengeance as their primary motivation. Makeo looks at the big screen. When will we finally be able to make a phone call? The funding problem is getting more serious by the day. Xuerong, while smoking, says, the food and drink at headquarters are getting worse and worse. When Zhang arrives, his hands full of bank cards. Did you really manage to exchange these for funding? He beams. Little Zia made quite a bit of money this year. He speaks into the phone. Very good. I will contact the construction team. She scrolls through her phone while speaking. I'm posting a job listing for a chef. Lakmai suddenly appears, grinning like she owns the place. If you're strapped for cash, come find me. I've got nothing but money. The image of her dangling a wine bottle, trying to lure Lin Wan, flashes in their minds. Little Lin, have a few drinks with me, or just lend me some cash. Both of them picture the scene and fall silent, refusing flatly. No ways, we don't want to end up looking like Lin Wan. As if Lakmai's mention jinxed her, she sneezes violently. Lin Wan turns to Jai Yu. So you actually managed to piss off that big shot. The young girl standing there answers. Maybe not, she even helped me purge the backlash. Exactly. King Feng chimes in from the side. That big shot actually seemed pretty pleased. She lowers her eyes, tapping a finger. The sect master's power is sealed right now, if Zhu Ding doesn't wake up. That big shot might be the only person in the world who can break the seal, but whatever you don't provoke her. Jai Yu scratches her cheek, utterly confused. What kind of person is she really? Is she actually Zhu Ding's master? She waves her hand. I don't know. The sect master only said she herself didn't choose us. Images of ancient architectural buildings materialize. Master, why did you choose us as your disciples back then? Yi Chan, disguised, asks her master in a somber tone. It was only because of my spirit-connected physique, wasn't it? The old man replies with visible effort. A spirit-connected physique is no ordinary thing. Out of millions, only one was chosen. Though I relied on residual ghost-gen arts to project my soul outward, my realm remains. A mortal possessed would die in the blink of an eye. She whispers to her master, Master, I want to cultivate too. Do I have a chance to touch the second creation? A humanoid spiritual form materializes. Disciple, your alchemy talent is a once-in-an-epic rarity. Stop obsessing over cultivation and realms. Don't be greedy, focus on refining pills. Your alchemy will earn you a legacy that echoes through the ages. Yi-chan beams. Master is right, I understand. She scatters blood-red jade pearls across her master's body. This is the final round. Waiting for the lunar eclipse, Yuhan, her master, is reborn. Yi-chan steps out into the courtyard. As she walks, she thinks, Master, once you succeed in supreme yin form refinement, you won't need me anymore. So will you still keep your promise to me? Taldroof buildings stretch out one after another. All these years of caring for me, yet you only taught alchemine ver cultivation. Don't blame me for being suspicious. From within those compartments, a hidden camera lens emerges. After all, you're no saint, and I'm just a mortal. I have to be careful to survive long enough. A towering building looms against the Kingping skyline. Why did she leave on her own? With technology this advanced, she couldn't hide her tracks even if she tried. Aunt Zhou crosses her arms, confronting Yi-chan. Yi-chan grins confidently. The time has come. I never planned on hiding forever. Sister Zhao watches her computer while talking on the phone. Confirmed that Yi-chan has arrived at the compound. We've planted wireless data transmitting cameras across the 100-odd alleys of the Imperial City. They're solar charged, no wiring needed. Completely covert. She pulls the phone away from her ear, looking utterly bored. I have zero interest in your tech toys. From the phone, investigations outside the Imperial City are your department. 2 days later, Liu Yi and Sister Zhao sit waiting. A practitioner approaches them. Fellow cultivators, you've been sitting here so long you're about to grow roots. When can Lady Zhou come out? That's not for me to decide. She waves her hand dismissively. Then let us go see that immortal lady. The practitioner waves his hands frantically. The immortal lady's affairs, none of us dare interfere. Sister Zhao turns back with a proposal. Taoist, your accent doesn't sound local. You're from out of town, right? How about I help boost your merit points? He coughs, changing his tune, and invites them in. Please, honored guests, step inside. I'll stick my neck out to recommend you. Inside the room, Mingwu lies slumped over the tea table, while the immortal lady stands gazing at something. A 7-story tower materializes. Cultivator Lin, someone's here for you. You're done, get out. Mingwu punches the wooden dummy, yelling, I'm still on the 2nd floor. He's on high alert. Mingwu leaps into the air. Just let me stay a little longer. A massive fist rockets toward him. It slams into him with bone-crushing force. He grits his teeth in rage. It's just a damn wooden dummy. Who's afraid of who? From high above, Mingwu conjures a massive ring of power. Day, if I can't beat you, I'll change my surname to Wood. He clasps his hands together. A red circle appears, expanding larger and larger. A blazing red sphere forms. Mingwu roars. Vajra force, 3rd layer gathering rain into rivers. He channels everything into the punch. Erlang divine art signature force radiates from behind him in a massive wave. Stacked with his self-invented rocket fire blast technique, I refuse to believe I can't smash you to pieces. Mingwu plummets with terrifying momentum, an enormous force descending. I'm Xianshin Realm, there's no way I can't even clear the second floor. He screams with fierce determination. The wooden dummy is sent flying. Mingwu's vortex of power obliterates it completely. He raises his fist triumphantly, grinning wide. I won. Get me to the third floor now. A massive hand reaches for Mingwu. Next time, you'll definitely be the one leaving first. He lies slumped on the table, hands bandaged. From within the teacup, a stream of water flows upward, reversing into his body. Mingwu rubs his eyes and sits up. I was full of energy just now. Why am I this wiped out the second I step outside? The immortal lady looks at him and explains flatly, 3 days pass outside the vase. Inside, it's 1 month. Soul and spirit won't fatigue inside the 7-soul tower, but once you leave, the exhaustion floods out all at once. She closes her eyes, meditating. The ordinary dummies draw you into reckless combat. Once your blood runs hot, you end up like an egg smashing against a rock, but the large dummy is a body cultivator at your same realm. Use finesse, and you can topple it easily. He stares blankly, even that counts as advice. The immortal lady lifts her teacup gently. The first layer scales from 1 to 10 dummies. Overpower the weak with brute strength. Maximize force for maximum effect. But ultimately technique conquers raw power. Her gaze sharpens. Rotten wood cannot be carved back into shape. The immortal lady notices 3 people filing into the room. She turns back to him. You should head back first. You can return anytime. The space is serene sunlight, bathing everything in poetic beauty. Sister Zhao sits in the car, looking effortlessly cool. Why are you still standing there? Get in. He stares at the black car license plate, ending in 8888, and his jaw drops. What? This car is ours. She grins. The company car got blown to smithereens, remember? So I had to borrow Old Zoo's personal ride. They chat animatedly in the car. Old Zoo doesn't even have a driver's license. This car's been parked behind the compound the whole time. The compound out back is ours too. Did you know that? Chu Mingwu looks on with astonishment. Are we actually this wealthy? As Xianggu arranges her tea set, she muses, he has been tempering his Dao heart in the pagoda for a month. Why is his growth so limited? Is his talent truly that abysmal, or? She takes a light sip of tea, but suddenly drops the cup. The taste of this tea is peculiar. From the teacup, the liquid glimmers with a celestial blue, like a galaxy in the vast cosmos. The sudden disappearance of the 7-soul pagoda makes her jump in shock. Where's my pagoda? Chu Mingwu holds the pagoda in his hand, joyfully showing it off to Liu Yi. Confused, the latter turns to ask him, Senior brother, what kind of treasure is this? I can sense a truly mysterious vibration. Boasting with a radiant grin, he replies, Xianggu gifted it to me. It is now my life-bound artifact. Xianggu suddenly appears in the seat beside him. You took it yourself, return it to me at once. The entire vehicle erupts in shock. Chu Mingwu tosses the pagoda in his palm, his expression defiant. I have already refined this pagoda into my life-bound artifact. Unless you kill me, I am not returning it. She closes her eyes, reminding him, with your cultivation base, it should have been impossible to refine. How did you manage it? Chu Mingwu chuckles softly, covering his face. I thank Xianggu for helping me unseal the Tiangu. He speaks with a biting, sarcastic tone. Let me recall the story of 2 certain heroes who refused to reveal their identities. No matter how high the cultivation base, one can only have a single life-bound artifact, but the rank of the 7-soul pagoda is too high. One can only refine it using a specific cultivation technique, yet you already possess a life-bound artifact, Xianggu, so you could never refine the pagoda yourself. If one uses the later Heaven Bagua as a formation flag to execute the soul sacrifice technique, combined with the power of the Tiangu's devouring and assimilation, perhaps one could snatch the treasure back. Chu Mingwu leans toward Xianggu, not worthy of the name Master. It was a success after all. Her voice drops, icy with rage. So the chaos you caused on the 2nd floor was a performance just to deceive me. Xianggu's blood boils, her tone freezing over. Get out of the car, you and I need a detailed discussion. The two immediately exit the car to face Xianggu, and he breaks into a cold sweat. Inside the car, the other 2 are sweating just as profusely. Liu Yi silently prays for him, hoping his senior brother will be all right. Xianggu and Chu Mingwu sit in the study to talk. She asks directly, the 7-soul pagoda can only assist in cultivation. Even if you hadn't stolen it, you could have come to my place to continue your training. What is your true motive? Chu Mingwu does not hide his intent. I want to shove Jin Danzi inside it. Chu Mingwu recounts his experiences and offers his assessment. When I first entered the pagoda, I discovered that I had no way to get out. Either Xianggu intervened, or I had to break through to the 7th floor entirely. Otherwise, there was no way out. Xianggu does not deny this, acknowledging his words are correct. Chu Mingwu continues, asking her to take a guess. With Jin Danzi's cultivation base, how long would it take him to reach the 7th floor? Jin Danzi's talent is abysmal. He relies far too much on divine abilities. Xianggu explains, although the first 6 floors only take a few days, the 7th floor would likely take 10 years, or perhaps even a lifetime with no hope of success. He asks, is this the method you found to defeat Jin Danzi? Xianggu adds, the gap in realm between you and him is too great. You do not have the power to imprison him in the pagoda. Chu Mingwu burns with intensity. Then I shall just have to risk my life. He bows deeply. Xianggu, after I die, the pagoda will return to its original owner. I will willingly patch the heavens. But if in this lifetime I cannot find a way to kill Jin Danzi, do not ever release him. Xianggu strikes him instantly. I refuse. Chu Mingwu clutches his injured arm, wailing, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Xianggu does not hesitate to kick him out the door, saying coldly, get lost. In the end, you are not the same kind of person as us cultivators. She waves her hand, I cannot enjoy this stone to patch the heavens of yours. Even so, she steals a glance backward with a complex expression. Cutting to the city streets, Chu Mingwu walks along, contemplating his arm. It seems Xianggu has gradually accepted it, trading a Dharma treasure to have me patch the heavens for her. This talent of mine is worth quite a bit. Suddenly, someone calls out to him. Chu Mingwu, the fortune teller, rubs his hands. I have been waiting here for you for a long time. Xianggu sits alone in thought for the first time. She cannot see through his mind. She rests her chin in her hand, pondering for a long time. It is the first time this year she has encountered someone of this nature. Xianggu slams the table in anger. Are young people these days really this incomprehensible? Abominable. Switching to the office of the little son, Sister Zhao sits in the room answering the phone. Chu Mingwu, where have you gone? Why haven't you returned yet? Were you unable to answer the phone just now? Chu Mingwu smiles and replies, but inwardly his mind is racing. I went to the hospital to visit Uncle Zhu and the swordswoman. I will be back a little late. Once I was free from being tied up, I called to check in. Was Uncle Zhu like this in the past too? He looks at his phone and sighs in relief, thankful that he has always maintained an image of being law-abiding. Sister Zhao trusts him deeply. Sister Zhao could likely never imagine that at this very moment, Chu Mingwu has just finished a fight and is suppressing a man. He stomps the man's head into the ground. I heard you sent people to the hospital. Chu Mingwu asks coldly, can you tell me what you intended to do? The man chokes, struggling to surface from the water to beg for mercy. President Chu, I was wrong. I was possessed by a demon. I shouldn't have gone to kill Zhu Ding. Chu Mingwu cannot bear to hear anymore, raising his leg. You shouldn't have gone to kidnap Jiang Zhu. He immediately stamps down hard on the assassin's leg. Possessed by a demon, you say. Every single time it's possessed by a demon. The bone snaps, causing the man to scream in agony. Chu Mingwu yells in a rage, killing people, killing people. Does a day go by without you killing someone where you wouldn't die? The man is terrified but cannot escape, only managing to repeat, I was wrong. Behind them lies a ruined construction site. The fortune teller, who had been sitting there for some time, says cheerfully, Chu Zhang. Perhaps you understand now that our yin too, and you are not enemies, right? Chu Mingwu turns to reply, you went to the hospital to save people. I thank you for that. Tell me the mastermind standing behind this. I thank you as well. He recalls that the fortune teller had pointed out that Sun Zhengxing sent assassins to the hospital to kill Zhu Ding and Jiang Zhu. But the Yin 2 agents went to stop them. Chu Mingwu asks a suspicious question and receives an answer. Who is Sun Zhengxing? He is the one who settled the debts. Previously, it was also him who dealt Zhu Ding that extra slash. He feels no gratitude, on the contrary, he is furious. While I am very grateful for Lin Yijing's sake, stop it. I will not collude with you to do evil things. Chu Mingwu sighs, resting his hand on his forehead. Apologies, my memories have been a bit chaotic lately, and my emotions haven't been very stable. He steps forward cheerfully. This employee, please bother contacting your colleagues. Chu Mingwu grinds his teeth in threat. If you dare do anything detrimental to Sun Teat and Jiang Zhu, then you are as good as dead. The fortune teller sweats, asking, what do you mean? Chu Mingwu immediately summons the power of the Tiangu. The fortune teller retreats in panic. We consider you a friend, yet you return kindness with enmity. He responds coldly, you are nothing but my hostage now. Cutting to the hospital parking lot, Ma Keo listens to the situation update over the phone and asks, so you're saying Chu Mingwu remains ungrateful? And furthermore, you couldn't get away? The fortune teller says in a low voice, the feeling of the Tiangu now is very similar to our sect master. The pressure is extreme, and it's insane. Ma Keo turns to Jiangzu and Sun Teat. Chu Mingwu has captured my brothers, so I must go. He instructed, please keep this matter secret from the Gong family. We don't want any involvement with the Gong family for now. Sun Kiki waved goodbye. Before leaving, Ma Keo didn't forget to relay one last thing. Oh right, your aunt asked me to remind you, Zhu Ding isn't here, so people from the family might come looking for you. Watch your back. Upstairs, Jiangzu lay in the hospital bed. Downstairs, Sun Kiki diligently kept up her cultivation. She lay in the hospital bed while Sun Kiki sat beside her, taking care of her. The downstairs was actually our heroine's illusion. In reality, they were just two dummies. Sun Kiki let out a huge breath. Holy crap, that scared me to death. They're finally gone. Sun Kiki asked nervously, do you think he figured out that everything downstairs was my illusion? Jiangzu crossed her arms. He probably noticed. He just deliberately chose not to say anything. Jiangzu lay back on the bed. Illusions making real and fake indistinguishable at close range is incredibly difficult. At that moment, Yintu's illusion outside the hospital was also dispelled. In reality, the parking lot was completely intact. There had been no attack at Alland, no rescue was needed. Jiangzu and the others had all been played. In a car parked nearby, Ma Keo sat in the driver's seat, reporting the situation. Zhou Mingwu couldn't easily strip Sun Zhengxing of his cultivation. His strength is beyond question, but he refuses to cooperate with us. But Lin Wan said cheerfully, he didn't go to the hospital first, went straight to Sun Zhengxing for payback. That means he's already agreed to cooperate. She observed, there are things you can't do, but you also can't say them, can't acknowledge them. It's not just his handsome man doesn't even want to dirty his mouth with the act. On the other side, the fortune teller probed, so, Chairman Zhu, may I take my leave first? Mingwu raised a hand. Actually, I should head out first. You still have unfinished business, don't you? The fortune teller watched him leave, completely speechless. Is this kid seriously using me? He shot a glance at the assassin behind him, borrowing a blade to do the dirty work. The fortune teller stepped closer. The assassin panicked and screamed, wait, the deal was that I cooperate and play along and you'd spare my life. This was not what they'd agreed on. 3 days earlier, a prison cell, Yi Zheng made a proposal to Mingwu. Zhou Mingwu and I both despise sorcerers equally. How about letting Yintu become your shadow? He raised his hand and pressed it against the glass, smiling. You are a man with power, which means you can't afford to dirty your own hands, right? Back to the present, Mingwu had arrived at Jiangzu's hospital room. He spoke first, his voice soft. She listened in silence. I've recovered the memories from before I obtained the Tiangu. Mingwu laid his true feelings bare. Honestly, it didn't feel great. Jiangzu studied him. You seem pretty calm about it, though. What's going through your head? He answered with a smile. The memories from the past are too painful, too full of hatred. Right now, all I want is revenge. Kill Jindenzi, wipe out every last sorcerer. Mingwu said calmly, I feel like I'm turning into every cliché villain out there. Jiangzu instantly summoned her weapon. An ice blade wreathed in green flame shot up and pressed against Mingwu's throat. She asked if, you're already chained to the past, want me to cut you free? Her blade still rested at Mingwu's neck. Jiangzu said without hesitation, the power I used last time, I can still use it twice more. One strike was to kill Jindenzi, the mastermind of the past. Her gaze turned deadly serious. The other is to kill the you that strays down the wrong path in the future. Mingwu smiled with satisfaction. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Suddenly, the food container clattered to the floor. Liao Yi stood there, face frozen. What the hell is going on? He asked in confusion. Internal company dispute. No way. After laying out a full spread of food for Jiangzu, Liao Yi heard the whole story and exclaimed, what? You're going to hunt down Jindenzi for a final showdown. Mingwu held up the treasure tower. See this tower? Once we stuff Jindenzi in here, he's never getting out. An idea suddenly sparked in his head. He looked at Liao Yi with excitement. Wait. Mingwu pointed at the tower and added, this tower supports cultivation on day outside equals 10 days inside. Bro, wanna give it a shot? He laid out the tower's perk 7 floors total, and once you break through them all, you'd reach the level of Uncle Jai. Liao Yi said excitedly, I barely managed to learn the Yin Talisman scripture last time. I was actually looking for time to practice and truly master it. Mingwu's brain short-circuited. All he could manage was what the actual hell. A few days later, Zhu Ding was brought to the safe house. Sister Zhao and son Kiki wheeled him inside. Jiangzu had also been discharged. Her recovery speed was nothing short of a medical miracle. She lightly touched the pendant necklace around her neck. Liao Yi entered the 7 Soul Tower to cultivate. His progress was still unknown. Mingwu sat beside the treasure tower cultivating. Mingwu also wanted to retrain the techniques he had once learned. Yintu was on a killing spree. Ma Keo impaled his target with a spear. He glanced back at the list in his notebook. Several names were already crossed out. Next target. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yi Shuarong chanted an incantation, freezing everyone around her solid. The Buzheng Gate. She locked onto their heads, then used her lightning-fast speed to shred them into 100 pieces. Ice shards rained down everywhere. Pathetic. Sister Zhao slammed her hand against the glass. Spreading your teachings everywhere is one thing, but why kill you Daiking and the others? They'd already joined the association. Yi Zheng flashed a sinister smile. Eliminating unnecessary sorcerers. Isn't that what you asked for? For us in Zhou Mingwu, those old fossils are no longer needed. Mingwu gradually channeled his power into a yin-yang formation. 5 elements unity found the feel. The circle started out hazy, then gradually solidified into a clear shape. The power seemed to be merging with a fraction of the Tiangu. Mingwu silently assessed himself. His qi mastery was steadily leveling up. After all, he hadn't been weak before. He channeled his power to also learn the Tiangu's signature body-refining technique. Then Mingwu clenched his fist and threw a devastating punch forward straight out of Erlang Shen's playbook. His fist unleashed a massive wave of energy, absolutely devastating. He didn't stop there. Mingwu spread his arms wide, condensing power. Vajra force transformation, multiple layers condensed in a flash. He nearly morphed into a monstrous form, the intermediate ultimate state of the Tiangu divine art, the heavenly piercing technique. Finally, Mingwu completed his cultivation. A strange halo of light appeared above his head. Liao Yi asked in surprise, "Senior brother, why is there a ring floating above your head?" Mingwu scoffed. "Ring? It's called a divine halo, fully released form of the Tiangu divine art." Suddenly sensing something off, Mingwu whipped around to check again. He looked back toward the treasure tower. Mingwu blinked. "It's only been 10 days. How the hell are you already out?" He immediately grabbed Liao Yi by the collar and demanded, "I haven't even released you yet. Don't tell me you already cleared every single floor." Liao Yi shrugged. 10 days outside equals 100 days inside. If I couldn't clear it in that long, wouldn't that be pretty embarrassing? Mingwu heard that and immediately sprinted to the wall, repeatedly slamming his head against it. Liao Yi tried to stop him. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" G deviation is skull splitting from the pain. "Why the moaning and groaning? I just hate how useless I am, that's all." Then Mingwu turns to him and asks, "Saw the Yin talisman scripture, how far can you push it?" Liu Yi raises one finger, just one finger, "But if I amplify its power, you can feel the pressure of heavenly Tao even more clearly." Mingwu's eyes light up like stars. He practically beams. A hero sent down from the heavens. "You're incredible." He scratches his head and recounts when he broke through to the 7th layer, an illusion of that red-robed Xianggu appeared. When he was stranded inside the treasure tower, Liu Yi saw a massive illusion of Xianggu. She spoke of mending the heavens. "I hope I can help her create a perfect world where good is rewarded and evil punished." Mingwu trembles with rage. "Damn, itch left a strand of divine sense inside the tower. The sigil she planted in my body, I still haven't found it. Even the one Yinta left behind, nothing." He grabs Liu Yi by the shoulders. "Bro, that Xianggu is a con artist. She didn't rope you in, did she?" Liu Yi blanks. "Maybe she did." Then he adds, "But I didn't lose anything. Besides, helping her after I die is no big deal, right?" Mingwu drops to his knees instantly. "A selfless saint actually exists in this world, takes joy in helping others. I surrender." Meanwhile, Xianggu of the Beiyan Temple is ecstatic, pounding the table over and over. She just stumbled onto a once-in-a-millennium talent. She recalculates cheerfully 5 missing star positions, 5 people to fill them. Done. At the little son's office, a group of people are wailing and begging for help. The occult world has gone on a killing spree. We've never done anything wrong in our lives. I've always supported the association. Please stand up for us. While the occult world descends into chaos from Yintu's rampage, Zhou Mingwu and Liu Yi head off to investigate the imperial city. Mingwu walks and talks. Liu Yi seems to have noticed something. Yi Xian carries Jindenzi's soul within her. You can't touch her carelessly. But the reason she's come here twice needs to be figured out. There's definitely something shady going on. He happily picks up a plastic bottle and tosses it in his bag. As for Mingwu, he just shakes his head in exasperation. You still haven't ditched that scavenging habit. We're gonna be rich, though I'm not sure we can cover the bus fare. A man in a suit announces that the unopened section is inside. Take the second courtyard on the left. Mingwu pushes the door open and steps in. This is it. Both of them look around. Dark as hell in here. An unopened section this rundown. They didn't even bother renovating. Are they that broke? Suddenly, Mingwu slams into an invisible barrier. He gropes around something's hidden in here. Mingwu starts channeling his energy. Watch me devour this barrier. But Liu Yi beats him to it. He extends a finger, activates his technique, and gently touches the barrier. Heaven-seizing law. The barrier starts cracking apart. Mingwu stares. Sees spatial disruption really this dramatic. Jindenzi senses the barrier has been breached. He assesses the situation, Tiangu's aura, and his barrier was obliterated in an instant. Jindenzi's gut clenches. Could it be him again? My host isn't nearby. This is bad. Mingwu channels the Tiangu power and raises his hand. Tiangu devours raw essence. Any spellcraft triggers a response. It's perfect for reconnaissance. The energy radiates outward, probing the surroundings. As it approaches a well, traces of residual power seem to surface. Mingwu spots spellcraft traces near the well. Both of them peer down. Jindenzi surges up in a fury. You've found me, then let's fight. Zhu Ding. He squints, looking more carefully. It's not him. Mingwu and Liu Yi are utterly stunned, but Jindenzi quickly regains his composure, thrusting his hands toward them both. Just 2 juniors, then the Tiangu came knocking on my door. I'll take it. Mingwu and Liu Yi bolt in sheer terror. Holy shit, Jindenzi, why is he here? Mingwu asks in disbelief. What? That's Jindenzi. He waves it off frantically. Terrible luck, Jindenzi the Invincible, not even with Yi Xian. What the hell is he doing here? But then Mingwu freezes. Wait, he reassesses. No, Yi Xian means he's in soul form. That means there's nothing to fear. Mingwu channels his energy, activating Tiangu's corrosion incantation and devouring properties. Mingwu roars. Tiangu transforms into a colossal maw, jaws gaping wide to swallow Jindenzi, whole specialized in devouring souls. It snaps its jaws shut, gulping him down. But mere seconds later, Jindenzi shatters free. Turns out he'd managed to erect a defensive barrier just in time. He grins wickedly. I never imagined you could wield the Tiangu. Taking it from you will require some effort. This radiance is the spatial divine defense called Heavenly Society, sharing the same star official divine power as Tiangu. In this world, nothing can breach it. Surrender now, children, unless you want to suffer. Mingwu flashes a cunning smile. Zhou Qi isn't here, but that doesn't mean no one else can pull it off. Liu Yi moves in sync. He charges forward to shatter Jindenzi's barrier, heaven-seizing law. Jindenzi screams in shock, a third person who knows this technique. Liu Yi breaks through the barrier and pierces Jindenzi's soul. The old man howls, who the hell are you? You've touched the second creation. Liu Yi lands gracefully. He smiles and introduces himself. Liu Yi, at your service, please go easy on me. Jindenzi channels his fury into a blast aimed straight at Liu Yi. You little brat, where the hell did you crawl out from? I trained for 100 goddamn years just to barely graze that threshold. But before he can act, Tiangu's jaws appear right behind him. Tiangu devours his soul fragment whole. Mingwu grins triumphantly. Jealous of a prodigy, losing your mind, how's that ego doing? Jindenzi's soul fragment begins to dissipate. He wails, the Tiangu is corroding my soul. Damn it, if I still had my body, how could I end up this pathetic? Mingwu sneers, heaven-seizing law requires a physical body to activate. Serves you right for not sticking with Yi Xian. He pulls out the treasure tower, grinning. Goodbye, Jindenzi, you're staying in here for me. He's still fighting against Tiangu. But hearing that, he looks at the tower. Jindenzi's eyes widen. What kind of treasure is that? It radiates creation-level pressure. He struggles to free himself from Tiangu's jaws, lamenting, 100 years of hardship. Tiangu's maw slowly closes. Jindenzi does the math, just a few more days, and he'd have achieved true immortality. Then he suddenly unleashes his power. His physical body is yanked upward. How can it end here? Jindenzi successfully hauls his corpse up. He forces his soul back into the old body, snarling. Forcing me to puppet a half-revived corpse ruins my entire immortality plan. Tiangu are staying right here. Jindenzi draws his sword and lunges. Mingwu is horrified. That's his corpse, seen a dead body can still move. Liu Yi rushes in to intercept, shoving him back. Brah. Jindenzi flings them violently into the building behind. Mingwu grabs Liu Yi's arm. Run, Jindenzi has his body, can't fight him. Jindenzi rises from the rubble, glaring. Not only did they interrupt his Taiyan body, refining the damaged his corpse. Jindenzi sits down and channels his power. Arcs of lightning begin to radiate outward. None of you are leaving here alive. Heavenly Society domain, an enormous barrier materializes, engulfing the entire area. Mingwu and Liu Yi are cut off, no way out. They turn to look back at Jindenzi as he begins his incantation. Heaven and earth, vast and boundless disciples, pay reverence. Hongzhu, immortal master of Tui Mountain. A golden blade and a massive jade scissors materialize on either side of him. 4 directions, 8 cornice iron walls seal the perimeter. no spell can breach the sanctum. Jindenzi hurls both weapons down at Mingwu and Liu Yi. Golden blade, jade scissors, five thunders crash. Wicked sorcerer, dark arts turn to dust. Strangely, the two weapons start to break apart. They splinter into thousands of miniature blades and scissors, all attacking in unison. Mingwu shouts, "Liao Yi, get over here, I'm going in to break their formation." Liao Yi scrambles over, pressing in tight against him. "Senior brother, you got a plan." He raises his hand, chi condensing in his palm. Obviously is going to blow every last one of them to hell. Mingwu concentrates with everything he's got. Chi clusters swirl around him, multiplying by the second. He strikes diamond force launches. Red chi blasts shooting skyward, detonating the flying blades and scissors hurtling toward him. But it doesn't stop, they keep hammering at the barrier. Suddenly, the golden blade and the jade scissors crash to the ground at once. Mingwu and Liao Yi snap into high alert, scanning their surroundings. He glances up at the sky. Jindenzi is nowhere to be seen. Mingwu exhales, this formation was only meant to trap us, not kill us. He was buying time to slip away. He pieces the situation together. Jindenzi is scared, his power is limited right now, he needs Yi Chen. Meanwhile, Jindenzi rides a massive blade, slicing through the sky at full speed. He seethes inwardly, if this body had fully resurrected, would the great Jindenzi ever need to run? The bastard lost one of his lifebone treasures. His body still hasn't fully recovered. 4 days from now there's a solar eclipse. He can't help wondering if these injuries will compromise his indestructible golden body. Jindenzi keeps flying. First, he'll head to the secret base and wait for Yi Chen to find him. With her spiritual body, no one will dare come near. The barrier shatters completely. Liao Yi collapses to the ground, gasping for air. The heaven-seizing law demands too much, has overused it today. Mingwu tries to reassure him, then pulls out his phone and dials. "Rest easy, Jindenzi. Enjoy it while you can. Once we've recovered, we hunt him down and finish this for good." He speaks into the phone. "We ran into Jindenzi here, which means he's not near Yi Chen. Make your move now." Liao Yi frowns. "Who are you calling?" "The heroine who's been tailing Yi Chen. This is the perfect window to take her out." Mingwu grins. He never expected Yi Chen and Jindenzi to split up. What a lucky break. He surveys the surroundings. They went through all this trouble to stay hidden. There's definitely something behind it. Meanwhile, the laboratory on the other side gradually freezes over. The fake Yi Chen lets out a terrified shriek as a sword presses against her neck. Her wig falls off. Jiangzhu calls back with a report. The Yi Chen on this end is a total fraud. Mingwu examines the area while talking to her. Figured they'd leave themselves a back door. Good work, hero. He adds, there's a mole in the association. Yi Chen knew about the surveillance planches, probably long gone by now. Pull out now. Mingwu's foot catches on something. He stops, crouches down, and brushes away the dirt. Beneath a layer of Woodhai's blood runs cold. A coffin. Buried underground, the scene shifts to a distant mountain range. Jindenzi sits in meditation inside a cave. He broods with regret if only he'd managed to extract the immortal escape talisman in time. This Taiyan body refining would have succeeded. Meanwhile, Mingwu has pried the coffin open. He sees the body inside with perfect clarity. His breath catches. How is this possible? Inside the strange coffin lies the corpse of Mingwu's father. The two faces are cast from the same mold. The only difference is that one is alive, and the other is dead. The body is ice cold. Hatred boils up inside Mingwu, fierce and unstoppable. Jindenzi are dead. Liao Yi groans. Oh no, oh not, that move was way too big. I ripped my pants. Mingwu dials Jiangzhu. Hey hero, could you bring Liao Yi a spare pair of pants? He literally tore his apart. Senior brother, please don't let this get out. She's currently restraining Yi Chen. Found an unripped pair, sending it over now. Jiangzhu gives the order. The captive can only sob and beg, strip. Please just let me go. Heroine Ma Keo buries a javelin in someone's chest. Wan Hitangan, Zhou Huidad, the entire elder generation of all three major factions wiped off the map. She trembles, pulling at the Shang family's spear, a trace of defiance still lingering in her dying eyes. Little Qi, you've been conspiring with Yintu all along. Zhou Qi sits with her back to Aunt Zhou, replying coolly, didn't you do the same with Jindenzi? We're no different. Ma Keo finishes up and walks over to her. At first you told me to keep her alive until the very end. I thought you wanted to do it yourself. Zhou Qi smiles. How could I? My hands are for saving people, not killing them. Ma Keo presses further. Truth is, you hesitated, didn't you? She's your blood aunt after all. Zhou Qi takes off her glasses. She doesn't deny it. Some things you keep in your heart. No need to say them out loud. Doesn't that just prove I'm indecisive? Ma Keo taps her lightly on the head with the butt of his javelin. It's just basic humanity. Your conscience runs deeper than mine. As he starts to leave, Jochi calls after him but he turns her down. Heard there's a lunar eclipse tomorrow night, stay and watch it with me. What's so great about that? Besides, a lunar eclipse is prime cultivation time, I need to train. She pouts, no wonder you're still single. Deep in the forest, the silhouette of a figure bundled in heavy clothing flickers between the trees. Recognizing who it is, Jindenzi immediately starts complaining. It's been 2 days, what took you so long? Yi Chen pulls off her hat and hood, explaining quickly, the moment I discovered something went wrong at the retreat, I came straight to find you. Master, she shrugs off the large backpack from her shoulders. She opens it up, had to dodge surveillance cameras on the way, that's what ate up the extra time. Yi Chen dumps all the money and valuables onto the ground. Tomorrow at 7 p.m. is the lunar eclipse, Master. You need to set up a new formation right away. Jindenzi quickly gathers everything, assessing the damage. My physical body has taken damage and I've lost the immortal escape talisman. The success rate for this Taiyan body refining won't be ideal. He begins arranging a Bagua formation. Even if I can't forge a sanctified physical body at its peak, reviving the flesh body shouldn't be difficult. He nods to himself this time. Just get the body to revive first, strengthen it later. Jindenzi fumes, if I had my original physical body, would those 2 brats have even scratched me? In the days that follow, funerals big and small are held one after another without pause. Zhou Mingwu, representing the newly established association, attends to offer condolences. Sister Zhao and son Kiki accompany him. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's whereabouts remain completely untraceable. In the conference room, Mingwu sits at the center seat, analyzing the situation. Yintu is slaughtering people left and right. Jindenzi, the alchemist who refines pills from living humans, remains at large. For everyone's safety, I recommend consolidating into one location, so the association can provide protection. Tang Yan, seated beside him, speaks up. Per the chairman's arrangements, our corporation has a vacant hotel on the outskirts. It can house 300 peopledescent facilities. Meals and lodging all free of charge. Mingwu adds a few more perks. A vast collection of technique scrolls and cultivation texts has been brought to the hotel. Anyone with free time can study and research at their leisure. The room buzzes with excitement. Free room and board, plus life-saving techniques from the chairman himself, that's what really matters. Mingwu lays out the next phase of the plan. Yintu has numbers and moves in the shadows. Catching them won't be easy. So the association will prioritize taking out Jindenzi first, then hunt down Yintu to avenge the fallen families. Any objections? Tang Yun speaks without hesitation. As long as my grandfather is avenged, everything follows the chairman's orders. Zhou Qi nods in agreement. Wan Hitang will fully support the association. Master Ma stands to speak on behalf of his faction. As long as Jindenzi and Yintu remain at large, the cultivation world knows no peace. The National Martial Hall answers only to the association. One by one, the cultivators begin confirming their registration. Mingwu sits in silence, lost in thought. No one knows what's going through his mind. Then he gives the order, put on the wristbands. These are the association's identifiers. Even if Yintu encounters you, they won't attack. Mingwu explains further, bolstering the confidence of those registering. The association is your shield. We will not let a single member die at Yintu's hands. Long live the chairman, long live the association, wipe out Yintu. Suddenly, a loud bang summons slams the table. Sister Zhao erupts in fury, barking at the culprit. The poor guy shrinks back and stammers. Chaotic Sky Leopard, what kind of name is that? Write your real name. What's your real name? Where's your ID card? Hand it over now. Stone Big Dog. On the flip side, Chi was super helpful, walking everyone through the process. Here, take it. If you don't know how to use it, just go ask. Ask the pretty lady over there. Over on this side, Jiangzhu was demonstrating the bracelet's functions to those who had registered. The fitness, exercise, and timer features are all straightforward. Just remember the button on the side is for emergency calls. Liu Yi was responsible for directing everyone into line, carefully reminding them, no pushing, keep it quiet, don't disturb the residents. Everyone gets a turn. The once-in-many-years lunar eclipse had finally arrived. That night the sky blazed with light. Inside the room, Mingwu's adoptive father and Ding looked like their life force was being drained away. He could only stand by and watch, consumed by helpless anxiety. Ancient eclipses were moments of strange, supernatural power, and sure enough, even his father and uncle Shi were affected. Jindenzi was probably seizing this opportunity too. Too bad they had no idea where he was, nothing they could do. Uncle Shi's library had mentioned the Taiyan body refining technique. Hopefully, that wasn't Jindenzi's target. While Mingwu was worrying about a technique he'd once read about, over on the other side, Jin Denzi had nearly completed it. He grinned with satisfaction as his plan approached success. I can already feel me flesh is regaining its vitality. Yi Tian sat beside a coffin, watching Jin Denzi's ritual with eerie calm. She smiled at the coffin. Don't worry, little brother, you'll be brought back to life soon enough. The eclipse had begun, the moon slowly fading into shadow. Streams of light began coalescing around Jin Denzi's body. He started absorbing them into himself. Jin Denzi felt the surge of raw life force and shouted with glee, not enough, not even close. His hair began growing back. Not enough, still not enough. Jin Denzi's body gradually filled out, his gaunt face softening with restored flesh. Younger, make me younger. Yi Tian mused that only the combined forces of heaven and earth could forge an immortal body, but after losing the celestial shell, the earthly chi was no longer sufficient. The darkness receded, yielding its place back to the moon. Moonlight flooded back, spilling across the mortal world. The aura swirling around Jin Denzi's body began to dissipate. He descended slowly. When Jin Denzi connected with the earthwind, his feet fully touched the ground. A massive shockwave erupted, rippling outward and shaking everything around it. A portion of heavenly law energy, impossible to contain, dissolved into the earth. The shockwave cracked the ground wide open. Trees in the distance buckled, bending to their knees. Jin Denzi looked around. In an instant, his body began reverting to its withered, ancient state. He stared at his hands. So that's how it is, forcibly absorbed power impossible to hold onto after all. Strength drained from his body like sand through his fingers. Still in disbelief, Jin Denzi reached up and pressed his hand to his chest. His heart was still beating slow, steady. He felt it pulse. Jin Denzi burst into laughter, the sound of a heartbeat magnificent. He tested one of Ding's techniques, then declared with satisfaction, even an incomplete immortal body can endure creative forces far surpassing Ding's own. Jin Denzi threw his head back, taunting the heavens. The three supreme arts, immortal body, creative power, who could possibly match me? He was still basking in the glow of victory, paying no attention to Yi Tian approaching from behind. Who on this earth could stop me from achieving immortality? She clasped her hands and bowed. Congratulations on your rebirth, master. Jin Denzi praised her warmly. All thanks to you, my dear disciple. Without your pills, I might have needed another 100 years of cultivation. He reached out to pat her head. Wait a few days for your master to get used to this body, then I'll go reclaim the celestial shell and forge the perfect vessel. Yi Tian asked excitedly, then when can you summon my brother Zai Yin Jian's soul so you can help him rebuild his body and come back to life? Jin Denzi explained, I need to wait until the boundary between life and death, yin and yang, becomes blurred. Only then can I use the summoning technique to bring him back. The soonest would be early March next year. During the Sanshang Jai festival, then his eyes suddenly turned vicious. However, your master has another plan. Jin Denzi pointed at Yi Tian's head, his hand already charged with power. If a second person in this world masters the immortal body, my unique position might not be so guaranteed anymore. She frowned. Master, you want to kill me? He sneered. Blame yourself for being too talented. Besides, pulling a soul from the underworld defies the laws of nature. I won't take that risk. As if she had already predicted this outcome, Yi Tian spoke calmly. So I was right all along. The real reason you never taught me cultivation was to make it easier to silence me. Jin Denzi didn't bother hiding his malice anymore. So you suspected me all along. Impressive, disciple. But what good does suspicion do you? What can you possibly do about it? She removed her jacket, speaking with eerie composure. Master, you can't kill me. Something about those words made Jin Denzi uneasy. Yi Tian pulled up her shirt, revealing a surgical scar. Over the past few years, master, I've been grinding my own rib bone into powder and mixing it into the pills you took. It's already dissolved into your body. Her body did, in fact, bear surgical marks near her ribs. Yi Tian's voice turned sharp and threatening. Your immortal body is half mine. If I die, you'll suffer catastrophic damage. Jin Denzi couldn't believe what he was hearing and seeing. Such a ruthless, calculating scheme. Yi Tian kindly elaborated. The Mindfire pill was a crystallized simulation of Tiangu energy born from greed and rage. But in today's pills, I also mixed an authentic Tiangu essence. An image flashed in Yi Tian's mind, a man sitting among ruins, cradling a small incense burner. That was something I paid a fortune to have collected. He refined the Tiangu energy into that burner for me. Yi Tian asked coldly, just now, master, you released a massive burst of energy. Do you think anyone might detect the lingering scent of Tiangu Qi? Over on Mingwu's end, he seemed to have picked up on it. His fighting spirit surged. The golden fire pill, I've found it. Jin Denzi snarled, dark energy radiating from his body. You dare use the Tiangu to blackmail your master. He laughed arrogantly, but what can they do to me now? Yi Tian calmly drew a blade and pointed it at herself. How about this? Jindenzi never expected her to go this far. Yi Tian grit her teeth and drove the blade into her own abdomen. As one of the sources of your immortal body, hurting myself is the easiest thing in the world. This time, it was her turn to smirk. If I kill myself, half your body goes with me. Still feeling invincible, master? Don't forget you are the one who lost and had to flee here in the first place. Jindenzi's body bore an identical wound in the exact same spot as Yi Tian's. He screamed, "You're insane, what do you want? Your master will give you whatever you want." Yi Tian stated her demand immediately, her eyes blazing with resolve. "I want you to resurrect my brother. He's the only family I have left. If he can't live, I don't want to either." Jindenzi gritted his teeth, staring at the wound. His danshin and meridians were rupturing. The immortal body was this fragile. He quickly backed down, his tone shifting to placate her. Calm down, all right. Your master will listen. Good disciple, I was wrong, okay." But then Jindenzi's demeanor flipped without warning. He activated the heaven-seizing law. "I shouldn't have let you operate alone, gave you too much room to plot against me." He struck at his disciple, without mercy, aiming straight for her head. "Yi Tian, no one threatens me, even if it costs me 100 injuries. I will never let a piece of my core essence fall into someone else's hands." Jindenzi watched coldly as the fatal wound bloomed between Yi Tian's brows. She collapsed. "I'll refine your body, fuse the two core essences into one. In the end, the weaker half simply fades away." But then his aura began to falter. Before, he could have just hidden deep in the mountains and avoided detection. Jindenzi's body buckled, dark energy billowed from him, growing stronger by the second. He snarled, "Just 2 rib bones and they managed to damage an immortal body this severely. If those 2 brats show up now, I might not survive." Jindenzi channeled his internal energy. "First things first, use external provision to repair the body, then get the hell out of here." The external provision barrier begins forming around his body, but unlike every other time, it barely takes shape before cracking apart and dissolving into nothing. What the? The external provision divine art actually has no effect. He's furious. He channels his internal energy again, and yet no miracle happens. The wound stays exactly the same. The external provision art can restructure physical matter, so does that mean an indestructible body isn't something of this mortal world? Is that why it's being nullified? Jindenzi fights to staunch the bleeding. Damn it, get me moving now. But it doesn't last. His body crumples to the ground. The soul hasn't fully merged with the flesh, and the body itself is critically damaged from the impairment to its origin source. Jindenzi forces out the last dregs of his power, can only refine his prized disciple's body right here, right now. Dark energy surges from his body and latches onto Yixian's corpse. Once the origin sources fuse, he can repair the body. The refinement process has begun. Jindenzi prays under his breath, "That little Tiangu brat better not show up too fast." Scene change. Mingwu's private jet streaks through the sky toward Jindenzi's location. Mingwu stares at the real-time position feed, simultaneously listening to Sister Zhao's intel. According to coordinates from the Intelligence Bureau, target has been located. He zooms in and gets a clearer picture. Jindenzi and his disciple both lie sprawled on the ground, their bodies shrouded in a layer of dark sorcery. Sister Zhao analyzes as she briefs, "The situation on site is bizarre. No idea what happened. They seem to be performing some kind of ritual." Mingwu, Jiangzu, and Liaoye leap from the jet and touch down. She cautions Mingwu carefully. Once they find Jindenzi, they can scout and verify the situation, but absolutely no forcing a confrontation. He hates it, but he agrees with Jiangzu. "I know whether Jindenzi has possessed Yixian's body or actually achieved a sanctified physical body, we're no match for him either way." Mingwu radios in, "Sister Zhao, keep requesting the dung unit to maintain cover for our extraction. Everyone stay sharp." He recalls what Yizheng once told him. There are 4 methods to achieve a sanctified body: sacred fire immolation, divine artifact bodyguard, 9-turn golden core, and Taiyan body refining. Mingwu thinks as he moves. Uncle Zhu's notes confirmed it. 2 sacred artifacts no longer exist in the modern world, and the 9-turn golden core is ancient legend at best. That leaves only Taiyan body refining as the path to an indestructible body. He figures Taiyan refining to resurrect the flesh is only step 1. The real crucial part is the soul reuniting with the body. Even if the body is perfected, if soul and flesh haven't fully merged, this is the moment Jindenzi is at his weakest. A plan clicks into place. Mingwu immediately raises his hand. Everyone stops. He lays out the strategy. Jiangzu and Liaoye move into position without hesitation. "I'll draw his attention. You two hit him from both flanks. After a long sprint, Mingwu reaches Jindanzi, who sits cross-legged in cultivation. He smirks coldly. Well, if it isn't the great Jindanzi, all he does is run. Small world, huh? Jindanzi's eyes snap open, wary, calculating. I've recovered most of my strength overnight, but if this kid actually forces a fight, it'll still be trouble. Jindanzi closes his eyes and resumes his cultivation. Mingwu keeps poking, pointing skyward. You know, everything you do here, we can see it all from up above, crystal clear. Then he glances at Yi Xian's body, asking with mock curiosity, "So did you and your little disciple have a falling out? Or is this just some freaky cultivation technique I'm too normal to understand?" Mingwu plays dumb with a casual point of the finger, but the grin on his face screams schadenfreude. Jindanzi remains perfectly calm, still cultivating. "Fellow Taoist Joe, there must be a misunderstanding between us. I think perhaps," but Mingwu doesn't let him finish. He cuts him off instantly. "Then it looks like I showed up at the perfect time." He summons Tiangu immediately. "Between us, this is a blood feud. Irreconcilable, what exactly do you want to talk about? Isn't Tiangu what you wanted? Come and take it." The moment Tiangu materializes, it lunges and tears through the dark energy, tethering Jindanzi to Yi Xian. Mingwu roars his challenge at his aura, crushing, overwhelming. "Show me what a sanctified physical body can do." Tiangu severs the sinister link between Jindanzi's body and Yi Xian, then immediately moves to devour him, but Jindanzi erects a barrier just in time to shield himself. Strangely, this time Tiangu's power vanishes the instant it hits the barrier. Jindanzi sneers, "Brat, don't you dare underestimate me." Mingwu is stunned, the attack got absorbed. He remembers Jiangzu mentioned something like this back in the hospital. There was a golden light around Jindanzi's body that compressed the surrounding space. Any close-range attack would be swallowed by that light, unable to reach him. But seeing it firsthand, Mingwu finally understands the golden aura around Jindanzi is a spatial-type spell. His attacks aren't being absorbed, they're being shunted into an endless void they can never escape from. Mingwu racks his brain for a countermeasure, recalling his earlier clashes with Jindanzi. He shouts, "Liao Yi, close in on me, I need you to break this technique." The Vajra Force barrier looked identical to that golden light at first. "I think it was called Heavenly Society, but back then my attack caused it to detonate." Jindanzi rockets toward him from above, striking without warning. "Even if you brought an ambush squad, what do you have to rely on? This old man has a mortal body, but it is invincible." He unleashes the heaven-seizing law, bellowing, "Tiangu comes knocking, I'll be happy to collect." The instant his hand closes in on Mingwu, Tiangu's power surges to life. A blazing crimson barrier erupts around Mingwu, slamming into Jindanzi's attack and hurling him backward. Jindanzi faces this technique for the first time and a flicker of unease crosses his eyes. The Heavenly Society defense, it's gone ineffective. What kind of spell is this? How can it penetrate the endless void? He digs his feet into the ground to keep from being blown too far. Jindanzi spots the issue. No, it didn't penetrate Heavenly Society's defense. It detonated the instant I made contact. But moments later, panic floods his face. As the dust settles, Jindanzi sees a strange ring of light. Mingwu condenses Tiangu's power into a massive sphere in his palm, winds up, and hurls it straight at Jindanzi. "Lucky for me, your cultivation is slop-eyed Vajra Force self-destructed with just a tiny disruption." Mingwu slams his fist down on Jindanzi's position, but Jindanzi leaps clear in the nick of time. The impact sends shockwaves through the Terran rocks, shatter, the ground craters and sinks. Jindanzi finally snaps, screaming, "What the hell is that ring on your head? You've already mastered Star Official Arts 2 and you still claim your cultivation isn't refined." But Mingwu barely seems to care. Blinking innocently, "So why does my Vajra Force explode every time it hits you?" Jindanzi is speechless. He screams in pure rage. "How the hell should I know, you bastard?" Mingwu recovers his composure in a flash. "Either way, right now I've got reactive armor against Vajra Force detonations. You can't get close to me anymore." He can't resist twisting the knife. "And you look like absolute garbage right now, still groggy from your resurrection." Seeing Yi Xian's body still motionless, Mingwu presses further. "Or did you and your little prodigy tear each other apart, mutual destruction?" Jindanzi seethes. "If my own disciple hadn't betrayed me, how could I have been critically wounded the moment I resurrected? I certainly wouldn't be struggling against a junior like you." He reads the situation and a smug edge creeps back into his expression. "But you can't kill me either. Even if that person who knows the heaven-seizing law is hiding nearby. Using ambushes to breach my Heavenly Society art, it still can't wound this immortal body of mine." Jindanzi stands against the light. His entire form is swallowed by shadow as if the darkness itself is a manifestation of his power. He delivers his threat. A mortal body cannot harm an immortal one. If you want to kill me, go find someone with a celestial body. Mingwu's eyes narrow. This immortal body of yours, I'd say it's barely a half-finished product, wouldn't you? He weighs the facts on the ground against what Xianggu once told him. Liao Yi can break the golden barrier, but actually wounding an immortal body might be beyond him. Can Jiangzu damage an immortal body? She said heavenly secrets can't be revealed. Her identity tied to heavenly secrets. Maybe she can, maybe she can't. Mingwu locks in his plan. If he can destroy Jindenzi's body, he can rip the soul out and seal it inside the Seven Soul Tower. Either way, treat him first. He charges straight in. I don't care what kind of immortal body you've got, once I've had time to power up. Killing you will only get harder, so let's settle this now. Mingwu calls for backup. Female HI letter 1 EC7 TCOVE army. Jiangzu has been standing there the whole time. She asks calmly, how's Yi? Jindenzi never saw this coming. How the hell is she here? He can't sense any aura from her at all. But in that split second of distraction, Mingwu closes in with a kick. Stay put, don't move. He notices something off was Jindenzi. Scared of Jiangzu, Jindenzi's pupils shrink to pinpoints. The little bastard is probing him. Instantly, he whips out a razor-sharp jade shard. Before Mingwu can strike, Jindenzi hurls the jade shard straight at him. The two attacks collide, unleashing a massive explosion. Jindenzi seizes the opening and bolts out of Mingwu's sight. He's fought Jiangzu before. He knows exactly how bad his situation is right now. That girl is unpredictable. He's gravely wounded. Avoiding conflict and running is the smart move. Mingwu scrambles to his feet, still dizzy from the blast. He immediately shouts for Liao Yi to cut Jindenzi off. Liao Yi leaps down from a divine pillar with a thunderous battle cry. Order received. Liao Yi intercepts Jindenzi's escape route just in time. Jindenzi unleashes the heaven-seizing law to attack. You rotten brat, get out of my way. Why do you people keep getting in my face? What the hell do you want from me? Liao Yi doesn't hesitate for a second. He counters with the exact same technique. But his strength can't match up. His fingers start taking devastating damage. He look almost broken. Liao Yi grits his teeth and endures. Jindenzi sees he has the upper hand and laughs with contempt. Even gravely injured, I'm not someone a kid like you can touch. Liao Yi trembles. Clutching the bleeding arm, he just used to channel the heaven-seizing law. We're here to stop Yaonat because we want something from you. He clenches his fist tight. His entire hand slowly crystallizes. Liao Yi presses the attack with unwavering conviction. I'm sure this is the right thing to do. He drives his fist into Jindenzi's body, slamming him headfirst into the ground. Stop trying to measure everything in this world with brute force. The devastating blow tears through the surroundings. The scene is spectacular. Ganeth protective barrier around Jindenzi's body shatters. Mingwu doesn't waste the opening. The golden barrier is down. Oh hero. Jiangzu springs into action on command. She leaps into the air, tears off her necklace and summons her great sword. Her body rapidly transforms into her immortal form. She swings the blade straight at her target. Jindenzi won't go down without a fight. Instantly crystallizes both arms. I've roamed the world for 100 years. I won't die here. Jiangzu brings the blade crashing down. He raises his crystallized arms to block it. But it's not enough. He clenches his brow. His cultivation realm is completely outmatched. Her attack is so powerful it splits the ground apart, carving a massive trench. After the strike, Jiangzu rises to her feet. Jindenzi's body lies shattered beyond recovery. Even the immortal sovereign's divine arts can't restore an indestructible body now. This time, it's truly over. His soul fragment abandons the body immediately, desperately seeking a place to hide. If only he had a normal body and could borrow the power of the celestial artifact to reconstruct, I wouldn't need to fear this girl at all. Fury boils inside him. He pins all the blame on Yi Chen, that damned disciple of his. If that brat hadn't betrayed him, he'd be the one holding everyone captive. Not the other way around. Jindenzi's soul fragment darts toward the trench, planning to escape through it. But before it can get far, a wave of power blocks its path. He recognizes it instantly. Tiangu, it's over. Mingwu, however, has already repositioned right where Jindenzi's soul is. He channels his power to trap it, grinning smugly. Tried fleeing skyward. I already knew ages ago you try to burrow underground. Meanwhile, Liao Yi notices the Seven Soul Tower summoned by the Zhao family already hovering high in the sky. He asks with childlike innocence, making Mingwu scramble for an excuse. Senior brother, you prepare to move up in the sky too? You really figured all this out that far in advance? That's called covering all your bases, just in case. All set. He raises his hand and commands the tower. Jindenzi, get your ass in here. the 7 Soul Tower begins radiating power. The gate at its center swings open and immediately begins pulling everything inside. Jindenzi can't resist. As he's dragged into the tower, he curses in rage. I've been dying to scream about this since last time. Where the hell did you get a treasure like this? He refuses to accept it, spitting out his hatred. Even Zhu Ding is dead. I obtained an indestructible body, and yet this is how it ends. Heaven above, why? Heaven above, why have you been so cruel to me? Mingwu can't stand the self-pity any longer. He raises his fist. Your schemes failed because you poisoned and deceived people, you bastard. Your trashed immortal body, that's on you and your treacherous disciple. He channels Tiangu to accelerate Jindenzi's pull into the tower. Win or lose, your character was always the real problem. Jindenzi gets sealed inside the tower. The gate slams shut. All that's left are his bitter wails. Master, save me. Xianggu sits on the other side, calmly sipping her tea. You're beyond saving. I've already found a replacement. What kind of magic is this that can change things that fast? Her clothes turned red and caught fire. What premium material is that made of? It's just a transformation effect. Stop trying to find science in a fantasy world. On some street somewhere, a pair of red-shoed feet stride down the road. Another pair of bare feet tiptoe close behind. Xianggu glances over her shoulder at the child following her. Why are you following me? The child is Jindenzi as a little boy. He tilts his head up, wide-eyed and curious. Are you a fairy? An immortal? I can see a halo of light around Yao, just like the immortals in the legends. Xianggu turns back to look at him. You can see the immortal aura. That means you have a connection to the celestial path. Jindenzi's eyes light up. Really? Then can I become an immortal too? She asks, why do you want to become an immortal? His eyes shine bright, voice trembling with excitement. I heard immortals don't need to eat and can't die. If I become one, I'll never starve again. I'll never die from hunger. Xianggu says, you have the connection to the celestial path. Unfortunately, you lack the aptitude. She turns and waves her hand. Whatever, follow me. Xianggu walks ahead and instructs Jindenzi. This path means severing all ties to the mortal world. Go say goodbye to your parents and loved ones first. He chirps back cheerfully, no need. They starved to death a long time ago. 50 years later, atop Baiyun Peak, Jindenzi springs onto the mountain summit with agile grace. He lands softly inside. Jindenzi bows deeply. Disciple greets master, please offer your guidance. She turns to face him and asks gently, 10 years apart and you've aged considerably. How is your cultivation now? Jindenzi answers respectfully. Your disciple is shamefully still stuck at early innate realm. 10 years and not a single shred of progress. Xianggu closes her eyes. Insufficient aptitude, it seems this is your limit. Hearing this, he exclaims in shock, Master, are you giving up on me? She raises her arm, surrounded by swirling vital energy. Everyone has their own limit. Even I am no exception. A body refined through Taiyan body refining still can't hold up against 1,000 years of time. Jindenzi is stunned. Master, are you leaving? Xianggu smacks him upside the head. You're the one who's dying. I've got at least 200 years left. She touches her arm, still wrapped in vital energy. Xianggu gives Jindenzi a look. Minor bodily decay, easy to regenerate. The soul, though, that's a different story. I summoned you here to pass on my legacy, but your cultivation is too weak to withstand this heavenly Tao. He points in astonishment. The heavenly Tao? I always knew you were hiding something, Master. Are you finally going to reveal it? She explains calmly. 3 years ago, the star domain trembled. The southern ghost star vanished. The ghost constellation holds 7 star officials, just enough to help you shatter your limits and touch creation itself. Under the current heavenly Tao, a soul that leaves its body for 7 days dissolves into smoke and mist, residual spirits, minor heavenly canals. External provision, heavenly society, heavenly mark. Refining a Taiyan body takes 7 decades, and throughout that time the soul must not perish. Jindenzi seems taken aback by. From Yugui. Xianggu continues, under the ghost mansion. There's a star official called Yugui who can command soul send, can even separate a person's spirit from their body without killing them. Kunlun Mountain has the myriad divine temple. Find 6 more people and go there to pay respects. While the ghost mansion is unoccupied, you can seize the star official's power. She hands him a card. Thighs is the celestial guide. Carry this with you, and the King Dao will naturally lead your spirits into the myriad divine temple. Jindenzi takes the celestial guide and examines it intently. Xianggu warns seriously, remember own group of 7 people. It has to be exactly 7, not one more, not one less. When you obtain the Yugui power and return, your master will pass down the great Tao legacy to protect you. He stares at the celestial guide and murmurs, a jade slip, the myriad divine temple, Yugui's soul-body separation, Taiyan body refining, and a master who's lived 1,000 years of immortality. She turns around furiously and snaps, "You're not doing any of this for immortality, you are doing it to save all living beings under heaven." Jindenzi clasps his hands and bows in a panic. "Yes, yes, yes. Your disciple will remember Master's teachings." He hesitates, then asks, "But Master, Kunlun stretches 5,000 miles. Where exactly is the myriad divine temple?" Zhanggu answers calmly, "I have no idea." He stares utterly bewildered. "Then how the hell am I supposed to find it?" She kicks Jindenzi out and shouts, "You've got immortal destiny, you'll figure it out. Don't let down those who persevere. Go search." 13 years later, on Kunlun Mountain, skeletal remains of animals litter the ground. In another realm, full of stars, a bird gently touches the surface of the water, sending small ripples across the lake. The sky blazes with countless stars. A lone ancient tree stands in the center of the still lake. Around the tree are tombstones, each etched with constellation patterns. Jindenzi's group arrives and surveys their surroundings. He wonders. A starry sky, an ancient tree, a forest of stone tablets. Where the hell are we? The group leader shouts in fury. "What the hell is this? Don't freaking tell me the myriad divine temple is a goddamn graveyard." The tombstones bear different constellation patterns. Jindenzi examines a tombstone and thinks the western white tiger constellation. All these tombstones are laid out according to constellation formations. These tombstones represent the constellation we're looking for, the Southern Vermilion Bird's ghost mansion. This is the ghost mansion tombstone, but how do we actually get the power? He spots a toppled tombstone nearby. Something catches his eye. A stone tablet collapsed. Could it be? Do we have to destroy the tombstones? Jindenzi throws a punch straight into a tombstone. New constellation patterns begin appearing across its surface. He thinks excitedly, these patterns belong to the ghost mansion star officials. I can't believe the tombstones are this easy to break. Jindenzi's eyes suddenly widen. He turns to see the group leader kicking a tombstone. His foot gets stuck. He screams, "What the FCK? What is this garbage? Get me out of here," Jindenzi thinks. No, only the ghost mansion tombstones break easily. He recalls Zhanggu's words. 3 years ago, the star domain shifted and the southern ghost mansion vanished. Jindenzi speculates, could this be connected to the ghost mansion's disappearance? He slams his fist into the tombstone and shouts, "I need the ghost mansion star official's power now." Yugui, come forth. The tombstone cracks and crumbles. A sphere of light emerges from within. The starry sky above begins to fracture as well. At Kunlun, a river of stars appears between the towering snowy peaks. Mingwu is absolutely livid. He grits his teeth and snarls, "Thief, give back my master's power." Mingwu bares his teeth and charges straight at Jindenzi. Jindenzi panics, not understanding what's happening. Mingwu throws a punch. Jindenzi blocks with both hands and shouts, "Wait. What power are you even talking about? We didn't feel a damn thing." Jindenzi's eyes suddenly widen in realization. He thinks of the constellation. This golden light, could it be the heavenly society? A faint golden glow envelops Jindenzi's body. He stares at his own hands and says, "Heavenly society generates infinite space across the body's surface, achieving absolute defense against any attack." Jindenzi roars at the sky, "I don't want the heavenly society, I want Yugui." Yugui, a man nearby, suddenly gets struck. People scatter in panic. Monsters run for it. Strange energy manifests on the man's body. He stares at himself in shock and gasps, "I'm not dead. How is this possible?" Jindenzi stands on the mountaintop and screams, "Yugui, who has Yugui?" Mingwu bursts out from the dust cloud behind him, yelling, "Damn it." From high above, a terrifying force descends. The entire mountain trembles. Over 20 years later, in Europe, Jindenzino, visibly aged, attacks a blonde-haired man. The blonde man's eyes go wide, his whole body shaking. Jindenzi speaks, "External provision, you took it, didn't you? Give it back." External provision can restructure matter. Without Yugui, it's the only way to extend this decaying body's lifespan. "Yugui, I will find you. I absolutely refuse to die like an ant chasing immortality." He steps outside, calculating silently. Even with external provision, physical reconstruction is limited. It only extends life by another 100 years. Only by obtaining Yugui can I practice Taiyan body refining, inherit my master's legacy, and reach 1,000 years of life. 30 years later, Jindenzi walks down a street muttering non-stop, "Yugui, Yugui, Yugui." 50 years later. The world has changed, but his obsession hasn't. Yugui, Yugui, Yugui. 80 years later, Jindenzi is ancient now, but still muttering the same damn thing. Yugui, Yugui, Yugui. He hurls a black cauldron high into the air and screams, "Yugui, I finally found you. The disciple trapped inside the cauldron looks terrified. Taoist master, you already carry 2 types of divine power, you can't withstand a third. Jin Danzi doesn't care, he declares excitedly, over the past 100 years, I've long since figured out how to merge multiple divine powers. Just fade away, become part of me. Brown liquid pours from the cauldron, consuming the skeleton. Jindenzi shrieks with excitement, Yugui, Yugui. Master, I've finally obtained Yugui. Jindenzi looks at his own body. 3 divine powers are clashing violently within him. He clenches his fists and declares, Father, mother, brother, sister, I will live for all of you. Master, your 1,000-year legacy, I will carry it forward. Under this cruel sky, no matter how many innocents I must slaughter, immortality is my rebellion. Jindenzi lowers his head in silence. Yugui is suppressed. Now I just need to obtain Tiangu through devouring and invasion to harmonize all the divine powers. Then I'll achieve immortality as a soul. Inherit my master's legacy, forge an indestructible body, and seize the creation of heaven and earth. He grins confidently, Tiangu, here I come. Ding, Jiu, his adoptive father Mingwu and Minka all flash through Jindenzi's mind. Memory fragments shatter like glass. He lies on the ground, thinking I still can't fully wield Yugui. Though I can separate from my physical body without a host, I'll vanish in 7 days. A small circle appears on Jindenzi's chest. His soul slips into an earring. His face lights up with joy. A soul vessel, heaven hasn't abandoned me. The bald man points at the earring and explains, ever heard of Jindenzi? The incident 8 years ago. This earring belonged to a sorcerer who joined the hunt for Jindenzi back then. It's definitely a magical artifact. Yi-chan stands before the stall and asks curiously, Boss, you said this is a magical artifact, what does it actually do? The shopkeeper scratches his head awkwardly, hiding nothing from her. This item's passed through several hands before it reached mine. Nobody ever figured out how to use it, but the refinement marks are unmistakable. It's definitely a spiritual artifact. She steps forward and says, just an ordinary piece, nothing special. Forget it, show me what the other practitioners have. Jindenzi's voice echoes inside Yi-chan's head. Little girl, this old man can tell you're just an ordinary mortal. You're hunting for practitioner gear. Tell me you want to become one. Buy this item and this old man will take you as his disciple and teach you the mystical arts. His soul follows behind her. Jindenzi makes his pitch as long as master and disciple weather every storm together, they'll surely fulfill their shared destiny. Yi-chan smirks deviously, obeying her master's order. San, now look, she's lying flat on the ground, knocked out cold. A pair of white shoes steps closer to where the earring lies. Mingwu stands above, looking down with the treasure tower in hand. This is why you never side with bad people. No matter how close you are, the moment there's a conflict of interest, he won't give a damn who you are in his life. Mingwu turns to Jiangzu with concern. Xian, how bad are your injuries? Do you need to rest at the hospital for a few days? She wipes the blood from her mouth and asks, you locked Jindenzi inside the tower, can he really not get out? Liu Yi scratches his head, equally curious. Yeah, wasn't that way too easy? This is Jindenzi we're talking about. He spins the tower in his hand and explains with a grin. Over a decade ago. It was because he still had the Tiangu and his soul was indestructible, so my dad and Uncle Zai could only destroy his physical body. Last time, Uncle Zai fought Yinta first and got injured. Then got poisoned in a sneak attack on top of that. Nobody expected Jindenzi had learned the heaven-seizing law. That's why they failed. This time, all 3 of us came prepared with our own moves. Know yourself, know your enemy, and naturally, everything goes smooth. As for Jindenzi and all this, I have a way to make sure that even if he shows up, it won't matter. Mingwu jokes, like launching this thing into outer space, toss it on Mars, the moon, or just chuck it straight into the sun. Jiangzu sighs, exasperated. Are you messing with me right now? Then a voice suddenly rings out. Jindenzi's cultivation base comes from the star-official divine realm. As long as we refine his soul and strip away the divine technique, he's nothing to worry about. Yi-chan smiles confidently, standing there watching the 3 of them. I have the refinement method. I also have a technique to resurrect Zhu Ding and even restore all 3 of you. How about we make a deal? He holds the treasure tower without a shred of fear. Check it out, buy one, get one free. 998. Only 998. Take home a legendary artifact and get a bonus elder soul absolutely free. Jiangzu and Liu Yi speak in unison. Does this old man even know how to refine medicine? He definitely won't scam his own disciple, right? He replies casually. Don't worry about whether the old man scams his disciple, just know the price tag ain't cheap. She says, exasperated, you should just keep him for yourself, at least you'll have someone to chat with. Mingwu and Liu Yi stare at the Yi-chan lying unconscious on the ground, heads full of question marks. then turn to look at another Yi Chan standing beside them, completely unscathed. He breaks into a cold sweat and turns to ask Liu Yi. It's not just me seeing things right. Liu Yi, pale as a ghost, answers. I'm seeing two Yi Chans too. She pushes her glasses up and explains. That body over there is an accelerated growth clone. I've been hiding in a cave the whole time, controlling it remotely. The two of them stomp on the clone on the ground, screaming. It's definitely some kind of illusion. Illusion begone. Watching the two of them enthusiastically wailing away, Yi Chan is furious enough to steam. I told you it's a clone. It's not an illusion, stop hitting it already. Mingwu points at her and fires back. Who do you think you're fooling? Trying to sell biology science to a room full of cultivators. Who the hell would buy that? Jiangsu is absolutely furious now, her eyes burning with murderous intent as she glares at Yi Chan. She charges forward, teeth clenched in rage. You're the one who caused all this harm. I don't care which body it is, I'll destroy every last one. Yi Chan waves her hands frantically, smiling to appease. Wait, I was forced back then. I can save Zhu. I came here to make a deal. Jiangsu raises her sword, ready to strike. Who the hell would believe you? She squeezes her eyes shut in fear. I'm telling the truth. Suddenly, someone blocks the sword with a single finger. Yi Chan's eyes fly open in shock. Liu Yi stands between the two of them, blocking. Hold on, let her explain first. She's still trembling with fear, her voice shaking. As long as Zhu Ding's body is refined through Taiyan body refining, she can achieve a sanctified physical body and wake up. Zhou Beigyu has inherited the star official position, but if we destroy the divine steel, we can bring his soul back. Then have Zhou Beigyu also undergo Taiyan body refining, body restored, soul returned, and he'll be fully resurrected. Yi Chan regains her confidence, eyes wide as she thumps her chest. I'm an expert at Taiyan body refining. You all saw what Jindenzi could do. I can make Zhu Ding wake up. Jindenzi already said the divine steel is at the Kunlun Wangxiang shrine. Let's go find it and resurrect Zhou Beigyu. Mingwu suddenly speaks up. Resurrect my father, you're serious. Jiangsu raises her voice in warning. Jindenzi's Taiyan body refining kidnapped how many living people as furnace fuel? We can't do something like that. She rebuts without a shred of guilt. There are so many damn practitioners out there, absolutely no need to show them any mercy. He lowers his head, expression unreadable, and speaks. Jiangsu suddenly notices something that surprises her. Mingwu's expression darkens. Last time you leveled a few buildings. When it comes to killing, you've got no right to lecture anyone. Out of everyone here except for our boy Liu Yi, not a single person has the moral high ground to preach at anyone. She blushes guilty and looks away. Last time I really was angry. I lost my cool and nearly caused a catastrophe. Liu Yi stands in the middle, trying to mediate. Both of you calm down. He grins with excitement. Resurrecting my dad and Uncle Zai, that's a seriously tempting offer. If I hadn't recovered my memories, if I didn't remember what kind of people my sister, my dad, and Uncle Zai were, maybe I would have agreed. She stammers, dumbfounded. What did you just say? Mingwu turns to the two of them. Because of the Tiangu, an entire village was slaughtered. My sister was killed. Yintu was destroyed. My father died, and now even Uncle Zai is in a coma. After I recovered my memories, the hatred hit me like a flood. All I wanted was revenge. Every practitioner in the world is evil, I thought, and now I have the power to wipe them all out. Hearing him say that, Jiangsu finally pieces everything together. Sure enough, back at the hospital, you'd already been thinking about this. Liu Yi was still clueless. Senior brother, Mingwu continues, but behind me there's a sword. And in front of me, a line that keeps my reason winning over rage and temptation. Yi Chan speaks up. That temptation is the chance to resurrect your loved ones. Your friends, nobody can refuse that. He smiles. Maybe you can't understand this, but sacrificing others to life for my dad and Uncle Zai, that's something they'd never accept. They had ideals. They knew something was impossible, but did it anyway. They had principles. They knew something was possible, but chose not to do it. That's what made them worthy of respect. Mingwu looks toward Jiangsu and Liu Yi. Xian, surely you think the same, don't you? She nods in quiet agreement with his words, and Liu Yi nods vigorously alongside her. Mingwu looks at her and speaks slowly. I don't know what desires you have, but anything gained by sacrificing your principles is meaningless. Yi Chan staggers back and drops to her knees, unable to believe her ears. You're saying resurrecting my brother is completely meaningless. She freezes in that moment, as if struck dead. Yi Chan bursts into tears, clutching her trembling body. There's clearly a way to bring the dead back to life. Why not? Why? I can't comprehend the original ideal. When you die, there's nothing left. My brother won't blame me, he'd want me alive. See, different paths can't coexist, he says so casually. We were never meant to work together. Jin Danzi suddenly bursts out laughing inside the treasure tower. When you die, there's nothing left. Master and disciple truly are two of a kind. He mutters to himself, now I remember why I took a master. I understand why I could only touch creation but never seize it. Jin Danzi's eyes snap wide open. He shouts in excitement, ghostly limbs, surplus ghosts, Taiyan body refining. Immortality, I've inherited the master's mantle of succession. My pursuit of immortality, it was always for the master's legacy, wasn't it? The Tao of immortality is my true calling, everything else is irrelevant. I won't cultivate for your sake. Xianggu sips her tea with a knowing smile. If you don't hit rock bottom, how can you ever achieve true enlightenment? Mingwu channels vital energy into the tower, cursing through gritted teeth. Damn, it wasn't his comprehension too weak to break free. It's barely been any time. Liaoyi stares at the tower and theorizes. He was already half a step away from touching the second stage of creation. That's why he broke through so suddenly. Jin Danzi's voice thunders from inside the tower, Tiangao, through your lifebound treasure. I've already sensed your hesitation and confusion. Suppressing your own desirous, that's the real betrayal of your Tao. He urges desperately, Nu Xian, kill Yi Shen. We absolutely cannot let Jin Danzi possess a body again. Jiangzu rockets toward Yi Shen, blade raised for the kill. From inside the tower, he screams, I'm passing the heavenly society divine art to you as my apology. I swear I'll revive your brother. A beam of power erupts from the treasure tower, streaking toward her. It forms a protective shield around Yi Shen and blocks Jiangzu's path. Jin Danzi orders, grab the soul artifact now. She's still in shock, not understanding what just happened. The earring still lies on the ground. Yi Shen scrambles toward the earring, her face panicked. I'll trust you one more time, master. Mingwu screams, Liaoyi, break through her golden light. He sprints toward Yi Shen, shouting for Nu Xian. She swoops in from behind to back him up. He thinks anxiously, shit, we are losing control. The treasure tower tears free from Mingwu's hands and rockets skyward on its own, leaving him stunned. Jiangzu delivers a vicious slash at Yi Shen. She's caught off guard, still reeling. Yi Shen's eyes go wide and she collapses. Mingwu shouts in triumph, we won. But then Jin Danzi's soul erupts from the treasure tower. Mingwu gasps. What? Jiangzu turns to Mingwu. His real target was always the body. He appears abruptly, voice mocking, good disciplier master will give you a proper burial. It's not that the heavenly lord's divine art can't heal an indestructible body, it's that my cultivation wasn't strong enough. But now, I've reached the second stage of creation too. Yi Shen's eyes fill with sorrow. Master, you lied to me again. She whispers her last words and closes her eyes forever. He grits his teeth in fury, saying nothing. Mingwu charges forward, calling back to his teammates Nu Xian, Liaoyi, you've all burned through too much. Fall back, I'll cover you. Jiangzu sprints after him, shouting, his soul and body haven't fully merged yet. Hit hard enough and there's still a chance. Liaoyi catches up, grinning. We came together, we leave Toj the right. He turns to look at his friends. Mingwu breaks into a grin. All right, we crush Jin Danzi and then we throw the biggest party ever. Jin Danzi flexes with Vajra force, sneering contemptuously. Mortals can't damage this body. Tiangu's corrosive power against a soul at the second stage of creation, it's nothing but an itch. She stares at him and says coldly, if that's how it is, then he cuts in sharply, stop, your body can't take it. Mingwu dashes ahead, calling back, Nu Xian, stay back and cover us with your ice sealing techniques. Liaoyi jogs alongside, nodding, yeah, leave it all to us. She stands there stunned, watching the two of them go. Jiangzu grips her sword tight, thinking without that power, I'm no different from an ordinary practitioner. She suddenly recalls Ding patting her shoulder, offering a comforting smile. What's wrong with being ordinary? Just be an ordinary girl. Little Zhu. Jiangzu looks around, whispering, Zio Zio. Outside the film set, are you following me? I need the shot fast, how much do you want? So cold, I've lost. Mingwu charges in fist raised high. He strikes. The punch tears through space itself, slamming into his opponent's gut. A swirling vortex of blazing red energy erupts around them. Jin Danzi skids backward, but his body remains completely unscathed. He laughs arrogantly, an indestructible body can't be harmed by mortals. Even if I don't fight back, you can't scratch me. Suddenly an attack from above. Liaoyi swoops in for support, unleashing the heaven-sealing law. Jin Danzi takes the hit. His body crashes into the earth, ground splits open, dust and debris exploding everywhere. He lies motionless, seemingly dead, but then Jin Danzi lets out a mocking laugh, not a scratch. Why not bring that girl over? One life for another, that'll do. Mingwu seethes, damn it, we is his soul fusing so fast. He didn't even bother to dodge. Liao Yi proposes if we can't touch the body, then attack the soul that hasn't fully merged yet. He nods, good thinking. But then Liao Yi follows up with a question that leaves him completely speechless. So senior brother, how exactly do we attack a soul? You came up with the plan, are you asking me? Mingwu throws up his hands. Other than Tiangu's corrosive power, I don't know any soul attack techniques. Jiangzu steps forward. Then let me do it. Her eyes blaze with hatred. I have to avenge Zio. He grabs her arm and pulls her back. You'd avenge him by getting yourself killed. What's the point? Liao Yi chimes in, right. Jindanzi's soul needs a long time to fully merge with the body. We still have time to figure this out. Jiangzu's eyes sharpen. Didn't you two just say you hadn't found a way? Mingwu steadies himself, thinking it through. Jindanzi's cultivation level already far surpasses his own, and Tiangu's corrosive effect is limited against him. He recalls digging through Ding's endless archives. Elder Zhu's books seemed to contain soul-based techniques, but he'd only skimmed the table of contents, never read the details. Mingwu ponders deeply, running through scenarios. His body is enveloped by Tiangu's power. Streams of dark energy come alive, coalescing into a massive, savage beast with blazing eyes. The 5 elements unity technique can break through spells. If it works with Tiangao, then against the Heavenly Lord's ghostly Taiyan body refining. Could it actually be effective? Mingwu suddenly thinks of Zhou Qi. Maybe use the golden core that pig rider mentioned, feed it to Jindanzi and force him to ascend. But whether the golden core even exists is uncertain. Plus, Xianggu already threatened him, don't you dare. Jindanzi suddenly stirs, offering a kind reminder, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I can complete the fusion before dawn, you'd better hurry. Mingwu shouts in frustration, damn it, being invincible isn't something to gloat about. You have to be this obnoxious about it. Jindanzi crosses his legs and laughs with delight, taunting an indestructible body. Immortalitith's old master is that impressive. What are you going to do about it? Suddenly Yi Shen rasps weakly, destroy my clone. Blood trickles from her mouth. But she doesn't care, she keeps going, revealing his weakness. Jindanzi's eyes flash with rage. He springs to his feet. He rockets toward Yi Shen's clone, but before he reaches her, Tiangu snatches her away. Mingwu commands Tiangu to bring her back. He catches Yi Shen gentlish, has no strength left, completely at his mercy. He murmurs softly, at least, you showed regret before the end. Thank you. Jindanzi shrieks in panic, desperate to rush over and reclaim his prize from this old man. Liu Yi intercepts him instantly, freezing his legs in place with a surge of power. Do not even think of crossing. Glacial bind. His hands, still cradling Yi Chan's body, begin to channel the power of the Tiangu. I may not know how these are connected, but obliterating them will surely suffice, correct. Instantly she is engulfed by roaring red flames. Jindanzi falls into despair, utterly helpless. My essence, it is too late. Yi Chan's true self is dissolving like ash. He cannot believe his eyes. Jindanzi's body begins to experience agony as bloodstains manifest on his skin. You. Before closing her eyes, Yi Chan gazes up at his impending doom. She sneers, her vision blurring, her consciousness slipping away. Our lives, yours and mine. Preposterous, I am the boundary itself, the supreme invincible sovereign fist. Your fist looks unsightly. Only a few months have passed in this new timeline, and now. I have studied the martial arts. Do not underestimate the complexity of this technique. Damn it, the technique is irrelevant. The point is, why is my appearance always so wretched? By the way, have you still not recovered your memories? Did you not know how to fight before? You know I was a mage, I am not that type. Jindanzi seems to have lost his sanity, unleashing his full power. If heaven and earth created this flesh and blood, then I shall destroy it and return it to the void. He raises his hands, forming a colossal orb of energy. Even if I lose this shell, I will annihilate a scourge like you. Golden light erupts, carving a blinding streak through the air. Zhu Mingwu responds with cool composure. He uses the Tiangu to form a defensive barrier, but it is swiftly shattered by Jindanzi's power. The strike lunges forward like a furnace, incinerating the surrounding space. Zhu Mingwu struggles to resist, but strangely, the Tiangu is being ripped from his own body. Zhu Mingwu begins to shift into a corrupted form. Stay calm. What is this shockwave? Is the Tiangu being forced out? He remembers the past, the year his sister's Tiangu was stolen in this exact manner. Zhu Mingwu screams defiantly, without the Tiangu I am nothing, return to me. He chants an incantation to anchor his fading strength. 5 elements into one, heaven and earth in harmony, return to me. As the smoke clears, the remnants of the attack reveal the terrifying scale of the destruction. Jindanzi launches a second assault, all of you must die. This time he sweeps it in a massive arc. Zhu Mingwu barks an order, Liu Ye, protect the lady. Jiangzu leaps to dodge. Liu Yi charges in front of her, immediately unleashing the law of heaven execution. He manifests a massive crystalline shield to intercept the technique. Liu Yi hastily pulls her hand to flee. Before they can move 2 steps, the attack pierces directly through their bodies. All of Jin Danzi's power seems concentrated into this single strike. A thunderous explosion ripples out, leaving the surroundings in ruins. Liu Yi manages to land, though his body suffers heavy trauma as he coughs up a mouthful of blood. Both collapse, their strength failing them. Chu Mingwu stands unsteadily, wobbling as if to fall, yet he wears a defiant smirk, gathering his energy. He laughs triumphantly. "You have no golden light and no body, the advantage is mine now." From the dust, 2 figures slowly rise. "We are..." Liu Yi and Jiang Zhu, seemingly on the brink of unconsciousness, stand resiliently and remain ready to fight. The spirit of Jin Danzi mocks them. "You need time to recover the Tiangu, but I still possess the Heaven Society." He glances at Yi Chan's corpse and sneers. "Having cast the divine technique, I can naturally retrieve it." Jin Danzi jeers. "Heaven Society returns the Tiangu is useless. Only the law of heaven execution can break me." With that, he begins to withdraw the Heaven Society he had planted inside Yi Chan's body. The Heaven Society flies toward Jin Danzi. He laughs wildly. "Tell me, you stone-headed fool, how many more times can you use that?" Liu Yi's body trembles, but his gaze is sharper than ever. Liu Yi responds with supreme confidence. He continues, "The law of heaven execution does not require hands. I can manifest it with my feet. If 1 time is not enough, I will do it twice. If twice fails, I will do it 4 times. Jin Danzi succeeds in reclaiming the Heaven Society and begins to mock him. "Then you truly are a genius." Chu Mingwu struggles to recover his strength as quickly as possible, never losing sight of his enemy. "Liu Yi, buy me some time," he says firmly. "It is merely a restoration divine technique. I mastered this over a decade ago." Liu Yi nods, but Jiang Zhu immediately charges forward. She transforms into her immortal form, leaving him no time to react or intervene. "I still have one final move." Chu Mingwu yells in panic. "You cannot survive using it twice in such quick succession." But Jiang Zhu ignores him, stubbornly saying, "As long as I can avenge the boss, none of this matters." At that moment, the unexpected happens. Jin Danzi watches in panic as the Heaven Society struggles to break free from the surrounding demonic aura. What is happening? The Heaven Society, is it breaking its shackles? A massive world-shaking anomaly. "Immortals and all living beings, lend me your original energy." A bomb of original energy. It was my childhood dream. I also want to fulfill that dream. I think an original energy slash would look even better. Jin Danzi attempts to suppress the Heaven Society. "Damn it, why is it becoming so volatile?" Jiang Zhu rushes forward, hacking at him with a slash. But Jin Danzi is a spirit. He cannot be harmed by physical force, and her strikes merely slice through the air. Chu Mingwu tries to stop Jiang Zhu. She cannot damage a spirit. "It is useless, stop now." Instead, she grows more reckless, bringing her blade down repeatedly. Jin Danzi sneers, "Even if you hack me to pieces, my soul can always reform. Little immortals, you cannot kill me." Jiang Zhu shouts, "Let Liu Yi help you control the Tiangu." Chu Mingwu finally understands her intention. Struggling to control the Tiangu, he bellows, "Liu Yi, give me your qi." Chu Mingwu says with grim determination, "Aim straight for my acupoint. I must forge a cage for this old Jin Danzi." Liu Yi uses his own energy to comply with Chu Mingwu's instructions. "Is this enough?" Chu Mingwu warns, "If you compress it any further, it will become like the law of heaven execution." Liu Yi frantically tries to discourage him. "Brother, your cultivation base is not enough. You will not withstand the power of creation. Stand firm, believe in me, I can endure even more." Seeing this, Liu Yi has no choice but to comply. Chu Mingwu steals his resolve. "If my father could craft a cage to trap a celestial dog, then I can certainly do the same. Uncle Zhu bestowed the Invincible Erlang divine technique upon me." He wraps the Tiangu's power around the law of heaven execution technique. He thinks to himself, "If the power of creation is too volatile to bear directly, then I will not use it head-on. By using a vortex to coil it, the pressure should be significantly reduced." Nearby, Jiang Zhu continues her relentless strikes. This seems to exceed her physical limits, yet she refuses to falter. The fractured soul fragments of Jin Danzi howl, "Madman, you are all raving mad." Blade after blade descends before the soul fragments can coalesce. They are shredded into even smaller pieces. He curses in fury, "Damn it, there is no time to recondense the soul essence." Jiang Zhu collapses, trembling. Her body is entirely spent. "The rest is up to you," she whispers. She slowly slips out of her immortal state, returning to her human form. Chu Mingwu, having successfully mastered the Tiangu, calls out, "You have worked hard, Lady Knights. with the Tiangu regeneration complete. He immediately unleashes the full might of his heaven observation art, surrounding himself with a ring of radiant power. Liu Yi struggles to speak. Whatever else you need, I can provide. Chu Mingwu gazes ahead, gauging the trajectory of his attack. He nods, it is enough. Hearing this, Liu Yi finally feels at ease, and his consciousness fades into blackness. Chu Mingwu raises his hands to the heavens and begins to chant, using creation as his prison and the Tiangu as his karmic fire. He merges the law of heaven execution technique with the Tiangu into a colossal vortex, surging directly toward Jin Danzi. Let our grudges end here. The villain snarls, even if I cannot escape your vortex of creation, do not think it will be easy to erode me entirely with that Tiangu. Jin Danzi attempts to stall for time to recover, but from behind him, the Tiangu strikes. When did it get there? Open your maw wide. Before I am scattered to the winds, your own body will be consumed by the power of creation. Who would want to compete in endurance with a boss? The beast immediately devours the entirety of his soul. Chu Mingwu exerts his full control. It was difficult to obtain this soul of creation and these various divine techniques if it dissipates now. It would truly be a waste. Only now does Jin Danzi realize the trap, but he is already bound within the control of the combined Tiangu and law of heaven execution. Does a brat like you intend to eat me? Chu Mingwu focuses that power against his own chest, driving it into his dantian to refine it. He shudders as he forces the golden core into his dantian. This ambition, this greed, the villain groans in resentment. We truly underestimated you. Chu Mingwu completes his task and collapses onto the ground. He asks cheerily, I am finished. Are you two still alive? Liu Yi struggles to sit up, complaining with a mournful voice that his body feels empty, but Chu Mingwu barely seems to care. My sincere apologies, Brother Liu. How is the Lady Knight? Jiangzu does not answer. Her body remains motionless. Chu Mingwu calls out in panic, Lady Knight, Lady Knight. The scene shifts to the small courtyard where Sun Teat, drenched in sweat, asks with forced calm, Lady Xianggu, why have you come here? The woman continues inside, speaking indifferently, is the little girl here all alone? Do not fear, I have come to awaken my disciple. I resolve to draw the boundary, wrapping the power of creation in a vortex, then flushing it away like a toilet. Hey brat, can you compare it to anything else? If you are the toilet, does that not make this old man waste? Vulgarity that pains the eyes. Xianggu steps to the side of Zhu Ding's sickbed. She murmurs, Jin Danzi lacked the innate talent, and you lack the desire. That is why I have hesitated until now. Xianggu begins to channel her power. Her primordial spirit emerges, appearing like a flame enveloping her hands. Jin Danzi has become the stepping stone for Chu Mingwu. You shall be the one to open the final gate. Xianggu directs the flame toward Zhu Ding's body. My primordial spirit can bring your body near to the saintly form. While not a true physical apotheosis, it is enough to withstand your soul, she says as her spirit gradually enters Zhu Ding. Xianggu watches the spirit aiding the body and whispers softly, after you awaken, seek me out, I have a task for you. Sun Teat is watching from the shadows, but Xianggu suddenly steps out, leaving the girl with no time to hide. Sun Teat stands at attention, please walk safely. Xianggu stares at the bird perched on the girl's head. It has been a difficult millennium, the bird comforts her. Xianggu leaves with a smile, so you are still here as well, how miserable. Meanwhile, Liu Yi rushes to lift Jiangzu, shouting to wake her. The helicopter is arriving soon. Hold on, President Jiang. Chu Mingwu senses something is wrong. President Jiang, what is happening? He turns to see Liu Yi using his last dregs of strength to shield Jiangzu from an incoming attack. Chu Mingwu instantly uses the Tiangu to intercept the strike. He steps forward, shielding Liu Yi and Jiangzu. Chu Mingwu bellows, who goes there? The one accompanying Yi Shuerong looks on, both shocked and excited. You still have energy left. Just how much are you hiding, brat? Yi Shuerong loses her temper and punches the man, sending him flying backward. Too much talking, shut your mouth. Second brother. Yi Shuerong steps forward and says seriously, that was my clansman acting on his own accord. Please, accept my apologies, we bear no malice. I am Yi Shuerong, I am Jiangzu's aunt. I have come to take her home. Chu Mingwu asks suspiciously, you are surnamed Yi, she is surnamed Jiang. How can you possibly be her aunt? Do you take me for a fool who cannot distinguish family ranks? Yi Shuerong produces a household registration book as proof. She is surnamed Yi, Jiangzu is merely her given name. This is her family's registry. He and Liu Yi stare blankly, they cannot argue with that she even has the paperwork, how professional. Yi Shuerong pulls back her sleeve, creating a wound on her arm. Jiangzu used too much of the constellation power. At this moment, only our clan can save her. She waves her wounded arm, causing blood to splatter in the air. This is the proof of our miraculous bloodline. The blood droplets instantly transform into golden light, appearing like fireflies from a distance. As they hit the ground, withered plants begin to bloom and flourish. Yi Shuirong explains, the heavenly ghost constellations are drawn to our blood. This is the heavenly society that Jin Danzi abandoned. She gestures toward the location where Chu Mingwu trapped Jin Danzi. Beyond the ghost constellation you carry within you, you can also feel the call of the bloodline. He remains vigilant. Bloodlines can indeed attract and control divine techniques. Don't tell me you are also descended from the ghost constellations. Yi Shuirong uses her power to heal Jiangzu, not denying it. Our ancestors descended to Earth for humanity, but they are gone now. We are merely the descendants of the ghost constellations. Liu Yi observes that Jiangzu seems to be improving. If you want Jiangzu to wake up, only the return of the 4 divine techniques will suffice. Do you understand what I mean? Chu Mingwu questions Tiangu. Outer strategy, ghost retention. What do you expect me to hand over? The second brother who was beaten earlier returns, immediately acting arrogant. The 7-star constellation of the ghost constellations belongs to us by right. It is only natural you return it. Yi Shuirong loses her patience and beats him again. You brainless idiot, shut your mouth. Aunt, please don't hit me. Yi Shuirong laughs and hands him over to Chu Mingwu. Our only goal is to take Jiangzu back for treatment. Once you successfully refine Jin Danzi and obtain his divine abilities, come find us in Liangguang. This blockhead can serve as your hostage. And I was wrong. Chu Mingwu says if it is the 4 divine techniques, that is fine. I possess them myself. But Yi Shuirong immediately unleashes her control power. You cannot, boy. Caught off guard, Liu Yi and Chu Mingwu find their bodies instantly frozen. Shuirong carries Jiangzu and rushes off, urging at the same time, you need to hurry. This concerns the survival of this entire world. I brought Jiangzu's household registration booklet among your things. Who's trying to register a marriage with this girl? Who are you trying to fool? Her household registration is clearly blank. The bride price has gotta be this much, not a single cent less. Damn it, looks like I'll have to sacrifice this kidney of mine. Liao Yi is frozen solid, struggling to break free. The ice on his hands starts cracking. The layer on his body melts away, and Liao Yi immediately searches for Mingwu. Senior brother, when did you get out? Sitting calmly on the second brother's back, stop yelling, I'm fine, but are you okay? Liao Yi is worried, but inside, he's brimming with admiration. Didn't you completely run out of strength? His senior brother was covered head to toe in injuries, yet managed to escape before him and even took a hostage. Mingwu gazes up at the sky. In everything, you gotta stay cautious if you want to steer the ship through 10,000 years. But right now, he's truly running on empty. Why hasn't Sister Zhao shown up yet? Right on cue, the helicopter arrives, ready to pick them both up. Cut to the office's resident sunshine. Mingwu and Liao Yi stumble in, battered and bruised. We're back. In stark contrast to their wrecked state, Ding practically radiates a blinding aura of light. Welcome back, everyone. You guys were amazing. So did you take out Jin Danzi? Mingwu and Liao Yi are stunned, speechless. He can't believe his eyes. Ding is awake. He scoffs, Kiki, I know you studied illusion tricks, but trying to fool me, you're way out of your league. Kid. Kiki cheerfully skips over with a lollipop, sending Mingwu and Liao Yi into even deeper shock. Oh really? Ding waves goodbye. Go check on Kiki first if there's anything. I need to step out for a bit. I'll explain everything when I get back. Sister Zhao, despite being busy restraining the hostage, sprints over, sobbing, literally dragging him behind her. Buddy, she throws her arms around Ding, overjoyed. You're finally awake. I thought I was gonna become a widow. Do we even have that kind of relationship? Kiki happily fields everyone's questions. Xianggu came by and rescued our gorgeous hunk here. Everyone erupts, rushing over to cling to Ding's legs, wailing dramatically. Uncle, you finally woke up. Do you even know how insanely hard it was to defeat Jin Danzi? Ding tries to break free, but everyone clings on tight. Boss Director Jiang was snatched by bad guys. I'm sorry. Hey me pants, my pants are falling off. Only then does Zhu Ding learn about Jiangzu and the Ghost Foot Star, his expression darkening. So she's a descendant of Gui Fu. I should have figured it out sooner, when her parents hid her away. It must have been related to the mending the heavens intel. But still nobody lets go of Ding. One grabs his left leg, another his right, and Sister Zhao keeps draping herself over his shoulders. Ding sighs, could you all please let go? Gently, I'm overheating here. No way, not happening. Ding launches himself onto the rooftop in an instant, escaping everyone's clutches. I really do have urgent business. We'll talk when I'm back. Kiki kindly reminds him. Xianggu demands that the mega handsome guy come see her ASAP. Mingwu frowns. Coincidentally, he has questions too. Xianggu was my father's body in Jin Danzi's hands after he ascended. When you arrive, Xianggu agrees to meet. Come in, all of you. She sips her tea, perfectly calm. Layman Lin, you wish to ask about your father's ascension. That was something I entrusted to Jin Danzi. Mingwu bristles at her nonchalance. Well, that was a quick confession. Why would you hand him a weapon to use against us? Xianggu doesn't bother hiding it. He was the successor I originally chose, but his innate talent fell short, needed external supplementation. Your father's immortal remains were the perfect material. She slides teacups toward Ding and Mingwu. This tea can help heal your wounds. Drink it. Xianggu continues, you never could have killed him. Hai's malevolent obsession was too deeply rooted to dissolve. Before all this, he made enemies of your family and Jiangzu's, even deceived his own disciple. In the end, body destroyed, Tao extinguished. She frowns, of course, I never imagined there'd be a second kid like you in this world. Mingwu asks in surprise, you mean Liao Yi? Xianggu turns to Ding, Jindenzi is dead, Liao Yi is still too young. And my lifespan has been drastically cut by the heavenly Tao. I have no choice but to pass my mantle to you, kid. Ding questions suspiciously, even you are suppressed by the heavenly Tao. What exactly are you trying to do? Isn't it simply mending the heavens? Xianggu begins her explanation. The 3,000 worlds are lawless, devour or be devoured. Killing is second nature, the strong rule supreme. On top of that, this world's spiritual essence is scarce, making cultivation incredibly difficult. If other worlds invade, we'd be nothing but sitting ducks. To protect this world, an ancient supreme being left behind a grand formation of rules and a set of heavenly laws. This place is the homeland of 10,000 godsand, the graveyard of the star hosts. Blue flames suddenly ignite, beginning to devour half her face. But Xianggu's voice remains steel. My duty is to guard this graveyard, mend the heavenly Tao, and preserve this world. The blue flames spread further, but she doesn't flinch, continuing to deliver her message. Due to scarce spiritual essence, the difficulty of cultivation, and suppression by the heavenly Tao's rules, Thai's world is the only one among the 3,000 worlds where mathematics and physics can suppress the mystic arts. Xianggu's skin is gradually consumed by the blue flames, exposing bone beneath. She forces herself to speak. When beings from other worlds arrive here, the spiritual energy inside them is completely drained. They become no different from ordinary humans in this world. Their cultivation can't recover, so science is enough to deal with them. Ding frowns, so you want me to keep guarding the graveyard, mend the heavenly Tao, and block the invasion? Mingwu shuts it all down. Hold on, there are supposedly tons of parallel universes out there, and we're the only ones who went the science route while everyone else cultivates immortality? That's absurd, I don't buy it. Xianggu closes her eyes, letting the blue flames ravage her body. You don't need to believe. She remains perfectly composed because outside the city, a celestial archipelago has appeared in the sky, slowly descending. The enemy is here. Fighter jets scramble to intercept, seemingly intent on attacking the invaders. Her final words barely leave her lips before her body is almost entirely consumed by the blue flames. The remnants gradually transform into butterfly wings, drifting mournfully into the sky. Golden Core is just their starting point. They also have God Kings, Supreme Sovereigns, Immortal Emperor's works. Wait, none of us have even reached core formation. Their combat power is way too over the top. How the hell do you fight someone who outclasses you by that much? That's why I've already prepared my escape route. Good luck, damn it. End credits, cue the confetti. And thus concludes part 1 of Above the Heavens. Thank you all for your support. Big Boss S, we are counting on you from here on out. No need for more words of Rion. Remember to like and subscribe to the guy who reviewed this series. That's a wrap, folks. If you want to keep following this series, smash that subscribe button and throw a like while you're at it. Thanks for watching all the way to the end. Bye bye, loves.